2003, Midsummer. The newly 19-year-old Chen Xuewen, wearing handcuffs and leg shackles, was escorted to Pingxing prison. 1 week earlier, Chen Xuewen attended a classmates' banquet. Under the encouragement of his peers, he confessed his feelings to the school beauty he had secretly loved for 3 years, only to be ruthlessly rejected. That night, a depressed Chen Xuewen drank until he was completely drunk. When he woke up, he found the school beauty dead beside him, naked and covered in blood. Before her death, she had clearly been violently assaulted. Several witnesses came forward identifying Chen Xuewen as the one who forcibly took the school beauty to a hotel that night. Because of these testimonies, Chen Xuewen was arrested. Within less than a week, he was convicted and sentenced to prison. No matter how much he protested his innocence, no one paid attention. At the prison gate, Chen Xuewen's parents held a cardboard sign with "Injustice" written in blood, kneeling on the ground and crying out their grievance. On the other side, more than a dozen of the school beauty's family members wearing white cloth wailed and lamented. Seeing the transport vehicle approaching, both sides rushed towards it, but a conflict broke out in front of the vehicle. The school beauty's family, taking advantage of their numbers, pinned Chen Xuewen's parents to the ground and beat them. Fortunately, the guards at the gate rushed over and separated the crowd. Chen Xuewen's father, Chen Jiangwo, had a wound on his head with blood streaming down his face, but he ignored it and shouted towards the transport vehicle entering the prison gate, "Son, don't be afraid. Dad knows you were wrongfully accused. Dad will risk his life to prove your innocence." Watching this scene, Chen Xuewen's tears streamed down his face. After entering the prison and completing the procedures, Chen Xuewen was sent to his cell. Inside the cell were 7 men, all burly and intimidating, with fierce expressions. Looking at the thin and weak Chen Xuewen, these men showed malicious smiles on their faces. As soon as the guard left, several of them immediately surrounded Chen Xuewen. The leader was a burly man with a scar on his face. He looked Chen Xuewen up and down and said coldly, "Kid, what did you do to get in here?" Chen Xuewen whispered, I was wrongfully accused." Before he could finish, the scar-faced man punched him directly in the stomach. Chen Xuewen had never been beaten like this since he was a child. This punch made him feel like his internal organs were about to explode, and he couldn't help but collapse on the ground and vomit. The scar-faced man stepped on Chen Xuewen's head and cursed, "Damn it, since you're here, you've done something wrong. I'm asking you questions, answer honestly. If you don't know the rules, you'll get beaten." Chen Xuewen cried, "I really was wrongfully accused." The scar-faced man became angry. "You're still denying it, beat him." With a wave of his hand, several men rushed forward and pinned Chen Xuewen to the ground, beating him mercilessly. Chen Xuewen was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen and was finally dragged in front of the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man stepped on Chen Xuewen's head again. "Now I'll ask you one more time, what did you do to get in here?" Chen Xuewen was always stubborn. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I was wrongfully accused." The scar-faced man was furious. "Damn it, not enough beating. Tie him up and beat him." Several men used bed sheets to tie Chen Xuewen's hands and hung him by the bed, taking turns beating him for over an hour. Chen Xuewen was also stubborn. Even when beaten unconscious, he still insisted he was wrongfully accused. The scar-faced man and the others didn't dare to beat him to death, so they finally let him go. But in the following time, the scar-faced man and the others treated him like he was nothing. Whenever they were in a bad mood, they would slap him or pin him to the ground and beat him. Chen Xuewen tried to report this to the guard, which resulted in one of the scar-faced man's men being punished. But the result was that Chen Xuewen was hung up in the cell and beaten by the scar-faced man and the others all night, almost losing his life. Since then, Chen Xuewen became much more obedient and avoided the scar-faced man and the others whenever he saw them. His only hope was that his parents could help him prove his innocence and let him leave this living hell. Unknowingly, 3 months passed. These past few days, Chen Xuewen had been unusually restless. Because his parents hadn't come to visit him for over a month. There were visits every month. This was the only chance for his parents to see him, a time he and his parents had been counting on never missing it. But this month his parents didn't come to visit him, which made him uneasy. He knew his parents wouldn't give up on him. Could something have happened to them? That night, Chen Xuewen mustered his courage and asked a relatively amicable guard named Zhang Dong to help check on his parents' situation. The next day at noon, while Chen Xuewen was eating, Zhang Dong approached with a somber expression. "Xiao Chen, I just received news. You need to be strong." Chen Xuewen's hand trembled involuntarily. As if sensing something in his heart, tears welled up in his eyes. Zhang Dong took a deep breath and whispered, "Your parents. They were in a car accident half a month ago when they rode a motorcycle to the city to help you appeal. Unfortunately, they died." The tears in Chen Xuewen's eyes burst out. The thing he feared most had happened. His parents. Something had happened to them. Watching Chen Xuewen state, Zhang Dong sighed and patted his shoulder. "Xiao Chen, my condolences." Chen Xuewen sat dazed in his place, completely numb, with only his parents' faces and voices in his mind. Not long after Zhang Dong left, the scar-faced man and the others sat down next to Chen Xuewen. The scar-faced man casually moved half of Chen Xuewen's food to his own plate, then threw some food scraps from his plate into Chen Xuewen's. "Kid, we're having meat today. These bones are a gift from me. Don't be polite," the scar-faced man said, laughing with his men. Chen Xuewen didn't say anything. He was still immersed in his grief, staring blankly ahead. The scar-faced man thought Chen Xuewen was glaring at him and became angry, pointing at him and cursing. "Who the hell are you looking at? What's wrong? I'm eating your food, you're not happy about it. Fine then, I'll give you a taste too." saying that the scar-faced man spat in Chen Xuewen's plate, then pointed at it, and said, "Damn it, eat it all clean for me. Dare to leave any, and I'll hang you up and beat you all night again. Dare to leave any, and I'll hang you up and beat you all night again." Chen Xuewen still didn't speak, but in his eyes a glimmer of spirit appeared, or rather a fierce light. He gradually came to his senses. Whether it was anger or grief in his heart, his body began to tremble slightly. His right hand gripped the chopsticks tightly. Looking at the scar-faced man and the others in front of him, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Wrongfully imprisoned, and his parents died. Because of it, this made him lose all hope and lose the will to live. At this moment, he was no longer afraid. In his heart, there was only a desire to die. But even if he was going to die, he wanted to vent his anger. Seeing Chen Xuewen not eating, the scar-faced man became even more angry. "Damn it, didn't you hear my words? I told you to eat, did you hear me?" The scar-faced man said, picking up the plate and preparing to throw it at Chen Xuewen's face. And at this moment, Chen Xuewen also moved. He gripped the chopsticks tightly. Suddenly letting out a roar, he thrust them straight at the scar-faced man's eyes. In a single blow, Dao Ba's eye was ruined. Dao Ba screamed in agony, clutching his face and stumbling backward as blood poured through his fingers. Chen Xuewen did not retreat. Instead, like a madman, he lunged forward from behind the table and pinned Dao Ba to the ground, desperately headbutting him. Around them, Dao Ba's men were stunned. Chen Xuewen was fighting to the death. His own head was covered in blood. He seemed to feel no pain, as if determined to crush Dao Ba's skull. One of the men finally snapped out of it and punched Chen Xuewen on the head. "You bastard, let my boss go." Others joined in surrounding and beating Chen Xuewen. But he seemed to feel no pain, only gripping Dao Ba tightly, ignoring the blows around him. At this moment, Chen Xuewen had only one thought: even if he died, he would take Dao Ba down with him. Dao Ba's eyes rolled back, and one of the men realized something was wrong, grabbing a stool to smash Chen Xuewen. Fortunately, nearby guards rushed over and separated the crowd. Several guards tried to restrain Chen Xuewen, but he was like a madman, unnaturally strong. 3 guards couldn't even hold him down. More guards had to join forces to pin Chen Xuewen. But Chen Xuewen still found an opening and tore off one of Dao Ba's ears with his teeth. In front of everyone, he chewed the ear viciously and spat it on the ground, making everyone present break into cold sweats. Dao Ba's men were all terrified, none daring to help. The guard captain rushed over, saw the scene, and his face turned pale with anger. He pointed at Chen Xuewen and cursed, "What do you think you're doing? Do you know causing trouble in prison is a serious offense?" Before the captain could finish, Chen Xuewen suddenly broke free from the guards and ran wildly toward the wall. All the guards were stunned. Chen Xuewen was clearly trying to die. Just as he was about to smash his head against the wall, an old man jumped out from the side, hugged him around the waist, and tackled him to the ground. The guards behind finally snapped out of it and rushed over to pin him down firmly. Seeing Chen Xuewen was truly determined to die, the captain dared not say more, only ordering him to be restrained. Next, Chen Xuewen was taken to the infirmary for temporary treatment. Given his strong desire to die, he was put in a psychiatric restraint gown and strapped to the bed. Chen Xuewen did not yield. He lay on the bed, refusing to eat or drink. The death of his parents had shattered him. He only wanted to die. The infirmary could only administer nutrient fluids to sustain his life. But after several days, Chen Xuewen grew thinner and thinner, his life hanging by a thread. One day, during the usual room cleaning, the door opened and a thin old man entered. He was about 60 years old, the prisoner who had saved Chen Xuewen earlier. He tidied up the room, and while the guards were patrolling elsewhere, he walked to the bedside. Looking at Chen Xuewen's lifeless eyes, the old man sighed and said, "Young man, you can't just die like this." Chen Xuewen seemed not to hear, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The old man continued, "I'm not here to tell you to let go or to be magnanimous. I just want to tell you, if you die like this, who will avenge your parents?" Those words finally brought a spark to Chen Xuewen's eyes. He glanced at the old man, but still said nothing. The old man continued cleaning and said, "Do you think your parents died in a car accident? Now let me tell you the truth. They were definitely murdered." Silenced. Chen Xuewen's expression changed sharply, and he finally spoke. What are you saying? How do you know?" The old man sneered. "I guessed." Chen Xuewen frowned. "Guessed?" The old man smiled lightly. "What, think I'm fooling you? Hey young man, I've lived a long life. I've seen all kinds of people and all kinds of things. I've lived over 60 years, and the one truth I know best is when things seem wrong, there's always something hidden." Chen Xuewen, what's abnormal? The old man put down the mop and looked at Chen Xuewen. "Let me ask you one question. Did you kill the school beauty or not?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "Absolutely not." The old man shrugged. "That's right. You didn't kill her, but there's witness testimony and physical evidence that convicted you." "What does that mean?" "It means someone framed you. Someone killed the school beauty and pinned it on you. And your parents were killed in a car accident on the way to appeal. That can only mean they must have obtained some key evidence and were silenced." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. He hadn't thought about this before, but now he vaguely felt something was wrong. His parents were murdered. This made Chen Xuewen's heart ache to its limit, and his eyes filled with ferocity. Seeing the ferocity in Chen Xuewen's eyes, the old man nodded, secretly quite satisfied. "Well, do you want to die, or do you want to live and avenge your parents?" the old man asked with a smile. Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth, then slumped. How can I avenge with my current condition?" The old man smiled faintly. "If you really want revenge, I can help you. Chen Xuewen immediately became excited. Really? The old man nodded calmly. That's right. But before that you must prove to me that you have the perseverance to take revenge. Chen Xuewen paused. How? How to prove it? The old man said, you start eating today. In a few days you'll be sent back to the cell. Dao Ba has already threatened to kill you. If you can survive Dao Ba's hands, I'll help you. Chen Xuewen's expression grew grave. Dao Ba had considerable power in prison with dozens of subordinates. Seeing Chen Xuewen's confusion, the old man slowly said, how to survive depends on yourself. Society is cruel. If you can't even protect yourself, you have no ability to take revenge. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, I will definitely survive. The old man smiled faintly and threw a book in front of Chen Xuewen. To increase your chances, read this book. It will benefit you. Chen Xuewen glanced at it. It was a medical book left in the infirmary by the doctor, a very common type. Why read this? Chen Xuewen asked curiously. The old man, look at which parts of the body are most vulnerable. See which areas can kill a person fastest. These are all killing techniques. Chen Xuewen suddenly understood, gripping the book tightly and nodding vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. The death of his parents, his own injustice. He would cleanse it all with his own hands. As Chen Xuewen began to eat, his body slowly started to recover. During this period, the old man came every day to impart knowledge to him. Some were methods of killing, while others were survival skills. For instance, the first survival rule the old man taught Chen Xuewen was when things are abnormal, there must be a hidden cause. One must always think thrice, understand the logic behind events before making any decision. He also taught him the arts of reading people's expressions and discerning their thoughts. Through his studies, Chen Xuewen discovered that the old man possessed extraordinarily vast knowledge and covered a wide range of subjects. Moreover, his insight and experience far surpassed that of ordinary men. From this, it was evident that the old man was no simple figure before his imprisonment. Chen Xuewen attempted to inquire about the old man's identity, but the old man looked at him with a knowing smile and said, young man, let me teach you another survival rule. Don't be too curious in life. Those who are curious often die young. Having said that, the old man patted Chen Xuewen on the shoulder and added, don't ask about my identity anymore. All you need to remember is that my surname is Du. 10 days later, Chen Xuewen's injuries had mostly healed. The doctor examined him, informed him to pack his things, and told him he would be sent back to the cell that night. Chen Xuewen glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Doctor, could you let me go back right now? The doctor looked at him in surprise. After all, most prisoners in the ward would cling to their stay, savoring every extra moment they could get. Yet Chen Xuewen actually wanted to leave immediately. But the doctor didn't bother to intervene. Once Chen Xuewen left the ward, he was no longer under his responsibility. I'll arrange for a guard to escort you back. The doctor turned and went out to make arrangements. Old Du was nearby cleaning up. As seeing the doctor leave, he sidled up to Chen Xuewen and asked, why the rush to go back? Going back now means working. Chen Xuewen glanced at old Du and whispered, at night there are 8 people in the cell, all of them Scarface's men. If I go back at night, do you think I'd stand a chance of surviving? Going back now at least gives me a fighting chance. Old Du was taken aback, then gave Chen Xuewen a long deep look and broke into a smile. Not bad, you really are a talented one. All right, then I'll be watching with great interest. Remember what I said. If you survive this, I'll help you get out of prison. Chen Xuewen clenched both fists, his eyes burning with determination. Before long, Chen Xuewen was escorted back to the cell block. Just as old Du had said, the inmates were already working. His team was doing repairs on the rooftop. He was taken directly to the rooftop and handed over to the guards there. When the workers on the roof saw Chen Xuewen return, they erupted into a commotion. Especially Scarface's men, who shouted and screamed at Chen Xuewen, clamoring that he was doomed. If the guards hadn't driven them all away, a fight would have broken out right then and there. However, Scarface, now missing an eye, still glared viciously at Chen Xuewen and made a throat-slitting gesture at him. Chen Xuewen acted as if he hadn't seen it, and after the guards finished their instructions, he walked onto the work site and began to work. Scarface secretly crept up behind Chen Xuewen and said through clenched teeth, Chen, you're the one who ruined my eye. I'm not letting this go. I came back from the hospital early just to wait for you. Once we get back to the cell tonight, I'll show you how I deal with you. Chen Xuewen looked at Scarface with a blank expression. Scarface's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Damn it, you still won't yield. Fine. Just wait until we're back in the cell tonight. I'll see how tough you really are. Chen Xuewen said nothing, just stared at Scarface, his eyes gradually filling with killing intent. That killing intent made Scarface extremely uneasy, and he gritted his teeth. Damn, keep staring, and I'll gouge both your eyeballs out tonight. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, looked around for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze back to Scarface. Scarface was about to speak when Chen Xuewen moved suddenly. He lunged and wrapped his arms around Scarface's waist like a mad bull, charging with him straight toward the edge of the rooftop. This caught everyone completely off guard. By the time the others realized something was wrong, Chen Xuewen had already jumped off the roof with Scarface in his grip. A loud thud echoed from below. This scene left everyone at the scene stunned. This was the 4th floor. Was Chen Xuewen really trying to die? Everyone rushed to the edge of the roof, and the guards, startled, blew their whistles and hurried over to maintain order. But no one was willing to step back. All were staring down in shock. Below, Scarface lay flat on his back on the ground, while Chen Xuewen lay on top of him. When they fell, Scarface's body was underneath, so Chen Xuewen landed on top of him. As a result, much of the impact was absorbed, and Chen Xuewen didn't suffer much injury. Scarface, however, was in a bad state, suffering multiple fractures and spitting up blood where he lay. Even so, Chen Xuewen wasn't done with him. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed Scarface's head and slammed it violently against the nearby wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Scarface's head was bleeding profusely, and he had no strength to resist. Everyone was utterly horrified. Those imprisoned here were all hardened fighters, but none had ever seen such brutality. This was a deliberate attempt to kill Scarface. The guards above shouted furiously, "Chen Xuewen, stop! Chen Xuewen, don't do anything stupid. Let him go." Chen Xuewen paid them no mind and continued slamming Scarface's head against the wall. By then, the guards from below had rushed over and promptly pinned him down. But Scarface's head, covered in blood, was already unconscious, his condition unknown, and was carried away. The head guard ran over furious and shouted at Chen Xuewen, "Chen Xuewen, are you insane? Do you realize you were sentenced to just over 20 years? But you gouged out his eye last time, and now you've beaten him like this. These actions will lead the judge to sentence you to death directly." Chen Xuewen wiped the blood from his face, looked at the head guard, and suddenly stepped forward shouting, "Kill me. Go ahead and kill me." Chen Xuewen, his face covered in blood, stared wide-eyed with fury, and his roar carried a terrifying savage ferocity. Even the head guard was startled into stepping back. He had never seen such a crazed man. As for the other inmates around, their faces turned pale. They were fierce but not insane, facing a madman who sought only death, who could not be afraid. Scarface was not dead, but he was crippled, destined to spend the rest of his life bedridden. Chen Xuewen's sentence was doubled. However, Chen Xuewen didn't care at all. After being locked in solitary confinement for half a month, he was finally sent back to his cell. This time the guards had learned their lesson and directly returned him to the cell while reinforcing the security. Chen Xuewen sat in the cell, while the other 7 men sat on the opposite side, their faces pale with terror. These 7 were all Scarface's underlings, but none of them dared to speak of avenging Scarface. After sitting still for a while, Chen Xuewen suddenly stood up and looked at the 7 opposite him. "I heard you want to kill me to avenge Scarface." All 7 were startled and waved their hands in unison. No, absolutely not." Chen Xuewen's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the group. "You must have heard about my situation. My parents died because of me. I have no intention of living either. But dying alone is too lonely. Before I die, if I can take a few with me, it wouldn't be a wasted death, right?" The men turned pale with fear. Faced with such a madman who sought death, what use was their numbers? They couldn't kill Chen Xuewen, for they still hoped to be released after serving their sentences. But Chen Xuewen was different. He was determined to die and didn't care about getting out of prison. Under such circumstances, if Chen Xuewen seized the chance to strike at them, no one could bear it. Scarface was the best example. A quick-witted man hastily forced a flattering smile. "Brother, when you misunderstand. That bastard Scarface bullied everyone. We've long despised him. Your taking him down this time is practically our revenge. We can't thank you enough. From now on, you are our boss. Whatever you say we'll do. Isn't that right, everyone?" The others nodded in agreement and called Chen Xuewen boss. Chen Xuewen spat at them and cursed, "A bunch of cowards. Get lost." The men dared not show anger and cowered in a corner, not even daring to sleep on the bunks. From that moment on, Chen Xuewen became the undisputed leader of the cell. Moreover, his intimidation far exceeded Scarface's. A single glance from him could make the men in the room tremble. The next day at breakfast time, Chen Xuewen walked into the dining hall with his tray, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Scarface had 30 or 40 underlings in this prison. The men in Chen Xuewen's cell were terrified of him, but those from other cells still glared at him with malice. Chen Xuewen ignored them, got his food, and walked straight to a table. At that table sat Scarface's men, but not from his cell. In the past, these men had bullied Chen Xuewen, often shouting at him and beating him. Now Chen Xuewen stood before them, his gaze icy and piercing. Enraged, a burly man snarled, "What the hell are you looking at?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen struck. He flicked his right hand, and a long, thin stone dropped from his sleeve. He had picked up the stone while working outside. One end of the stone had been sharpened by Chen Xuewen. Since he had gouged out Scarface's eye, the prison had banned chopsticks, so Chen Xuewen had to find other weapons. During his time in the hospital, Chen Xuewen had been studying medical books, memorizing many fatal points on the human body. He stepped forward and with lightning speed drove the stone into the burly man's neck and slashed. The burly man collapsed, clutching his neck and convulsing. The others were stunned, but Chen Xuewen didn't hesitate. He grabbed another man by the neck and thrust the stone at him. The man reacted quickly, blocking frantically, but the stone pierced his palm, causing him to scream in pain. "Help! Help!" the man shouted desperately. The others snapped out of their shock and rushed to attack Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen was straightforward. He protected his head with one hand, while gripping the stone with the other, stabbing several men in the thighs. Outnumbered, he suffered considerable damage, but his opponents were more severely injured. Fortunately, the guards arrived in time and subdued Chen Xuewen with batons. The guard captain rushed over, veins bulging on his forehead, with fury. "Chen Xuewen, do you really want to die? I'll report everything you've done to the higher-ups. At this rate, you'll definitely get the death penalty." Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth, blood streaming down his forehead, and said deliberately, "Then you'd better hurry. If you're not fast enough, I'll kill every one of them." The men, seeing the ferocity in Chen Xuewen's eyes, retreated in fear. Meanwhile, the inmates from his own cell felt immense relief that they hadn't provoked him. This incident resulted in another half-month of solitary confinement for Chen Xuewen. However, this battle cemented his reputation as the madman no one in the prison dared to provoke. On the first day Chen Xuewen emerged from solitary, Scarface's underlings came to him apologizing and begging him to show mercy and spare them. These men now knew that Chen Xuewen sought death, and no one wanted to fight a suicidal madman. After bringing the prison inmates to heel, Chen Xuewen sought out Old Du again. "Old Du, I survived. Now tell me how to escape the prison." Old Du looked at Chen Xuewen with a faint smile and nodded approvingly. "You're impressive, boy. You've exceeded my expectations. Fine. Since you've proven your ability, I'll fulfill my promise. Create an opportunity for me, and I'll take you out." Chen Xuewen looked at Old Du. "What kind of opportunity?" Old Du replied, "An opportunity to throw the prison into chaos. Once chaos erupts and draws the attention of all the guards, you follow me to the kitchen under the cover of confusion." Old Du patted Chen Xuewen's shoulder. "Leave the chaos to you. If you can create chaos, I'll get you out." Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. "I'll handle it." Chen Xuewen turned and left. Old Du watched his retreating figure, a playful smile curling on his lips. 3 days later, during a routine work detail, Chen Xuewen clashed with another prison boss. This boss had once bullied Chen Xuewen as well. However, after the incident with Scar, this boss now feared Chen Xuewen and always gave him a wide berth. This time the two happened to cross paths. The boss attempted to crack a joke to lighten the mood, but it only enraged Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen immediately tackled the boss to the ground, nearly tearing off half his ear, causing the boss to howl in agony. Chen Xuewen, his eyes bloodshot, pointed at the other man and roared, "This isn't over. I won't let you off." The boss, trembling with rage, contacted several other bosses that very day to discuss how to deal with Chen Xuewen. Previously, these bosses had ruled the prison with impunity, feared by all. Now, with Chen Xuewen trampling over them, they were all deeply incensed. This incident made the bosses realize that if they didn't deal with Chen Xuewen, none of them would have any peace. However, after much discussion, they failed to reach any conclusion. After all, no one dared to provoke such a madman. They could only agree to join forces against Chen Xuewen in the future to avoid being picked off one by one. As for Chen Xuewen, after 2 days in solitary confinement, the first thing he did upon returning to his cell was to gather his own men. These were all former subordinates of Scar, now loyal to Chen Xuewen. He gave them a direct order: take care of that boss during dinner. At dinner time, as everyone was eating in the mess hall, Chen Xuewen suddenly slammed the table. His men immediately rushed forward and began to assault that boss. Startled by the sight, the boss quickly called for his own men to help. Those who had previously discussed an alliance with him also joined the fray. The two sides engaged in a chaotic brawl, turning the scene into utter pandemonium. The guards were shocked and rushed over to restore order. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen took advantage of the confusion to slip into the kitchen, arriving at the prearranged meeting spot with Du Lao. Du Lao had already entered carrying a bundle. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen, he smiled and said, "Well done." Chen Xuewen glanced at the bundle in Du Lao's hand, saying nothing, but a hint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. In high spirits, Du Lao paid no attention to Chen Xuewen's odd expression. He swiftly opened a hidden sewer entrance and led Chen Xuewen down into it. After securing everything, Du Lao restored the hidden cover. This sewer was essentially a drainage pipe filled with all kinds of sewage and filth, emitting a nauseating stench. Moreover, the pipe was narrow, forcing one to crawl on hands and knees. The pipe was about half filled with sewage, so that when crawling, the waste would nearly reach one's chin. If one lowered their body slightly, the sewage would seep into the corners of the mouth. It was the dead of winter, and the sewage was not only foul and putrid, but also bone-chillingly cold. Yet despite all this, Chen Xuewen crawled forward in silence at full speed. This was his only chance, no matter what he had to escape. Even if he couldn't clear his own name, he had to seek justice for his parents. The distance was 5 kilometers, he had no idea how long he had crawled. He felt the urge to vomit several times, but forcefully suppressed it. Finally, they heard the sound of flowing water ahead. Du Lao rejoiced, almost there. Soon a faint glow appeared ahead. It was moonlight shining through. The sewer exit opened right at the riverbank. However, the opening was sealed with a welded iron grate. Chen Xuewen glanced at it and frowned. "How do we get out?" Du Lao chuckled. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. I had someone on the outside saw through most of this iron grate. Push hard outward, and you'll be able to open it." Chen Xuewen nodded. "All right, I'll try." He crawled over, gripped the grate with both hands, and pushed with all his might. Sure enough, the grate was not sturdy. With a single push, several bars broke. At that moment, Du Lao had quietly moved behind Chen Xuewen. In his hand, a dagger had appeared from nowhere, a murderous glint in his eyes. Taking advantage of Chen Xuewen pushing the grate, he thrust the dagger with force toward Chen Xuewen's heart. Chen Xuewen, completely unprepared, was stabbed by the dagger and collapsed into the sewage. Du Lao sneered, "Kid, your mission is complete. Since you so desperately want to die, I'll grant your wish. Don't thank me." With that, Du Lao got up and went to push the iron grate. But at that moment, a splash sounded behind him. Before Du Lao could react, Chen Xuewen had lunged forward, pinned Du Lao to the ground, and drove a dagger straight toward his neck. Du Lao was extremely agile. He immediately raised his hand to block the dagger. Simultaneously, he countered by grabbing Chen Xuewen's neck. He seized Chen Xuewen's wrist and twisted it with a slight force, gaining the upper hand. Du Lao sneered, "Kid, pretty clever playing dead, huh? But the skills you have I taught you. How dare you fight me?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen's other hand suddenly swung, and an object flew toward Du Lao. Du Lao raised his hand to block, but to his surprise, he broke the object. Immediately, a cloud of powder burst out and scattered in all directions. Du Lao, being the first to be hit, had the powder fly into his eyes. He quickly shut his eyes and wiped his face, but at that moment a sharp pain struck his lower abdomen. A dagger had silently stabbed into it. Du Lao involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, fell out of the sewer, and landed by the river. He stared blankly at the dagger in his abdomen, then at Chen Xuewen's other hand. Only then did he realize that what Chen Xuewen held in his right hand was not a dagger, but a rod-like object. The weapon Chen Xuewen had thrust toward his neck earlier was not that dagger at all. The real dagger had been in Chen Xuewen's left hand all along. Du Lao coughed a few times, blood trickling from his mouth. He stared at Chen Xuewen in disbelief. "You? How is this possible?" Chen Xuewen looked down at Du Lao and said slowly, word by word, "The first survival rule you taught me, do you remember it?" Du Lao let out a bitter laugh. "When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy." Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. "Exactly. When something is abnormal, there is definitely a problem. You and I have no ties. If you were so kind to help me, it would be impossible for you not to have some ulterior motive." Du Lao's face turned pale. He looked at Chen Xuewen and gritted his teeth. "So from the very beginning you were on guard against me?" Chen Xuewen slowly nodded. "From the moment you taught me the first survival rule, I was on guard against you. Or rather, I no longer trust anyone in this world." Old Du let out a bitter laugh. "I never imagined your comprehension would be so sharp. The survival rules I personally taught you. You turned them against me. But how did you know I would make a move against you?" Chen Xuewen glanced at the bag beside Old Du and said, "You should know that everyone in the prison is terrified of me now. Nothing in the prison can escape my knowledge. 2 weeks ago, you had someone smuggle a dagger and some concentrated sulfuric acid into the prison." Old Du's face changed. This. What does that prove?" Chen Xuewen said, "I kept wondering what you needed that sulfuric acid for. When you brought this bag and joined me in the escape, I roughly understood. You planned to use the acid to burn my corpse, disguise me as you, and then make a clean getaway. In other words, your help from the very beginning was just a preparation for your own escape, wasn't it?" Old Du's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. These are all your guesses?" Chen Xuewen replied. "Yes, they are all guesses. But you taught me in life, and in action, caution is never wrong. Since it was a possibility, I had to prepare. And as it turned out, I was right." As he spoke, Chen Xuewen took off his prison uniform, revealing the clothing underneath. Old Du was dumbfounded. Because inside Chen Xuewen's prison uniform, several pieces of pork were strapped, covering his vital areas, especially over the heart, where extra layers were added. No wonder the dagger had felt like it pierced flesh. He never suspected a thing. Who could have imagined that blow had struck the pork Chen Xuewen had tied on beforehand? Chen Xuewen said, "I made this meat armor in advance, just in case. And that bag of flour I got from the kitchen. I didn't know if I could overpower you, so I used this method. Flour in your eyes, at least buying myself a sliver of hope." Old Du stood frozen for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "Kid, your learning ability is truly remarkable. You're destined for great things. To be outwitted by you, I accept my fate. But who would have thought that I, who have roamed the world for a lifetime, would fall at the hands of a greenhorn like you? Fate is truly unpredictable." As he spoke, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. His body convulsed a few times, then he slowly crumpled to the ground and lay still. Chen Xuewen merely stood by, staring intently at Old Du's corpse, making no move. After a long while, he picked up an iron bar from the ground and dragged Old Du's bag over to himself. He opened the bag, which contained some odds and ends along with 2 books. He fished out several glass bottles filled with liquid. Chen Xuewen uncorked one bottle and poured the liquid directly onto Old Du's corpse. The supposedly dead Old Du suddenly twitched, then leaped up and lunged at Chen Xuewen. Old Du had been feigning death all along, hoping to lure Chen Xuewen closer and kill him. However, Chen Xuewen was too cautious. He refused to approach, instead using the concentrated sulfuric acid to burn his body, forcing Old Du to act prematurely. As if anticipating this, Chen Xuewen hurled the glass bottle at Old Du. It was a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. Old Du was startled and frantically tried to deflect it. The bottle was knocked aside and landed on the grass nearby. But seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuewen charged forward and thrust the iron bar into Old Du's chest. Struck by the blow, Old Du let out a pained roar. He clamped his hand around Chen Xuewen's throat and bellowed, "Brad, even if I die, I'll take you with me." Die? Old Du's hands were like iron vices, squeezing the breath out of Chen Xuewen. Though young and strong, Chen Xuewen couldn't break free from Old Du's grip. With no other choice, Chen Xuewen dragged Old Du into the nearby river. The icy water quickly swallowed them. Old Du clung to Chen Xuewen's throat, thrashing to keep his head above the surface. Chen Xuewen in turn held Old Du tightly, pressing him underwater. Old Du's strength was considerable, and despite his injuries, he still had the upper hand. If they surfaced, Chen Xuewen would surely die. His only option was to compete in lung capacity, who could hold their breath longer. They struggled in the water for a long time. No matter how Old Du fought back, Chen Xuewen clung to his neck using all his strength to keep him submerged. In the end, Old Du, old and grievously wounded, could not outlast Chen Xuewen. He gradually weakened. Chen Xuewen seized the moment, raised his head, and gasped for air. Even though he inhaled a mouthful of water along with the air, he coughed and continued to press Old Du underwater. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, once Old Du had completely stopped moving, Chen Xuewen finally loosened his grip. He pulled the dagger from Old Du's abdomen and stabbed him several more times in vital areas, ensuring he was truly dead before stopping. He dragged Old Du's corpse to the riverbank and gasped for breath. After a while, a beam of light in the distance snapped him back to reality. He turned his head and saw searchlights from the prison. Chen Xuewen's expression changed. He knew the prison had discovered their escape and would soon send out a search party. He looked around, pondered, and formed a plan. He turned Old Du's body over, stripped off his prison uniform, and put it on himself. Then he dressed Old Du in his own uniform. After that, he retrieved the half bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid from the grass and poured it over Old Du's corpse. The acid quickly corroded the body beyond recognition, making identification impossible. After cleaning up the scene, Chen Xuewen pushed the corpse into the swift river, and it drifted away with the current. Chen Xuewen himself did not leave. He looked at the approaching lights, took a deep breath, picked up Old Du's bag, and turned back into the sewer, crawling back the way he came. Within 5 minutes, several vehicles sped to the sewer exit. The guard captain and his men jumped out, and the moment they saw the scene at the exit, their faces changed. The captain roared, "They escaped through the sewer. They can't have gone far. They must be nearby. Quick, deploy more men, search along the riverbank and the surrounding area." The guards sprang into action. One guard glanced at the sewer and asked, "Captain, what about inside? Should we send someone to search?" The captain glared at him. "Are you out of your mind? They've already escaped. Who would go back? The sewer is half full of filthy water, stinking and freezing. Would you go back? If you want to search, go in yourself." The guard waved his hands frantically. The stench at the exit alone nearly made him vomit. He dared not go in. Chen Xuewen crawled back along the dark sewer for about 2 li, and a fork appeared. This fork led to a nearby village. However, Chen Xuewen did not dare to leave the sewer directly. Instead, he found a place where he could barely stand and temporarily hid there. From outside, the sounds of wheels and running footsteps occasionally passed by, indicating that the prison authorities were conducting a thorough search nearby. Time passed bit by bit, and the sewer was filled with a foul stench. Chen Xuewen's clothes had long been soaked in the previous struggle. In sub-zero temperatures, the cold, wet clothes clinging to his body were a deadly torment. Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth and endured all this without a word. He knew that this was his only chance. If he could survive, he could avenge his parents. If he was caught and taken back, he would surely die this time, and his parents would have died in vain. So Chen Xuewen secretly resolved in his heart that even if he starved or froze to death, he would absolutely hold on. After a full day, these sounds gradually faded away. It seemed that the prison authorities had searched the vicinity thoroughly and believed Chen Xuewen had already fled the area, thus abandoning the search nearby. Even so, Chen Xuewen still hid in the foul-smelling sewer for several hours. It was not until the early morning that he crawled out of the sewer. His current location was near a dilapidated small village. Chen Xuewen looked around and found a nearby stream. He jumped into the stream, whose surface had already formed a thin layer of ice, enduring the bone-chilling water to wash his body. Then he climbed ashore and opened Old Du's bag. Inside there was a set of clothes. Chen Xuewen had noticed this outfit earlier, but he dared not change into it at that time because he was hiding in the sewer and would only dirty it again. Even if he came out later reeking of stench, he might not be able to escape. But now that he had bathed, he could put on these clothes without worrying about the odor. Putting on the clothes, the warmth made Chen Xuewen let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had walked out of the gates of hell alive. Chen Xuewen found a secluded spot and buried the prison uniform. Having done all this, Chen Xuewen quietly headed toward Pingqing. He didn't know if there would be patrols on the road, so he didn't dare to take the main road at all, instead traveling through the mountains and forests. After 2 hours of this, he finally arrived in Pingqing before dawn. Looking at the familiar city, Chen Xuewen felt a pang of pain in his heart. This was where he had grown up, but it no longer held his home. Chen Xuewen didn't dare to take the main road. Instead, he slipped into Pingqing via a small path from a nearby village. After entering the city, the sky was already dawning and pedestrians began to appear on the streets. Chen Xuewen put on a hat that covered half his face, walked along the road, and found that no one paid attention to him, which finally made him breathe a sigh of relief. Old Du's bag also contained some money. Chen Xuewen took this money, found a breakfast stall, and bought 4 steamed buns and a bowl of congee. He had not eaten for almost 30 hours and was nearly starving to the point of fainting. Seeing the steamed buns, he wished he could devour them all in one gulp. But in the end, he didn't dare to do so because it would be too conspicuous and would definitely attract attention. Chen Xuewen ate his breakfast slowly like an ordinary person. Suddenly, several people in police uniforms approached from a distance. Chen Xuewen's breath involuntarily hitched, and he instinctively wanted to get up and run. But in the end, he restrained himself. If he did that, even if he could escape from these people, it would attract attention, and the entire city would likely be sealed off for a search. So Chen Xuewen had to take a gamble. that these people were not there because they had spotted him. And as it turned out, Chen Xuewen's gamble paid off. These enforcement team members directly sat down at a nearby table and asked the owner to serve breakfast. The owner clearly knew these officers and said with a smile, "Old Gu, why so early? Still searching?" The leading officer named Old Gu waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't even mention it. The prisoner who escaped from the prison hasn't been found, so the entire city's enforcement team won't get any rest. The few of us, we haven't slept for a whole day and night." As the owner served them breakfast, he asked in surprise, "Escaped one? Weren't there two?" Old Gu said, "The young one was found, but he's already dead. The older one was a habitual offender. No one knows where he's hiding now." Chen Xuewen's heart stirred. Back then he had swapped his prison uniform onto Old Du and used sulfuric acid to burn Old Du's body until it was almost unrecognizable. It seemed that the enforcement team believed the dead person was him, so now they were all focusing on Old Du. This in turn relieved Chen Xuewen of a great deal of pressure. This situation might not be concealable for long, but in the short term it could save him a lot of trouble. The owner looked shocked and said, "Oh, that young man is dead. What a pity." At that moment a diner at the next table said, "What's there to pity? That kid committed rape and murder. If you ask me, he should have been sentenced to death directly. Dying now is letting him off easy." The owner immediately turned his head and said, "Hey brother, you can't say that. My child used to go to the same school as that young man. I heard that young man was an honest kid. He shouldn't be capable of doing such a thing." The diner spat and said, "You can know a person's face, but not their heart. There are witnesses and evidence. If it wasn't him, then who did it?" The owner sighed and said, "Who knows?" But his parents were really pitiful. They ran around everywhere for his case, got into a car accident, and lost their lives. A perfectly good family, all dead. How pitiful. The diner beside them sneered and said, "Pitiful my ass. Don't you know? I'll tell you, his parents deserve to die too." Chen Xuewen couldn't help clenching his fist, his heart filled with hatred. The diner's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. The owner frowned and said, "Hey buddy, how can you talk like that? Their parents are dead. Can't you show some decency?" The diner cursed, "Damn, do you know what that kid's parents did? I'll tell you, that kid's parents, in order to overturn his case, stole the autopsy report of the previous victim. And the result, you've seen it, they got there just deserts." The owner's eyes widened in shock. "Huh? No way. Who told you that?" The diner spat and said, "Damn, the girl that kid killed is a relative of mine. Oh, of course I know. That bastard dying like this is letting him off easy." Chen Xuewen couldn't hear the rest. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. His parents had stolen the school beauty's autopsy report. Old Du had analyzed earlier that his parents must have obtained some evidence and were thus silenced. Now he finally understood what evidence they had obtained. It seemed that the autopsy report was problematic. The news he had unexpectedly overheard at the breakfast stall also gave Chen Xuewen a measure of reassurance. The law enforcement team had tentatively concluded that the deceased was Du Lao, which meant their subsequent search would focus on the elderly, leaving him out of their scrutiny. Thus he no longer had to be overly anxious. After breakfast, Chen Xuewen left feigning nonchalance. Lao Gu and the others were still eating and paid no attention to his departure. After all, their attention was fixed on the elderly. Any senior citizen passing by was subjected to a thorough examination. Some who wore hats were even stopped and asked to remove them for a look at their faces. Youngsters like Chen Xuewen were completely ignored. Chen Xuewen entered Pingqing and found a relatively upscale hotel directly across from the law enforcement team, where he temporarily checked in. In those days, no ID was required to rent a room, so he completed the check-in without any trouble. Based on what he had heard from inmates in prison, the law enforcement team typically focused their searches on cheap inns and internet cafes when hunting fugitives. Because most escapees were like startled birds seeking to hide in chaotic places. Those cheap inns and internet cafes with their motley crowds were ideal for concealing one's tracks. Learning from these lessons, Chen Xuewen chose a larger hotel. Moreover, he deliberately picked one opposite the law enforcement team, banking on the principle of darkness under the lamp. Du Lao had once said that the most dangerous place is often the safest. And as it turned out, Chen Xuewen's approach was correct. Most of the law enforcement team personnel were dispatched to blockade the roads around Pingqing and conduct searches in the city's internet cafes and cheap inns. With a shortage of manpower, they only sent someone to inquire at higher-end hotels like this one, asking if any suspicious individuals had checked in. As for the hotel directly opposite their own headquarters, they barely investigated it at all. After all, who would imagine that an escaped convict would dare to hide right under their noses? Thus, Chen Xuewen managed to rest peacefully in the hotel for a full day. After sleeping and restoring his energy, night fell. Chen Xuewen walked to the window, observed the outside, and seeing nothing unusual, felt a bit more at ease. He brewed 2 packets of instant noodles and turned on the TV to watch the local Pingqing news. The broadcast covered local news from Pingqing, but at the bottom of the screen a scrolling line displayed a wanted notice for the escapee from Pingqing prison. Chen Xuewen saw that the notice still targeted Du Lao, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that the law enforcement team had not yet discovered the true identity of the deceased. Chen Xuewen had severely corroded Du Lao's body, so it would take an autopsy to reveal Du Lao's real identity. Pingqing lacked the technical means for such an autopsy. It would have to be sent to the provincial capital Pingzhou, which would take considerable time for the round trip. However, 2 days had already passed since Chen Xuewen's escape from prison. In other words, the true identity of the corpse would likely not remain hidden for much longer. Chen Xuewen wolfed down the 2 packets of noodles, glanced at the pitch-black night outside, took a deep breath, put on his hat, and resolutely left the hotel. The night was dark and few pedestrians were on the streets. Under the cover of darkness, Chen Xuewen arrived outside a hotel. This was the very hotel where the school beauty had met her tragic death, and where Chen Xuewen had been arrested. It was the best hotel in Pingqing, costing at least 150 yuan per night. In those days, Chen Xuewen's father earned less than 800 yuan a month. The room where the school beauty had died was the most expensive suite, costing over 1,000 yuan per night. How could he ever afford such a place? Yet it was 2 waiters from this very hotel who had testified under oath that Chen Xuewen had rented the room and forcibly dragged the school beauty upstairs, becoming key witnesses against him. Bracing against the cold wind, Chen Xuewen hid in a small alley outside the hotel, watching the comings and goings of the staff. Around 10 in the evening, several waiters finished their shifts and came out. Chen Xuewen immediately recognized one of the young men, named Zhao Dong, who had been one of the witnesses testifying against him in court. He quietly followed him. The waiters walked for a while before splitting off to go home. At an intersection, Zhao Dong also turned onto his own route. Chen Xuewen silently tailed him. When they reached a deserted spot, Chen Xuewen crouched low, lunged forward in a single bound, clamped his hand over Zhao Dong's mouth, and pinned him to the ground. Zhao Dong struggled desperately, but Chen Xuewen pressed a dagger against his throat. "Don't move." The icy tip of the blade pierced Zhao Dong's skin, making him feel the threat of death. He instantly cowered, raising his hands in surrender. Chen Xuewen kept his hand over Zhao Dong's mouth and gestured for him to walk in the other direction. Zhao Dong had no choice but to be marched by Chen Xuewen all the way into the adjacent fields. After trudging along the dirt path for over half an hour, they arrived at an abandoned brick kiln. The area was uninhabited and extremely secluded. There, Chen Xuewen released his grip and took his hand off Zhao Dong's mouth. Zhao Dong, thinking Chen Xuewen had let his guard down, darted away like a rabbit trying to escape. But before he could get far, Chen Xuewen grabbed him by the collar. In the same motion, Chen Xuewen drove the dagger into his thigh. Zhao Dong let out a piercing scream of pain. Chen Xuewen immediately pressed the dagger against his throat. "Shut up." Startled, Zhao Dong dared not make another sound, only whimpering through his clenched teeth. He stared at Chen Xuewen in terror, trembling. "Brother, I have no money." At that moment, Chen Xuewen's hat hid half his face, and the night was too dark for Zhao Dong to recognize him. Chen Xuewen fixed him with a cold stare. "I don't want money. I just have a few questions to ask you." Zhao Dong was taken aback. What questions?" Chen Xuewen said in a low voice. "I'm asking you who told you to frame Chen Xuewen." Zhao Dong didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Chen Xuewen, frowning angrily. "Who the hell are you?" "Another one of that Chen Xuewen's friends, right? I'm telling you, this isn't something you can meddle in. If you don't want to end up like Li Eryong with broken arms and legs, then let me go. Anyone who gets involved dies." These words made Chen Xuewen's expression change. Zhao Dong had mentioned Li Eryong, whom Chen Xuewen knew well, his childhood friend. When Chen Xuewen was sentenced, Li Eryong had roared that he would seek justice for him. Now, judging by Zhao Dong's words, Li Eryong had suffered broken limbs because of Chen Xuewen's case. This news only intensified Chen Xuewen's murderous intent. However, he did not show it. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Who injured Li Eryong?" Zhao Dong, thinking Chen Xuewen was afraid, said smugly, "He was beaten by his own boss." Chen Xuewen frowned. His boss? He knew that Li Eryong had been hanging out with a gang reportedly following a boss, and often spoke of how brave and caring this boss was. But why would that boss break his arms and legs? Zhao Dong sneered. "What, you don't believe me? You have no idea how powerful the people behind this are. Li Eryong was clamoring for justice for that fellow named Chen, coming to us witnesses. He was asking for death." With a single word from the backer, Li Eryong's boss personally broke his limbs. Zhao Dong glanced at Chen Xuewen and sneered. "Kid, think carefully about how many lives you have to spare. If you don't want to die, let me go. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll end up worse than Li Eryong." Chen Xuewen's face turned icy. From Zhao Dong's words, he realized that Zhao Dong must know some secrets. "Who is this backer you're talking about?" Chen Xuewen asked solemnly. Zhao Dong was startled, then his face darkened. "Kid, don't ask me. I don't know who the backer is. I'll say it again, if you want to live, let me go, or else." Before Zhao Dong could finish, Chen Xuewen stabbed him again without hesitation. Zhao Dong screamed and struggled, causing the dagger to snap. Chen Xuewen stared at the broken half of the blade, frowning. This dagger was too weak. He rushed over, stepped on Zhao Dong's neck, and aimed the broken blade at his forehead. "Shout again, and I'll drive this right in." Zhao Dong was nearly scared out of his wits. From the 2 previous stabs, he was certain Chen Xuewen would actually follow through. He immediately stopped screaming and stammered, "Brother, I really don't know anything." Chen Xuewen said coldly, "You mentioned a backer just now, and now you say you don't know. Do you think I'll believe that?" Zhao Dong, on the verge of tears, replied, "I was just guessing. Someone gave me 20,000 to testify against that kid. Think about it. 20,000 at once, that's a huge sum. It must be a big shot. But I really don't know who." Chen Xuewen frowned. "Then who gave you the money?" Zhao Dong hesitated, unwilling to answer. Chen Xuewen grew impatient and directly stabbed the broken blade into Zhao Dong's shoulder. Zhao Dong cried out in pain and quickly said, "It was It was Wu Lihong. She gave me the money to be a witness. Chen Xuewen was stunned. Wu Lihong. Chen Xuewen knew this Wu Lihong. She was his classmate. Even back in school she was no good as she dressed provocatively and often hung out with thugs. After high school, Wu Lihong didn't continue her studies. Instead, she frequented bars and nightclubs. Rumor had it she worked as a hostess at a nightclub. At the last class reunion Wu Lihong attended, and she came with the school beauty. They chatted and laughed seemingly on good terms. Yet the school beauty died beside Chen Xuewen, and now Wu Lihong was behind bribing witnesses. It seemed Wu Lihong must know the inside story of the school beauty's death. Chen Xuewen asked, "Where's Wu Lihong now?" Zhao Dong replied, "She works at Wanhao Entertainment City. She should be on duty right now." Chen Xuewen nodded slowly then stared at Zhao Dong. Suddenly he asked, "Do you want to live or die?" Zhao Dong's face turned pale. I want to live. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Please give me a chance and spare me." Chen Xuewen said, "Fine. Then call Wu Lihong. Tell her someone is investigating your false testimony and ask her to meet up to discuss a solution. Listen carefully. If you slip up and she finds out, I'll kill you directly." Chen Xuewen said, pressing the broken blade against Zhao Dong's neck. Trembling all over, Zhao Dong nodded frantically. I'll call. He pulled out his mobile phone, shaking as he prepared to dial. Chen Xuewen grabbed his arm and said sternly, "Wait until you've calmed down." At this moment, Zhao Dong's voice was quivering, his whole body shaking. He would definitely give himself away. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Dong had mostly recovered, so Chen Xuewen told him to make the call. Soon Wu Lihong answered. Following Chen Xuewen's instructions, Zhao Dong said, "Sister Hong, we're in trouble. Someone is investigating the Chen Xuewen case and suspects I gave false testimony. What should we do? Where are you? Let's meet and discuss a plan." Wu Lihong was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Tomorrow noon, the usual place." Zhao Dong hurriedly asked, "Can't we do it now?" I'm really scared." Wu Lihong snapped angrily. "Damn it, I'm with brother who's friend tonight. I don't have time." "Don't be afraid. I heard that Chen Xuewen was killed while escaping prison a couple of days ago. Even if someone investigates, the guy's dead. What's there to fear? Just stick to your original story. Trust me, the backer behind me will take care of it." Wu Lihong finished and hung up. Zhao Dong looked at Chen Xuewen. "Brother, you heard her. She doesn't want to come out tonight." Chen Xuewen frowned deeply. He had hoped to resolve everything tonight. Since Wu Lihong wouldn't come out, the investigation couldn't proceed. He would have to wait another day. But given the current situation, every extra day meant more danger. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuewen finally took a deep breath. "Then we'll meet tomorrow. By the way, where is the usual place? How do you usually meet?" Chen Xuewen questioned him in detail, and Zhao Dong obediently recounted every detail. Chen Xuewen memorized everything. Then he pulled out the rope he had prepared and tied Zhao Dong up securely. After that, he wrapped the rope with over a dozen layers of transparent tape to prevent Zhao Dong from breaking free. Once done, Chen Xuewen dragged Zhao Dong to an abandoned cellar. It was likely a sweet potato cellar from the former residents of the area, but no one lived there anymore, so the cellar had been abandoned. Weeds obscured the cellar entrance and a stone slab covered it to prevent people from accidentally falling in. Chen Xuewen looked at Zhao Dong. "Until I resolve everything, you'll have to stay in this cellar. I'll be blunt, if something happens to me and I can't come back to save you, you'll starve to death down here. So I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully. Is there anything else you haven't told me? We're in the same boat. If you try to harm me and I end up dead, you won't survive either." Zhao Dong, pale with fear, stammered, I'll talk. He then added more details about meeting Wu Lihong. Chen Xuewen's face turned icy. Indeed, Zhao Dong had been hiding something. If Chen Xuewen hadn't bluffed him at the last moment, he might not have been able to meet Wu Lihong tomorrow. Once Zhao Dong had fully confessed, Chen Xuewen sealed his mouth with tape, threw him into the sweet potato cellar, covered it with the stone slab, and completely trapped him inside. After finishing all this, Chen Xuewen turned around, walking alone through the vast night, returning to Pingqing South District. Chen Xuewen walked along the dilapidated cement road with occasional dog barking sounds around. This was the most rundown area in Pingqing, hardly different from a rural village. His childhood friend Li Eryong lived here. Li Eryong's father was a cripple and his mother worked as a textile worker. Years ago, when his mother lost her job, they set up a street stall together selling vegetables to make a living. Chen Xuewen's family was slightly better off than Li Eryong's, and he had helped Li Eryong out on many occasions back then. Li Eryong was clever and had the academic potential to succeed in school. But with a younger brother and sister to support at home, he had to drop out early and go to work to help his family. At that time, he was looking after an arcade for someone, and the boss was a thug, so Li Eryong ended up hanging around with him. On the day Chen Xuewen received his university admission notice, Li Eryong got completely drunk, crying and insisting that Chen Xuewen finish his college education properly. But unexpectedly, before Chen Xuewen could even start school, this incident occurred. And Li Eryong, having his limbs broken on Chen Xuewen's behalf, truly moved Chen Xuewen's heart. Chen Xuewen knew he might not have many days left to live. He had come tonight to see this brother one more time. Once he uncovered the mastermind behind everything, tomorrow Chen Xuewen would risk his life for revenge. This evening's meeting might be their last. Chen Xuewen made his way toward Li Eryong's home, but as he passed an empty lot, he noticed flames flickering in the distance. Curious, Chen Xuewen approached and saw from afar a person sitting on the ground burning paper money, the firelight coming from there. On closer inspection, the person was none other than Li Er-yong. Li Er-yong had both a hand and a leg bandaged, unable to stand, so he could only sit on the ground. 2 crutches lay beside him, suggesting he had hobbled out on them. Chen Xuewen quietly crept behind a stone wall near Li Er-yong and listened as he muttered to himself sitting on the ground. Brother, back when we were in school, we were always short on money. You used to say back then that once we had money we'd buy a big color TV, a sedan car, and a large villa. Here I bought you a big color TV, a sedan car, and a large villa. I'll burn a few beauties for you later too. I'll burn more money for you as well so you can spend however you want down there. You? But why the hell did you die? At this point, Li Er-yong suddenly burst into loud sobs. Chen Xuewen, hiding behind the stone wall, felt his eyes sting with tears. After crying loudly for a while, Li Er-yong wiped his tears and finished burning all the paper on the ground. Then struggling, he leaned on his crutches to stand up and said, "Brother, this time I burned enough for both of us. Keep my share for now. Once I heal up, I'll find out who did this to you no matter what, and I'll avenge you. If I'm lucky enough to survive, then I'll give you my share. But if I can't pull through when I go down there, you better give me my share." As he spoke, Li Er-yong picked up the wine bottle on the ground again, poured half of it onto the ground, and drank the other half himself. Then he sat by the fire and hummed a song to himself. Come, let's forget right and wrong. Come, let's remember the past days of hardship shared together always have their joy. Chen Xuewen, hiding behind the stone wall, also softly sang along. This was that song, Years of Friendship, they used to sing together often. After a long while, Chen Xuewen gently exhaled. Watching Li Er-yong, who had slowly fallen asleep on the ground, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, turned around, and walked toward the city center once more. Having seen this brother tonight, he had no regrets left. It was time to settle his own affairs. Chen Xuewen arrived outside the Pingqing funeral home. Although it was quite late, quite a few shops were still open. After all, birth, aging, sickness, and death never discriminate by time. Chen Xuewen bought some paper money at a shop and came to the roadside near the funeral home, kneeling on the ground to start burning them. His parents had already been buried, but Chen Xuewen didn't even know where they were laid to rest. He didn't dare to ask or search for it, for once his whereabouts were exposed, he wouldn't even think about revenge. So he could only use this method to pay respects to his parents. Fortunately, such things were quite common around the funeral home. People often came to this area to burn paper money and pay respects to their ancestors. Chen Xuewen knelt on the ground, silently weeping as he burned the paper money. After burning all of it, he knelt on the ground and respectfully bowed 3 times with his forehead touching the ground. Mom, Dad, if there's a next life, I'll repay you double. Chen Xuewen vowed in a low voice. The kindness of his parents never repaid in the slightest, yet there would be no more chance. This was the most painful and guilt-ridden thing in Chen Xuewen's heart. After finishing all this, Chen Xuewen entered the funeral home. Inside, there were still quite a few people, both staff members and family members of the deceased. Chen Xuewen found a relatively inconspicuous spot, lay down still clothed, and gradually fell asleep. He didn't dare return to the hotel, for he didn't know if his identity had been exposed. He could only choose to rest here for the night, gathering his strength to prepare for revenge tomorrow. Inside the funeral home, many families kept vigil through the night, and when exhausted, they would find places to rest. Chen Xuewen sleeping here was not much different from those families staying up all night, so no one paid much attention. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Chen Xuewen put on his hat and found a breakfast stall to have his morning meal. On the way, when passing by a meat stall, Chen Xuewen stopped in his tracks. He noticed that the butcher's boning knife was extremely sharp. Moreover, the blade was sturdy enough to withstand scraping against bones without getting damaged. Chen Xuewen thought of the dagger that had been broken last night. He didn't know what situation he would face next, so he needed to switch to a different weapon. This boning knife then was the most suitable tool. Chen Xuewen pretended to buy some meat, and while the vendor wasn't paying attention, he slipped the knife into the pork and left with it. Carrying the pork, he walked to an unoccupied place where Chen Xuewen took out the boning knife and concealed it within his clothing. With the weapon ready, Chen Xuewen finally felt somewhat at ease. He walked into the city district and purchased a copy of the Pingqing Daily. The wanted poster was still featured, and the person being sought remained Du Lao. This meant that the Pingqing law enforcement team had not yet discovered Chen Xuewen's identity. This news brought Chen Xuewen a slight sense of relief. At least his movements were still clear for now. Next, Chen Xuewen went to the largest shopping mall in Pingqing with the most people, where he concealed himself for the entire morning. The mall was crowded with people, making it difficult even for the law enforcement team to search for him here. Chen Xuewen hid here until past 12 noon, had a bowl of noodles nearby, and then got up to leave the mall. Next, he was going to meet with Wu Lihong to find out who had framed him. The usual place, Wu Lihong mentioned to Zhao Dong, was an internet cafe in Pingqing. According to Zhao Dong, this cafe was under the protection of Wu Lihong's lover and served as her regular haunt. Chen Xuewen, wearing a cap, slipped quietly into the internet cafe. The air inside was thick and foul-heavy with the stench of cigarettes and sweaty feet. The cafe operated without proper permits and was located in a remote area frequented mainly by local delinquents and truants. Chen Xuewen walked through the crowd, his eyes taking in the dyed-haired hooligans and bespectacled students burdened with backpacks. Most were engrossed in games, some hacking away at Legend of Mir, others battling in Counter-Strike, all absorbed in their virtual worlds. Watching them, Chen Xuewen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He had once been one of them, racing to internet cafes with friends to lose himself in games. But now he was a stray dog forced to wear a mask and hide in the shadows, desperate for any chance to survive. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, suppressing his sorrow, and followed Zhao Dong's directions to the back of the cafe. At the far end was a small private room with a computer and a narrow bed. This was He Fei's private office. He Fei, several years older than Chen Xuewen, was a notorious local thug who made his living extorting students from nearby schools. Somehow he had made a name for himself and ended up running this internet cafe. Back when Chen Xuewen used to come here, he had heard rumors that He Fei had booked this private room for dozens of girls. Even Wu Lihong herself was said to have been taken by He Fei in this very room. Chen Xuewen had once dismissed such talk as gossip, but now he finally understood. It was all true. So Wu Lihong really was involved with He Fei. Chen Xuewen approached the room and peered through the crack in the door, spotting a slender girl sitting inside. The girl sat with her back to the door, dressed in revealing clothing that accentuated her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. Her narrow waist contrasted with her full figure, making her silhouette irresistibly alluring. Chen Xuewen recognized her immediately. It was Wu Lihong. Though not the campus belle, Wu Lihong had been far more captivating than the traditional beauty whose pure innocence paled in comparison. She may not have had the delicate features of the school beauty, but her face was undeniably lovely. Combined with her figure, her fashion sense, and her bold style, she had naturally become the dream girl of countless classmates. Watching her familiar silhouette, Chen Xuewen felt a mix of emotions, but anger dominated. It was this woman who had sent him to prison and caused his parents' gruesome deaths. His hand clenched the boning knife hidden beneath his clothes, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Yet he restrained himself, forcing down his rage rather than charging in blindly. He scanned the area, first confirming no one had noticed him, then slipped into the room. Wu Lihong remained seated at the computer, listlessly playing a game, completely unaware of his approach. Chen Xuewen crept closer to restrain her, but just then a voice called from outside, "Sister Hong." Phone call. Chen Xuewen flinched in shock. Wu Lihong turned around, caught sight of him, and paused in surprise. "What are you doing? This room is off limits to outsiders. Get out." Without another word, she walked out, leaving him behind. Chen Xuewen hesitated briefly before complying. With outsiders now aware of his presence, attacking here would mean being surrounded by He Fei's men with no escape. He had no choice but to abandon his plan for now. Wu Lihong walked to the counter to answer the call. The noisy cafe forced her to cup one ear and speak loudly. "My phone has no signal, I can't receive it." "What did you say? Say it again." "Who's not dead?" Chen Xuewen, hiding behind the other side of the counter, had planned to wait for her to finish the call before finding a way to take her out. But at those final words, his expression shifted dramatically. Wu Lihong's face also changed suddenly. She spun around, scanning the area as if searching for something. Finally, she spotted Chen Xuewen hiding behind the counter and froze, though his cap shadowed half his face. Yet he knew without doubt that Wu Lihong had recognized him. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, bursting out of the internet cafe. A terrified scream echoed from behind. Chen Xuewen didn't dare look back, scrambling out of the cafe and sprinting desperately down the path. He ran until his chest felt like it would burst, then finally stopped. Looking around, he realized he had reached a desolate area with no one in sight. Chen Xuewen found a patch of tall grass and concealed himself within it. After several deep breaths to steady himself, he began to assess his situation. When Wu Lihong answered the phone, she had asked who wasn't dead. His initial reaction was that his identity had been compromised. The look in her eyes confirmed it. The autopsy report on Old Du had come back, and the Pingqing enforcement team now knew the body was Old Du, not his. The mastermind behind everything must have received this information as well, and immediately called Wu Lihong to inform her. Upon learning that Chen Xuewen was still alive, Wu Lihong instantly connected the cap-wearing figure to him, turning to search for him and discovering him right then. Chen Xuewen's quick reaction had saved him. He fled directly from the internet cafe. Had he hesitated even slightly, He Fei's men would have already captured him, making any revenge impossible. Now that his identity was exposed, revenge seemed nearly impossible. He faced only two options. The first was to stay in Pingqing and pursue his revenge. But given the circumstances, he would likely be captured within 3 days, facing certain death. The second was to flee Pingqing and escape far away, giving himself a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Chen Xuewen chose the first path. Truthfully, Chen Xuewen feared death less than dying without vengeance. That would be too bitter. But with his identity exposed, how could he possibly seek revenge? Chen Xuewen lay amidst a pile of weeds, recovering his strength while pondering how to take revenge. The most crucial thing was to uncover the true mastermind behind everything. To find the mastermind, he had to locate Wu Lihong and extract the truth from her. Thus, everything hinged on her. However, his identity had already been exposed. Wu Lihong would surely be on high alert, making it difficult for him to approach her. Moreover, the Pingqing enforcement team was likely scouring the area for him. In such circumstances, appearing in public would be extremely perilous. If captured, all hope would be lost. After deep contemplation, he still couldn't find a suitable solution, which made him increasingly restless. He climbed out of the grass and walked to a nearby river, submerging his head in the icy water to clear his mind. The bone-chilling water made him shiver, but he persisted, holding his breath and continuing to think. This act of holding his breath reminded him of his desperate struggle against Old Du in the water. At the thought of old Do, a sudden inspiration struck him. He immediately surfaced, took a deep breath, and whispered to himself, what would that old fox surnamed Do do in this situation? During his imprisonment, old Do had shared numerous strategies and cunning schemes with him. Some of old Do's teachings had proven invaluable, particularly the wisdom that abnormal circumstances conceal danger, a principle that had once saved Chen Xuewen's life. Though ruthless and cunning, old Do's strategic brilliance was unmatched. Chen Xuewen sat quietly, carefully reflecting on his mentor's teachings. Old Do had taught him to consider matters from multiple perspectives, not only his own but also his opponent's, and that of an outside observer. Previously, Chen Xuewen had only focused on how to breach the defenses and capture Wu Lihong, never considering alternative approaches. Now inspiration struck. He decided to think from Wu Lihong's perspective. If he were in her position, how would he respond? If someone he'd falsely accused escaped prison and came after him with lethal intent, he would be terrified. When terrified, a person would seek the safest place available to feel secure. For Wu Lihong, the safest place would be Hefei's internet cafe. It was her boyfriend's territory, guarded by over a dozen of Hefei's men, with nearly 100 people inside. No one would dare attack her there. Furthermore, since Chen Xuewen had been spotted there before, he would never dare return. Wu Lihong was likely still hiding in Hefei's internet cafe. But how could he extract her from there? He frowned in thought, then remembered his previous prison break. Escaping under constant guard surveillance seemed impossible. Yet old Do had orchestrated a diversion, drawing the guards' attention away and enabling their escape. If he could create chaos in the internet cafe, perhaps he could rescue Wu Lihong. The thought filled him with excitement as a plan began to form. After over an hour of careful planning, Chen Xuewen finally had a complete strategy. With a sigh of relief, he felt hope for revenge at last. He remained hidden for another 2 hours until dusk. Then he ventured into a nearby village and took some clothes from a drying line. Changing into the clothes, he slipped back into pinching through the side paths as darkness fell. He noticed an increase in patrol vehicles. The enforcement team clearly knew his identity and was intensifying their search. Instead of heading to the internet cafe, Chen Xuewen found a barbershop. He collected some hair clippings under the pretense of washing his hair, then used them to craft a fake beard in a secluded spot. In the darkness, the artificial beard was difficult to distinguish from reality. He also put on a cap that covered his ears, but left his face exposed. Combined with the middle-aged clothing, he now resembled a middle-aged man. The patrol teams didn't suspect him, as they were primarily targeting young people in their teens and 20s. Disguised, Chen Xuewen approached Hefei's internet cafe and entered to scout the area. No one paid him attention, as everyone was absorbed in their games. He spotted Wu Lihong still in Hefei's private room. Hefei was also present, and Wu Lihong's evident fear confirmed she had taken refuge there. Chen Xuewen felt reassured knowing her exact location. He left the cafe and found a deserted alley where he retrieved Zhao Dong's mobile phone, dialing the number of his former high school's disciplinary director. After 3 rings, a familiar voice answered. Chen Xuewen lowered his tone. Director Wang, correct? Yes, this is Wang. Who is this? The director asked. Can't you recognize my voice? Chen Xuewen replied. I warned you during the meeting at the bureau a few days ago, Chen Xuewen continued. There was a pause before Wang stammered. Director Ho. Is that you? Oh, I'm sorry, I was distracted, Wang apologized. What can I do for you, Director Ho? Chen Xuewen asked coldly. How are you running this disciplinary office? Chen Xuewen pressed. Do you know a fugitive murderer has taken refuge in that underground internet cafe at Xinjiku? I've heard about it, Wang stammered. But how does this relate to our educational duties? What did you say? Chen Xuewen's voice turned icy. Do you realize how many of your students have skipped class to gamble at that cafe right now? Who will take responsibility if something happens? Terror-stricken, Wang's voice cracked. Director Ho, please don't be angry. I'll gather a team to bring those students back immediately. Chen Xuewen hung up and repeated the same deception with the disciplinary directors of other schools. He never revealed his identity, letting them speculate. Within 20 minutes, several groups arrived outside Hefei's internet cafe. These were teachers and staff from nearby schools, led by their disciplinary directors, rushing to retrieve their students. Chen Xuewen blended into the crowd and slipped inside. He knew chaos would soon erupt inside, and his moment had finally arrived. A third of the patrons in Hefei's internet cafe were students skipping school. When the disciplined deans marched in with their teams, the entire establishment erupted into chaos. Inside the private booth, Hefei was fondling Wu Lihong when he heard the commotion outside. Enraged, he slammed the table and roared, "Damn it! Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my establishment?" Wu Lihong's face turned pale. Could it be Chen Xuewen? Hefei was taken aback. No way. That kid's got the nerve to come here. As they puzzled over it, a lackey burst in. Brother Fei. Bad news. The disciplined deans from several nearby high schools have come to catch truant students. Hearing this, Hefei trembled with fear. What the hell? How did this happen? His underground internet cafe had never been inspected before. But today, with so many disciplined deans leading raids, the situation was serious. If this escalated, even the enforcement team would give him a hard time. He hastily opened a drawer, grabbed several cartons of premium cigarettes and a stack of cash. Come on, let's go check it out. Wu Lihong was about to follow when she spotted Director Wang from her old school standing at the entrance. Her expression shifted instantly, and she retreated back into the booth. I'm not going out there. She had been disciplined by Director Wang countless times during her school days, and even though she dropped out, running into him now would be mortifying. He nodded, not wanting her to go out either to avoid escalating the conflict. He led his lackeys over, plastering a smile on his face and buttering up the disciplined deans. Meanwhile, the caught students in the cafe trembled in terror, standing nearby in silence. Everyone's attention in the cafe was fixed on the scene at the entrance. It was under these circumstances that Chen Xuewen slipped quietly through the back, making his way to He Fei's booth. Hiding behind the door, Wu Lihong was busy observing the disciplined deans outside and never noticed anyone approaching. Gripping the boning knife firmly, Chen Xuewen lunged forward, silently clamping one hand over Wu Lihong's mouth while pressing the blade against her pale, slender neck. "Make a sound, and I'll slit your throat." Chen Xuewen's voice was ice cold as the boning knife broke Wu Lihong's skin, blood trickling down her snow-white flesh. Terrified by the bloodshot eyes of the man before her, Wu Lihong trembled and could only nod in submission. With one arm around her shoulder and the other pressed against her waist, Chen Xuewen led Wu Lihong out through the back door as if they were a couple. The boning knife was pressed firmly against Wu Lihong's waist. If she dared to resist in the slightest, Chen Xuewen would kill her on the spot. Whether paralyzed by fear or resigned to her fate, Wu Lihong offered no resistance at all, and Chen Xuewen easily escorted her out of the internet cafe. By now, darkness had fully fallen. Chen Xuewen led Wu Lihong along pitch-black back alleys, avoiding crowded areas. The journey went smoothly, and he eventually brought her to the abandoned brick factory from before. Finally, here Chen Xuewen let out a sigh of relief. He shoved Wu Lihong to the ground, and looming over her with the boning knife in hand, he demanded in a low voice, "Do you know who I am?" Wu Lihong slowly sat up, catching her breath as her heaving chest quivered, looking especially alluring. Yet Chen Xuewen remained indifferent, his eyes filled with nothing but hatred. "I asked you a question, didn't you hear me?" His voice grew colder. Wu Lihong let out a bitter laugh. "We were classmates for 5 years, how could I not know who you are?" Chen Xuewen was stunned. 5 years? Wu Lihong gazed at him intently. "Don't you remember? We were classmates for 3 years in elementary school. And 2 years in high school." Chen Xuewen frowned slightly. How could he possibly remember his elementary school classmates? But her words only fueled his anger further. 5 years as classmates, and this is how you repay me? By bribing witnesses and framing me to go to prison. Wu Lihong, what exactly did I ever do to you? Chen Xuewen ground his teeth. Wu Lihong laughed bitterly. Frame you? Chen Xuewen, do you really think I have that kind of power to set you up like that? 7 witnesses, at least 20,000 each. That's already 140,000. Plus bribing countless others along the way, it cost at least 600,000 or 700,000 in total. If I had that kind of money, do you think I'd still be working as a bar hostess and living in that rundown internet cafe? Chen Xuewen frowned. Then who was it that framed me? Wu Lihong sighed. Chen Xuewen, I suggest you stop asking. Even if you find out who did this to you, there's nothing you can do about it. If you ask me, you barely escaped with your life. You should just flee somewhere far away and start over. If you keep digging into this, you'll end up dead. Chen Xuewen sneered. Wu Lihong, do you think I still care about this life of mine? My parents are dead, my entire life is ruined. Even if I manage to survive, what's the point? The only reason I'm still alive is revenge. Wu Lihong took a long look at him and sighed. Since you put it that way, I won't hide it from you anymore. The person who framed you is someone you know? Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewen was shocked. Zhou Hao? Which Zhou Hao? Wu Lihong replied, of course it's the Zhou Hao from our class. The one whose father is a famous wealthy businessman in Pingqing, rolling in money. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. Zhou Hao. He didn't know him, they were high school classmates. A man of no talent or learning, but because his family was so rich he ran rampant through the school and no one dared to cross him. Chen Xuewen had never had much interaction with him. I had no grudges with him. Why would he frame me? He demanded angrily. Wu Lihong said, he didn't set out to frame you deliberately. After all, this scheme cost him 600,000 or 700,000. His money didn't come from thin air. It's just that everything happened to line up. Chen Xuewen asked, what do you mean? Wu Lihong looked at him. Do you remember that night when you got drunk and confessed to the school beauty? Chen Xuewen's expression turned slightly awkward. That memory was embarrassing to recall. Wu Lihong continued. Actually, the school beauty had been with Zhou Hao long before that. Zhou Hao has an apartment outside the school, and she applied for off-campus housing to live with him. These words sent a pang of pain through Chen Xuewen's heart. He never imagined that the pure and radiant girl he had adored for 3 years had long since been in someone else's bed. Wu Lihong added, that night after the class reunion, the school beauty went to see Zhou Hao. As it turned out, Zhou Hao was hosting some out-of-town friends that night. All spoiled rich kids. Those guys were drunk and strung out on drugs. That night, they took the school beauty to a hotel and ended up killing her with their rough treatment. Chen Xuewen was dumbfounded. He never expected that was how the school beauty had died. How? How could this happen? Wasn't she Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Chen Xuewen cried out in shock. Wu Lihong scoffed. Girlfriend? Zhou Hao has gone through countless women like her. To him, she was just a plaything. The friends Zhou Hao was hosting were wealthy second-generation kids from the city. That night, they offered a hefty sum, and the school beauty you adored went with them willingly. They just never expected things to go too far and end up killing her. Chen Xuewen staggered back a step. These revelations shattered everything he believed in. He never imagined that the girl who seemed so pure and innocent on the surface could be like this behind closed doors. It took him a long moment to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he asked in a low voice then, "What about me? What happened to me?" Wu Lihong said, "A death is a big deal. Someone had to take the blame. They needed a scapegoat. Coincidentally, that was the night you confessed to the school beauty, so they chose you. They wanted to fabricate a story about you being rejected, flying into a rage, and raping and murdering her. They dragged your drunk self to the hotel, bribed the witnesses, and manufactured this whole injustice." The truth finally dawned on Chen Xuewen. At last he understood what had really happened that night. So it had all been orchestrated by Zhou Hao from start to finish. Chen Xuewen sat on the ground, his heart filled with pain and regret. If only he hadn't confessed to the school beauty that day, none of this would have happened and his parents wouldn't have died. But in this world, where could one find a cure for regret? After a long moment, Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and lifted his head once more. "What's your relationship with Zhou Hao, eh?" Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth. Wu Lihong let out a scornful laugh. "Me? To Zhou Hao I'm nothing but a waitress. Zhou Hao saw that I was sharp and decent looking, so when entertaining guests he'd bring me along to help liven up the atmosphere. To put it plainly, I'm just a stray dog. When he's happy he tosses me a bite to eat. When he's not I have to go out and sit with clients to earn my keep." Chen Xuewen frowned. "Then why were you the one to bribe these witnesses?" "Wu Lihong, I was at the scene that night too. Zhou Hao gave me a sum of money to bribe the witnesses. I had no choice. If I didn't do it I probably wouldn't have survived either." Chen Xuewen sneered. "So you think you're innocent in all this?" Wu Lihong smiled bitterly. "What innocence do I have? I took the money and did something against my conscience. Retribution will come sooner or later." Chen Xuewen glanced at Wu Lihong. Her composure caught him off guard. He had expected Wu Lihong to beg for mercy like Zhao Dong did, but she never once pleaded with him. This woman was indeed different from the ordinary. Chen Xuewen asked, "What about my parents? What happened to them?" At these words Wu Lihong's body trembled slightly. For some reason Chen Xuewen noticed that Wu Lihong's eyes were turning red. She was silent for a long while before speaking softly. "They got hold of the first autopsy report and wanted to go to the provincial capital to appeal for a retrial of your case. Zhou Hao was afraid the truth would come out, so he sent people to stage a car accident and killed them, even though he had already suspected that his parents were murdered." Hearing the truth still hit Chen Xuewen like a thunderbolt, wrenching his heart with agony. He clenched his fists, tears streaming down like rain, his fingernails digging into his flesh without him even noticing. His mind filled only with the memory of his parents' smiling faces. Wu Lihong looked at Chen Xuewen's state and said softly, "Chen Xuewen, I'm sorry." Chen Xuewen raised his head to look at her, then suddenly slapped her across the face, drawing a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. "Sorry. Do you think an apology matters now?" Chen Xuewen ground out through clenched teeth. Wu Lihong stared at his twisted, furious face, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Chen Xuewen took several deep breaths, forcing down his rage, and asked in a low voice, "What about that first autopsy report?" Wu Lihong, after the school beauty died, she was first taken away and given an initial autopsy. That first autopsy report showed 3 different men's DNA on the school beauty's body, and none of it was yours. Chen Xuewen's eyes widened. Finally he understood why Zhou Hao was so desperate. In other words, that first autopsy report was irrefutable evidence that could overturn the verdict. But if that report existed, how did I still end up in prison? Chen Xuewen demanded urgently. Wu Lihong, Zhou Hao spent a fortune to transfer the original forensic examiner away, then had a second autopsy done. The second report showed only one person's DNA on the school beauty, yours. Chen Xuewen's face turned cold again. That Zhou Hao was truly despicable. Wu Lihong continued, "Your parents got the first report, and Zhou Hao sent people to kill them. Not only that, but he also bribed officials to announce that they had stolen the report, all to muddy the waters." Chen Xuewen slammed his fist against the stone wall beside him, trembling with fury. "Zhou Hao, I will never let you get away with this." He gritted his teeth. Wu Lihong said quietly, "Chen Xuewen, we're old classmates. Let me give you some advice. Zhou Hao is not easy to deal with. You should just leave Pingqing." Chen Xuewen ground his teeth. "I've already thrown my life away. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Wu Lihong sighed. "I know you're not afraid to die. But the question is, do you know how many bodyguards Zhou Hao has around him right now, eh?" Chen Xuewen frowned. "Bodyguards?" Wu Lihong, "Yes. Ever since word spread that you survived prison, his father arranged 8 bodyguards for him. Half are martial arts school graduates, and the other half are veterans he hired. These men can all fight. Even if you risk your life, you probably can't even get close to him." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. If Zhou Hao really had that many people around him, revenge wasn't going to be easy. He wasn't afraid to die, but if he gave his life without even managing to harm Zhou, how wouldn't he have died in vain? It seemed that killing Zhou Hao would require careful planning. Wu Lihong said, "Chen Xuewen, why don't you just leave Pingqing? If your parents were still alive, they'd want you to live a good life. If you're willing to leave, I have 100,000 yuan here. I'll give it all to you. Go somewhere no one knows you, and live well." Chen Xuewen stared at Wu Lihong, but her expression was sincere, showing no signs of deceit. He sneered, "You're quite generous to your old classmate, aren't you? 100,000. You've made good money sitting with clients all these years, huh?" Wu Lihong's face flushed with anger, but in the end she just sighed. For a woman, making quick money isn't hard, is it? This 100,000 is all my savings. Think of it as compensation from me, or as a token of our old friendship. As long as you're willing to leave, it's all yours. Chen Xuewen straightened up and said coldly, no need. If I can't take revenge, then living has no meaning for me. Zhou Hao, I will kill him. Tell me everything about Zhou Hao's situation and where he might be hiding. As for you, I might just spare your life. Wu Lihong let out a desolate sigh and could only tell him everything she knew, holding nothing back. Chen Xuewen committed every detail to memory, then using the same method he'd used on Zhao Dong, bound Wu Lihong securely and threw her into the same sweet potato cellar where Zhao Dong was held. Wu Lihong, I'm going to find Zhou Hao for revenge now. Pray to whatever gods you believe in that I come back alive. Otherwise you'll starve to death down here alongside Zhao Dong. With that, Chen Xuewen sealed the cellar shut and walked away without looking back. Inside the cellar, Wu Lihong leaned against the cold earthen wall and tears finally streamed silently down her face. At night at the nightlight club in Pingqing. According to what Wu Lihong had said, Zhou Hao had recently taken a fancy to a new girl at the club and would lavish money there every night trying to win her over. Therefore, the best way to find Zhou Hao was to wait for him at the entrance of the nightlight club. Chen Xuewen, disguised wearing a half-face covering hat and carrying a flower basket, was peddling flowers at the club's entrance. Vendors often sold flowers at the club's entrance. Those rich second-generation men chasing after girls would often buy a flower here to show romance after dancing, making it easier to succeed. Chen Xuewen, carrying his flower basket, loitered around the club entrance without drawing much attention. However, the security guards blocked them from getting too close to the club. Chen Xuewen waited there for nearly 2 hours, his hands and feet growing numb from the cold. Finally, close to midnight, a group of people emerged from the club. Chen Xuewen recognized at a glance that the young man walking in front, dressed in famous brands with an arrogant expression, was none other than Zhou Hao, his former classmate for 2 years. Zhou Hao, with the girl in his arms, stumbled out reeking of alcohol, one hand continuously wandering over the girl. The girl didn't resist, allowing Zhou Hao to hold her face beaming with pride. Beside Zhou Hao were several burly men, presumably his bodyguards. As Zhou Hao walked out, the nearby flower vendors immediately crowded around him, chattering, "Sir, buy a flower. Sir, buy a flower for this lady. Sir." Chen Xuewen also seized the opportunity to squeeze and pretending to present his flower basket to Zhou Hao. Before Zhou Hao could react, Chen Xuewen suddenly drew a boning knife from the basket and thrust it directly towards Zhou Hao's neck. The strike was fast and precise, aimed to sever Zhou Hao's artery in one go. But at that very moment, Zhou Hao suddenly retched and vomited. This caused Zhou Hao's neck to jerk slightly, and Chen Xuewen's boning knife only grazed his neck, failing to cut the fatal artery. Blood splattered onto Chen Xuewen's hand. Chen Xuewen hadn't expected Zhou Hao to be so lucky. He gritted his teeth, lunged at him fiercely, and stabbed again towards Zhou Hao's neck. Injured Zhou Hao immediately sobered up. Seeing Chen Xuewen lunging at him, he instinctively grabbed Chen Xuewen's arm with both hands. The boning knife merely slashed across Zhou Hao's cheek, leaving a cut. Chen Xuewen pressed down with force, but Zhou Hao, fighting for his life, clung tightly to Chen Xuewen's hand. The blood from Zhou Hao's neck had already splattered onto Chen Xuewen's hands, making them slippery. Amidst Zhou Hao's desperate struggle, the boning knife slipped from his grasp. Disarmed, Chen Xuewen was momentarily stunned. At that moment, one of the burly men charged forward and kicked Chen Xuewen squarely. A powerful force sent Chen Xuewen flying. He hit the ground and tumbled several times. The other men rushed up, shielding Zhou Hao behind them. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhou Hao pointed at Chen Xuewen furiously and roared, "Kill him!" Immediately, 2 burly men charged menacingly at Chen Xuewen. Without any hesitation, Chen Xuewen grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and flung it at his attackers. The 2 men quickly raised their arms to shield themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuewen turned and ran. The 2 men roared and chased after him, refusing to give up. Zhou Hao was still yelling behind them, "You 2 catch him, and I'll reward you with 100,000. Hearing the mention of money, the 2 men became even more frantic and sped up their pursuit. Chen Xuewen didn't dare look back. These 2 were clearly trained. He was no match for either one of them. If confronted, he wouldn't survive the night. So Chen Xuewen ran like a wild dog, fleeing for its life, ignoring everything else, just sprinting forward desperately. After running for what felt like an eternity, his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Finally, there was no sound from behind, indicating the 2 men hadn't caught up. However, Chen Xuewen didn't dare let his guard down. He gritted his teeth and ran several more li with all his might. Only when he was completely exhausted did he stop. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Looking around, there was no one behind him. He was now in a forest on the western outskirts of Pingqing. Gasping for breath, Chen Xuewen walked into the woods to hide. However, he didn't dare stay there for long. Since his assassination attempt had failed, not only would Zhou Hao's men be hunting him, but the enforcement team would also be searching for him. So Chen Xuewen rested there for only a few minutes before quietly heading back towards the city from another direction. Shortly after he left, numerous headlights flickered in the area. A large contingent of the enforcement team arrived and began searching the vicinity. The 2 bodyguards had only been able to indicate the general direction Chen Xuewen had fled before collapsing from exhaustion 10 minutes prior. The enforcement team could only search in that direction, but Chen Xuewen had already gone the other way. It was precisely this increased caution born from his many experiences that allowed Chen Xuewen to escape this calamity. On his way back to the city, Chen Xuewen found another place to steal some clothes. After changing into the new clothes, he returned to the city and went to the funeral parlor again, hiding there for the night. The next day, Chen Xuewen used the same tactic, hiding in the busiest shopping mall in Pinching. However, while in hiding, Chen Xuewen received some bad news. Because Chen Xuewen had been continuously fleeing and had committed several acts of assault, the provincial capital was preparing to dispatch a special enforcement team to cooperate with the Pinching enforcement team in a joint operation to capture him. This news made Chen Xuewen even more anxious. He could barely cope with the Pinching enforcement team alone, as the city was large and they were understaffed, making it difficult to find him. But if the provincial special enforcement team also came, the situation would become uncertain. The entire city of Pinching might be locked down and Chen Xuewen would become a trap target. Chen Xuewen knew his time was running out. If he couldn't kill Zhou Hao for revenge tonight, he would likely never get another chance. So Chen Xuewen had to make a plan and kill Zhou Hao tonight no matter what. During the day, Chen Xuewen bought some necessary items. When night fell, Chen Xuewen arrived at the abandoned brick factory. Everything near the sweet potato cellar was as before, indicating the place hadn't been discovered yet. Chen Xuewen opened the sweet potato cellar. Wu Lihong and Zhao Dong were still locked inside. Zhao Dong, having been confined for 2 days, was on the verge of death. Wu Lihong was faring better, but after a day of confinement, she was also thirsty and hungry. Seeing Chen Xuewen, a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Whether because he was alive or because she wouldn't die, it was unclear. Chen Xuewen pulled her out of the cellar and tore off the tape covering her mouth. Wu Lihong quickly asked, Did you kill Zhou Hao? Chen Xuewen shook his head and said in a low voice, I failed last night. Tell me, where might Zhou Hao be hiding? Tonight, I must succeed no matter what. Wu Lihong's eyes widened. You're going to look for him at his place. Do you know how many bodyguards Zhou Hao has? How is that any different from walking to your death? Chen Xuewen's face was cold. I'm out of time. The special enforcement team from the provincial capital has already arrived. If I don't kill him tonight, I'll die. So I only have this one chance, and I must succeed. Wu Lihong sighed and whispered, Zhou Hao has many houses. I don't know where he'll hide tonight. Give me my little mobile phone, and I can help you find out. Chen Xuewen hesitated slightly. Wu Lihong said, Don't worry, I'm still in your hands. Betraying you does me no good. Do you think I actually want to die? Chen Xuewen no longer doubted her and took out her little mobile phone. To prevent being tracked, Chen Xuewen had removed the battery from the phone when he first captured Wu Lihong. Wu Lihong installed the battery, and as soon as she turned it on, several messages were delivered to her phone. Wu Lihong glanced at them and her expression changed drastically. Chen Xuewen, something's happened. Zhou Hao has captured your childhood friendly Eryong. Chen Xuewen's face drastically changed as he snatched the Xiling Tong, only to see several text messages on it. These messages were sent by different people. Among them was a message from He Fei asking where Wu Lihong had gone. It seemed that after Chen Xuewen had taken Wu Lihong out of the internet cafe, He Fei had indeed searched for her. However, He Fei had only sent one message indicating he wasn't particularly concerned about Wu Lihong. Chen Xuewen scrolled to the end and found a message from someone called Zhou Xiao. It read, Inform Chen Xuewen that Li Eryong is in my hands. Without a doubt, this Zhou Xiao was Zhou Hao. He knew Chen Xuewen had captured Wu Lihong, so he sent this message to her. Essentially, it was meant for Chen Xuewen to see. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected this matter to involve Li Eryong again. After his parents died, the only person he regarded as family was his childhood friendly Eryong, who had grown up with him. Now Zhou Hao had captured Li Eryong, which was like grabbing Chen Xuewen's Achilles heel. Undoubtedly, after Zhou Hao was nearly assassinated by Chen Xuewen, he harbored a grudge and planned to use Li Eryong to force Chen Xuewen out. Chen Xuewen held the Xiling Tong, pondered for a moment, and finally dialed Zhou Hao's number. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Zhou Hao's triumphant voice came through. Yo, old classmate, I thought I wouldn't be able to reach you. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Zhou Hao, this is between you and me. It has nothing to do with Li Eryong. Let him go. Zhou Hao laughed heartily. Old classmate, that's not a fun thing to say. If it weren't for this childhood friend of yours, I doubt I could even get a word with you. Let him go. Then how would I find you? Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Zhou Hao said, simple. I just want to be a good citizen and cooperate with the law enforcement team. As long as you obediently turn yourself in and accept the judgment of the law, everything will be fine. Chen Xuewen's brows knitted tightly. Once he fell into the hands of the law enforcement team, he would surely face the death penalty. But if he didn't do this, Li Eryong would be in danger too. Chen Xuewen thought for a moment and said solemnly, Zhou Hao, don't forget Wu Lihong and Zhao Dong are still in my hands. I'll trade them for Li Eryong. Zhou Hao burst into laughter. Chen Xuewen, have you lost your mind? What do their lives or deaths have to do with me? Chen Xuewen's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Zhou Hao to be so devoid of loyalty. Beside him, Wu Lihong smiled bitterly. This was the situation she had foreseen. Chen Xuewen frowned deeply, his mind racing. He had to find a way out of this predicament. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he said in a low voice, Zhou, how do you really think that if I turn myself in you'll get away scot-free? Let me tell you the truth, that autopsy report my father took has a backup, and that backup is now in my hands. You want me to turn myself in? No problem. But think about the consequences yourself. This remark plunged Zhou Hao into silence. After a long pause, Zhou Hao sneered, Chen Xuewen, are you trying to bluff me? If you really had a backup, would you have come to assassinate me? If you really had a backup, wouldn't you have reported me long ago instead of wasting words with me? Chen Xuewen replied, since you don't believe me, let's stop wasting words. I can't save Li Eryong, but this backup will be enough to make you accompany them to the grave. With that, Chen Xuewen hung up the phone. Before long, the Xiling Tong rang again. It was Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewen answered, and Zhou Hao's frantic voice came through Chen What? What exactly do you want? Chen Xuewen said coldly, I want to live. Zhou Hao was taken aback. You? What do you mean? Chen Xuewen replied simple. I want you to help clear my name. I want to survive. And I want a large sum of money. A very large sum. Zhou Hao was silent for a moment before saying, so that's all you want? That's easy. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of money. Chen Xuewen, if you're sincere, how about we meet and talk things over properly? Beside him, Wu Lihong immediately shook her head at Chen Xuewen, signaling him not to listen to Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewen, as if oblivious, said calmly, fine. Zhou Hao was clearly excited and immediately told Chen Xuewen the location. Chen Xuewen memorized it, hung up the phone, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wu Lihong urged urgently, Chen Xuewen, are you insane? You're going to meet Zhou Hao. Do you know how many people he has around him? You? If you let him see you, you're walking to your death. Chen Xuewen looked at Wu Lihong and said calmly, I know. But I have no choice. This is my only chance, and I can't let anything happen to Li Eryong because of this. Wu Lihong said, so you're walking right into the trap? You don't have the autopsy report at all. Once you're at Zhou Hao's place, he'll never let you go. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. Then let's see who's luckier. He hung up the phone and then sealed Wu Lihong's mouth again. When he was about to throw Wu Lihong into the sweet potato cellar, he hesitated. He gave her a long, deep look, then loosened the ropes on her wrists and tore off half of the tape. If you struggle hard, you should be able to break free in a few hours. Then you can call for help. With that, Chen Xuewen placed Wu Lihong into the sweet potato cellar. Wu Lihong lay in the cellar, tears streaming down her face as she desperately shook her head at Chen Xuewen, signaling him not to leave. Without a word, Chen Xuewen picked up a stone to cover the cellar and turned away resolutely. Back in the city, Chen Xuewen first went to a clothing store and bought a leather jacket. Then he went to the market and bought 2 jugs of oil, 2 bottles of foreign liquor, a bag of lime, a large rimmed glasses, and a piece of cowhide. On the way to buy these items, Chen Xuewen also swiped 2 boning knives. After gathering everything, he went to a deserted spot in the suburbs and began preparing his equipment for the night. He poured out all the foreign liquor from the 2 bottles and filled them with the oil. Then he stuffed the 2 boning knives into the bottles. Chen Xuewen had deliberately chosen bottles with wide mouths so the boning knives could be easily inserted. The paper labels on the bottles conveniently concealed the knives. With the oil inside the liquor bottles, a casual glance wouldn't reveal anything amiss. After stashing his weapons, Chen Xuewen took off his inner clothes. He wrapped the cowhide around his body, making a simple armor, then put on his clothes, and finally the leather jacket over everything. Having done this, Chen Xuewen poured the bag of lime into a plastic bag, tucked it into his socks, and put on his shoes. He also distributed some lime into his sleeves and pant legs. Finally, he took out a strip of white cloth and wrapped it tightly around both hands. Once everything was ready, Chen Xuewen knelt down facing the direction of his home and kowtowed 3 times with deep respect. Dad, Mom, bless me to kill Zhou Hao tonight and avenge you. I'll be down to see you soon. With these words, Chen Xuewen grabbed his equipment and under the heavy snowfall headed alone towards Zhou Hao's villa. In the thick snow, only Chen Xuewen's footprints marked the path, a solitary and resolute journey to a doomed rendezvous. In the western suburbs of Pingxing stood a sprawling standalone villa. Within its grounds lay a fish pond spanning several mu far from the nearby villages, a perfect retreat for leisurely fishing. This villa was a property of the Zhou family, a place Zhou Hao's father often visited. It was also the meeting place Zhou Hao had arranged with Chen Xuewen. The reason for choosing this location was its remoteness. Even the loudest commotion here would go entirely unnoticed. Zhou Hao's face turned ashen as he led his men into the villa and issued his orders in a grave tone. When that kid arrives, make sure to detain him here. Remember, tonight, no matter what, he must not leave this place alive. Understood. The 8 bodyguards nodded in unison, armed and ready for the task ahead. 4 bodyguards followed Zhou Hao upstairs while the remaining 4 spread out around the villa, patrolling the ground floor. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Zhou Hao's impatience was mounting when word finally came from downstairs. Chen Xuewen had arrived. Zhou Hao's spirits lifted instantly. He rose and moved to the window, looking out. In the villa's courtyard, a figure was making his way through the snow. Zhou Hao recognized the man below as Chen Xuewen without hesitation. A smile of satisfaction crossed his face as he signaled to his men. The bodyguard understood immediately and pulled out his phone to call the others, instructing them to block all escape routes so Chen Xuewen couldn't flee again. Chen Xuewen reached the center of the courtyard and suddenly stopped, his gaze rising to the 2nd floor. Zhou Hao's expression shifted slightly. Was Chen Xuewen planning to make a run for it? The bodyguards readied themselves to rush out. At that moment, Chen Xuewen's voice rang out from outside. Zhou Hao, come out. Zhou Hao frowned, but made his way to the balcony, a smile playing on his lips. Old classmate, you finally arrived. It's freezing out there. Come inside and we'll talk. Chen Xuewen's face was cold as he demanded, where's Li Eryong? Release him first. Zhou Hao laughed dismissively. Oh, why the rush? Let's go upstairs first and hammer out the price. I'll arrange transportation for you afterward. Chen Xuewen's expression remained ice-cold as he countered without hesitation. Release him first, or I walk right now. Zhou Hao, if you think you can catch me, go ahead and try it. Zhou Hao studied Chen Xuewen, standing in the middle of the courtyard, his brow furrowing. After what had transpired these past few times, Zhou Hao knew Chen Xuewen was cunning and elusive. His men might not be able to apprehend him at this distance. If Chen Xuewen escaped, now drawing him back would prove far more difficult. Zhou Hao considered this, then gestured to his subordinate. Release Li Eryong. The subordinate hesitated. If we let Li Eryong go, won't that leave us without leverage over Chen Xuewen? Zhou Hao responded dismissively. What's there to fear? Li Eryong has lost an arm and a leg. He can't run anywhere. With Chen Xuewen carrying him as a burden, what chance does he have to escape? The subordinate quickly understood and went to arrange for Li Eryong's release. Li Eryong was pushed into the center of the courtyard, blood staining his clothes. He had clearly suffered during his captivity. But Li Eryong paid no mind to his injuries. Spotting Chen Xuewen in the courtyard, he froze, then grabbed his crutches and stumbled forward, weeping uncontrollably. The snow was slick and Li Eryong slipped after just a few steps. He abandoned his crutches and, ignoring his leg wounds, crawled toward Chen Xuewen on his hands and knees, embracing him and wailing, "Damn it, you're alive. I thought you were dead." Chen Xuewen watched his brother's emotional outburst, his own heart swelling with gratitude. He placed a hand on Li Eryong's shoulder and murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry you've suffered. Enough. Go now, I'll handle things here." But Li Eryong clutched Chen Xuewen's clothes and shouted, "Bullshit. Do you take me for a coward? This isn't just your problem. It's mine too." Turning to Zhou Hao, he cursed viciously. "You Zhou bastard, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Today I'll fight you to the death." Zhou Hao spat disdainfully and replied coldly, "Old classmate, the man you want has been released. Now shall we go inside?" Li Eryong grabbed Chen Xuewen's sleeve urgently. "Don't go in. That bastard has plenty of men waiting inside. You'll be finished if you enter." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and patted Li Eryong's shoulder again. "I know what I'm doing. Brother, you should leave first." "I'm not leaving," Li Eryong insisted desperately. Chen Xuewen gripped his wrist tightly and growled through gritted teeth, "Stop talking nonsense. You have parents, younger siblings. What the hell makes you think you're the same as me? Get out and live well. At least someone needs to tend my grave and burn paper for me." With that, Chen Xuewen shoved Li Eryong away and shouted, "Zhou Hao, have someone escort him out. I'm going in alone." Zhou Hao gestured and several bodyguards immediately surged forward. Two of them reached Chen Xuewen and grabbed his shoulders. Chen Xuewen didn't resist, simply looking at Zhou Hao. "Send Li Eryong out." Zhou Hao hesitated briefly, then nodded. The others lifted the screaming Li Eryong and threw him outside the courtyard. He struggled to his feet, pounding on the door and howling, but no one paid him any mind. Surrounded by bodyguards, Chen Xuewen walked calmly into the villa. Once he entered the hall, Zhou Hao's face lit up with delight, and he immediately ordered his men to lock the door behind him. He then rushed down from upstairs. From a distance, Zhou Hao burst into laughter. "Old classmate, it's about time we could talk face to face. Did you bring what I asked for?" Chen Xuewen remained calm. "Do you take me for a fool? How could I possibly bring something like that directly?" Zhou Hao flew into a rage, pointing at Chen Xuewen. "What the hell are you planning? Chen, do you really think I'm afraid of your so-called evidence? Let me make this clear. If you die, this case is closed. Even if that evidence surfaces, no one will pursue it. Understand?" As he spoke, he walked toward the center of the hall. Before Zhou Hao could reach Chen Xuewen, a bodyguard intercepted him. "Young Master Zhou, don't get too close. Search him. This kid might be armed." Zhou Hao remembered his near-death experience and immediately stopped, waving his hand. "Search him." Several bodyguards rushed forward, restraining Chen Xuewen as they patted him down. After searching him thoroughly, they found nothing. One bodyguard pointed at Chen Xuewen's hands. "What's wrapped around your hands?" "I got hurt yesterday and bandaged them," Chen Xuewen replied. The bodyguard didn't press further. Chen Xuewen had indeed been injured during his assassination attempt on Zhou Hao the night before. With his hands wrapped like that, there was no way he could be hiding a weapon. Chen Xuewen was also made to set down the 2 paper boxes he was carrying. One bodyguard opened a box and saw bottles of foreign liquor inside, looking surprised. "What is this?" Chen Xuewen glanced at it. "Foreign liquor? Never heard of it." Zhou Hao was equally taken aback. "Foreign liquor? Chen Xuewen, you didn't bring what I wanted, but you brought 2 bottles of foreign liquor. What's the meaning of this? Coming to gift me something? Ha ha." The people around all laughed, completely unaware that the bottles didn't contain liquor at all. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen was observing everyone around him, silently counting the people in the room and assessing the environment, thinking through his options. Just as he was preparing to make his move, the door suddenly opened. Several more people entered. At the front was a portly man with a large belly, Zhou Wancheng, Zhou Hao's father. Zhou Hao was stunned. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhou Wancheng glared at him. "If I hadn't come, who would clean up this mess for you tonight?" Zhou Hao was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Zhou Wancheng said coldly, "Since you've decided to kill this kid, you need to eliminate every last witness. Leaving survivors could bring trouble down on you later." Upon seeing these 3 people, Chen Xuewen's face changed dramatically. He never expected that Zhou Wancheng's words about eliminating all witnesses referred to these 3. Upon seeing these 3 people, Chen Xuewen's face changed dramatically. He He never expected that Zhou Wanqing's words about eliminating every last witness referred to these three. Seeing these three, Zhou Hao was astonished. Wait, weren't these two taken away by Chen Xuewen? How did you find them? Zhou Wanqing said. That surname Chen used Wu Lihong's mobile phone to call you. I had someone trace the signal and found them. Zhou Hao suddenly understood and smiled. Dad, as they say, ginger gets spicier as it ages. Zhou Wanqing shot him a glance. Use your brain when you do things in the future. These three people all know that Chen Xuewen came to find you. Since you're going to kill Chen Xuewen, you should have eliminated them too. How can you leave so many loose ends? Zhou Hao dismissed it. Dad, so you meant them? Oh, it's fine. Wu Lihong is my person, and that Zhao Dong took our money. As for this Li Yong, if he dares to talk nonsense, I'll take him out immediately. No loose ends. Zhou Wanqing glared at him. I told you you're still too green. Do you really think Wu Lihong is loyal? Zhou Hao was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhou Wanqing took a deep breath and said sternly, I only received news tonight. It was this Wu Lihong who told Chen Xuewen's father about the first autopsy report. Otherwise, how could that old dog have known about the first autopsy report? Hearing this, Chen Xuewen's mind went blank, and he involuntarily looked at Wu Lihong. He never expected Wu Lihong to do such a thing. It truly baffled him. If Wu Lihong had helped Zhou Hao frame him, why would she tell her father about the first autopsy report? Wasn't this behavior too contradictory? Zhou Hao was stunned and said in disbelief, Dad, no way. Zhou Wanqing said with disappointment, you don't believe me. My people recovered the data from Chen Xuewen's father's phone and found the messages Wu Lihong sent him. Zhou Hao's face changed drastically. He glared angrily at Wu Lihong and roared, You bitch, is this true? Wu Lihong's face turned ashen. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Yes, I did it. Zhou Hao flew into a rage and slapped Wu Lihong repeatedly. You're fucking crazy. I gave you so much money and you stabbed me in the back like this. Damn it. You were the one who took my money to bribe the witnesses, and then you stabbed me in the back. What the hell do you want? Wu Lihong's face was swollen on both sides. She spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and growled, Fuck you, Zhou Hao. Did you really think this old woman cared about your damn money? If I wasn't afraid you'd kill me to silence me, would I have helped you bribe those witnesses, eh? Yes, I may be a whore, everyone rides, but I'm still a human being. When I saw Chen Xuewen's parents kneeling outside begging those witnesses, I couldn't bear the torment of my conscience anymore. Chen Xuewen looked at Wu Lihong, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected that this young woman looked down upon by many had such a fierce and righteous side. She might not be a good girl, but at least she still had a conscience. Zhou Hao, furious and desperate, slapped Wu Lihong again. Fuck you, you bitch, you brought this on yourself. After I kill Chen Xuewen, I'll bury you too. Wu Lihong spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at Zhou Hao. Bring it on. This old woman isn't afraid of you. Zhou Hao, enraged, punched and kicked Wu Lihong relentlessly, but she kept cursing without stopping. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing walked up to Chen Xuewen and said coldly, You must be Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen looked at the mastermind who had destroyed his family and his heart sank to its lowest point. You've ruined me to this extent, and you don't even recognize me. Chen Xuewen retorted coldly. Zhou Wanqing sneered. In my eyes, you're not even worth an ant. Why would I bother knowing you? Enough nonsense. Tell me straight, where is the first autopsy report? Chen Xuewen did not answer. Zhou Wanqing sneered. Don't want to answer. What? Do you really think that so-called evidence can bring me down? Do you think I, Zhou Wanqing, became one of the top 10 richest men in Pingxing for nothing? Let me tell you, not only that autopsy report, but even if you produce more evidence and find more witnesses, you can't touch me. The power behind me is beyond your imagination. If I wanted to crush you, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. Get it? After saying this, Zhou Wanqing waved his hand. Fine, since you won't talk, I won't force you. You lot kill him and dispose of the body afterward. Then Zhou Wanqing leaned close to Chen Xuewen and grinned wickedly. See those two over there? Your parents were killed by them. Now you're going to die at their hands. For your family, that's a complete circle, isn't it? How about that? I've been quite fair to you, ha ha. Zhou Wanqing laughed unrestrainedly, his eyes filled with smugness and contempt. Chen Xuewen's eyes turned blood red in an instant. He stared fiercely at the two murderers who had killed his parents, his gaze brimming with killing intent. Zhou Wanqing. Chen Xuewen suddenly shouted angrily. Zhou Wanqing sneered. What is it? Want to talk now? Sorry, too late. I don't care where that autopsy report is anymore. I just want to kill you all, destroy the evidence, and end this once and for all, ha ha ha. Chen Xuewen stared fixedly at Zhou Wanqing, his voice bone-chilling. I just want to tell you one thing. Even if I'm just an ant when driven into a corner, I'll still bite you. It may not be fatal, but it will hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuewen moved. He suddenly broke free from the two guards beside him and ran toward the other side. Seeing this, Zhou Wanqing's expression changed. Shut the door. Don't let him escape. The bodyguards at the entrance immediately locked the door, and a dozen guards inside rushed forward to surround Chen Xuewen. However, Chen Xuewen was not running toward the exit. Instead, he ran straight toward another bodyguard. That bodyguard was holding the 2 bottles of foreign liquor that Chen Xuewen had brought. Seeing Chen Xuewen charge at him, the bodyguard immediately took a fighting stance. However, Chen Xuewen had no intention of attacking him. He snatched the 2 bottles of liquor from the bodyguard's hands. Chen Xuewen smashed the bottles on the ground. The glass shattered, and the oil inside spilled everywhere. 2 boning knives fell to the ground as well. Chen Xuewen rolled on the ground, picked up the two boning knives, and covered his entire body in oil. He was wearing a leather jacket, and the oil made his body extremely slippery. The cloth strips tightly wrapped around his hands proved useful at that moment. He stuffed the handles of the two boning knives into the cloth strips, wrapped them tightly, and held the knives firmly in his hands. This was an experience Chen Xuewen had gained after last night's battle. In a chaotic fight, hands get slippery with blood, and weapons easily slip out of grip. Wrapping them with cloth prevented such accidents. Before he could finish, a bodyguard behind him rushed forward and kicked at Chen Xuewen's back. However, Chen Xuewen was covered in oil. When the kick landed on him, he slid right out of it. The bodyguard failed to knock Chen Xuewen down, and instead slipped and fell right in front of him. Chen Xuewen struck with decisive efficiency. The boning knife swiftly pierced the bodyguard's neck, and with a sharp upward motion, he slit his throat. Blood gushed out. The bodyguard clutched his neck, his body trembling, and slowly fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The onlookers had initially not taken Chen Xuewen seriously, but seeing him kill so cleanly and efficiently, their expressions changed instantly. Zhou Wanqing's face also darkened. Damn it! Get your weapons and cut him down. Everyone around drew their weapons and slowly closed in on Chen Xuewen from all sides. Chen Xuewen held the two boning knives and watched his surroundings alertly. Just as they were about to surround him, Chen Xuewen suddenly spun around and swung both arms. Two clouds of white mist flew out from his sleeves, enveloping everyone around. This white mist was the quicklime Chen Xuewen had hidden in his sleeves. Some people didn't have time to close their eyes, and the lime got into them, causing them to howl in pain. Others managed to close their eyes in time, but they couldn't see anything around them. Taking advantage of this, Chen Xuewen put on his glasses and charged into the crowd, slashing with his boning knives. The glasses Chen Xuewen had prepared in advance still proved somewhat useful, at least shielding his eyes from the lime. Moreover, he had smeared his body with a generous layer of oil, even covering his face and eyes. Lime can be wiped away with oil, so he remained unaffected by the dust. Meanwhile, the bodyguards, caught off guard, had their eyes irritated by the lime and could not see what was happening around them. With oil covering the floor, many people slipped and fell in the chaos, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Taking advantage of the bodyguards' closed eyes, Chen Xuewen charged into the crowd. The two bodyguards at the front were frantically rubbing their eyes. The lime, mixed with moisture, caused a stinging pain, leaving them oblivious to everything else. Chen Xuewen rushed up to them, and without hesitation used his two boning knives to slash their throats. The two men met the same fate as the previous bodyguard, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from their necks. A gruesome sight. Chen Xuewen did not pause, immediately charging toward his next target. Zhou Wanqing stood at a distance, untouched by the lime. He watched helplessly as his bodyguards descended into chaos and saw two of them slain by Chen Xuewen, startling him into a frantic shout. Hey, forget your eyes. Stop that Chen kid. Don't let him get close, or you'll all die. The other bodyguards heard the screams of their comrades and knew something was wrong, but they still couldn't open their eyes, so they swung their blades wildly in self-defense. Since most of the bodyguards were clustered in the same area, their blind slashing only worsened the chaos. Several were accidentally wounded by their own men. Chen Xuewen crouched low, weaving through the crowd, and slashed the throats of 3 more men with his boning knife. Thus 6 bodyguards now lay on the ground. Half of these 6 had already stopped breathing. With their carotid arteries severed, without immediate hemorrhage control, survival was virtually impossible. Chen Xuewen's assault was utterly ruthless, understandably so, for these were the very people who had harmed his parents, and he would show them no mercy. Zhou Wanqing watched his men fall one by one, panic spreading across his face. At this rate, all his guards would die by Chen Xuewen's hand. Given Chen Xuewen's killing spree, without batting an eye, he would certainly not spare him later. Zhou Wanqing glanced around, spotted the liquor cabinet in the distance, and an idea struck him. He quickly waved at Zhou Hao, quick. The liquor cabinet. Zhou Hao caught on and hurried toward it, intending to fetch the alcohol to rinse the bodyguard's eyes. Wu Lihong saw this and suddenly lunged, tackling Zhou Hao to the ground. Zhou Hao never expected this woman would dare to stop him. He punched her in the face, cursing, "Bitch, let go of me." The blow made blood spurt from her mouth and nose. Yet she refused to release him, clinging desperately to prevent his escape. Zhou Hao struggled fiercely, raining punches and kicks on Wu Lihong, but she held on tight. Helpless, he dragged her along, stumbling toward the liquor cabinet. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing also ran over to grab a bottle. Li Yong, enduring excruciating pain, hopped on one leg toward Zhou Wanqing and wrapped his arms around him, blocking his path to the cabinet. On the other side, Chen Xuewen was still attacking the bodyguards. But his situation was not much better. Although the guards couldn't open their eyes, they were all swinging their machetes in self-defense. Amid the chaos, Chen Xuewen was struck twice. His upper body fared better, protected by his leather jacket, which was greased with oil, so the blade slid off. Moreover, he had bound a layer of oxhide tightly underneath, which blocked several lethal blows. However, his head remained completely unprotected. One bodyguard's machete caught him right on the forehead, leaving him seeing Star's skin split wide open, blood covering half his face. Ignoring the pain, Chen Xuewen wiped the blood from his face, gritted his teeth, and made another move, slashing the throat of that bodyguard. This situation did not last long. Zhou Hao finally dragged Wu Lihong to the liquor cabinet. He grabbed a bottle of imported liquor and hurled it at one of the bodyguard's catch. The bottle struck the bodyguard, who reacted swiftly and caught it. Without a word, he opened it and poured the alcohol over his face. The liquor washed away the lime from his face. Though his eyes still stung, he could finally open them. This bodyguard wiped the grime away, then shoved the bottle to the next guard. Wash their faces. Damn it, I'll take care of this kid first. With that, he dashed toward Chen Xuewen. The other guard took the bottle and hurriedly washed his own face, wiping off the lime. The first bodyguard caught up to Chen Xuewen, lunged at him, and tackled him to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Hao and Zhou Wanqing both breathed a sigh of relief. These bodyguards were either martial arts school graduates or ex-soldiers, all highly skilled. As long as one of them could open his eyes, dealing with Chen Xuewen would be easy. There were 15 bodyguards in total. In the chaos, Chen Xuewen had already taken down 10. Of the remaining 5, 2 had been wounded by their own men and were nearly incapacitated. But the last 3 were more than enough. Handling Chen Xuewen would be a breeze. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. Don't kill him too quickly. Break his limbs. I want to torture him to death. He then glared at Wu Lihong and cursed, bitch, you dare to help him. Soon you'll learn the consequences of crossing me. Growing angrier, he grabbed a bottle and smashed it over Wu Lihong's head. The bottle shattered and blood streamed from Wu Lihong's scalp. She slumped to the floor and looked at Chen Xuewen, pinned down by the bodyguard, despair flooding her face. She had seen Chen Xuewen kill so many guards and thought there might be hope. But now it seemed he was doomed and she would likely die with him. On the other side, Li Eryong was also subdued by Zhou Wanqing. Yet he still shouted, Wenzi, well done. Damn it, kill one, and you break even, kill 2, and you've made a profit. Chen Xuewen lay on the ground, his arm twisted by the bodyguard with the man's knee pressing on his back, immobilizing him. But Chen Xuewen was covered in oil, making him extremely slippery. With a desperate struggle, he managed to pull one arm free from the bodyguard's grip. Without hesitation, he plunged the boning knife into the bodyguard's thigh. The man let out a scream, but enraged slammed a heavy punch into Chen Xuewen's head. Chen Xuewen saw stars and nearly blacked out. He forced the knife to slice through the bodyguard's thigh, then rolled over violently, throwing the man off balance and onto the ground. The bodyguard reacted fast, grabbing Chen Xuewen's leg to counter. But Chen Xuewen had already turned over, and with his other hand, he drove the boning knife straight into the bodyguard's temple. The bodyguard let out a shriek, twitched a few times, then collapsed, dead on the spot. However, by then the other 2 bodyguards had opened their eyes and were closing in from both sides. Seeing this, Zhou Hao, no longer concerned with venting his anger, roared, Kill him. Kill him now. The previous guard had died because he tried to capture Chen Xuewen alive. Now with Zhou Hao's order, the 2 men had no more reservations. Each grasping a blade, they advanced toward Chen Xuewen with murderous intent. Wu Lihong and Li Eryong watched this scene, despair written on their faces. With 2 battle-hardened bodyguards hell-bent on killing Chen Xuewen, what hope remained for him? Chen Xuewen kept a wary eye on the 2 men as he picked up the shoes from the ground. The bodyguard had just grabbed his leg and torn his shoes off. He stepped backward a few paces holding the shoes, then bent down to put them on. The 2 bodyguards seized the opportunity and charged at him simultaneously, their blades raised to strike. Just as the 2 were about to reach him, Chen Xuewen, who appeared to be putting on his shoes, suddenly straightened his body. Instead of putting on his shoes, he tore off his socks and swung them at the 2 bodyguards. Chen Xuewen had previously stuffed a plastic bag filled with quicklime inside his sock. While pretending to put on his shoes, he had actually retrieved the bag and prepared the lime. At the same time, that was also to lure the 2 bodyguards closer. And they had indeed played right into his hands, actually running toward him. With a flick of his wrist, the plastic bag inside his sock burst open and the quicklime spilled out in an instant. The 2 bodyguards saw a cloud of white smoke before them and immediately realized something was wrong. But it was already too late to retreat. The 2 bodyguards could only wildly swing their long blades to keep Chen Xuewen at bay, then frantically raise their hands to wipe the lime from their faces. Chen Xuewen grit his teeth and charged forward recklessly. One of the long blades slashed through his leather jacket, leaving a deep gash. The other blade struck his shoulder. If not for the cowhide lining inside, it would have severed his shoulder completely. Even so, the cowhide was cut through, leaving a massive wound. Ignoring the pain, Chen Xuewen pressed his attack, driving both boning knives into the necks of the 2 bodyguards and brutally severing their throats. The 2 bodyguards eventually collapsed into pools of blood. Chen Xuewen pulled the blade from his shoulder, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao, who stood frozen in terror in the distance, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Your turn, Chen Xuewen said word by word. Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao were completely petrified. They never expected that Chen Xuewen could eliminate all 15 of their bodyguards single-handedly. Although Chen Xuewen's tactics were despicable, they were undeniably effective. The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously turned to flee. However, Li Eryong and Wu Lihong also seized the opportunity and desperately held them back. Chen Xuewen, gripping his boning knife, charged straight toward them. Young man, listen to me actually, Zhou Wanqing hurriedly said. But before he could finish, Chen Xuewen struck, driving his blade straight into Zhou Wanqing's cheek. Blood gushed from his mouth as Zhou Wanqing screamed in agony. Chen Xuewen struck again, slicing Zhou Wanqing's throat. He collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to make a sound. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, witnessing his father's gruesome death, was so terrified that his body trembled violently. Brother, when I was wrong, I truly was wrong. I'm sorry, I'll kowtow to you. Spare my life. Please spare my life. Kneeling on the ground, he repeatedly slammed his forehead against the floor until it was covered in blood. Chen Xuewen said nothing, merely crouching down before him with a cold, indifferent gaze. Seeing those beast-like eyes, Zhou Hao grew even more terrified. Brother, when spare my life, I'll help clear your name. And I can give you money, any amount. My father is dead, and I control all our family's wealth. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I beg you to spare my life. I'll obey whatever you say. Chen Xuewen remained silent, slowly raising the boning knife in his hand. Seeing Chen Xuewen about to strike, Zhou Hao was absolutely terrified. Brother, when I'm telling the truth. There's a safe upstairs. If you don't believe me, I'll open it right now and give you all the money inside. Besides, if you kill me, you won't survive either. The enforcement squad will never let you go. Chen Xuewen said coldly, do you think I'm afraid of death? My parents are dead, and I have no intention of living either. Killing you both would give me peace of mind to face them. It's fitting to go down and meet them. Zhou Hao's face turned ashen. You may not fear death, but what about your companion? He helped you fight us. He's an accomplice. With so many people dead, how many years do you think he'll serve for being an accomplice? These words made Chen Xuewen stop immediately. He looked at Li Eryong beside him. Indeed, he himself was not afraid of death, but with so many people dead, here Li Eryong would surely face trouble as well. Li Eryong had just been fighting Zhou Wanqing. If the enforcement squad investigated, Li Eryong could be considered an accomplice. Li Eryong saw Chen Xuewen looking at him and immediately shouted, Wenzi, ignore him. I'm not afraid. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, how much money is in the safe upstairs? Zhou Hao thought he had found hope and hurriedly said, there should be several 100,000. But if you need more money, I can gather it from somewhere else. How about 5 million? If that's not enough, 10 million. Chen Xuewen calculated in his mind and said coldly, go open the safe first. Zhou Hao dared not delay and quickly led Chen Xuewen upstairs. In the study upstairs there was a safe. Zhou Hao opened it and found quite a bit of money inside. There were also some gold bars and jewelry. Roughly calculated, there was over 300 in cash, 10 gold bars, and various pieces of jewelry. If sold, it could fetch 4 or 500,000. This money should be enough for Li Eryong to support his family. Zhou Hao smiled obsequiously beside him. Brother, when tomorrow, I'll send another 10 million to you. Also for tonight's incident, I'll use my connections to smooth things over. You can stay peacefully in Pingqing, and no one will trouble you. From now on, I'll be your subordinate. Wherever you say, I'll go. I'll never go the opposite way. Chen Xuewen turned his head and looked coldly at Zhou Hao. My parents' lives cannot be solved with money. I said you father and son must die, and I will keep my word. Otherwise, how can I face my parents when I go down there? With that, Chen Xuewen drove his blade straight into Zhou Hao's neck, killing him on the spot. Zhou Hao lay on the ground with wide eyes, his face unable to accept what had happened. Having dealt with this last enemy, Chen Xuewen finally let out a long breath. He took off both boning knives, removed the money from the safe, and packed it into a bag. He intended to give this money to Li Eryong to support his family, leaving him a way out. Holding the bag, Chen Xuewen thought for a moment and took out 5 gold bars. He intended to give these 5 gold bars to Wu Lihong. This woman was also forced into it. Moreover, she had sent messages to Chen Xuewen's father about the first autopsy report, which had helped Chen Xuewen. After preparing everything, Chen Xuewen took one last look at the safe to make sure he hadn't missed anything. On his second careful inspection, he suddenly noticed something odd about the upper part of the safe. There was a raised area on the upper part of the safe that looked strange. Chen Xuewen curiously touched it and discovered a hidden compartment behind it. He opened the compartment and pulled out a thick notebook. Chen Xuewen was puzzled. The gold bars and cash were not placed in the compartment, so why was this notebook hidden there? Could this notebook be more important than the gold bars and cash? Chen Xuewen opened the notebook, read it for a while, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. This notebook primarily recorded transfer records and transaction logs. Beneath each transfer entry was attached the receipt left from the transaction. Chen Xuewen did not recognize the names on those accounts, but the transfer amounts were all extremely large. The transfer records occupied only the earlier portion, later pages contained photographs. These photographs were even more explicit. Most of them were bed photos. They showed adults, or rather some men in their 50s and 60s, together with young and beautiful women in compromising positions. Among these bed photos, Chen Xuewen even discovered ones of the campus belle who had been photographed with at least a dozen different men. He even spotted bed photos of several celebrities. He had no idea what the earlier transfer records meant, but he could basically guess what these bed photos implied. Without a doubt, these photos must have been taken by Zhou Wanqing. Those men were presumably all influential figures. Zhou Wanqing used these young women to entertain the big shots, captured the bed photos, and then used them to blackmail these powerful men. In that case, the earlier transfer records were probably evidence as well. Zhou Wanqing must have climbed to his current position through such despicable means. Staring at this notebook, Chen Xuewen suddenly conceived a bold idea. Perhaps he could use this evidence to help Li Eryong get acquitted, or at least keep him out of prison. Chen Xuewen sat cross-legged on the floor, pondering carefully, and gradually a plan formed in his mind. He set Zhou Hao's body aside, picked up the bag of money and valuables, and walked downstairs. In the hall downstairs, Li Eryong and Wu Lihong were still slumped on the ground. More than a dozen people lay dead here, blood everywhere, and the hall was filled with a pungent smell of blood. At this moment Li Eryong and Wu Lihong began to feel fear, especially Wu Lihong, who trembled violently at the sight of the corpses strewn across the floor. Li Eryong was somewhat calmer. Seeing Chen Xuewen come out, he immediately said, "Wenzi, before anyone discovers this, let's run quickly. As long as we leave Pingqing, we might still escape. Flee far away, change names and identities, and live a good life." Wu Lihong nodded in agreement. Chen Xuewen shook his head. "We can't escape. With so many dead, even if we ran to the ends of the earth, the enforcement team would find me." Li Eryong grew anxious. "Regardless, we have to try. You can't just accept your fate like this, can you? Your aunt and uncle risked everything to get you out, and now you're going to give up. If they knew in the afterlife, what do you think they'd want? For you to live or for you to surrender?" These words struck a deep nerve in Chen Xuewen's heart. His parents had fought for his appeal with their lives. Wasn't that so he could live? If he died like this, if he gave up, now wouldn't he be betraying their hopes? At that moment, for the first time, Chen Xuewen's resolve wavered, and he began to entertain the thought of survival. He handed the bag in his hand to Li Eryong. "Yongzi, this incident has blown up out of proportion. From now on you might end up in prison too. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Take this money home first. If I really cause you trouble, this money will be enough for your family for a while." Li Eryong waved his hand dismissively. "What are you doing? You keep this money. You'll need it to get away. Don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of them." Chen Xuewen shoved the bag into Li Eryong's hands. "Stop arguing. Take it. Listen, you still have your parents and your younger siblings to support. Settle them first. We'll talk about everything else later." With that, Chen Xuewen pushed Li Eryong out of the villa and said through gritted teeth, "Tonight, I'll handle everything. If I really don't make it out alive, remember, you have to live on. On holidays, someone must burn offerings at my grave and my parents' graves. You don't want us to be forgotten down there, do you?" Li Eryong's eyes reddened. Clenching his fists, he said in a trembling voice, "Wenzi, I know you're trying to shoulder all the blame yourself. But we're brothers. We face things together. No matter what, I won't watch you walk into death alone. Even if we die together." Chen Xuewen's eyes glistened with tears. Having such a brother made him feel his life had already been worthwhile. He walked over and hugged this brother who had grown up with him, then patted his shoulder. "I promise you I will do everything in my power to survive. You know I've never broken a promise to you." Li Eryong took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you." He patted Chen Xuewen's shoulder firmly, took the bag, leaned on his crutch, and walked out into the wind and snow, weeping loudly. Chen Xuewen watched his brother until he disappeared, then returned to the villa. Wu Lihong was still sitting on the floor, wiping blood from her face. When she saw Chen Xuewen return, she gave a bitter smile. "Chen Xuewen, we've been classmates for years. Could I ask you for one thing?" "Chen Xuewen, speak." Wu Lihong took a deep breath. "When you kill me in a moment, could you not cut my neck? Leave my body relatively intact. I don't want to die horribly disfigured." Chen Xuewen looked at her deeply and said softly, "Why do you think I'm going to kill you?" Wu Lihong gave a bitter laugh. "You've ended up in this situation because of me. Not the mastermind, but definitely an accomplice. And your parents' deaths were indirectly caused by me. You sent Li Eryong away and kept me here. Isn't that to take full revenge?" Chen Xuewen didn't answer. Instead, he directly tossed 5 gold bars in front of Wu Lihong. Wu Lihong stared at the gleaming gold bars, stunned. "What does this mean?" "Chen Xuewen, they're for you." Wu Lihong looked up at him, her face full of confusion. You're not going to kill me." Chen Xuewen said calmly, "I'm not a fool. I can tell good people from bad. Yes, you were an accomplice, but you were also coerced by Zhou Hao. Even without you, someone else would have helped Zhou Hao do the same thing. If I'm to blame anyone, it's my own bad luck. Choosing to confess to the campus belle, stumbling into this mess, and being picked by Zhou Hao as the scapegoat. You had nothing to do with it." With that, Chen Xuewen sighed. "As for my parents, I can't blame you either. You only wanted to help, not deliberately cause their deaths." Wu Lihong looked at Chen Xuewen, her eyes slowly turning red and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you. At last there's someone in this world who understands me." She supported herself against the wall and stood up. "Keep these gold bars for yourself. You might need them when you flee. Since you're not killing me, I'll leave now. You know I do everything for myself. If the enforcement team catches me, I can't guarantee I'll keep my mouth shut. So it's better that I don't know where you're headed." She limped toward the exit, but Chen Xuewen blocked her way. Chen Xuewen said, "I'm not going to run, and I can't escape. I gave you those 5 gold bars mainly because I need your help with something." Wu Lihong asked in surprise, "What help?" Chen Xuewen took out the notebook. "You were with Zhou Hao for a long time, so you're familiar with the influential figures here in Pingqing. Take a look and tell me who these people are. I need to know their identities and backgrounds." Wu Lihong said in astonishment, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Chen Xuewen said quietly, "I want to clear my name and see the light of day again." Wu Lihong flipped through the booklet, utterly stunned by what she saw. As Chen Xuewen had said, she had been with Zhou Hao for a long time. Moreover, she frequented nightclubs and had a fair understanding of the influential figures in Pingqing and the entire Pingnan province. The names and figures in the booklet might have been unknown to Chen Xuewen, but Wu Lihong knew exactly who they were and what positions they held. Among them were some truly formidable individuals who often appeared on television, figures capable of commanding wind and rain, wielding absolute power over the entire Pingnan province. After flipping through the booklet, Wu Lihong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Chen Xuewen, do you have any idea what this booklet truly signifies? If the contents of this booklet were ever exposed, countless big shots in Pingnan province would end up behind bars. Chen Xuewen remained calm and replied, tell me who these people are. Instead of answering, Wu Lihong stared at him and said, I know what you're planning. You want to use this evidence to threaten those big shots to make them help you resolve tonight's troubles, clear your name, and let you live. But Chen Xuewen, I have to warn you. This is like trying to negotiate with a wolf for its skin. Chen Xuewen's expression remained as calm as still water, as if he hadn't heard her. Wu Lihong grew anxious and raised her voice. Chen Xuewen, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you really think you can use this evidence to threaten those big shots the way Zhou Wanqing did? I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible. Counting on her fingers, Wu Lihong analyzed Zhou Wanqing. What kind of person is he? He has a massive power base of his own with people backing him up. Those big shots don't dare to touch him recklessly. They have no choice but to endure his threats. But you're different. You have no background, no power. Those big shots could crush you with a single finger. Under these circumstances, taking this booklet to bargain with them is no different from walking straight to your death. Chen Xuewen glanced at her and said calmly, I understand everything you've said, but do you think I have any choice right now, eh? Given my current situation, either I take a gamble with this booklet, or I just wait to die. Wu Lihong opened her mouth to speak, but in the end she could only sigh. Chen Xuewen was indeed at a dead end. He had no choice but to try. After a moment of contemplation, she finally told him the identities and backgrounds of every person in the booklet in full detail. As Chen Xuewen listened, his mind raced through the analysis. Once she finished covering all the information, he had roughly sorted out the situation of each person. Zhou Wanqing was in the smuggling business, and these big shots were all connected to his trades. After carefully analyzing each person, Chen Xuewen realized that none of them could resolve his current predicament. These people could provide Zhou Wanqing with business assistance, but tonight's matter was beyond their ability to handle. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to Wu Lihong. You said earlier that Zhou Wanqing has other forces backing him. Do you know who exactly is behind him? Wu Lihong shook her head. I don't know. I just remember Zhou Hao, when he was drunk, once banged the table and said his father's connections were deep and no one dared to mess with him. Chen Xuewen frowned. From the way Zhou Wanqing handled things tonight, I'd say he's killed before, hasn't he? When he did such things in the past, didn't someone clean up after him? Wu Lihong quickly replied, now that you mention it, I remember. Zhou Wanqing has some ties with He Wuye of Xiqing. His business is all under He Wuye's protection. Whenever Zhou Hao caused trouble and ran into someone he couldn't handle, He Wuye would take care of it for him. Chen Xuewen had heard of He Wuye of Xiqing, the underground overlord of Pingqing, a man of immense power who walked the line between the underworld and the authorities, untouchable by anyone. He never expected Zhou Wanqing to be connected to He Wuye. Listening to Wu Lihong, Chen Xuewen recalled that in the booklet there were several transfer records from Zhou Wanqing to He Wuye. So it seemed that the force behind Zhou Wanqing included He Wuye. This discovery gave Chen Xuewen an idea. He immediately stood up and picked up the booklet. Tearing out half of its pages, he looked at Wu Lihong. Do you dare to help me one more time? Wu Lihong looked at the half booklet in his hand, hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Speak. Chen Xuewen handed her the half booklet. I'm going to find He Wuye for a talk. You hide these things for me. Wu Lihong's eyes reddened slightly as she looked at him and whispered, Are you insane? You have no idea what the real relationship between He Wuye and Zhou Wanqing is. If you go to him like this and he decides to avenge Zhou Wanqing, what will you do? Chen Xuewen smiled. If He Wuye really wants to avenge Zhou Wanqing, then I'll fight once more. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll leave Pingqing for good, run as far as I can. If I don't make it, then you mail these things to the provincial enforcement team. Staring at his resolute eyes, Wu Lihong couldn't hold back her tears. She knew that this visit to He Wuye was a gamble with his life. And He Wuye was not someone like Zhou Wanqing. He Wuye was the true underground kingpin of Pingqing, with bodyguards far beyond any merchant like Zhou Wanqing. If Chen Xuewen fell into He Wuye's hands, there would be only one way out, death. All right, I agree. Wu Lihong gritted her teeth. Chen Xuewen smiled at her and waved. Thank you. Now go. I still have some unfinished business to handle. Wu Lihong looked at him as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned and left with tears in her eyes. Watching her silhouette disappear into the heavy snow, Chen Xuewen let out a deep breath. He had already taken his revenge. Now he had to fight for his survival. If he succeeded, he would see the light of day again. If he failed, it would be the end. Chen Xuewen picked up a knife from the ground, walked over to Zhou Wanqing's corpse, and severed his head. He then wrapped the head, carried the bloody bundle, found a motorcycle in the yard, and rode through the swirling snow toward He Wuye's residence. He Wuye resided in a standalone villa in the Xiqing district. The property's grounds were even more expansive than those of Zhou Wanqing's villa. Even outside the villa, there were security guards on duty. Moreover, the villa itself was staffed with numerous bodyguards. Whether security or bodyguards, all answered to He Wuye. Chen Xuewen arrived at the villa on his motorcycle past 2 in the morning, the engine's roar piercing the silence and rousing the guard from his post. The guard stormed to the window, shouting through the glass, What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't you know this is private property? Get lost before I come out there and break a leg off you so you never ride a motorcycle again. Chen Xuewen walked straight to the window and said, "Brother, I have some business. I'd like to see Ho Wuya." The guard paused, taken aback. He scrutinized Chun from head to toe and frowned. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? It's past 2 in the morning. Do you think Uncle Ho doesn't need to sleep?" Chen Xuewen replied, "Excuse me, I have an urgent matter and must see Ho Wuya as soon as possible. Please inform him for me." The guard flew into a rage, cursing, "Can't you understand a word I'm saying? It's the middle of the night. Uncle Ho is asleep. Whatever the hell you need can wait until tomorrow." As the guard spoke, he reached to close the window. Chen Xuewen's brows furrowed slightly. "I truly have an emergency. Why don't you take a look at this before deciding whether to put in a good word for me?" He lifted a bag and extended it toward the window. The guard muttered curses under his breath. "What the hell is this? Why does it smell so bad?" As he spoke, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the bag. The moment it was opened, a blood-soaked human head tumbled out onto the ground. "Holy shit!" The guard let out a terrified scream, instantly waking the other bodyguards. Within moments, several men came rushing over, demanding to know what had happened. The guard cowered in a corner, trembling. The bodyguards, seeing the severed head on the ground, were equally stunned. One of them summoned his courage. "What the hell are you trying to do? Who the hell do you think you're scaring with this?" Chen Xuewen's expression remained calm. "This is Zhou Wanqing's head. I know Zhou Wanqing had ties with you, Uncle Ho. That's why I've come to discuss matters with you." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards exchanged glances. As Ho Wuya's men, they knew full well that Ho Wuya had been protecting Zhou Wanqing all along. Zhou Wanqing had also earned substantial profits for Ho Wuya, making him an important figure on Ho Wuya's side. Now that Zhou Wanqing had been killed, this was no trivial matter. One bodyguard immediately sprinted into the villa to notify Ho Wuya. The others stepped outside and surrounded Chen Xuewen. Though they hadn't struck, yet their meaning was clear. They would not let Chen Xuewen leave. Chen Xuewen stood calmly, saying nothing. He had brought Zhou Wanqing's head specifically for this moment. Ho Wuya might not have agreed to see him otherwise, but with Zhou Wanqing's head in hand, Ho Wuya would certainly summon him. As expected, shortly thereafter, all the lights in the villa flickered on. A bodyguard emerged and said in a grave tone, "Uncle Ho says you may come in. However, you will be searched first." Several bodyguards pinned Chen Xuewen down and conducted a thorough search without hesitation. This time Chen Xuewen had brought nothing incriminating. He understood clearly that before someone like Ho Wuya, an underground boss, his previous preparations would be utterly meaningless. Moreover, he had not come to fight to the death. He only intended to negotiate. After the search, the bodyguards escorted Chen Xuewen directly into the villa. In the grand hall, over a dozen bodyguards were already standing at attention. An elderly man with silver hair, dressed in pajamas, sat on the living room sofa. Beside him, a voluptuous fair-skinned beauty served him tea. Without a doubt, the elderly man was Ho Wuya himself. Chen Xuewen advanced into the hall, but was halted by several bodyguards. Ho Wuya leisurely finished a cup of tea before turning his gaze to Chen Xuewen. "You're Chen Xuewen, aren't you?" Chen Xuewen asked. "You know me?" Ho Wuya shook his head. "I don't know you. However, Zhou Wanqing borrowed several men from me, claiming he wanted to deal with you. Now you show up bearing Zhou Wanqing's head. Your identity hardly needs guessing, does it?" Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. "Uncle Ho, indeed you are no ordinary man." Ho Wuya said nothing. He took the pipe tobacco from the beauty beside him, drew deeply, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Only then did he look at Chen Xuewen. "Speak. What do you want?" Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and declared loudly, "I wish to live. I beg you, Uncle Ho, to grant me a way out." At these words, everyone in the room turned to look at Chen Xuewen, and even the beauty gave him a surprised glance. Ho Wuya exhaled his smoke and burst into laughter. "Young man, did I hear that correctly? You killed my friend, brought his head to my door, and now you want me to spare your life. Young man, is there something wrong with your head, or is it my ears that are faulty?" Chen Xuewen's expression did not waver. "Uncle Ho, was Zhou Wanqing truly your friend? If he was truly your friend, then kill me now, and I won't utter a single word in protest. But if not, I believe we still have room to talk." Ho Wuya studied Chen Xuewen, his eyes gleaming with sharp calculation, as though pondering something deeply. After a long while, he finally burst into laughter. "You young man indeed are quite interesting. No wonder you escaped from prison and managed to turn Zhou Wanqing's entire household upside down, even while the Pingqing enforcement team was hunting you with full force. And now you dare to bring Zhou Wanqing's head to see me. Very well. I want to see exactly what you have to discuss with me." Ho Wuya placed the pipe between his lips and sneered. "Young man, surviving is not impossible. But you must give me a reason not to kill you." Chen Xuewen exhaled softly. He knew his gamble had paid off. Ho Wuya had never considered Zhou Wanqing a true friend. If they were not friends, then there was still hope. Chen Xuewen retrieved the half-notebook from his person. "I'll use this as leverage. Is that enough?" Ho Wuya waved his hand, and a bodyguard took the notebook. Ho Wuya flipped through its pages, his eyes clearly brightening. It was apparent he too found the evidence within highly valuable. He casually set the notebook aside and looked at Chen Xuewen with a knowing smile. "Young man, has no one ever taught you that when making a deal you should never reveal your chips too early? The evidence is now in my hands. How do you propose we trade?" Chen Xuewen met Ho Wuya's gaze and smiled faintly. "Who told you this is all the evidence I have? Since this is a negotiation, would I foolishly reveal all my cards at once?" Chen Xuewen's words left Master Ho momentarily stunned, but soon he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, young man, you're quite sharp. But still you're too green. Now that you're here, do you think it's hard for me to get my hands on the other chips? As Master Ho spoke, the bodyguards in the room stealthily approached Chen Xuewen. It was clear they intended to seize him. Chen Xuewen, as if oblivious, said calmly, Master Ho, do you know how many people I've killed tonight? At Zhou Wanqing's villa, I killed 18 people in total, including Zhou Wanqing and his son, and a witness who framed me. Master Ho frowned. What? Trying to scare me? Chen Xuewen shook his head. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm telling you that I have no way back. I've killed so many people. If you don't help me, I won't live long anyway. So what difference does it make whether I die here or outside? He glanced at the men surrounding him and sneered. So even if you capture me, you won't get the other part of the evidence. Master Ho's face hardened. He gave Chen Xuewen a long cold stare and said, I may not necessarily need that other part of the evidence. This half is already enough for me. Besides, you killed 18 people. Do you realize how serious that is? Do you think I'd help you clean up this mess just for the other half of the evidence? This is something that if mishandled could easily bring trouble. Chen Xuewen said, Master Ho, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Master Ho was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. If you don't help me, then the other part of the evidence will be mailed to law enforcement agencies everywhere. Master Ho sneered dismissively. What does that have to do with me? Threatening me with someone else's affairs? Do you think I'd be afraid? Chen Xuewen said calmly. Master Ho, I killed Zhou Wanqing, and the last place I showed up was here. Whether I die here or get arrested by the authorities, you'll be the last person to see me. If that evidence reaches the authorities, do you think those big shots will wonder who was behind it? Master Ho's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized what Chen Xuewen was really after. Chen Xuewen had given him that notebook to drag him into the mess. No matter how he dealt with Chen Xuewen from now on, he couldn't escape involvement. Once the evidence in that notebook was exposed, those powerful figures facing disaster would certainly lash out indiscriminately. As the last person to meet Chen Xuewen, Master Ho would inevitably be targeted by them. Even with his strong background, how could he withstand the combined assault of so many influential people? Master Ho took a deep breath, grinding his teeth as he stared at Chen Xuewen. Kid, you didn't come here to negotiate with me today, did you? You deliberately dragged me into this. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Master Ho, I learned a lesson in prison. When you're faced with a problem you can't solve alone, the best way is to drag someone powerful into it with you. Make them stand on the same side as you, and then they'll have to figure out a solution. Chen Xuewen looked at the notebook on the table and laughed. I don't have the ability to use this evidence. But you, Master Ho, are different. If you help me, this evidence will serve you, bringing you great wealth. If you don't help me, then we might as well die together. I'm just a worthless life. If I die, I die. But you, Master Ho, have a vast fortune to lose. Think it over carefully. Master Ho's face turned ashen. He glared at Chen Xuewen with seething fury. Everyone in the room exchanged glances. They had followed Master Ho for a long time, and he was known for his deep cunning and ever inscrutable demeanor. To see him this enraged was truly rare. After a long pause, Master Ho finally gritted out, Chen Xuewen, do you really think you can scare me like this? After I kill you, I'll round up everyone connected to you. Finding that evidence won't be hard. Chen Xuewen remained expressionless. Master Ho, you can try. But let me remind you, if you get it wrong, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Master Ho clenched his jaw, his face shifting between gloom and uncertainty. After a long while, he took a deep breath, and his expression gradually softened. Fine. You've got guts. In all these years, you're the first young man like you I've met. Master Ho suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He slammed the table and stood up. Chen Xuewen, I see you're a talent. This time I'll give you a hand. But I have one condition. Chen Xuewen felt a surge of joy. He knew he had gambled correctly. Master Ho, please speak. Master Ho looked at him and said, starting tomorrow you work for me. Chen Xuewen hesitated. Master Ho was an underground boss dealing in shady affairs. If he worked for him, wouldn't he be dragged into that world too? Master Ho looked at him calmly. You've escaped death this time. Don't you want to make something of yourself? Follow me and I promise your life will be exciting from now on. Chen Xuewen fell into thought. Master Ho's words had struck a chord. His parents were ordinary workers who had pinned all their hopes on him, wishing he could rise above. But now with this incident, he couldn't attend university and couldn't find a job. If he didn't follow Master Ho, he'd probably have to go out and work as a laborer. Or as Master Ho had said, since he had been granted a new lease on life, he should live it with a bang and not disappoint his parents' expectations. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and slowly nodded. All right. Master Ho laughed heartily upon hearing this. He waved his hand and said, Binzi, go to Zhou Wanqing's villa and take care of things. Most of the people I assigned to him were fugitives from other places. Dispose of their bodies. No need to worry. Leave the rest in the villa and set it on fire. I'll arrange it to be treated as a fire. One of his bodyguards immediately nodded. Yes, Master Ho. The bodyguard led a group of men to clean up the scene overnight. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, inwardly stunned. He hadn't expected that at Master Ho's place the matter of Zhou Wanqing could be resolved so easily. 18 deaths, and all it took was a fire. Master Ho, seeing Chen Xuewen's shock, smiled faintly. Xuewen, do you really think it's that simple? Handling the incident itself isn't hard. But how to make the authorities rule it as a fire? That's the real challenge. Master Ho picked up his teacup and said softly, do you know how many connections I have to pull, and how much money I have to give to get the authorities to label this a fire? You were lucky to have found me. In pinching, no one else has the ability to solve this for you. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Thank you, Master Ho. I will always remember your kindness. Master Ho laughed. All right, we're all on the same side now. No need for such formality. I'm old and can't stay up. I'm going upstairs to rest. Aru, find him some clean clothes and arrange a room for him to stay tonight. By the time he wakes up tomorrow, everything will be back to normal. The beautiful woman beside him smiled and nodded, then rose. Come with me, little one. Chen Xuewen hesitated, then said quietly, Master Ho, I'm still a fugitive. This matter. Master Ho said slowly, that's simple. I have the autopsy report of that school beauty in my hands. It can clear your name. Chen Xuewen's heart jolted. He suddenly realized that these old foxes were no simple characters. Master Ho had also possessed an autopsy report. Undoubtedly, it was leverage against Zhou Wanqing. These old foxes always kept something in reserve. Chen Xuewen showed no outward reaction, but inwardly he became wary. Dealing with these old foxes in the future would require extreme caution, lest he be outmaneuvered. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman Fong Ru, Chen Xuewen went to a guest room on the first floor. Fong Ru found him a set of pajamas, her fox-like eyes appraising him with a smile. Little brother, you look a mess. Take a hot bath first. Chen Xuewen felt a bit awkward as he took the pajamas. Thank you, Aunt Ru. Fong Ru immediately bristled. What did you call me? Who are you calling it? My surname is Fong. Fong Ru. I'm only 23. Chen Xuewen scratched his head sheepishly. Then, should I call you Sister Ru? Fong Ru finally smiled. Good boy. Now go get cleaned up. Chen Xuewen took the pajamas into the bathroom, finally feeling a bit of relief. After a hot shower, he changed into the pajamas and walked out of the bathroom only to find Fong Ru still there lounging against the bed. She wore a silk nightgown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her captivating eyes roamed over Chen Xuewen. The room was filled with a subtle, alluring fragrance, the perfume she wore. Chen Xuewen felt awkward. Sister Ru, do you need anything else? Fong Ru chuckled lightly. Nothing much. Master Ho just told me to take good care of you. I just wanted to ask, are you used to sleeping alone? Do you need a woman to help you relax? Fong Ru's beauty could truly be described as breathtaking. She far surpassed that so-called pure campus queen. A woman like her held the greatest temptation for men. However, Chen Xuewen acted as if he had not noticed. He shook his head. Thank you, Sister Ru, but I am still accustomed to sleeping alone. Upon hearing this, Fong Ru's expression faltered. After all these years, no man had ever ignored her so completely. It was the first time she had ever been rebuffed. But soon she broke into a smile. Oh, I did not realize you were such a man of virtue. TSK tisk, little brother, are you shy, or are you afraid of Fifth Master? Rest assured, this is Fifth Master's arrangement. Besides, it is not as though I am the one hosting you. As she spoke, Fong Ru clapped her hands, and several tall, stunningly beautiful young women immediately entered through the doorway. Pick one of these girls to keep you company. If one is not enough, choose 2 or 3. Having them all stay is no problem. Fong Ru said with a faint smile. Chen Xuewen's expression remained unchanged. Thank you, Sister Ru, but I would rather get a good night's rest. Fong Ru gave him a long, searching look, surprise flickering in her eyes. She had not expected this young man to be so composed. After all, these girls had been handpicked by her, each one a carefully selected beauty. Normally men would stare blankly at such women. Yet Chen Xuewen's gaze remained utterly unchanged as he looked at them, a reaction Fong Ru had never encountered before. It seems you are truly exhausted. In that case, rest well for now. When you have recovered your strength, we will have proper fun. Fong Ru left a parting smile and departed. Only after watching them disappear did Chen Xuewen finally exhale deeply. He locked his door and lay alone on the bed, his mind swirling with conflicting emotions. In truth, he was still a young man burning with desire, capable of impulse. In the past, faced with such a situation, with beautiful women offering themselves willingly, he certainly would not have held back. Yet after everything he had been through, he had changed significantly. He was no longer the foolish man who had recklessly thrown himself into love, nor the worthless fellow who lost his senses at the sight of a woman. Old Du had once said that a man who wishes to succeed must learn to restrain his desires. Though Old Du was cunning and deceitful, one had to admit his wisdom held real value. Although Lord Ho repeatedly claimed to treat Chen Xuewen as one of his own, Chen Xuewen knew he could not fully trust his words. He had to remain vigilant and cautious, or he feared he would not even know how he met his end. Fong Ru returned upstairs to find Lord Ho sitting by the bed smoking his pipe. How did it go? Lord Ho asked. Fong Ru rolled her eyes. Do not mention it. I personally went all out, and he did not even give me a proper glance. Lord Ho furrowed his brow slightly. Surely not. Not even with you making a personal effort. Fong Ru spat. Yes. I really suspect this kid might be into men. Lord Ho snorted. That incident happened because he confessed to that campus queen, so how could he be into men? Fong Ru grew angry. Then what does he want? Could it be that I am inferior to that campus queen in some way? Lord Ho looked at Fong Ru's curvaceous figure and laughed heartily. Which campus queen could compare to you? You are the most beautiful woman in Pingxing. Fong Ru wore a satisfied expression. Then tell me what is going on with this kid. Lord Ho lit another bowl of his pipe, took a deep drag, and his gaze turned sinister. This young man is no ordinary person. At his age, few can keep their desires in check. Fong Ru paused, then whispered, Are you suggesting we cultivate him? Lord Ho gave a cold smile. Cultivate? Someone like him thinks too deeply. Keeping him close will only bring disaster sooner or later. Do not alert him yet. Arrange for a girl with a clean background to slowly get close to him. Find a way to get the other half of the evidence from him, then eliminate him. Fong Ru nodded. Arranging a girl should not be a problem. But looking at how he carries himself, it may not be easy to get close to him. Those girls today were the finest I have yet. He did not even glance at them. Lord Ho smiled. If all else fails, you will have to make a sacrifice. Capturing a young man like him should be easy for you, should it not? A barely perceptible coldness flashed in Fong Ru's eyes, but her expression remained unchanged as she smiled. I make a sacrifice. Are you not jealous? Lord Ho laughed heartily, tapped the ash from his pipe, rose, and slowly entered the inner chamber. I am tired. I will rest now. After Lord Ho entered the inner room and closed the door behind him, Fong Ru stood at the doorway, her expression gradually turning cold, her eyes filled with chill. Finally, she merely exhaled, softly walked to the outer chamber, and lay down fully clothed to rest. These two had not even shared a bed. Chen Xuewen slept soundly until the break of dawn. When he opened his eyes, it was already past 10 in the morning. He hastily threw on his clothes and pushed open the door to step outside. The sound of the television drifted from the living room. Chen Xuewen walked over and found a figure reclining on the sofa. Fong Ru still in her pajamas. Though a world of ice and snow lay beyond the walls, the room was bathed in warmth. Dressed in a well-tailored set of pajamas, Fong Ru lounged gracefully on the sofa. Seeing she was alone, Chen Xuewen took a step back. Sister Ru, where's Fifth Master? He asked. Fong Ru turned her head, a hint of enchanting charm gracing her strikingly beautiful face. You're awake, she said. Fifth Master has taken the others out. Chen Xuewen asked. He's out. Then, what about my matter? Fong Ru gestured towards the television, saying, look, the news is covering it right now. It was then that Chen Xuewen noticed the local news playing on the screen. The headline reported that a standalone villa in the outskirts had caught fire due to unauthorized use of heating equipment, resulting in 3 fatalities. His heart stirred. That villa belonged to Zhou Wanqing. Could it really have been officially ruled as a fire accident? And only 3 deaths reported. The number had been drastically reduced. He had killed 18 people that night, yet only 3 were mentioned, significantly lessening the severity of the incident. Chen Xuewen was inwardly shaken. Fifth Master Ho's background was indeed formidable. Pulling off such a cover-up overnight was no small feat. They only reported 3 deaths. What about the other 15? Chen Xuewen asked in astonishment. Fong Ru explained, most of those 15 were fugitives from justice who couldn't afford to be seen. No one cares about their fate, so their bodies were simply disposed of. As for the rest, a few fabricated accidents were arranged, like car crashes or drownings. As long as the autopsy reports are properly fabricated, no one would dig deeper. Afterwards, Fifth Master will spend some money to take care of their families, and the issue will be settled. Chen Xuewen suddenly understood, though a deep sense of awe crept into his heart. It was clear that Fifth Master had handled such matters many times before, well-versed in the process. For an underground figure like him, who held vast power, eliminating a few lives was truly no big deal. Seeing Chen Xuewen staring at the TV, Fong Ru smiled and patted the spot beside her on the sofa. Why are you just standing there? Come sit over here. With that, she shifted aside, leaving a space for him. Chen Xuewen glanced at her and shook his head. Thank you, Sister Ru, but I'm fine standing. Fong Ru smiled softly. What? Worried about Fifth Master seeing? Don't worry, it's just you and me at home right now. Everyone else has gone out with him. The nearest people are just the security guards by the entrance. Unless I call for them, they won't come inside. Her words were laden with suggestion, hinting that they were alone together in the house. Yet Chen Xuewen didn't move an inch, replying calmly, no need for that. After sleeping all night, I'd like to stand for a while. Fong Ru's delicate brows knitted slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. Other men would have fallen over themselves for just a single glance from her, practically begging to worship the ground she walked on. But this Chen Xuewen, even after she had spelled it out so blatantly, didn't even give her a second look. For the first time, she found herself doubting her own allure. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ru forced a smile back onto her face. By the way, are you hungry? Want me to get you something to eat? Chen Xuewen replied. No need for the trouble. I'm not hungry. Fong Ru felt a twinge of frustration. Was he really that oblivious to her overtures? Chen Xuewen's attention, however, remained fixed on the television. After covering the fire, the news moved on to the second story, one that also involved Chen Xuewen. It was about the murder of the campus belle. The enforcement team had obtained the autopsy report proving someone else was responsible for her death. Moreover, the witnesses who had previously testified against Chen Xuewen had all retracted their statements. The enforcement team announced publicly that Chen Xuewen was cleared of all suspicion and mentioned that he would be compensated for the earlier ordeal. Watching the report, Chen Xuewen stood frozen in place. In that moment, he felt a surge of emotion so strong, he could almost cry. He had finally cleared his name. Yet the cost had been immense. His parents were gone. After the broadcast ended, he took a deep breath. Sister Ru, I need to go home for a while. Please let Fifth Master know when he returns. Once I've taken care of my parents' funeral arrangements, I'll come back and work for him. Without waiting for her reply, Chen Xuewen turned and left. Fong Ru's face paled with indignation. He hadn't even looked at her properly the entire time, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Leaving Fifth Master's villa behind, Chen Xuewen rode off on the motorcycle from the previous night, hastily, making his way back to the city. Half an hour later, he arrived at the familiar alleyway. Chen Xuewen's family was originally from the countryside, but his parents had bought a small 40-square-meter-old apartment in this alley. He had grown up here. Walking through the alley surrounded by everything so familiar, the tears he had been holding back finally spilled over. He had returned home only to find everything had changed. His parents, who used to wait for him every day to come home for dinner, were now separated from him forever. The closer he got to his doorstep, the sharper the pain in his heart. Finally, he saw the familiar door. Two people were sitting outside waiting anxiously. One was Li Eryong leaning on a crutch. The other was Wu Lihong, her hair disheveled and still in her casual clothes. Both had their necks craned, staring intently at the end of the alley, their eyes filled with longing. Seeing Chen Xuewen approach, they were both stunned for a moment before a wave of overwhelming joy washed over them. Wu Lihong sprang to her feet and rushed over, throwing her arms around him as tears streamed down her face. "You're back. You're really back." Li Eryong, overwhelmed with excitement, hopped over on one leg, shouting loudly, "Wenzi, I knew you'd be fine. You always keep your promises and I believe in you completely. Ha ha ha." But between his laughter, tears began to fall. Looking at the two people weeping before him, the grief in Chen Xuewen's heart eased considerably. His parents were gone, but at least he wasn't alone. Back home, there were still people waiting for him. At noon, Chen Xuewen went out to buy some groceries, and Wu Lihong cooked a large table of dishes. Li Eryong sat at the table gazing at the spread and exclaimed, "Wow, I never knew you had such skills, Sister Hong." Chen Xuewen cast a surprised glance at Wu Lihong. He hadn't expected that the woman he remembered as a tough girl and a delinquent would possess such culinary prowess. The dishes on the table were a feast for the eyes and the palate, nearly rivaling the cooking of Chen Xuewen's mother. Wu Lihong smirked with pride. "I started cooking when I was 8 years old. Back then I made all the meals for my family." Chen Xuewen was astonished. "You started cooking at 8? Your parents really let you work that hard?" At these words, Wu Lihong's expression stiffened and her eyes reddened slightly. Meanwhile, a thought suddenly struck Chen Xuewen. Back in school, Wu Lihong's parents had never shown up. Even for parent-teacher meetings, or when she skipped school and got into fights, it was always her elderly grandmother who came. Chen Xuewen had never given it much thought before, but now he suddenly realized that Wu Lihong's family circumstances might not be good. "Alright, I'm starving. Let's eat first." Li Eryong smoothed things over, picked up his chopsticks, and wolfed down the food. None of them had eaten much since the previous night, and they were all famished. Watching the two men eat, a smile crept onto Wu Lihong's face. She turned and went into the kitchen, bringing out 2 bottles of alcohol. "To celebrate Wenzi's rebirth, let's drink until we drop today." Wu Lihong laughed. Li Eryong immediately fetched cups, but Chen Xuewen stopped him. "You two go ahead or I'll pass." Li Eryong urged, "Come on, don't be like that. It's a happy occasion. We have to drink." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "Last time I drank, it ruined my family. I'm done with alcohol." Li Eryong and Wu Lihong exchanged glances, then set down their cups, their faces somber. The matter of Chen Xuewen's parents would forever be a wound in his heart. Neither Li Eryong nor Wu Lihong drank. After the meal, Wu Lihong efficiently cleared the table. Li Eryong pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Chen Xuewen. "Want one? A smoke after a meal makes you feel like a god." Chen Xuewen smiled and declined. "Someone in prison told me that if you want to be truly above others, don't touch anything addictive. Only by restraining your desires can you go further and stand higher than others." Li Eryong's cigarette dangling from his lips looked at Chen Xuewen with confusion. "Wenzi, where did you learn all this philosophy? It's just a cigarette. What's the big deal?" Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and said nothing. Li Eryong took a few puffs, then stubbed out the cigarette on the ground. "So what's the plan now?" Chen Xuewen said softly. "If all this hadn't happened, I'd be in another city for college right now." Li Eryong spat. "That bastard Zhou Hao has caused so much harm. Why don't you go back to school? You're only 19, and you still have a chance." Chen Xuewen shook his head. "Forget it. After 6 months in prison and everything that's happened, I can't go back." He let out a bitter laugh. "My parents were honest and hardworking all their lives, yet they were always bullied. Their biggest wish was for me to rise above. Since I survived, I'm going to fulfill that wish. If I'm still alive, I'll live with a bang." Li Eryong grinned at Chen Xuewen. "Wenzi, you've really changed after being in prison. You never talked like this before." Chen Xuewen smiled. His life had already been transformed. Just then Wu Lihong finished cleaning up and came out. She took the cigarette pack from Li Eryong, lit one with practiced ease, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Li Eryong chuckled. "See, even a girl is more manly than you. What's the big deal about a cigarette?" Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and turned to Wu Lihong. "By the way, I remember you have a younger brother. What's he doing now?" Wu Lihong paused slightly, her head drooping, hair covering half her face. She took a deep drag of her cigarette and said lightly, "He's not feeling well, he's resting." Chen Xuewen could tell she was holding something back, but he didn't press further. He just leaned back quietly in his chair. After finishing her cigarette, Wu Lihong stood up. "Alright, I've got to go to work. You two handle dinner yourselves." With that, she grabbed her bag and swayed out the door. At the doorway, she turned back and tossed a heavy bag into Chen Xuewen's arms. "Oh, since you didn't die, I'm returning this to you." Chen Xuewen opened it and saw the 5 gold bars. He hadn't expected that money-hungry woman to give them back. Li Eryong slapped his forehead. "Alright, I'll bring you the money and gold bars later too. Since the problem's resolved, I don't need settlement money." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "No need. What's yours is yours." Li Eryong spat. "Damn, what kind of talk is that? You risked your life for this. How could I take it? Besides, even Wu Lihong, who's struggling, gave back the gold bars. Why should I keep them? Chen Xuewen was puzzled. What struggles does Wu Lihong have? Li Eryong's eyes widened. You don't know her story. Chen Xuewen shook his head. He truly didn't know much about that woman. If not for this incident, he might never have crossed paths with her again in this life. Li Eryong sighed. Oh, that girl Wu Lihong is pitiful. When she was 7 or 8, both her parents fell ill and died. She was raised by her grandparents, which is why she had to cook for the whole family from a young age. Later, her brother was diagnosed with kidney disease and has been hospitalized, needing dialysis every week to survive. She had no choice but to work as a hostess, earning money to treat her brother and saving up for a kidney transplant. Chen Xuewen was stunned. He had never imagined Wu Lihong's background was so tragic. He had always looked down on her, thinking she lacked self-respect. But now he finally understood she had no choice. Compared to the pure and beautiful campus belle, this seemingly unvirtuous woman was far better. Chen Xuewen sighed. At the end of the day, it's all because of poverty. By the way, Eryong, what's the fastest way to make money now? Li Eryong snorted. Hell, you're asking me. I know how to spend money fast, but not how to earn it quickly. Chen Xuewen rubbed his temples. We need to find something that brings in quick cash. We can't keep drifting aimlessly. Li Eryong thought for a moment, then leaned in. How about we find a rich older woman? Fun and quick money. Perfect for us. Chen Xuewen laughed and knocked him on the head. You little rascal, always thinking about selling your ass. Take a piss and look in the mirror. Who'd want that? Li Eryong picked up the mirror on the table, carefully smoothed his hair, and said smugly, you don't get it. Rich women love my type. Chen Xuewen smirked, ignored him, and went into his room to rest. That evening, Li Eryong returned home, leaning on his cane. Chen Xuewen sat alone in the empty room, his mind in turmoil. After sitting in silence for a long while, he walked into the inner chamber and retrieved a bag. This bag was something old Du had carried with him during his prison escape. Inside, besides some cash, there were a few other items. Although Chen Xuewen did not know old Du's true identity, a cunning fox like him was certainly no ordinary person. Anything he deemed crucial enough to keep close during such desperate circumstances must have been of paramount importance. Previously, Chen Xuewen had no time to concern himself with such matters. Now that everything had been resolved, he wanted to see what old Du had risked his life to protect. Opening the bag, he found it wrapped in layer after layer of plastic, sealed tightly. And beneath those plastic wraps, several more layers of craft paper concealed its contents. A testament to just how much old Du valued whatever lay within. Unwrapping the craft paper finally revealed what was inside. To his astonishment, 2 yellowed ancient texts lay before him. One titled Art of the Mind, the other Meridians of the Extraordinary Vessels. Chen Xuewen was somewhat surprised. Just 2 books. Was it really necessary for old Du to carry them with him everywhere? He opened both books and flipped through them. Meridians of the Extraordinary Vessels documented the body's meridian pathways, with annotations near certain acupoints. For instance, which acupoints would cause specific reactions when struck, and which could prove fatal under certain conditions. After reading through it, Chen Xuewen realized this Meridians of the Extraordinary Vessels was essentially a manual teaching others how to kill. The killing techniques old Du had taught Chen Xuewen were likely derived from this very text. As for the other book, Art of the Mind, Chen Xuewen was greatly shocked after flipping through it. Art of the Mind was entirely a guide on reading people's thoughts and manipulating them through psychological tactics. Some of its content matched what old Du had previously shared with Chen Xuewen. However, old Du had clearly withheld information, revealing only fragments of the book's teachings. After finishing it, Chen Xuewen was profoundly shaken. He finally understood why old Du held this book in such high regard. Its contents had the power to fundamentally shift a person's worldview. If one could master Art of the Mind completely, it would be enough to elevate an ordinary person to the pinnacle of success. Chen Xuewen treated it as a priceless treasure, poring over it late into the night with insatiable hunger for knowledge. By the time he finished the book, it was already past midnight. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Chen Xuewen quietly retrieved a dagger and concealed it in his sleeve as he approached the entrance, calling out, "Who's there?" It was Wu Lihong's voice from outside. "It's me." Chen Xuewen paused in surprise. Why was she back again? He opened the door to find Wu Lihong dressed in a short skirt and elaborately made up, walking straight into the room. She reeked of alcohol and appeared thoroughly intoxicated, stumbling unsteadily as she collapsed onto the sofa. Chen Xuewen frowned slightly but still poured her a glass of water, asking, "Why are you here?" Wu Lihong drained the water in one gulp and leaned back against the sofa. "I got off work and had nowhere else to go, so I thought I'd stay the night at your place." "What is that, a problem?" Chen Xuewen replied, "Not really. It's just that I'm living alone right now. You letting a girl stay at your place?" Wu Lihong cut him off dismissively. "Come on, I'm not afraid. What do you have to worry about? You think you're going to eat me or something?" As she spoke, she lounged against the sofa with her legs crossed, her long slender legs and high heels twitching slightly, as if deliberately provoking Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen shrugged helplessly. "All right then, which room would you like?" "Whatever," Wu Lihong replied. In the end, Chen Xuewen had no choice but to give up his own room to her and retreat to his parents' room. Lying in bed, Chen Xuewen felt restless. After all, he was a young man, and with a beautiful woman sleeping in the next room, it was only natural for his mind to wander. Eventually Chen Xuewen managed to suppress those thoughts and forced himself to fall asleep. The following half-month passed in quiet routine. During those weeks Li Eryong came to Chen Xuewen's place every day bringing the 300,000 yuan and gold bars he owed. Wu Lihong too had claimed Chen Xuewen's home as her own base. She cooked meals for both men during the day, worked through the night, and returned around dawn to stay at Chen Xuewen's. The three of them living together began to resemble a family. Chen Xuewen spent most of his time wandering the streets aside from visiting his parents' graves. He was primarily observing the business landscape in Pingqing, looking to find a suitable industry to enter. Over these weeks not a single person sent by Master Ho came looking for Chen Xuewen. Yet Master Ho had explicitly said he expected Chen Xuewen to work for him in the future. Now it seemed as though Master Ho had forgotten him entirely. Still Chen Xuewen made no move to seek him out. After reading Art of the Mind, Chen Xuewen had grown considerably more mature and calculating. He understood that Master Ho, a cunning old fox, was undoubtedly still watching him from the shadows. Master Ho would come for him eventually, but Chen Xuewen refused to make the first move. That would only put him at a disadvantage. That morning Chen Xuewen walked the streets with Li Eryong as usual. As they passed through an alley, three young men with dyed hair and neck tattoos approached from the opposite direction. Upon seeing them, Li Eryong's expression darkened. He immediately ducked behind Chen Xuewen and whispered urgently, "Winsy, this way, this way." Chen Xuewen asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Before Li Eryong could respond, the leader of the three young men called out mockingly, Well, if it isn't Eryong-ji. Look at you out shopping again. Guess we didn't beat you badly enough last time." Chen Xuewen looked up to see the three flamboyantly dressed youths approaching, their faces twisted with mockery. Li Eryong's expression shifted between embarrassment and anger as he recognized the group. "Yangzi, I didn't provoke you. Don't go looking for trouble," he muttered under his breath. The leader was indeed Yangzi. Yangzi sneered. "Eryong-ji, that's not quite right. Brother He made it clear. This area is off limits to you from now on. Every time I see you, I'll beat you. And since we've run into each other, I can't just pretend I didn't see you, can I?" Li Eryong pleaded softly. "Yangzi, I was just passing through by accident. There's no need to be so ruthless, is there? How about this? I'll turn around and leave right now. That should be fine, right?" Yangzi let out a sinister chuckle. "Eryong-ji, you've crossed into our territory. If I just let you walk away, what about our pride? But we were brothers once, so I suppose I can show some mercy. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you a chance. Just get the hell out of here, and I'll pretend I never saw you. How's that, ha ha ha?" The other two youths erupted into cruel laughter, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain as they looked at Li Eryong. Li Eryong trembled with rage, opening his mouth to respond, but Chen Xuewen pressed a hand on his shoulder. Chen Xuewen fixed his gaze squarely on Yangzi and spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "Was it you who broke Eryong's limbs?" Yangzi hesitated for a moment before snarling, "Who the fuck are you?" Chen Xuewen didn't answer, instead repeating his question coldly. "I'm asking you, did you break Eryong's limbs?" Enraged, Yangzi cursed. "Yeah, I'm the one who did it. So what? You fucking..." But before he could finish, Chen Xuewen had already moved. His foot connected squarely with Yangzi's groin. Yangzi let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching himself, completely incapacitated. Chen Xuewen showed no hesitation, swinging his other fist into the second youth's eye. The young man staggered backward, hands pressed to his face, and fell hard onto the ground. Only one youth remained, but Chen Xuewen lunged forward, shouting, "Get him!" Without hesitation, Li Eryong grabbed his cane and swung it wildly at the last opponent. The fight began and ended in a flash. Although Yangzi's side had three people, Yangzi was kicked in the groin by Chen Xuewen at the very start and lost the ability to move. Of the remaining two, one was struck in the eye by Chen Xuewen and then beaten bloody by Li Eryong with his crutch. As for the last young man, when pinned to the ground by Chen Xuewen, he initially struggled to resist. However, Chen Xuewen's recent study of the 8 extraordinary meridians had yielded considerable results. Although the young man managed to land 2 punches on Chen Xuewen, they only caused him a bit of pain. But Chen Xuewen's strikes were a different matter. Each blow landed on a vital spot. Even though he used only his fists, it was enough to strip the young man of his ability to fight back. Thus, in less than 5 minutes, all 3 of Yangzi's men were subdued, obediently squatting against the wall with their hands on their heads. Li Eryong, who had previously had his hands and feet broken by these 3, harbored a deep grudge and now felt an immense sense of vindication. He swung his crutch, raising welts on all 3 of their heads before he finally stopped, satisfied. Yangzi and his men were beaten to the point of silent fury, glaring venomously at Li Eryong. "Kid, we 3 have fallen today, and we accept it. If you've got the guts, tell me your name, and I'll have my big brother settle scores with you later," Yangzi said through gritted teeth. Li Eryong, enraged, swung his crutch again. "You still want revenge?" Yangzi, now frantic from the beating, snarled, "Screw you, Li Eryong. If you've got the nerve, kill me right now. If you don't kill me, I swear I won't let you get away with this." Li Eryong panicked. If these people sought revenge, they would stand no chance. Chen Xuewen, however, remained calm. He walked over, looked down at Yangzi, and said coldly, "You want revenge, huh? Fine, I'll give you the chance. Go tell your big brother my name is Chen Xuewen. I live at No. 13 5th Lane, Aixingfu Village. If you want revenge, feel free to come find me." Yangzi gnashed his teeth. "Fine, you've got guts. I'll remember you." Chen Xuewen sneered disdainfully and said coldly, "I'm going home to wait for him right now. If he doesn't come to me tonight, I'll go find him myself tomorrow. With that, Chen Xuewen turned and walked away, pulling Li Eryong along. Yang Zi watched them leave, his face twisting with malice. He stood up furiously. Damn it, let's go find the boss. Tonight we're going to take down those two little bastards. On the way home, Li Eryong grabbed Chen Xuewen anxiously. Wen Zi, are you crazy? Do you know who Yang Zi's big brother is? It's Lao He. Chen Xuewen glanced at Li Eryong. This Lao He, he's the boss you used to follow, right? Li Eryong spat. Damn right, that's the bastard. That scumbag. I used to treat him like a real brother, but at one word from Zhou Hao he broke my hands and feet. I was truly blind to have followed a boss like him. Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. In that case tonight, I'll break both his hands and feet to get revenge for you. Li Eryong's eyes widened. Wen Ziyu, have you lost your mind? Do you know who Lao He is? He's even more powerful than He Fei. With one phone call, he can summon dozens of people. How are you going to fight him? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Those bodyguards by Zhou Hao's side were martial arts school graduates, and I still took them all down. Could Lao He be tougher than Zhou Hao? Li Eryong said urgently. Damn, it's not the same. With Zhou Hao you were fighting for your life. But with Lao He, can you afford to risk your life like that? You've only just cleared your name. You absolutely cannot get involved in another murder. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and patted Li Eryong on the shoulder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Come on, let's head back and prepare first. Also tell me more about this Lao He. Li Eryong looked at Chen Xuewen with confusion. How could he be so calm? Nevertheless, he limped along after Chen Xuewen and began recounting the story of Lao He. This Lao He was a thug in Pingxing. Like He Fei, he also worked as a bouncer. However, Lao He oversaw several arcade halls. Hearing this, Chen Xuewen asked in surprise, arcade halls? Didn't you say Lao He was doing better than He Fei? How could he be overseeing a few arcade halls? Li Eryong said, hey, you wouldn't know this. Let me tell you, arcade halls bring in money fast. Much faster than internet cafes. Chen Xuewen was astonished. Really? Those arcade machines where you buy coins, how much money can they make? Li Eryong waved his hand. Those don't make much. These days the real money in arcade halls comes from the slot machines. One arcade hall with a dozen slot machines can rake in tens of thousands a day. It's like stealing money. Chen Xuewen couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was something he had never anticipated. That profitable? Chen Xuewen asked in amazement. Li Eryong nodded. You bet. That's why Lao He is needed to watch over the place. From the daily sales of these arcade halls, Lao He takes a 20 cut. Chen Xuewen took another deep breath. He had suddenly discovered a lucrative opportunity. What do you think about us opening an arcade hall? Chen Xuewen asked. Li Eryong waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Don't even think about it. The arcade halls in Pingxing have already been monopolized by several big shots. No one else can open one. Whoever tries is doomed. Chen Xuewen frowned. Big shots? You mean people like Marquis Wu? Li Eryong quickly said, are you kidding me? What kind of person is Marquis Wu? Would he care about this kind of money? I'm talking about some of the mid-level boss figures in Pingxing. Marquis Wu, he's in construction. Any single project he takes on earns tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. How could he be interested in this sort of thing? Chen Xuewen nodded thoughtfully, and continued asking questions on the subject, including the identities of the bosses behind those arcade halls. Having spent a long time in the underworld, Li Eryong knew quite a bit, and told Chen Xuewen everything in detail. After finishing, he looked at Chen Xuewen curiously. Why are you asking so specifically? You're not actually thinking of opening an arcade hall, are you? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. The thought has crossed my mind. But for now, the most important thing is to deal with Lao He first. Only after taking care of Lao He can we talk about other things. Li Eryong stared at Chen Xuewen for a moment, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, Wen Zi, are you sure you want to go after Lao He? Chen Xuewen, is there any doubt? Li Eryong pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Alright, then I'll go crazy with you. Damn it, let's fight that bastard. Wait a SEC, I'll call a couple of brothers to help out. Li Eryong had actually brought two brothers along. One was named Lai Ho, and true to his name, he was slight and small with a pointed nose and simian cheeks. The other was Li Taizhu, Li Eryong's cousin, a tall and burly man. However, Li Taizhu was not particularly bright, and his appetite was enormous. Wu Lihong had prepared a feast at noon, but Li Taizhu devoured everything in a whirlwind and was still not full. With no other choice, Wu Lihong boiled him 2 more packs of instant noodles before he finally felt satisfied. Li Eryong introduced both men to Chen Xuewen and said, Wenzi, these two are my brothers in life and death. You can trust them completely. Chen Xuewen nodded. He still trusted Li Eryong quite a lot. He then explained that Lao He was coming that night to take revenge. After hearing this, Li Taizhu sat expressionlessly, as if he had heard nothing at all. Lai Ho scratched his head and looked at Li Eryong. Eryong, is your brother crazy? Lao He can summon dozens of people with a single phone call. Do you really think a handful of us can take them on? If we're that desperate for trouble, we could just walk into traffic and extort some compensation. Why go looking for Lao He? Chen Xuewen's expression remained calm. Lao He is the one who broke Eryong's limbs. That debt must be collected. If you're afraid, you can leave right now. Lai Ho spat on the ground. Damn it, what is there to be afraid of? We have to avenge Eryong, that's for sure. But I think we need to use our heads a bit. This approach is clearly throwing eggs against a rock. This isn't revenge, it's suicide. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Don't worry. As long as you follow my arrangements, dealing with Lao He won't be difficult. Lai Ho looked thoroughly unconvinced. Don't talk nonsense. They have dozens of people, and we only have a few. How are we supposed to fight them? Chen Xuewen asked. So what if they have more people? How many wars in history have been won by the outnumbered? Lai Ho retorted, that's history. Besides, those are proper military campaigns. Even victories achieved through inferior numbers relied on strategy. This is a street brawl. How can they be compared? Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. Who says a street brawl can't involve strategy? He leaned closer to the three of them and slowly laid out his plan. After listening, the three exchanged bewildered glances. Lai Ho scratched his head. This method of yours actually sounds like it could work. But what happens after we finish? Lao He holds grudges. After suffering this setback, he'll definitely come back for revenge next time. Next time this method might not work at all. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. After tonight this man will become history. Lai Ho and Li Eryong exchanged astonished looks, their faces filled with shock. What exactly was Chen Xuewen planning to do? A little after 9 that evening, several minivans pulled up outside Qingfu village. About a dozen people stepped out, including Yang Zi and 2 others. Leading them was a dark-skinned man with a fierce expression, none other than Lao He, Li Eryong's former boss. As soon as the minivans appeared, a man emerged from the dark alley. Lao He asked, well, this man had been sent by Lao He earlier that day to keep watch over Chen Xuewen and his group. The man replied, they haven't run. They're all inside the house. How many? For including that cripple Li Eryong. Lao He paused. 4. The man nodded. Yes. Li Eryong, the 2 guys around him, Lai Ho and Li Taizhu. And then there's this Chen Xuewen. I did some digging. This Chen Xuewen used to be just an ordinary well-behaved student. He was falsely accused of rape and murder and spent a few months in jail. Since being released, he seems a bit tougher than before. Lao He spat. Fuck, he only served a few months. How tough could he possibly be? I spent years inside. Compared to me, he's nothing. None of us bros haven't done time. The lackeys beside him nodded enthusiastically. In the eyes of these thugs, spending time in prison was like earning a badge of honor. Anyone who made a living on the streets had spent a few days behind bars after all. Yang Zi stepped forward. Boss, what do we do now? Should we drag them out and beat them to a pulp? Lao He waved his hand. No. They're only 4, and we have so many of us. If we just march in and call them out, we'll scare them silly. These guys are slippery. If they scatter and run, we might not be able to catch them all. Don't alert them. Sneak up, quietly corner them inside the house, and trap them like fish in a barrel. Yang Zi immediately grinned. Boss, you're a genius. Lao He looked thoroughly pleased and waved his hand. Grab your weapons, let's move. A group of lackeys pulled out their weapons and quietly slipped into the alley, making their way toward Chen Xuewen's house. The night was dark and the streetlights outside this old alley had long been broken. Plus the weather was bitterly cold and everyone had long gone to rest. So Lao He and his men reached Chen Xuewen's door without much difficulty. Still uneasy, Lao He peeked through the window and saw Chen Xuewen and the other 3 sitting around the table chatting. At the same time, he carefully observed the interior and confirmed there were indeed only those 4 people inside. Only then did Lao He feel somewhat reassured. He gestured to one of his men. That man understood and walked straight up to the door to knock. After a few knocks, Chen Xuewen's voice came from inside. Who is it? The man didn't respond and just kept knocking. Chen Xuewen's impatient voice came again. Who is it? The door's unlocked. Come in. Hearing this, the man immediately twisted the doorknob. Indeed, the door was unlocked, and he pushed it open. Seeing this, Lao He charged into the room at the forefront. The men behind him followed suit, all rushing inside. In an instant, over a dozen people flooded into the small room, making it extremely cramped. The last man to enter shut the door behind him and promptly locked it from the outside. Lao He brandished his weapon and looked at Chen Xuewen with an arrogant expression. He spat on the ground and cursed. Damn it, so you're Chen Xuewen, huh? Do you even know who I am? Chen Xuewen remained calm. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he sneered. Of course. You must be Lao He. Lao He flew into a rage. You fucking know who I am, and you're still standing there talking to me. You little bastard, are you tired of living? Someone teach him some manners. One of Lao He's men stepped forward, immediately pointing at Chen Xuewen's nose and cursing. Who the hell do you think you are standing and talking to our boss? I'll count to 3. Get over there and kneel properly. Otherwise I'll break your fucking legs so you can't even kneel. Chen Xuewen glanced at this man and sneered. Enraged, the man raised his hand and delivered a slap toward Chen Xuewen's face. You fucking dare to laugh. Before the slap could land, Chen Xuewen struck first. He kicked the man squarely in the groin, and the man immediately followed Yang Zi's earlier fate, clutching his crotch and slowly collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Lao He erupted in fury and slammed the table. You fucking dare to fight back. Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen had already taken a step back. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Xuewen took out a pair of glasses, put them on, and shouted, attack. Lai Ho immediately jumped up agile as a monkey. He flipped onto the table, then leaped upward in one motion, grabbing a rope that hung from the ceiling in the middle of the living room. With a sharp tug, the rope tore down a canvas sheet. The moment it fell, a cloud of white smoke descended with it, instantly filling the entire room and shrouding everyone inside. Lao He had no time to react and was enveloped in the white smoke. His eyes were blinded by it. He frantically rubbed them, but after just one wipe, he felt a burning pain. Having seen much action in his life, Lao He's expression changed dramatically. He cried out, bad, it's quicklime. With Old Hay's startled cry, the gang members around him began to scream in agony as well. They had all gotten lime powder in their eyes, and when lime meets water it generates heat and is highly corrosive. If they kept rubbing their eyes, the corrosion would accelerate, making their situation even worse. In no time the room was filled with wails of pain, and the men Old Hay had brought were thrown into complete chaos. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen and his companions were well prepared. The moment Lai Ho pulled down the tarpaulin, they all put on their goggles. Although the goggles couldn't block all the lime powder, they deflected most of it. Moreover, they had been quick to shut their eyes tightly, so none of the lime got into them. Even so, they had other preparations in place. Chen Xuewen had made sure each of them carried 2 pouches of oil. As soon as the lime descended, they immediately opened one pouch and used the oil to wash away the lime from around their eyes. As a result, the 4 of them were able to open their eyes quickly and clearly see what was happening in the room. Chen Xuewen pulled out a set of brass knuckles from his pocket, slipped them on, and charged straight into the crowd attacking the men. The men Old Hay had brought were in truth nothing but a bunch of bullies who preyed on the weak. They could swagger and intimidate others on the streets, relying on their numbers. But when it came to a real fight, they were largely inexperienced, nowhere near the caliber of the bodyguards old master Ho had assigned to Zhou Wanqing. So dealing with them proved to be much easier. Blinded and lacking any instinct for self-defense, they merely screamed for help, not even knowing how to dodge the blows coming their way. From the 8 extraordinary meridians, Chen Xuewen had learned the most vulnerable spots on the human body. With his brass knuckles, he aimed directly for these weak points. The power of the brass knuckles combined with his precise targeting meant that anyone he struck was instantly incapacitated. Lai Ho and Li Taizhu also joined the fray, laying into Old Hay's men. Before long, more than half of them were sprawled on the floor. The others, still unable to open their eyes, sensed something was wrong and tried to flee. But the door was locked from the inside by their own doing, and blind as they were, they couldn't get it open. Chen Xuewen rushed forward again, knocking these men down as well. Finally, only Old Hay remained. Chen Xuewen drove a punch into his chest. With the brass knuckles, the force of that punch was devastating, snapping 2 of Old Hay's ribs. Old Hay let out a pained scream and collapsed, utterly defeated. It was only after all of them were down that Chen Xuewen stopped. He had Lai Ho fetch a jug of oil and use it to wash the eyes of the fallen men, allowing them to finally see again. Taking in the scene, Old Hay and his men's faces changed dramatically. They couldn't fathom how their overwhelming numbers had been completely taken down. Old Hay especially clutched his chest and struggled to stand, trembling with rage as he surveyed the room. He was used to winning by sheer numbers and had never faced anything like this nor suffered such a humiliating loss. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Xuewen, snarling, "Chen, you're a despicable bastard, setting traps in the house to ambush us. You're nothing but a lowlife." Chen Xuewen sneered contemptuously. "Lowlife? Huh? You brought over 20 men to gang up on the 4 of us. Is that supposed to be noble? Let me tell you, this is called all's fair in war. Out here relying on numbers is useless. It's your brain that counts." Old Hay's face turned ashen with fury. He ground his teeth and said, "Chen, don't get cocky. I won't forget this. Next time I come for you, you won't be so lucky." Chen Xuewen replied, "Next time? Old Hay, do you honestly think there will be a next time?" Old Hay was taken aback for a moment, then his face hardened. "You trying to scare me? If you've got the guts, kill me right here. Otherwise, once I'm healed, I'll make sure you're dead." With a faint smile, Chen Xuewen walked over to Old Hay and patted his shoulder. "Look at you talking like that. Why would I ever kill you? Killing is against the law." Old Hay let out a derisive snort. "You're just a coward. You don't have the nerve. Once I get my hands free, I'll destroy you." Chen Xuewen shook his head calmly. "I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I'll give you the chance to get revenge." With that, he suddenly grabbed one of Old Hay's legs and delivered a massive punch to his knee. Still wearing the brass knuckles and putting all his strength into the blow, Chen Xuewen shattered Old Hay's kneecap. Old Hay howled in agony and collapsed, clutching his knee and wailing. But Chen Xuewen didn't stop. He punched the other kneecap as well. The spot he chose was where the kneecap connected to the shin, a naturally vulnerable area. With the brass knuckles and his full force behind each hit, both of Old Hay's kneecaps were utterly destroyed. And once kneecaps are shattered, a person is essentially bound to a wheelchair for life. Looking down at Old Hay, Chen Xuewen said coldly, "Old Hay, you broke my brother's arm and leg. Today I take your 2 legs as payment. This is a debt settled for my brother. Listen carefully. If you ever manage to stand again, I'll be waiting for your revenge." Old Hay was in too much pain to speak, reduced to wailing and clutching his legs. As for Old Hay's men, they were utterly terrified. Chen Xuewen's ferocity had completely caught them off guard. These once swaggering thugs now cowered in the corners, staying as still as mice. No one dared to utter a word, even as they watched their boss get beaten. All of this was exactly as Chen Xuewen had anticipated. These petty thugs were just a mob of good-for-nothings. They would band together when they had the upper hand, and there was something to gain. But the moment they started losing or suffering losses, their courage evaporated. They were nothing like true desperados. Chen Xuewen's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on the young man whose groin he had kicked earlier. "So you wanted me to kneel and talk earlier?" Chen Xuewen asked slowly. The young man was on the verge of soiling himself. He frantically shook his head and waved his hands. No, boss, you've got it wrong. I didn't mean it like that. I. Chen Xuewen walked up to him and said icily, Since you're so fond of kneeling to talk, then kneel and say it. The young man flushed, deeply mortified and hesitant. Chen Xuewen fingered his brass knuckles and said coldly, either you kneel or you'll never need to kneel again for the rest of your life. Suddenly raising his voice, Chen Xuewen roared, kneel. The young man trembled in terror and instinctively dropped to his knees with a thud drenched in sweat. Chen Xuewen spat at him in disdain, then turned to survey the room. A bunch of worthless trash. No one dared to speak, their hearts filled with nothing but fear. Beside him, Li Eryong and Lai Ho were brimming with excitement, nearly overwhelmed with elation. They had never imagined the night would turn out like this. Chen Xuewen had actually led them to victory, defeating Old He with just a few against many. They felt as if they were dreaming. Chen Xuewen walked over to Li Eryong and asked, I broke his 2 legs. Is that enough for you? Or should I get you some more? Li Eryong quickly replied, enough, it's enough. His own injuries were just fractures that would heal in time, but Old He was now permanently crippled, never to walk again. Li Eryong took a deep breath and whispered nervously, Wenzi, what do we do now? Maybe we should lie low for a while. What happened tonight was no small matter. Crippling a man was a serious crime. Chen Xuewen had caused a huge uproar, he would probably have to go on the run. But Chen Xuewen remained calm. Lie low? Why should we? Since your revenge is done, let's call the police. The announcement made Li Eryong and Lai Ho exclaim in unison, what? Even Li Taizhu looked at Chen Xuewen in confusion. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he knew that calling the cops after an incident like this was like walking right into a trap. Chen Xuewen remained unperturbed. What are you standing around for? Call the police. Let the law enforcement handle them. Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged uneasy glances. Li Eryong whispered, Wenzi, are you crazy? After causing such a big scene, you still want to call the law enforcement? Chen Xuewen just smiled. Don't worry, I'm not going to jail. You don't need to worry. I have a plan. With that, Chen Xuewen took out his phone and called the police himself. Before long, the law enforcement arrived swiftly. Seeing the law enforcement officers, Old He seemed to find a pillar of support and shouted loudly, I want to press charges. I want to sue him. He's guilty of aggravated assault. Everyone here is a witness. I want him to go to jail. The team leader taking in the scene also had a grim expression. Such a blatant act of violence was a rare sight. Take them for medical examinations first. Arrest these men and take them in. The captain barked out his orders. Without a doubt, Chen Xuewen and his group were taken back to the station. Lai Ho sighed in despair, his face pale. We're doomed this time. Eryong, your buddy, is really unreliable. Li Eryong looked at Chen Xuewen, who seemed completely confident, and said softly, I trust my brother. If you believe in me, then don't worry. My brother definitely has a plan. Lai Ho glanced at Chen Xuewen, thought for a moment, and whispered, if your brother can get us out of this mess, then I'll follow him as my boss from now on. At 10 in the evening, outside Marquis Ho's villa, a woman trudged through the snowstorm. That woman was none other than Wu Lihong. Earlier that afternoon, Chen Xuewen had called her aside, privately handed her a bag, and instructed her to deliver it to Marquis Ho that night. Wu Lihong had requested leave for the evening and made her way here specifically. The guard at the gate initially intended to turn her away, but upon learning that she was sent by Chen Xuewen, he immediately went inside to announce her arrival. After all, the incident a few days ago when Chen Xuewen had arrived carrying a severed head was still fresh in their minds. A man of such ruthlessness was not someone these guards wished to provoke. Not long after, the villa door opened, and Wu Lihong was led into the living room. Marquis Ho sat on the sofa, while Feng Ru remained by his side, lighting his cigarette. He coughed intermittently as he drew on his pipe. When Wu Lihong entered, Feng Ru's gaze swept over her several times, finally flickering with a hint of disdain. After finishing his smoke, Marquis Ho sat upright and asked, what business does Chen Xuewen have with me? Wu Lihong was extremely nervous, facing the underworld boss who dominated Pingqing. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, he asked me to deliver something to you. As she spoke, Wu Lihong took out the bag she had brought. A bodyguard stepped forward to retrieve it. Marquis Ho opened it and saw a transfer receipt inside, with the recipient's name being that of a major figure in the city. A cold smile flickered across Marquis Ho's face. He casually set the receipt aside and said slowly, what has he done? Wu Lihong quickly recounted the matter involving Lao He. She was unaware that Chen Xuewen had already routed Lao He's men. She only knew that Lao He was coming to take revenge on Chen Xuewen. After hearing her account, Marquis Ho frowned slightly. What? Is Chen Xuewen planning to ask me to deal with Lao He on his behalf? If that's the case, then he has greatly disappointed me. Wu Lihong hastily interjected. Wenzi isn't asking you to handle Lao He for him. He asked me to pass along a message. He hopes you could intervene and put in a good word for him with the enforcement team. Marquis Ho was taken aback. The enforcement team? What do you mean? Binzi, who stood beside him, sneered. Did this kid actually call the police to arrest Lao He and his men? What a disgrace. Dealing with a bunch of thugs like that, and he has to resort to calling the cops. Feng Ru rolled her eyes. Binzi, can't you use your brain for once? If he had called the police, he would be the victim. Why would he need Marquis Ho to speak on his behalf? Binzi was annoyed, but could only shut his mouth in frustration. Marquis Ho glanced at Feng Ru and smiled. You seem to know that kid quite well. So what do you think he really means? Feng Ru smiled. I wouldn't say I know him well, but judging by how he dealt with Zhou Wanqing, it's clear he's no ordinary person. Lao He is nothing but a low-life thug. If he couldn't handle a small fry like that, he wouldn't be qualified to come asking for your help. If I'm not mistaken, he must have won the fight. However, there might have been casualties, so he needs you to smooth things over, to help him walk out of the enforcement team unscathed. Marquis Ho chuckled. Xiaoru, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. It seems this kid has ambition. Fengru nodded with a faint smile. Defeating Lao He alone isn't significant. But to injure him, get taken to the enforcement team, and still emerge cleanly, that's true skill. This kid is using Lao He as a stepping stone to rise. Marquis Ho laughed heartily. Interesting, very interesting. No wonder he offered this as a trade. He truly wants to climb the ranks. He stood up, pocketed the transfer receipt, and announced, Binzi, send the company lawyer to the enforcement team to find out what's going on. If no one died, find a way to get him out. Binzi sulked, but ultimately nodded. Yes, Marquis Ho. Supported by Fengru, Marquis Ho returned to his room upstairs. After making a phone call, Fengru turned to him and smiled. Marquis Ho, we guessed correctly. That kid took down Lao He's entire crew. He broke both of Lao He's legs. He'll probably be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. What's more, he then called the police himself, and the enforcement team hauled them all away. Marquis Ho's interest peaked. Is that so? How many men did Lao He have? Fengru replied, around 20. Marquis Ho asked, and Chen Xuewen sighed. Fengru answered, excluding one cripple, only 3 men in total. Marquis Ho was astonished. 3 men took down over 20. How? Fengru smiled. Same trick as with Zhou Wansheng. Chen Xuewen bought quicklime and hung a tarpaulin from the ceiling. When Lao He and his men weren't expecting it, he released the lime, blinding them and rendering them combat ineffective. Marquis Ho burst into laughter. This kid sure has a vicious streak. Fengru smiled faintly. Vicious as it is, it's undeniably effective. Otherwise, how could 3 men beat 20-something? Marquis Ho nodded with a faint smile, placing the transfer receipt on the table. Xiaoru, what do you think of Chen Xuewen? Fengru paused, then said, this young man is no ordinary. Ruthless, meticulous, and decisive in action. If nurtured properly, his future achievements could be boundless. A sharp glint flashed in Marquis Ho's eyes before he leaned back in his chair and said softly, unfortunately, he remains wary of me and cannot be brought into my fold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used that evidence as a bargaining chip. I fear that if I help him rise, he might turn into an ungrateful wolf and end up taking my life. Fengru smiled and gracefully sat beside Marquis Ho. Marquis Ho, you've been entrenched in Pingqing for decades. How could a mere child compare to you? In Pingqing, you are the Buddha. Even if he were the great sage equal to heaven, he couldn't escape your palm. On the contrary, if you wield this pawn, well, you might just swallow up the territories of those 2 old foxes and unify the underworld of Pingqing once and for all. These words stirred Marquis Ho's interest. He was clearly tempted. He leaned back, pondering for a long while, then suddenly turned to Fengru. Xiaoru, I don't care what method you use. Bring him to my side. Remember, spare no expense. Fengru nodded softly. Understood. She knew that by spare no expense, Marquis Ho meant even her own sacrifice was included. In other words, if necessary, Marquis Ho would rather have Fengru make the sacrifice to secure Chen Xuewen. A deep chill filled Fengru's heart. On the surface, she seemed glamorous, but in truth she was nothing more than a disposable tool in Marquis Ho's eyes. Yet she could only bury this bitterness deep within her, not daring to show even a hint of it. Chen Xuewen and the other 3 were brought to the enforcement team and immediately handcuffed to the railing before being taken separately for statement recording. Lai Ho squatted listlessly on the ground, sighing, alas, this is trouble. I've been out for less than half a year. If I get sentenced again, they'll probably add to my punishment. Chen Xuewen asked in surprise, you were just released. What did you do before? Lai Ho shrugged. Just took a few cases of liquor and cartons of cigarettes that someone didn't want. No big deal. Chen Xuewen was stunned for a moment, then rendered speechless. Damn it, this bastard made it sound so trivial. You'd think he was the one who'd been wronged. But on second thought, that was outright theft. Chen Xuewen patted Lai Ho on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. This time I'll make sure you're fine. Lai Ho curled his lip. Let's talk after we get out. If you really have the skill to get me out of here, I'll acknowledge you as my boss from now on and follow your every word. Chen Xuewen laughed heartily and said no more. Before long, Li Eryong and Li Taizhu were brought out. The enforcement team captain came over, preparing to take Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho in for questioning. Just then a man in a suit and leather shoes walked in from outside. The man approached the team captain with a smile. Captain Wang, long time no see. The captain frowned. Lawyer He, what are you doing here? Lawyer He smiled. I am the attorney representing Mr. Chen Xuewen. Inside the room, Lai Ho was taken aback and looked at Chen Xuewen. You hired a lawyer? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly without saying a word. He knew this must have been arranged by Master Ho Wu. Captain Wang grew annoyed. So what if he's a lawyer? Chen Xuewen committed serious assault. Witnesses and evidence are all right here. What are you doing here now? If you want to defend him, that's a matter for the courtroom. Lawyer He let out a light laugh. Captain Wang, I believe you may have some things confused. First of all, my client is the plaintiff, not the defendant. He's the one who filed the report, and he's also the victim. Captain Wang said, what are you talking about? He doesn't even have a single scratch on him, and you dare call him the victim? Do you have any idea how badly the other side was hurt? Lawyer He remained composed, and said slowly, Captain Wang, I think you may need to brush up on the law. Being a victim has nothing to do with the severity of injuries. Strictly speaking, my client was acting in self-defense. With that, he looked at Old Hay and the others and declared, most of these men have criminal records. The enforcement team should have files on them. These unemployed criminals with records armed with restricted weapons charged into my client's home with the intent to harm him. Captain Wong, if it were you facing such a situation, would you fight back? Would you defend yourself? Captain Wong was furious and snapped, don't you get slick with me here. They set traps and ambushes in the house, laid lime powder. It was clearly premeditated assault. Lawyer, he responded with a faint smile. Captain Wong, my client's parents just passed away. He bought the lime powder to spread over his parents' graves. What's wrong with that? And when 4 people face over 20 armed thugs, how exactly should they defend themselves? The fact that they managed to protect themselves is their good fortune. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Captain Wong was left speechless and said indignantly, telling me all this is useless. I'm just handling the case by the book. If you want to argue, go do it in court. Lawyer, he smiled slightly and said no more. Just then the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Captain Wong answered it, and after listening for a moment, his expression changed at once. He turned and looked at Chen Xuewen and his 3 companions, his face ashen. In the end, he could only wave his hand in frustration and say in a low voice, let the 4 of them go. His subordinates were stunned. Captain, are you really letting them go? Captain Wong snapped, do I need to say it again? Release them. The subordinates exchanged glances but ultimately said nothing and went over to release Chen Xuewen and the others. Lai Ho and Li Eryong were astonished. They never expected everything to truly work out. Chen Xuewen rubbed his wrists and smiled at Captain Wong. Captain Wong, thanks for the hard work. Captain Wong's face was grim as he turned his head away without a word. Chen Xuewen led Li Eryong and the others away. Not long after, Captain Wong received a call. An icy voice came through the line. I heard you let those 4 little brats go. What happened? Captain Wong sighed and said quietly, I can't say too much about the specifics. Anyway, someone up top gave the order, so I had no choice but to comply. The person on the other end was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, so this little brat has someone backing him. Captain Wong said quietly, you'd better be careful. The power behind this kid is no joke. Old Hay's case, I suspect, will just fizzle out. Don't even think about avenging him. The person on the other end said nothing more and hung up directly. Walking out of the enforcement team, Chen Xuewen went straight to Lawyer He and smiled. Lawyer He, I appreciate your hard work. Lawyer He smiled. This is all part of my duty. By the way, Master Wu asked me to tell you something. He can help you resolve matters with the enforcement team, but the rest is up to you. Chen Xuewen nodded. Understood. He knew that Master Ho Wu was essentially forcing his hand. With Master Ho Wu's connections, settling this matter would be as easy as turning his palm. But Master Ho Wu was not the type to help without extracting a price. Just like this time, Chen Xuewen had to hand over a piece of evidence in exchange just to walk out of the enforcement team. And Master Ho Wu only helped him this far. If he wanted more help in the future, he would need to make another trade. Master Ho Wu would slowly squeeze every piece of evidence out of Chen Xuewen's hands until there was nothing left to trade. By then, Chen Xuewen would either become Master Ho Wu's loyal dog or a dead dog. After seeing Lawyer He off, Chen Xuewen returned to Li Eryong's side. The moment he walked over, Lai Ho stepped straight up to him and dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother, when I truly admire you. From today on, you're my boss. I'll follow your every word. Chen Xuewen couldn't help but laugh as he helped Lai Ho to his feet. Come on, what era is this? No need for that kind of formality. Since you're Eryong's brothers, then you're my brothers too. As long as you're willing to follow me, I can't promise you'll strike it rich. But I can guarantee that I'll never treat you badly. Lai Ho grinned immediately. Brother, when I never misjudge people. You're no ordinary man. One day you're bound to accomplish great things. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and said softly, all right, Old Hay's taken care of. Now it's time to get down to business. Li Eryong asked curiously, what business? Chen Xuewen said quietly, now that Old Hay's finished the arcades he was running, have no one to watch over them. I want to take over those arcades. Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged glances, finally understanding why Chen Xuewen had insisted on crippling Old Hay. It wasn't just to avenge Li Eryong. It was also to claim Old Hay's business. All of this had been part of Chen Xuewen's plan all along. Seeing the two remain silent, Chen Xuewen asked curiously, what? You don't want to take over those arcades? Li Eryong and Lai Ho immediately shook their heads. Lai Ho said in a low voice, brother, when those arcades are money-printing machines, everyone's got their eye on them. But the problem is, with just a few of us, can we actually secure those places? Li Eryong also nodded. Yeah, even though Old Hay's done, plenty of others are still eyeing those spots. I figure once word gets out tonight, plenty of people will be coming to fight over those places by tomorrow. It won't be easy for us to take them over. Chen Xuewen smiled lightly. We don't need to worry about those people. As long as the owners of the arcades agree, those places are ours. Half an hour later, Chen Xuewen and his companions arrived outside a standalone courtyard in the southern district of Pingxing. This courtyard was the most luxurious one for miles around. Spanning at least an acre, it boasted front and rear gardens, lavish decoration, and was extremely conspicuous. The owner of this courtyard, named Zhou Jinghui, was the renowned richest man in these villages. Zhou Jinghui had once operated on the fringes of society, but later made his fortune, cleaned up his act, and started legitimate businesses. However, having grown accustomed to easy money through illicit means, he always felt that lawful ventures were too slow in generating wealth. Thus, he opened several entertainment venues. Under his name were 7 arcades, 5 internet cafes, 2 bars, 2 bathhouses, and a nightclub. Such a multitude of entertainment venues naturally required security personnel. He had a considerable number of underlings, including 5 men like Lao He, each capable of standing on their own. Therefore, Zhou Jinghui was considered a big shot in Pingqing. Although he couldn't compare to someone like Hou Wuye, he was far beyond the reach of someone like Li Eryong. Arriving outside Zhou Jinghui's home, Li Eryong was visibly trembling. After all, this was his boss's boss. Wenzi, maybe we should just forget it. Lao He has been Zhou Jinghui's sworn brother for years. We crippled Lao He, and now we're coming to Zhou Jinghui to take over his turf. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? I say we go back and find another way to make money. Li Eryong whispered. Chen Xuewen glanced at him. Eryong, in this line of work, wealth comes only to those who court danger. Without guts, how can you make it big? Li Eryong sighed helplessly. I know, but the thing is, we've already made an enemy of him. Do you really expect him to help us get rich? I'm afraid that if we go in today, we might not make it out alive. There's no telling how many bodyguards Zhou Jinghui has in that house. Besides, Zhou Jinghui keeps 2 vicious dogs, incredibly fierce. They've killed people before. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Don't worry. Zhou Jinghui won't touch us, at least not in his own home. With that, Chen Xuewen didn't wait for Li Eryong's reply and walked straight up to press the doorbell. Soon someone came out. After asking about Chen Xuewen's business, they went inside to report. After a while, several people ran out, opened the gate, and let Chen Xuewen enter. Chen Xuewen stepped into the living room, where 7 or 8 people were already standing. Seated on the sofa was a burly man, none other than Zhou Jinghui. In one hand, he was rolling 2 steel balls, while the other hand held 2 chains. Attached to the chains were 2 extremely ferocious-looking dogs, apparently the same ones that had killed people before. Seeing Chen Xuewen and Li Eryong enter, the 2 dogs immediately snarled and lunged at them. Startled, Li Eryong quickly raised his crutch to defend himself. Chen Xuewen, however, remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing steadily at Zhou Jinghui, as if he hadn't seen the dogs at all. Just as the dogs were about to pounce on him, Zhou Jinghui snorted back. The 2 dogs obediently retreated and sat beside Zhou Jinghui. Zhou Jinghui looked Chen Xuewen up and down and said coldly, "So you're that Chen Xuewen? If you've got some nerve. You crippled my sworn brother Lao He's legs, and now you dare come to my house. What are you here to pick a fight with me?" Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. "Brother Zhou, what happened between Lao He and me was just a personal grudge. I'm here to discuss business. How is that a provocation?" Zhou Jinghui laughed outright. "Business? What business could we possibly have to discuss?" "Chen Xuewen, I heard that Lao He was managing your arcades for you. Now that Lao He is out of commission, those arcades still need to run, don't they? I came to offer you a helping hand, Brother Zhou. From now on, let us brothers manage those arcades for you." At these words, Zhou Jinghui's men immediately erupted in curses. "Who the hell do you think you are? You want to get your hands on Brother Huey's business? Kid, you must be dreaming. We have plenty of people to manage those arcades. Why would we need you? You're asking for death." Even Li Eryong beside Chen Xuewen was stunned. He had thought Chen Xuewen would negotiate with Zhou Jinghui, but he never expected Chen Xuewen to provoke Zhou Jinghui like this. Was he really insane? This was the wealthy and powerful underground boss of Pingqing. Was Chen Xuewen truly courting death? Zhou Jinghui's face was icy as he looked at Chen Xuewen with disdain. "Kid, before you came out to talk, did you take a piss to see your own reflection? You want to manage my arcades? How, what gives you the right?" Chen Xuewen stepped forward, looking at Zhou Jinghui with a faint smile. "I'm not finished yet." Zhou Jinghui frowned. "Oh, you have more conditions?" Chen Xuewen nodded with a smile. "Exactly. I'll manage those arcades for you, but we need to renegotiate the split." Zhou Jinghui was taken aback, then laughed in anger. "You want to talk about a split? How do you envision it?" Chen Xuewen said slowly, 40-60 split. You get 40. I get 60. At this, Zhou Jinghui threw the cup in his hand to the floor. His men, enraged, all stormed forward, surrounding Chen Xuewen and glaring at him intently. Even the 2 dogs snarled furiously. It seemed that with a single command from Zhou Jinghui, they would tear Chen Xuewen to pieces. Yet Chen Xuewen remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. Zhou Jinghui ground his teeth. "Chen, you're asking for death." Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "Brother Hui, I'm just here to discuss this matter. The decision is yours. No need to be so angry, right?" He glanced at the men around him and sneered. "Brother Hui, if a dog bites, the owner is responsible. If you can't control your dogs and something happens, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't end up like Zhou Hao, playing with fire and getting burned. That wouldn't be pretty." Hearing this, Zhou Jinghui's expression changed drastically. Zhou Jinghui had a good relationship with Zhou Hao. It was Zhou Jinghui who had ordered Lao He to break Li Eryong's limbs. Later, when Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao died in a fire at their suburban villa, Zhou Jinghui had always suspected foul play. But no matter how he investigated, he couldn't find any clues. Now Chen Xuewen's words ignited his suspicion. Could Zhou Hao and Zhou Wanqing's deaths be linked to Chen Xuewen? He also knew about Zhou Hao framing Chen Xuewen and his escape from prison. Putting it all together, it was indeed possible. If Chen Xuewen had indeed killed Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao and covered it up with a fire, then Chen Xuewen's background was far from simple. At this thought, Zhou Jinghui's heart skipped a beat. He stared intently at Chen Xuewen, trying to read something from his face. But Chen Xuewen just smiled faintly, his expression serene. Zhou Jinghui's men, however, were furious. Chen Xuewen's words about the dogs were clearly aimed at them. One of them grabbed Chen Xuewen by the collar and snapped, "Kid, what the hell did you say?" Before he could finish, Zhou Jinghui slammed the table and roared, "Stop. All of you get back." The men exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why their boss had suddenly flared up. But they dared not argue and meekly retreated to their original positions. Zhou Jinghui looked at Chen Xuewen and said through gritted teeth, "Chen Xuewen, you've got guts. But I wasn't born yesterday. You want my turf? Dream on." Zhou Jinghui stood up and said coldly, "You're lucky I've mellowed over the years and don't engage in violence anymore. But remember this, the matter of Lao He is far from over. Now get lost." With that, Zhou Jinghui turned and went upstairs, ignoring Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "Brother Hui, think it over. I hope you'll change your mind by tomorrow." Then he turned and left with Li Eryong. Watching Chen Xuewen disappear, Zhou Jinghui's trusted subordinate, Xiao Ma, rushed upstairs and said anxiously, "Brother Hui, are you really letting that kid go? That bastard was so arrogant. I can't swallow this." Zhou Jinghui glared at Xiao Ma and snapped, "Damn it, you think I can swallow it? But that kid came straight to my house right after being released from the enforcement team. If anything happens to him here, who's going to take the blame?" Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Besides, that kid has someone backing him. Captain Wang wouldn't tell me the truth. That means the person behind him is no ordinary figure. Let's observe first, get a clear picture, then deal with him." Xiao Ma sighed and could only nod, then went downstairs to rest. Chen Xuewen and Li Eryong walked out of the villa, turned the corner, and found Lai Ho and Li Taizhu standing there. Seeing them emerge, Lai Ho hurried over and asked with concern, "How did it go?" "What did Zhou Jinghui say?" Li Eryong shrugged. "What else could he say? He kicked us out directly. If not for the fact that he didn't want to start a fight in his own home, we'd probably have been carried out." Lai Ho's eyes widened. "Really? What happened exactly?" Li Eryong recounted the events inside, especially Chen Xuewen's words, which he repeated verbatim. After hearing this, Lai Ho was stunned. "Old Black only got 20%, and you just asked for 60%. Anyone would have lost their temper. Zhou Jinghui not attacking you was already polite." Li Eryong glanced helplessly at Chen Xuewen. "Wenzi, what were you thinking?" Chen Xuewen didn't speak. Instead, he gazed at Zhou Jinghui's house from a distance, lost in thought. Lai Ho scratched his head. "Brother, when we're too weak, we can't fight Zhou Jinghui. Going to him like this is useless. Maybe we should find another source of income, develop slowly, and come back when we're strong enough to negotiate with him." Chen Xuewen shook his head. "No, I've set my sights on his arcade hall. He'll give it to me, whether he wants to or not." Lai Ho's eyes bulged. "Brother, when you're planning to take it by force?" Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "If he won't give it, then we'll take it." With that, he patted Lai Ho on the shoulder and pointed at Zhou Jinghui's villa. "Lai Ho, can you pick these locks?" Lai Ho glanced at them. "No problem. But what are you going to do?" Chen Xuewen smiled and slowly revealed his plan. Lai Ho and Li Eryong exchanged looks. This plan of Chen Xuewen's was utterly insane. Li Eryong swallowed hard and whispered, "Are we really going to do this?" Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. "We have to make him afraid. Otherwise, how could he be willing to give up the arcade?" Li Eryong looked at Lai Ho, who nodded. "I think it's worth a try. We've already offended Zhou Jinghui anyway. If things go wrong, we can just run away and lie low for a while." Seeing that Lai Ho agreed, Li Eryong could only sigh and nod. "Let's do it then." Next, Lai Ho went to the nearby hospital and stole some drugs from the pharmacy. These drugs were all anesthetics. Chen Xuewen mixed the drugs into sausages, prepared everything, and then sat quietly in the alley outside the villa waiting. Not until around 2 or 3 in the morning did Chen Xuewen take the sausages to the backyard of Zhou Jinghui's villa. 2 dogs were tied up in the backyard. When Chen Xuewen approached, the dogs heard the noise and, thinking it was a passerby, whimpered a few times. Chen Xuewen listened to the direction and threw the sausages in. The dogs barked twice, but soon stopped. They sniffed the sausages carefully, then began to devour them greedily. More than a dozen sausages were quickly eaten by the 2 dogs. The dogs soon fell into a deep sleep. Chen Xuewen walked back and forth nearby a few times to confirm the dogs were completely unconscious, then quietly made his way to the front door. Lai Ho was standing there. Chen Xuewen waved at him. "Let's go." Lai Ho took out his tools and quickly unlocked the front door. Chen Xuewen slipped silently into the villa. Zhou Jinghui's security was far inferior to that of Lord Ho Wu. Although there were many underlings inside, no one was guarding the door. At 2 or 3 in the morning, when people were sound asleep, all the bodyguards were sleeping. Chen Xuewen crept to the backyard and found the 2 dogs that had already been drugged into unconsciousness. He pulled out a boning knife and severed the heads of the 2 vicious dogs. Then, carrying the 2 bloody heads, he walked directly into the villa. He went to Zhou Jinghui's room, shoved the 2 bloody dog heads into Zhou Jinghui's blanket, and then quietly left. The next morning, Zhou Jinghui was awakened by the commotion outside. He sat up impatiently and shouted, "Damn it, who's making all that noise so early in the morning?" As he spoke, he felt something sticky on his feet. He flipped open the blanket to look. But as soon as he lifted the blanket, 2 bloody dog heads tumbled out. The blood had stained the blanket and soaked Zhou Jinghui's legs. A chill shot straight up Zhou Jinghui's spine. Though he had seen many bloody scenes, this sight left him frozen in shock, rooted to the spot. At that moment, a young subordinate ran in shouting, brother Hui, something terrible. Some bastard sneaked in last night, killed your 2 dogs, and even took the heads." Before he could finish, he caught sight of the two dog heads on the bed and froze as well. After a long moment, Zhou Jinghui finally came to his senses. He jumped out of bed, hastily washed off the bloodstains, changed his clothes, and calmed down slightly. Watching his underlings scurrying about the house, Zhou Jinghui's face was pale. His trusted subordinate Xiao Ma approached and said in a low voice, "Brother Hui, this must be that bastard Chen Xuewen's doing. That son of a bitch is really ruthless. Should I take a few men over there and cripple him?" Zhou Jinghui glanced at Xiao Ma, saying nothing, clearly hesitating. Xiao Ma urged, "Brother Hui, what are you waiting for? That kid is already riding roughshod over us. If we don't put him down, who knows what else will happen?" Zhou Jinghui gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "That kid escaped from the Pingxing prison. The entire city's law enforcement team searched for 3 days and couldn't catch him. Are you sure you can take him down in one go?" Xiao Ma was taken aback. He didn't have that confidence. Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath and said grimly, "I'm not afraid of killing him, but I'm afraid you might not finish him off. If he's left with a breath, the retaliation later would be unbearable. He's got nothing to lose, but we have a big operation. There's no need to gamble with our lives." Xiao Ma scratched his head. "Brother Hui, what do you suggest?" Zhou Jinghui, "Send someone to contact him. Tell him I'm inviting him to dinner tonight." Xiao Ma's eyes lit up. "Take him out during the dinner. Should I call more brothers to make sure he can't escape?" Zhou Jinghui shook his head. "If I personally invite him to dinner and something happens to him, I'll be implicated. Don't forget, he has his own backers. If the law enforcement gets involved, I'd be asking for trouble." Xiao Ma was stunned. "Then what do you mean?" Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath. "I'm going to give him 2 arcade halls." Xiao Ma was dumbfounded. "What?" Xiao Ma replied with defiance, "Brother Hui, what? What are you talking about? Inviting him to dinner and giving him 2 game arcades? If word gets out, people will think we've been scared off by some snot-nosed kid. How are we supposed to command respect after that?" Zhou Jinghui shot Xiao Ma a glare. "Respect? Is your head filled with nothing but crap? All you ever think about is fighting. How many times must I tell you? We're businessmen now, not thugs anymore." Xiao Ma scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Hui, what I mean is if we bow down to this kid now, everyone and their mother will think they can walk all over us. These bastards are nothing but a bunch of low-life punks. If you're really worried about retaliation, just take a trip for a few days. I'll handle them for you." Zhou Jinghui let out a cold laugh. "Who said I'm afraid of them? I'm just reminding you, we're businessmen now. We can't just rely on brute force. We need to use our heads." Zhou Jinghui stood up, walked to the window, and sneered, "Chen Xuewen is a madman, and dealing with him isn't hard. But whether we kill him or cripple him, what do we gain from it?" Xiao Ma looked puzzled. "But giving him 2 game arcades brings us even less benefit." Zhou Jinghui smiled and said, "Who says it brings no benefit? The 2 game arcades I'm giving him are right by the old plaza." Hearing this, Xiao Ma was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother Hui, you mean?" Zhou Jinghui burst into laughter and waved his hand. "Since he's a madman, I'll find another madman to play with him. No matter who comes out on top, I definitely won't be the one losing." Xiao Ma broke into a grin and quickly said, "Brother Hui, you're a genius. Ha ha, that Chen kid. Once he takes those 2 game arcades, he won't know what hit him. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements right away. We'll treat him to dinner tonight." It was 6 o'clock in the evening at the Levin Grand Hotel in Pingxing in a private room on the 2nd floor. Chen Xuewen arrived as promised. Lai Ho came along with him. As they entered the hotel, Lai Ho was still trembling slightly. "Brother, when could this be a trap? After what we pulled last night, Zhou Jinghui isn't coming after us. He's treating us to dinner instead. Something's off." Lai Ho whispered. Chen Xuewen said calmly, "Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen." Lai Ho was surprised. "Brother, when how can you be so sure? Zhou Jinghui isn't some saint." Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "If Zhou Jinghui wanted to deal with us, he would have made his move already. He wouldn't go through the trouble of inviting us to dinner. Besides, look at the hotel he chose. The Levin Grand Hotel is right across from the enforcement brigade. If Zhou Jinghui really wanted to harm us, would he dare to host us right in front of them?" Lai Ho glanced at the enforcement brigade in the distance and breathed a small sigh of relief. Chen Xuewen led Lai Ho boldly into the private room Zhou Jinghui had arranged. Xiao Ma stood at the door with a group of his men. When he saw Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho approaching, a cold gleam flashed across his face. He immediately led his men forward, surrounding Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho in a tight circle, glaring at them menacingly with fierce expressions. Lai Ho was tense with anxiety, but Chen Xuewen remained perfectly calm. With his hands in his pockets, he ignored Xiao Ma and the others and walked straight toward the door. Xiao Ma and his men puffed out their chests and blocked Chen Xuewen's path, making it clear they didn't intend to let him through. Chen Xuewen glanced at Xiao Ma and said coldly, "What's the meaning of this? Zhou Jinghui invites me to dinner, and he ties up a few dogs at the door. Is he too cheap to host properly, or did he just fail to train his dogs well?" At those words, Xiao Ma and his men flew into a rage. One young man jabbed a finger at Chen Xuewen and cursed, "Who the hell are you calling a dog?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "What? Wasn't that clear enough? I'm talking about you lot." The men grew even more furious and Xiao Ma's face flushed crimson. He had only meant to intimidate Chen Xuewen with a show of force. But to his surprise, Chen Xuewen wasn't scared at all. Instead, he fired back with insults, leaving Xiao Ma feeling humiliated and cornered. He shot a signal to one of his men, who understood immediately and swung a slap toward Chen Xuewen's face. "How dare you insult us?" But Chen Xuewen was already on guard. The moment the man moved, Chen Xuewen struck. He lunged forward a step, closing the distance in an instant. He raised his left arm to block the man's while his right hand shot out like lightning, landing a punch square on the man's chest. The blow connected precisely at the most vulnerable point of the ribs. With a single punch, he broke the man's ribs. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, screaming in agony. The others stood frozen in shock. Xiao Ma's face changed and he cursed, "You son of a bitch, you dare hit my bro." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen struck again. He seized Xiao Ma by the throat and pressed a boning knife against his neck. The cold blade pierced the skin, threatening to slice open Xiao Ma's carotid artery at any moment. Xiao Ma immediately fell silent, his face turning ashen. He never expected Chen Xuewen to be so reckless, striking without warning and going for the kill so quickly. Just then the door opened, and Zhou Jinghui stepped out. "Xiao Ma, what are you doing?" "Brother Chen is my guest. Is this how you treat a guest?" Zhou Jinghui then clasped his hands toward Chen Xuewen and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, my apologies. These young men don't know proper manners. Please forgive them." Chen Xuewen glanced at Zhou Jinghui and said with a cold smile, "Brother Hui, didn't I already tell you? Keep a better eye on your dogs. If you can't manage them, just say the word. I may not have many talents, but I happen to be quite good at training dogs." This remark carried a double meaning. First, it reminded Zhou Jinghui of the two beloved dogs that had been killed, and second, it branded Xiao Ma and the others as dogs. For a moment, everyone on Zhou Jinghui's side wore grim expressions. But Zhou Jinghui still forced a smile. "Brother Chen, you're joking. Come, Brother Chen, have a seat inside." He shot Xiao Ma a look, then acted warmly, taking Chen Xuewen's arm, effectively rescuing Xiao Ma from the standoff. Chen Xuewen cast a contemptuous glance at Xiao Ma, then swaggered into the private room with Lai Ho. Xiao Ma's face turned ashen, but he didn't dare say a word. He was truly afraid of provoking that madman again. As he stepped into the private room, Zhou Jinghui, as if nothing had happened, cheerfully wrapped his arm around Chen Xuewen's shoulder, calling him brother, just like the closest of friends. Chen Xuewen also replied with a genial smile, as if last night's events had never occurred. Lai Ho, trailing beside Chen Xuewen, remained in a state of heightened tension throughout. After all, he used to be nothing more than a petty pickpocket who couldn't amount to anything, his standing in the underworld even lower than that of a minor thug like Li Eryong. A big shot like Zhou Jinghui was someone he could never have dreamed of reaching. Now sitting at the same table with such a boss, he naturally couldn't keep his composure. Zhou Jinghui invited Chen Xuewen to sit down and asked casually, "Why didn't Brother Eryong come?" Chen Xuewen replied with a faint smile, he had some matters to attend to, so it wasn't convenient for him to come. Zhou Jinghui glanced at Chen Xuewen, a hint of doubt creeping onto his face. His understanding of Chen Xuewen by now was that the man was meticulous in thought and ruthless in action. Given the circumstances tonight, Chen Xuewen, not bringing Li Eryong along, suggested he might have some other scheme up his sleeve. Thus Zhou Jinghui grew even more wary of Chen Xuewen, daring not to entertain any other thoughts. Zhou Jinghui quickly broke into hearty laughter again. "No matter. As long as Brother Chen is here. Xiao Ma, bring out those 2 bottles of wine I've been saving." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "No need for wine. I don't drink." Zhou Jinghui chuckled. "Come on, brother, this is fine wine I've aged for over 20 years. Each bottle is worth thousands now. I brought it especially for you tonight. If you don't drink it, it'll go to waste." Chen Xuewen directly turned over the cup in front of him. "Sorry, I really don't drink." Zhou Jinghui's expression turned somewhat cold. Chen Xuewen's action made him feel disrespected. Honestly, even the other big shots in Pingcheng who matched his power wouldn't dare brush aside his face like this. He narrowed his eyes slightly at Chen Xuewen, who remained calm, and returned the look with a faint, enigmatic smile. Their gazes locked for a moment, and finally Zhou Jinghui forced a smile. "Brother Chen doesn't drink. Then it's your loss of taste, not my stinginess. Fine, no wine, then bring out the dishes directly." Xiao Ma, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand why Zhou Jinghui tolerated Chen Xuewen to such an extent. Given Zhou Jinghui's temperament, had this happened under other circumstances, even with big shot figures, he would have likely turned hostile. And today he actually swallowed his pride. That was utterly unexpected. Without wine, the meal was over quite quickly. In less than half an hour they had nearly finished eating. Zhou Jinghui wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled. "Brother Chen, the reason I invited you tonight is mainly to discuss what you mentioned yesterday. After thinking it over last night, I admit that Lao He was indeed in the wrong regarding Brother Eryong's matter. As his elder brother, I really should offer some compensation." Lai Ho, who had been intently gnawing on a turtle shell, suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Zhou Jinghui in disbelief. Honestly, before arriving, he had been worried this dinner was a trap, fretting over whether he'd walk out alive. Who would have thought that tonight they'd not only enjoy a lavish meal, but Zhou Jinghui would also offer compensation? Did what Chen Xuewen did last night really carry that much weight? Chen Xuewen remained composed as if he had anticipated this all along, and smiled. "Brother Hui, you're truly generous. However, I assume this compensation comes with conditions, right?" Zhou Jinghui sighed and put on a troubled air. "Not exactly conditions, but there's a small hiccup. To be honest, Brother Chen, it's not convenient for me to hand over all the arcades to your management. If I did, I couldn't justify it to the boys." Chen Xuewen remained silent, savoring his tea, slowly waiting for Zhou Jinghui to continue. Zhou Jinghui leaned in closer to Chen Xuewen and said, "I thought it over all night and finally came up with a suitable solution. Brother Chen, here's what I think. I won't talk about management rights anymore. How about this? I'll give you 2 arcades. These 2 arcades will be yours. From now on, all the income from them will be yours. What do you think of this compensation? Lai Ho's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was completely stunned. 2 arcades. The investment alone would be substantial. And Zhou Jinghui was just handing them over to Chen Xuewen. That was a bold move. For 2 arcades, just the rent, interior decoration, and equipment costs would likely exceed 100,000 in investment. The machines weren't worth much, but the slot machines, those were pricey. Moreover, the most crucial point was that arcades in Pingcheng required licenses. The licenses had long been divided up, but ordinary people simply couldn't get one. So it wasn't just about being willing to invest money. The key was having the license. Factoring in the licenses, the 2 arcades were probably worth around 300,000. In 2003 Pingcheng, even a house in a good location cost less than 100,000. Zhou Jinghui was essentially gifting 3 houses at once. How could that not shock people? Chen Xuewen, however, remained calm. He picked up his teacup, took a deep sip, then fixed his gaze directly on Zhou Jinghui, his eyes filled with amusement. Zhou Jinghui leaned back slightly, avoiding direct eye contact, and said with a faint smile, "Brother Chen, this is the maximum compensation I can offer. If you still find this unacceptable, then I'm sorry, but I truly cannot make any further concessions." Chen Xuewen took another sip of tea, then set the cup firmly on the table and asked, "Where are these 2 arcades you mentioned, Brother Hui?" Zhou Jinghui smiled confidently. "Absolutely no problem. They're in one of the most bustling areas of Pingcheng. Each storefront costs 30,000 in rent per year." Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. A yearly rent of 30,000 indeed indicated the most prime location in Pingcheng. He then asked again, "What about the facilities?" Zhou Jinghui replied, "You can start operating as soon as you take over. Even the trash cans are ready. If anything's missing, just come to me, and I'll equip it for free." Chen Xuewen fell silent once more. Beside him, Lai Ho grew anxious. This was a tremendous opportunity, no less than a windfall from heaven. Oh, why was Chen Xuewen hesitating? He tugged at Chen Xuewen's clothes. Chen Xuewen glanced at Lai Ho, took a deep breath, and suddenly gritted his teeth. "All right, then let's do as Brother Hui says. But Brother Hui, I have one request." Seeing that Chen Xuewen had agreed, Zhou Jinghui was overjoyed and promptly laughed. "Brother Chen, whatever you need, just say it. As long as it's within my power, no problem." Chen Xuewen said, "Brother Hui, you must have invested quite a bit in these 2 arcades. I can't just take them for nothing. If word gets out, people will think I'm taking advantage of you. So I plan to buy these 2 arcades from you. We'll sign a transfer contract to make it clear they belong entirely to me." Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. Chen Xuewen actually intended to pay. "Oh, Brother Chen, signing a contract is fine, but why bring up money? We're all brothers here, there's no need." Zhou Jinghui waved his hand with a chuckle. But Chen Xuewen said with a serious tone, "That won't do. Business is business. How can one transfer a store without paying?" With that, he reached into his pocket and fumbled around for a while before pulling out 2 crumpled 5-yuan bills. He looked at Zhou Jinghui. "Brother Hui, sorry I didn't bring much money today. How about this? 5 yuan, is that enough?" Zhou Jinghui barely suppressed a curse. "You talk so nobly as if you don't want to take advantage of others. And then you try to buy my arcades for 5 yuan each. Are you trying to insult me?" Zhou Jinghui ground his molars and said in a low voice, "Come on, Brother Chen, why bother? We're brothers. This 10 yuan isn't necessary." Chen Xuewen said with a poker face, "The money still has to be paid." "But Brother Hui, I meant 5 yuan for both stores. The other 5 yuan, Lai Ho and I still need it for a cab home." Zhou Jinghui. In the end, Chen Xuewen purchased both shops for a mere 5 yuan. Zhou Jinghui's fingers trembled uncontrollably as he signed the contract. He was trembling with rage. Truth be told, if Chen Xuewen had paid nothing at all, he wouldn't have been this furious. Offering 5 yuan, that was a blatant, unforgivable insult. Yet in the end, Zhou Jinghui held his temper. After enduring for so long, there was no point in throwing it all away at the final moment. After signing the contract, Chen Xuewen said with a smile, "Brother Hui, many thanks. When we open for business, I do hope you'll grace us with your presence." Zhou Jinghui forced a smile. "Of course." Chen Xuewen exchanged a few more pleasantries, and as he reached the door, his eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of 2 bottles of liquor on the table. "Lai Ho, bring those 2 bottles along. Brother Hui brought these specially for me. They're a token of his goodwill. Even if I don't drink them, I'll take them home and display them, reverently gazing upon them daily as a reminder of our bond. Isn't that right, Brother Hui?" Zhou Jinghui pressed his hands onto the table, fingernails scraping against the surface with a grating screech, veins pulsing on his forehead. Yet again, he merely forced a strained smile. "Yes, indeed." Lai Ho promptly hurried over, packed up the 2 bottles, and followed Chen Xuewen out in high spirits. They hadn't walked far from the room when they heard a loud crash behind them. Lai Ho faltered. "What's going on?" Chen Xuewen sneered. "He's smashing plates." Inside the private room, utter chaos reigned. Every plate from the table now lay shattered on the floor. Zhou Jinghui stood by the table, trembling all over with fury. Xiao Ma stood nearby with his head lowered, his face pale as death, having never witnessed Zhou Jinghui in such a rage before. "Brother Hui, that bastard Chen Xuewen is pushing things too far. If you hadn't signaled me just now, I'd have stabbed him right then and there." Xiao Ma gritted his teeth. Zhou Jinghui said nothing, merely standing by the window and watching Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho drive away, his expression growing ever colder. Xiaoma, you were right not to act. I got word this morning. That Chen fellow while in prison crippled Daoba single-handedly. And Daoba's men were all brought to heel by him as well. Zhou Jinghui said in a low, grave voice. Xiaoma's eyes bulged. Daoba. No way. Daoba was a formidable figure out on the streets, by no means inferior to Xiaoma. Zhou Jinghui gave Xiaoma a deep, penetrating look and said coldly, and the most crucial part, after crippling Daoba, he seriously injured several others in prison, then escaped. Yet in the end, he walked away scot-free, acquitted of all charges. Do you understand what that means? Xiaoma drew in a sharp breath. Even as dense as he was, he could tell that Chen Xuewen's backing was anything but simple. Brother Hui, what if this punk comes looking for trouble again later? Xiaoma asked with evident worry. Zhou Jinghui sneered. That's precisely why I gave him those 2 arcade halls. I've told you before, the best way to deal with a man is to kill with a borrowed knife. Those 2 arcade halls are nothing but 2 searing hot potatoes. Let's just see if he can stomach them. Chen Xuewen returned home to find Li Eryong and Li Taizhu waiting anxiously in the house. Their faces were etched with worry, but upon seeing Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho return safe and sound, they both broke into elated grins. Wenzi Hozi, are you two all right? No trouble at all? Li Eryong asked excitedly. Lai Ho beamed. Of course we're fine. And not just fine. This time we've hit the jackpot. Li Eryong was puzzled. Hit the jackpot? How? Lai Ho eagerly recounted everything that had happened. Li Eryong listened utterly dumbfounded. Especially upon learning that Chen Xuewen had acquired 2 arcade halls for just 5 yuan, he was utterly shaken. 5 yuan? Oh really? Li Eryong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at Chen Xuewen in disbelief. Lai Ho promptly produced the contract. Here, take a look yourself. Li Eryong scanned through it, overjoyed beyond measure. This is actually real. Good heavens, both arcade halls are now under Wenzi's name. Wenzi, how on earth did you manage this? Zhou Jinghui is no charitable soul. How could he possibly part with something so valuable? Chen Xuewen, however, wore a grim expression as he waved his hand. Everyone, don't get ahead of yourselves. These 2 arcade halls probably come with problems. Lai Ho was taken aback. Problems? What kind of problems? Didn't Zhou Jinghui say so himself? Prime location fully equipped, and even a year's rent already paid in advance. We can start operating the moment we take over. What could possibly be wrong? Chen Xuewen said gravely. That's exactly the biggest problem. Zhou Jinghui has been far too tolerant of us. I deliberately tested him tonight, provoking him time and again. Yet he never lost his temper. That's highly abnormal. His patience can only mean one thing. He's cooking up some vicious scheme to screw us over royally. Lai Ho and Li Eryong exchanged glances, both their expressions shifting slightly. Li Eryong especially understood Zhou Jinghui well enough to know the man wasn't one to be so generous. Lai Ho flipped through the contract, muttering, what could possibly be wrong with 2 arcade halls? They're operational in a good location. Doesn't seem like there's any issue. Just then a thought struck Li Eryong, and he quickly asked, where exactly are these 2 arcade halls located? Lai Ho replied, over by the old square. It's one of the most bustling areas in all of Pingxing. Li Eryong's face suddenly drained of color as he snatched the contract. Are you sure you read it right? Truly by the old square. Lai Ho pointed at the address on the contract. That's right. Old square, it's written clearly right here. The moment Li Eryong saw the location, he was struck dumb. He collapsed limply into a chair, and after a long silence finally exploded with a curse. That dog Zhou Jinghui. He really did screw us over. Lai Ho stared at Li Eryong in confusion. What's going on? Li Eryong let out a sigh and lowered his voice. Monkey, you haven't heard yet. The old square is now Viper's turf. Lai Ho's eyes widened. Viper? Viper? You mean that lunatic who raises and plays with snakes? Li Eryong nodded. Yeah, Viper got into trouble before and did 8 years inside. He came out half a year ago and went even crazier, straight up took over the old square. Li Eryong raised a finger and analyzed. The old square used to have 7 arcades owned by 3 different bosses. Viper went there and made all 3 bosses shut down, no business allowed. In the end, those 3 bosses didn't dare let out a single fart. They obediently closed up shop. Li Eryong turned to Chen Xuewen, speaking gravely. Zhou Jinghui is one of those 3 bosses. Chen Xuewen, however, remained calm. He leaned back in his chair, eyes slightly narrowed, his thoughts unreadable. Lai Ho's face went pale. Damn, I was wondering why that bastard Zhou Jinghui was so generous this time. Turns out the son of a bitch wasn't up to any good. He gave us these 2 arcades just to make us go pick a fight with that madman Viper. Li Eryong gritted his teeth. Zhou Jinghui, that bastard, is trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Wenzi, we can't take these 2 arcades. How about we ask Zhou Jinghui to swap for 2 others? Chen Xuewen shook his head. No swapping. Zhou Jinghui never intended to genuinely give us 2 arcades. He gave us these 2 for one reason. They're useless to him since he can't open them. Second, he wants to use us to strike at Viper while also testing our mettle. At this, Chen Xuewen looked at Li Eryong and Lai Ho, his voice soft. If we can't even handle these 2 arcades, then we prove we're not cut out for this. When that happens, forget about swapping. I reckon Zhou Jinghui will come to settle the score with us. Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged glances. Wenzi, what's your plan? Chen Xuewen stood up, a faint smile on his lips. Since these two arcades are given to us, we have to take them. This is our first step to gaining a foothold in Pingxing. If we stand firm, we'll have stepped on both Zhou Jinghui and Viper at once. From then on, everyone in Pingxing will have to look at us with respect. If we fail, it only means we're not meant for this kind of life. Best we find a factory and tighten screws for a living. Li Eryong and Lai Ho's faces drained of color. Lai Ho exclaimed, "Brother, when you mean, you're going to fight Viper? Brother, when do you even know who Viper is? That bastard runs a snake farm. He was raised around snakes. Before anyone who crossed him would get a bag of snakes thrown into their home. Plenty of people ended up mentally scarred." Li Eryong added urgently, "Wenzi Viper is a madman. Do you know how he got locked up last time? 8 years ago, he slept with some guy's wife. The guy came after him with a knife. Viper threw him into his snake pit. That man was nearly bitten to death by hundreds of snakes." Lai Ho gasped, his body trembling involuntarily. "After all, who isn't afraid of snakes? What happened afterward?" Lai Ho asked. Li Eryong said grimly, "He was rescued in time and didn't die, but he went insane from the shock. For that, Viper did 8 years inside. After he got out, he went even further. Now he's even into pythons, they say. The 3 bosses at the old square are all about as powerful as Zhou Jinghui had to bow to him. If you go after him, you're asking for death." Lai Ho immediately looked to Chen Xuewen in panic, hoping he would change his mind. Chen Xuewen remained calm. "So what if he plays with a few snakes? No big deal. In this world, the human heart is the most poisonous thing. I'm not afraid of people, so why would I be afraid of his snakes?" As he spoke, Chen Xuewen stood up. "I'm taking those 2 shops. Eryong monkey, if you two don't want to fight Viper, I'll give you some shares. You don't have to come." Li Eryong gritted his teeth and spat. "Bullshit. What kind of crap are you talking? Wenzi, we grew up together. Whatever you do, I've got your back." Lai Ho took a deep breath and looked at Chen Xuewen. "Brother, when to be honest, I'm scared. But I admire you and I trust you. Fortune favors the bold. Damn it, I'm in. Brother, when tell me what to do and I'll do it." Chen Xuewen laughed heartily, clapping both of them on the shoulder. "Good. Tomorrow we'll pick an auspicious day and get ready to open. Now let's brothers go find a place to eat. Call it our celebration banquet." At this, Li Tieju, who had been silent for over an hour, perked up. "Eat? Eat what?" Chen Xuewen, Li Eryong, and Lai Ho looked at one another, then burst into laughter. They'd been discussing serious business for ages, and this guy was completely zoned out, not hearing a word. But the moment he heard, "eat," he snapped back to reality. Chen Xuewen slapped Li Tieju on the shoulder and laughed. "Come on, let's go eat meat." He went inside, grabbed 20,000, then led the 3 of them out of the alley with a flourish. Instead of heading straight to a restaurant, he went to the Pingxing Tech Market. Since they were about to open the shops, Chen Xuewen planned to buy each of his brothers a cell phone for easy communication. As they entered the tech market, Li Eryong grumbled, "Wenzi, why buy phones? Those things are damn expensive. Let's just get a Xiling Tong. Much cheaper." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "Xiling Tong has poor signal. It's easy to miss something important." Wu Lihong's Xiling Tong used to have constant signal issues, calls dropping or cutting out mid-conversation. Lai Ho glanced at the passing crowd and lowered his voice. "Brother, when we don't really need to buy them. 4 phones, just wait here. I'll go out and pick 4. Save the money." Chen Xuewen smacked him on the back of the head. "Monkey, you need to break that habit. We're going into business now. No more of this petty thievery." Lai Ho chuckled sheepishly. "Old habits die hard. Brother, when I'll be careful from now on." Chen Xuewen led the 3 into a phone store, browsed for a while, and finally settled on a model, the Nokia 7210. After some haggling with the owner, they got 4 phones for 11,000 yuan. They also bought SIM cards. Li Eryong and Lai Ho proudly purchased belt holsters, the kind you clip to your waistband and slide the phone into. Then they lifted their shirts, exposing the holsters, and walked with exaggerated hip movements, letting the holsters bounce up and down, showing off endlessly. Li Tieju, on the other hand, was more subdued with his phone. He fumbled with it for a while before figuring out how to make calls. Then, like a kid discovering a new toy, he kept calling Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, and Li Eryong nonstop. Chen Xuewen answered a few times, realized the kid was just messing around, and simply turned his phone off. He didn't need it right now anyway. But Lai Ho and Li Eryong were loving it. Every time the phone rang, they'd solemnly pull it out. Then they'd deliberately open it, see it was Li Tieju calling, hang up, and clip it back to their waist, repeating the cycle over and over. Chen Xuewen was dumbfounded by their antics. He himself kept a low profile, storing his phone in his jacket pocket. As they were about to leave, Chen Xuewen stopped. He looked at the elegant flip phones on display, thought for a moment, then pointed at one in pink. "How much is this one?" The owner, having just made a big sale, beamed. "Good eye, my friend. This is this year's new Motorola model. Not expensive, 4300. Chen Xuewen shot him a sidelong glance. The owner immediately grinned sheepishly. "Brother, if you want it, 4000. In the end, Chen Xuewen got the phone for 3800. The owner neatly packaged it and chuckled. "Buying it for your girlfriend, right? This kind of thing is perfect for a girl. I guarantee no matter who she is, give her this phone, and she'll be yours tonight." Chen Xuewen shook his head. "I don't have a girlfriend. It's just a gift for a friend." Afterward, Chen Xuewen led Li Eryong and the other 2 to a well-known restaurant in the city. The 4 found a private room, sat down, and ordered a variety of dishes. Li Tieju had been fiddling with his phone the entire time, only looking up when it came to ordering. "Do you have pig knuckles?" Li Eryong gave him an exasperated glance. "I already ordered them for you. And 3 gene of beef too. You'll have your fill tonight." Only then did Li Tieju nod in satisfaction and return to his phone. After placing the order, Chen Xuewen paused and looked at Li Eryong. Eryong, give Wu Lihong a call. The dance hall isn't open yet. Ask her to come join us. Li Eryong immediately nodded. That was exactly my intention. Sister Hong cooks for us all the time. She works so hard. We ought to treat her. Li Ho glanced at the phone box beside Chen Xuewen. You don't need to think about it. Brother Wen already had it covered. Haven't you noticed he's already bought phones? Li Eryong finally caught on. Damn it, Wenzi. Did you buy that phone for Wu Lihong? You don't have a crush on her, do you? Chen Xuewen shot him a look. What do you mean a crush? This phone is just to thank her for helping me. Nothing more. Li Eryong leaned closer. Wenzi, honestly, Wu Lihong isn't a bad girl. She's been really good to you. You're not rejecting her, are you? Chen Xuewen glared at him. What kind of thing is that to say? I have no feelings for her, so there's nothing to reject. With that, Chen Xuewen sighed. After everything I've been through, even my parents are gone. From now on I won't trust women, and I certainly won't fall for any of them. Seeing Chen Xuewen's somber expression, Li Eryong could only sigh and dial Wu Lihong's number. Soon after, the sensually dressed Wu Lihong hurried over, visibly excited. How did you know I hadn't eaten? I was just about to make instant noodles with my friends when your call came in. I'm in for a treat tonight, Wu Lihong said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Eryong perked up immediately. With your friends? Why didn't you bring them along? Wu Lihong rolled her eyes at him. Give it a rest. Stop being so thirsty. Look at yourself limping around, and you still have energy to think about women. Focus on healing your injuries first. Li Eryong bristled. What's wrong? I broke an arm and a leg, not my third leg. Why can't I think about women? Li Ho burst out laughing. Come on, you're missing a hand and a foot. How exactly are you supposed to go at it? Unless you plan to hop around. Li Eryong was left speechless while Wu Lihong covered her mouth, giggling. Chen Xuewen took out the phone and handed it to Wu Lihong. This is for you. She looked puzzled. What is it? We stopped by the phone shop earlier and each bought one. I thought this model would suit you, so I picked it up as well. Check if you like the color. Wu Lihong froze, staring at the phone box in Chen Xuewen's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Eryong, seeing this, quickly chimed in. What are you standing there for? Brother Wen picked this out just for you. It's much prettier than ours. Catch. Wu Lihong snapped out of it and hastily took the box, her eyes full of treasuring affection. Chen Xuewen gave Li Eryong a wordless look. I just bought it on the spot. No special selection. It's simply to thank you for your help these past days. Wu Lihong smiled and opened the box, her eyes lighting up at the exquisite phone inside. Holding the phone, her face radiant with joy, she whispered this. This is the latest Motorola model. It's so beautiful. It must be. Probably very expensive, right? Actually, I could just keep using my PHS. There was no need to buy something so pricey. Chen Xuewen replied. It's not that expensive. Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing. Oh, and I got a SIM card for you too. Try it out. Wu Lihong happily took the card, inserted it, and tested the signal. It was excellent. Unable to hide her delight, she quickly saved everyone's numbers. She labeled the other three with their full names, but for Chen Xuewen, she only wrote a single character, 1. As they chatted, Wu Lihong's phone suddenly rang. She was taken aback. She had just received this phone with a new number. Who would be calling her? Glancing at the screen, Wu Lihong immediately cursed. Li Tieju, you big idiot. We're sitting face to face. What's there that you can't just say? Why are you calling? Chen Xuewen and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Taiju was still playing around. Soon the food arrived. Chen Xuewen had ordered an impressive spread that night. It was a celebration after all. Overjoyed, Wu Lihong even called her manager to take the evening off. Although Zhou Jinghui had treated them to dinner, in truth, Chen Xuewen barely ate, and Li Ho was too nervous to taste anything, his stomach still rumbling with hunger. As for Li Eryong and Li Tieju, they had been guarding the house and hadn't eaten at all. The moment the dishes were served, everyone dug in enthusiastically. Especially Li Taiju. He devoured food like a whirlwind. A giant pig knuckle ordered specially for him was lifted with both hands and devoured in just a few bites. Not only that, he cracked open the bone and sucked out every drop of marrow. Then he demolished 2 out of the 3 gene of beef. If Li Eryong and Li Ho hadn't been quick to snatch some dishes away, the kid would have finished it all himself. Half of the other dishes ended up in his stomach. On top of that, he finished an entire basin of rice before finally stopping, completely satisfied. Chen Xuewen watched in amazement. His perception of Li Tieju's appetite shattered once again. Though they had eaten together many times before, Li Taiju had always held back then. Tonight was when he truly showed his true strength. Li Tieju's appetite alone could rival 4 or 5 grown men. Li Ho was so stuffed he had to loosen his belt, eventually excusing himself to the restroom before returning to continue eating. After eating for a while, Li Taiju suddenly spoke from across the table. Li Ho, why does your phone have a woman's voice? Li Ho was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? How would my phone have a woman's voice? Li Taiju insisted. Really, a woman said the number you dialed is switched off. Hey, and she was speaking English. When did you start knowing a cultured woman? Li Ho scoffed. Don't talk rubbish, you must have dialed the wrong. As he spoke, he reached for his waist. The moment he touched it, he froze completely. The phone pouch at his waist was utterly empty. Li Ho jolted upright. Holy shit. And my phone got stolen. Chen Xuewen and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. You're a seasoned thief yourself, and your own stuff got stolen. Does this count as the Dragon King's palace being flooded by its own waters? Li Ho discovered his phone had been stolen and was on the verge of losing his mind. He immediately jumped up shouting at everyone to block the front and back doors of the restaurant. I'm telling you, no matter what, we're getting this phone back today. Otherwise nobody leaves this place today. Chen Xuewen smiled. Monkey, don't be so dramatic. If it's really gone, we'll just buy another one. Just don't show it off so much next time. Lai Ho immediately waved his hand. Brother, when you don't understand. This isn't about how much money it costs. It's about dignity. If the brothers outside find out my phone was stolen, how can I face them? Chen Xuewen was at a loss for words, but he helped out by having Li Taizhu and Li Eryong block the front and back doors together. However, Lai Ho's phone was already turned off, making it difficult to track down. Chen Xuewen could only ask Lai Ho to carefully recall who he had come into contact with when he went out to use the restroom earlier. After pondering for a moment, Lai Ho narrowed it down to 5 people. Damn it, I only interacted with these 5 people during that trip. It has to be one of them who stole it. Get them all out here and search them one by one. It's definitely still on them. Lai Ho shouted. Chen Xuewen rolled his eyes at him. Have you lost your mind from anger? If someone stole something, they would have moved it immediately. Who are you going to search? Lai Ho stammered then gather everyone together and search them one by one. Chen Xuewen scoffed. Who do you think you are, some kind of heavenly king? You can't just search whoever you want. Besides, even if they moved it, it doesn't necessarily mean they passed it to someone else. They could have hidden it somewhere. How are you supposed to search for that? And this restaurant is so large. If you search the guests and cause such a scene, do you think the restaurant will agree? Lai Ho asked. Then what should we do? Should we call the police? That won't work. I'm somewhat of a respected figure in this circle. If word gets out that my phone was stolen and I had to call the police to find it, I'd lose all face. Chen Xuewen was speechless. This Lai Ho cared so much about his reputation. He thought for a moment and said, I have a plan. He leaned close to Lai Ho's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Lai Ho's eyes lit up. Brother, when you always have a way. All right, let's do it. Lai Ho excitedly ran out to find the restaurant owner and discuss how to recover the phone. The restaurant owner felt embarrassed that someone had been robbed in his establishment. After hearing Chen Xuewen's idea, his eyes also brightened. That's a good approach. All right, I'll fully cooperate with you. The owner gathered the waitstaff and gave them instructions. Then the waiters ran out and deliberately created a commotion in the corridor, shouting, someone's phone was stolen. They've called the police and the enforcement team is on its way. The enforcement team has ordered that no one in the restaurant can leave. Block the front and back doors first. This commotion immediately drew many guests out to watch, and the scene became somewhat chaotic. At this moment, Lai Ho walked out together with the owner. Lai Ho deliberately said, damn it, I paid over 7,000 for this phone. If it goes to the enforcement team, that's enough for a sentence. When I find out who did it, I'll sue them to death. The owner frowned and said, it might be hard to find. The phone has probably been moved already, or someone just threw it somewhere. Even if we find the phone, we still can't catch the person. Lai Ho said, it's fine. Even if the phone is lost, there are still fingerprints on it. As long as the enforcement team compares the fingerprints, they can catch the thief. While the two were talking, Chen Xuewen stood in the crowd, not far away, quietly observing the 5 people Lai Ho had mentioned earlier. As Lai Ho spoke, one of the young men dressed as a waiter visibly shuddered. Then the waiter quietly slipped away from the crowd and, taking advantage of no one noticing, sneaked into the corridor. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and slowly followed behind. The waiter slipped all the way into a corner near the kitchen, and after checking left and right to make sure no one was around, quietly retrieved a mobile phone from a flower pot in the corner. He wrapped the phone in his clothes and wiped it vigorously to remove the fingerprints. Then, wrapping the phone in his clothes, he prepared to put it back. Just then a voice came from behind him. Since you've taken it out, don't put it back. The waiter jumped in fright, and the phone fell directly to the ground with a loud click. He quickly got to his feet, flustered and at a loss, stammering, oh, I found a phone here. I was just about to take it to the boss. Chen Xuewen sneered. Do you think I believe that? Or do you think your boss would believe it? The waiter instantly broke into a cold sweat and instinctively glanced toward the window. Chen Xuewen said, no need to look. We're on the 3rd floor. Even if you jump, you won't get away. The waiter's face turned deathly pale. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly fell to his knees with a thud and trembled. Brother, I know I was wrong. I'll never. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly froze, and he looked at Chen Xuewen in shock. Brother, when is that you? Chen Xuewen was also stunned. Only now did he clearly see the waiter's face, which did seem somewhat familiar. Soon Chen Xuewen remembered who this person was. This person was named Wang Zhendong, a fellow inmate from his time in prison. During his imprisonment, Wang Zhendong's situation was similar to Chen Xuewen's. He was also frequently bullied. Later, after Chen Xuewen had subdued Dao Ba and his gang, this guy was the first to come and pledge allegiance to Chen Xuewen. By any measure, Wang Zhendong was one of the few people in prison who hadn't made an enemy of Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen asked in surprise, Wang Zhendong, what are you doing here? Recognizing Chen Xuewen, Wang Zhendong finally let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly explained his situation. It turned out that this guy had been released from prison 10 days ago. However, for someone with a criminal record, finding a job after release was extremely difficult. With no other option, he had to work as a waiter here. But after being released, he was completely broke, not having a single cent, and even eating was a problem. So when he saw Lai Ho walking out with his chest puffed and phone tucked into his waistband, he was tempted to do something wicked. After finishing his explanation, Wang Zhendong said with a mournful face, Brother, when I didn't know that was your brother. If I had known it was your brother, even if you lent me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare to steal his phone. Brother wouldn't give me a chance. I was just released. If I get sent back, I'll probably get a harsher sentence. Chen Xuewen smiled. Since you call me brother, I certainly can't let the enforcement team arrest you. Let's just let this go. Wang Zhendong immediately breathed a sigh of relief and kept saying, thank you, brother Wen, thank you, brother Wen. Chen Xuewen looked at Wang Zhendong and said, however, working here isn't a long-term solution for you, is it? Would you be interested in working with me? Wang Zhendong's eyes lit up at once. Brother Wen, am I hearing this right? You want me to work with you? Chen Xuewen said, yes, don't you wanna? Wang Zhendong quickly shook his head and waved his hands. I really do. Brother Wen, just wait a moment, I'll go quit my job right now and head out with you. Chen Xuewen smiled. Aren't you going to ask what I want you to do? Wang Zhendong said earnestly, brother Wen, if you want me to work with you, that means you think highly of me. Why would I have any questions? Besides, back inside, brother Wen, you took such good care of me. I've remembered all that. No matter what you ask me to do, I'll listen to you. Chen Xuewen nodded with satisfaction. He had to admit Wang Zhendong was quite sharp. Just then Lai Ho's voice came from behind. Brother Wen, how is it? Did you find it? He walked over with a few people, including the boss. As soon as Lai Ho saw Wang Zhendong and the phone in his hand, his eyes widened. Damn, it was you, you bastard. You son of a bitch, stealing my phone. You must be tired of living. The boss also came over and cursed angrily. Wang Zhendong, what the hell are you doing? I hired you to work and you're stealing from my shop. Just wait. When the law enforcement team gets here, I'll make sure you get a few more years. A crowd of people behind him pointed and whispered, making Wang Zhendong's face turn extremely awkward. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen raised his voice. You've got it wrong. He didn't steal the phone. He just saw it on the ground and picked it up. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone was stunned. Wang Zhendong, however, was filled with gratitude. With this, Chen Xuewen had not only helped him out of trouble, but also saved his face. Lai Ho looked at Chen Xuewen doubtfully, about to speak, but was stopped by Chen Xuewen's wave. Chen Xuewen handed the phone to Lai Ho. Monkey, the phone's found, so let's not make a fuss. As he spoke, he shot Lai Ho a meaningful glance. Lai Ho immediately nodded. Alright, since the phone's been found, let's not waste any more time. Chen Xuewen paid the bill and led the group out of the restaurant. On the way, he explained Wang Zhendong's identity to Lai Ho and the others. Hearing that Wang Zhendong was one of their own, Lai Ho stopped saying anything. Before long, Wang Zhendong also hurried out from inside. He had already taken off his waiter's uniform and changed into a shabby set of old clothes. Stepping out of the restaurant, he rubbed his hands together and anxiously looked around. Chen Xuewen called out, and Wang Zhendong quickly ran over. Brother Wen, I've already quit. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. Chen Xuewen smiled. We're all just trying to make a living. Don't worry, since you're with me, as long as I have something to eat, you won't go hungry. Wang Zhendong was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Chen Xuewen then introduced the others to Wang Zhendong. When he got to Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong shook his hand and said awkwardly, Brother Ho, I'm really sorry about earlier. I didn't know you were one of us. If I offended you, please be generous and don't be angry. These words immediately dissipated the remaining anger in Lai Ho's heart. He patted Wang Zhendong on the shoulder and laughed. Dongzi, from now on we're all brothers, no need to be so polite. Isn't there a saying? Brothers become friends after a fight. See, if it weren't for this incident, we probably wouldn't have met today. Wang Zhendong burst into laughter. Li Eryong couldn't help asking, Dongzi, I'm curious. How exactly did you manage to lift Lai Ho's phone? This guy has been in the trade since he was a kid. How did you pick his pocket? Everyone turned to look at Wang Zhendong, equally curious. Lai Ho, his face red, also looked at him with interest. Wang Zhendong scratched his head. Brother Yong, I'm not really a pro. It's mainly because Brother Ho's phone was way too flashy. When he came out, he twisted his waist and stuck out his belly, deliberately pushing the phone to the front. The phone case was just held on by a magnet. It opened with a slight touch. And Brother Ho was walking with his head up, not looking down. I just reached out and swiped it. And took it. After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Lai Ho really had been acting like that just a moment ago. Chen Xuewen laughed and slapped Lai Ho on the back. Monkey, hear that? That's what happens when you show off. If you ask me, you should put your phone in your pocket. Hanging it on your waist is way too obvious. Lai Ho said gloomily, Brother Wen, don't worry. I'll buy some underwear with a pocket and a zipper and stuff the phone in my crotch. Damn it, if anyone can steal the phone from my crotch, I'll accept it. The group burst into laughter again. Wu Lihong spat. Monkey, Brother Wen meant you shouldn't show off so much, not that you should stick the phone in your crotch. If you do that, I'm never calling you again. It's way too cringy. Lai Ho said awkwardly, hey, don't all gang up on me. How is this showing off? Look at Zhu Zi. He's way more flashy than me. He hasn't let go of his phone all night. Everyone looked at Li Tiezhu, who was still fiddling with his phone behind them. But this time Li Tiezhu wasn't calling anyone. No one knew what he was doing. He was so absorbed that he didn't even acknowledge the group. Chen Xuewen leaned over to take a look. Damn, he was playing snake. Li Eryong, alright, stop picking on Zhu Zi. Sure, he shows off, but he keeps his phone in his hand. It won't get lost. Unlike you, how embarrassing. Lai Ho was speechless, then glanced at the phone case on Li Eryong's waist and cursed, damn, what right do you have to talk about me? Are you any better? Your phone case is red. You're even more flamboyant than me. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Eryong's face flushed, and he quickly hid the phone case. Next, Chen Xuewen took Wang Zhendong to buy a few sets of clothes and also got him a phone. Holding these items, Wang Zhendong was so moved his eyes welled up. Brother, when I won't say anything more. From now on my life is yours. If you command, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Chen Xuewen waved dismissively. All right, save those words for later. Today you can crash at Lai Ho's place for the night. Tomorrow you'll come with me to find someone to calculate an auspicious day for the opening. Everyone nodded, saw Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong to the alley entrance, and then parted ways. Wu Lihong followed behind Chen Xuewen, walking home through the darkness. She held the phone he had given her, her gaze fixed on his back, a little dazed and dreamy, a faint smile playing on her lips. She quickened her steps, about to reach out and take his hand. But just then several figures suddenly sprang out from the dark stairwell, surrounding them both. At the same time, an arrogant voice rang out, "Finally caught you." At the sound, a yellow-haired youth stepped out from the dark stairwell. Upon seeing him, Wu Lihong's expression instantly changed. "He Fei. You? What are you doing here?" Chen Xuewen also recognized him. This was Wu Lihong's former boyfriend, He Fei. He had encountered this man before when Chen Xuewen had taken Wu Lihong away. He Fei strode over and immediately slapped Wu Lihong across the face, cursing, "You cheap whore, what gives you the right to keep me from coming here? What, you're allowed to cheat on me, but I can't come find you?" Chen Xuewen's brows furrowed slightly, his expression growing cold. However, he ultimately said nothing. Wu Lihong was after all He Fei's girlfriend. This was a matter between them, and as an outsider he had no right to interfere. Wu Lihong's face was swollen on one side from the blow, yet she refused to back down, shouting, "He Fei, watch your fucking language. Who the fuck is cheating on you? He's my classmate, my friend." He Fei cursed, "Fuck, do you really think I'm that stupid? Do you even know what day it is, eh?" Wu Lihong retorted angrily, "What day?" He Fei bellowed, "Today's payday at your shop. I went to your shop today to collect my pay, and the manager only handed me a measly $800. I'd have made better money working at a factory. I went to ask your manager, you don't go home at all, you go out every night. How could you not have made 4,000 or 5,000 this month? But your manager told me you've been acting like some virtuous woman lately, just accompanying clients to sing and drink, never going out, and leaving right at midnight. Fuck, you haven't come home in over 20 days, you're not working, and you're hanging around with this guy? You expect me to believe there's nothing going on between you two?" He Fei grew angrier with each word and slapped Wu Lihong again, cursing, "Are you really taking me for a fool?" Chen Xuewen finally couldn't hold back. "He Fei, that's enough. If you have something to say, say it. Don't hit people." He Fei flew into a rage. "Who the fuck are you? This isn't any concern of yours. You?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he prepared to attack Chen Xuewen directly. At that moment, Wu Lihong rushed forward and pushed He Fei back several steps, shouting, "He Fei, this is between us. Leave him out of it." He Fei grew even more furious. "You whore, you're still protecting him. The fuck? And you're telling me you haven't been cheating on me? Damn it, I'll kill you today if I'm not He Fei." He grabbed Wu Lihong by the throat and pinned her against the wall. Chen Xuewen's expression turned cold as he slowly reached into his pocket and gripped the boning knife hidden in his clothes. Wu Lihong straightened her neck and declared loudly, "He Fei, let's settle this once and for all today. First of all, you have no right to accuse me of cheating on you. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I only borrowed money from you. I never said you were my boyfriend." He Fei's face twisted with anger. "What bullshit? You stay at my place every day and sleep with me countless times, and you're telling me you're not my girlfriend?" Wu Lihong's face turned pale. "Dozens of women have lived at your place. Are they all your girlfriends? I owed you money. You forced me to live at your place and work at the nightclub to earn money to pay you back. I was forced by you. In my eyes, you're no different from those customers." He Fei, furious and desperate, slapped Wu Lihong again. "You cheap whore, say that again." Wu Lihong shouted back, "I'll keep saying it. He Fei, when my brother needed surgery, you lent me 30,000. But over these years working at the nightclub, you've taken at least 100,000 from my wages. I've long paid back what I owed you. We're even now. From now on, there's nothing between us. Don't come looking for me again." He Fei flew into a rage, gripping Wu Lihong's throat and slamming her head against the wall, roaring, "You cheap whore, I'll make you shut up. I'll make you talk. Damn it, trying to get rid of me. Not so easy." He slammed her head against the wall twice more before throwing her aside. Then he turned to Chen Xuewen, cursing, "You whore, is this coward the reason you want to cut ties with me? What a pussy. He won't even make a sound while you're being beaten. Is he worth it? Damn it, just looking at him makes me angry." Uff. He spat fiercely at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen raised his arm, and the spit landed on his sleeve. He Fei exploded in rage. "The fuck, you dare to block me?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab Chen Xuewen's arm. But Chen Xuewen had been waiting for this moment. The moment He Fei grabbed his arm, Chen Xuewen exploded forward in a sudden burst, lunging straight at He Fei. One arm wrapped around He Fei's neck, while the other hand gripped the boning knife pressed against his throat. The cold blade pierced through He Fei's skin, blood welling up and staining his collar red. He Fei was startled, gasping, "WH, what the fuck are you doing? You fucking dare to lay a hand on me?" Without hesitation, Chen Xuewen slashed down and severed He Fei's left ear. Blood gushed forth instantly as He Fei let out a piercing scream of agony. He Fei's men were equally panicked. They were just low-level thugs who only bullied those weaker than themselves. But faced with someone truly ruthless, they were clearly rattled. The henchmen stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Chen Xuewen wiped the boning knife clean on He-Fei's clothes. Then he pressed the blade against He-Fei's neck again, coldly asking, "Do you think I wouldn't dare to hurt you?" He-Fei trembled with fear. He was only good at boasting, intimidating students and deceiving naive girls. He had never faced anyone like this before. Chen Xuewen's ruthless methods genuinely terrified him. Stammering, he asked, what do you want?" Chen Xuewen stated coldly, "First, apologize to Wu Lihong. Second, Wu Lihong owes you 30,000, but you took 100,000 from her. You owe her 70,000. Third, from now on never bother Wu Lihong again." He-Fei's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth. "Kid, you're sticking up for her. Let me tell you, my big brother." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen struck again, driving the blade into his arm. He-Fei screamed again and immediately became cooperative. Okay, I agree. Chen Xuewen withdrew the knife and coldly commanded, "Apologize." He-Fei looked at Wu Lihong with an agonized expression, forcing out a whispered, I'm sorry." Chen Xuewen frowned slightly louder. "Do you want to suffer more?" He-Fei hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Wu Lihong stood there with tears in her eyes, looking at Chen Xuewen with deep emotion. Chen Xuewen released his grip and pushed He-Fei away, coldly stating, 70,000 within 3 days. Otherwise, next time I come personally to collect it won't just be 70,000. He-Fei's face turned ashen as he glared at Chen Xuewen, gritting his teeth. "You bastard, you've got guts. Dare to touch me, and I'll kill you." Brothers attack. His henchmen immediately charged forward, surrounding Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong. Without hesitation, Chen Xuewen pulled Wu Lihong behind him to protect her. The attackers swarmed Chen Xuewen in a group assault. Chen Xuewen didn't fight back, only shielding his head with his arms as he took several blows. At that moment, angry shouts rang out from outside. "What are you doing? Stop!" Everyone turned to see a group from the law enforcement team running toward them. He-Fei was stunned. The law enforcement team had arrived at the perfect moment. In reality, he had no idea that Chen Xuewen had released him precisely because he spotted the enforcement team approaching in the distance. The law enforcement officers rushed forward and immediately pinned He-Fei and his men to the ground without a word. Leading them was Captain Wang from before. He handcuffed He-Fei directly and shouted angrily, "All of you armed and attacking one person, and you claim to be the victims. Do you really think our law enforcement team is made of pushovers? Take them back." He-Fei stuck out his neck and protested urgently, "You've got this all wrong. I'm the victim here." But no one paid him any attention. He-Fei and his men were all taken back. Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong were also brought back for statements. As they left, doors of many houses in the alley opened and numerous neighbors stood on both sides, pointing and whispering. These people, especially Wu Lihong, were the subject of most discussion. The commotion He-Fei caused had alerted the neighbors, who had called the police. Everyone nearby had heard He-Fei's furious shouts. Naturally, they now knew that Wu Lihong worked as a hostess in a nightclub. Wu Lihong lowered her head, her face flushed with shame. Even after getting into the car, she still dared not look up, whispering, "Wenzi, I'm sorry. Chen Xuewen, it's okay. You're my friend, your business is my business. This He-Fei is too much. I won't stand by." Wu Lihong shook her head and whispered, "I'm not talking about He-Fei. I mean your neighbors." Chen Xuewen was surprised. "What about the neighbors?" "Wu Lihong, they all heard about my job at the nightclub. They'll surely mock you." Chen Xuewen was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected Wu Lihong to care more about his reputation than her own. "Chen Xuewen, mock me for what? You're too sensitive, it's fine." Wu Lihong shook her head. "They'll definitely mock you for being friends with a disreputable woman." I. Her voice choked. Chen Xuewen chuckled. "Enough, don't worry about it. What's a little thing like this? When I was in prison, they called me a rapist and murderer. What face do I have around here?" Wu Lihong gave a bitter smile and said no more. At the enforcement team, Captain Wang took statements from Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong as per procedure. However, Chen Xuewen's account differed slightly from what actually happened. He didn't mention cutting off He-Fei's ear, only saying that in the dark chaos he couldn't see clearly and could only defend himself passively. He-Fei's men, of course, told the truth. How Chen Xuewen had taken He-Fei hostage and cut off his ear. Yet Captain Wang completely ignored their testimony and directly adopted Chen Xuewen's version. Firstly, he knew Chen Xuewen had a complicated background and didn't want to provoke him. Secondly, He-Fei and his gang were mere thugs. The enforcement team wouldn't believe them either. So after the statements, Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong were released while He-Fei and his men were detained. He-Fei shouted his innocence, but no one listened. Leaving the enforcement team, Chen Xuewen didn't go home directly, but first called Lawyer He. Lawyer He, due to his connection with Fifth Master Ho, treated Chen Xuewen fairly well. After hearing the details, Lawyer He smiled calmly. "Don't worry about this. Under normal circumstances, the enforcement team will adopt your account. He-Fei and his men will likely be locked up for a few days. If anything unexpected happens, I'll handle it for you." Chen Xuewen, "Thank you, Lawyer He. But I have another idea." Lawyer He was surprised. "What idea?" Chen Xuewen said softly. "Is there any way to keep He-Fei locked up longer? For example, sentencing him to a few years?" Lawyer He paused, then laughed. "Brother Chen, you want to take this chance to crush He-Fei?" Chen Xuewen smiled faintly, "Just trying to reduce future trouble. A person like that is like a stubborn piece of meat. Once released, he might cause more trouble. So letting him stay inside for a few years would save me some trouble." Lawyer He chuckled. "Brother Chen, that's a good idea. Alright, I'll tell you a method you can try. After hearing Lawyer He's suggestion, Chen Xuewen smiled. Thank you, Lawyer He. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Lawyer He smiled faintly. We'll talk later. After hanging up Lawyer, he looked at Fifth Master Ho sitting across from him, and said with a smile, Fifth Master, that Chen Xuewen called again. You were right, this kid has guts, and is material for great things. Fifth Master Ho puffed on his pipe, slowly exhaling smoke. It's too early to say that now. Let's see how he breaks through this current situation first. Fong Ru, with a graceful figure in a long dress, smiled faintly. Viper is a madman. I'm curious to see which of these two madmen will win when they clash. Lawyer He, are you waiting to see how he fares against Viper before deciding whether to have dinner with him? Lawyer He laughed heartily. Everything depends on Fifth Master's wishes. Fifth Master Ho continued puffing smoke, his eyes deep and unreadable. After finishing the call, Chen Xuewen took Wu Lihong home. At the mouth of the alley, Wu Lihong stopped. Wenzi, I won't go in. Wu Lihong said softly. Chen Xuewen turned to look at her. Why? Wu Lihong, I'm planning to find a place to rent in the next couple of days. I don't want to trouble you anymore. That way your neighbors won't mock you either. Chen Xuewen understood her thoughts and smiled. You're still worrying about that. I told you I don't care. Besides, you haven't found a place yet, right? If you don't come in, where will you sleep tonight? Wu Lihong, I can find an internet cafe to stay for the night. Chen Xuewen, how can you sleep in an internet cafe? Alright, you'll stay here for now. We'll talk once you find a place. Before she could argue, Chen Xuewen took her arm and led her into the alley. Wu Lihong blushed, lowering her head as she followed, feeling as guilty as a thief. Chen Xuewen paid no mind and brought Wu Lihong home, then took out the medicine kit. The swelling and pain relief medicine is all here. Apply it yourself. I'll boil some eggs for you to use as a compress. Wu Lihong looked at the medicine kit, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling like she could cry her heart out. No one had ever cared for her like this in her life. Chen Xuewen didn't notice her expression. He went inside, boiled some eggs, and handed them to Wu Lihong. After everything was done, Chen Xuewen took out his phone and arranged some tasks for Lai Monkey. Hanging up, he turned around and found Wu Lihong standing behind him, staring straight at him. Chen Xuewen was surprised. What's wrong? Wu Lihong didn't answer. She suddenly threw herself at him, hugging him tightly. The fragrance of her cosmetics assailed his nose, and the warmth of her graceful body stirred feelings in Chen Xuewen, who had never been intimate with a woman before. You, what's wrong? Chen Xuewen flustered, not daring to touch her, but his body began to respond involuntarily. Wu Lihong remained silent, holding him close. Chen Xuewen arched his back, trying to minimize contact. After a long moment, he finally pressed her shoulders and pushed her away. Alright, no need to be so moved. We're classmates, friends. Helping each other is only natural, right? Chen Xuewen patted her shoulder with a smile. It's late, get some sleep. With that, he hurried back to his room. Wu Lihong stood there staring at the closed door of his room, and the tears she had been holding back finally streamed down her face. The next morning, Chen Xuewen woke up and found breakfast already prepared. However, Wu Lihong was nowhere to be seen. Without giving it much thought, he had breakfast, and then called Li Eryong and the others to tell them about last night's incident. When Li Eryong learned that Chen Xuewen had been ambushed last night, he was startled and immediately took a motorcycle taxi to rush over. Only after seeing Chen Xuewen safe did Li Eryong let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, He Fei is a worthless scumbag who lives off others. All day long he just shows off in that internet cafe, tricking girls into bed, and then coaxing them into working as hostesses to earn money for him. Such trash dares to ambush Wenzi. I think he's courting death. Li Eryong cursed furiously, then looked at Chen Xuewen and said, Wenzi, what do you want to do? Just say the word, and we'll immediately ambush him and give him a good beating to avenge you. Chen Xuewen shook his head and said, for such a small fry it's not worth it. Li Eryong was stunned for a moment and said, then we can't just let it go, can we? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and said, who said I would just let it go? As they spoke, Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu also arrived. Li Taizhu was walking while fiddling with his phone, looking like he was still playing Snake. After entering, Li Taizhu glanced at Chen Xuewen and seeing he was fine, continued playing Snake on his phone. Wang Zhendong, upon entering, hurriedly asked with concern how Chen Xuewen was doing. Chen Xuewen waved his hand and said, I'm fine, but that guy suffered a bit. Don't worry about him for now. Oh, I've already sent Liho to handle it. Since you're all here, let's take care of the real business today. Eryong, have you found the master to calculate the lucky day, as I asked? Li Eryong nodded and said, the day is calculated. 3 days from now will be a good day. But Wenzi, do we really need to start business so soon? If we open for business directly, the Viper will definitely bring people to cause trouble. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and said, as long as the Viper is there, even if I open next year, he'll still come to make trouble. Anyway, this matter has to be resolved sooner or later, so let's cut the knot quickly. He stood up and said, since the day is chosen, let's set it for 3 days from now. Let's go check out those 2 shops now. Chen Xuewen, along with Li Eryong and the others, took a taxi and headed straight for the Old Square. The Old Square was the earliest square built in Pingqing, where the supply and marketing cooperative used to be, and it was once the most bustling area in Pingqing. However, after 2000, Pingqing built several new squares, and the popularity of the Old Square gradually faded. Nevertheless, it remained the favorite spot for those street thugs. After all, there are various entertainment venues nearby, such as skating rinks, billiard halls, internet cafes, arcades, video rooms, and the like. everything one could want. This area often sees fights and brawls, and it's the worst zone for public security in Pingxing. The fact that the Viper can control this area shows he must have some skills. You should know that even the three big shots like Zhou Jinghui couldn't control this area before. The Viper alone has taken over this territory, which proves his capability. Chen Xuewen brought Li Eryong and the others here, but instead of going directly to the two arcades, he wandered around the area and had Li Eryong introduce the situation of the old square. He had been to the old square before, but at that time he mostly came to play arcade games, watch videos, or use computers. Occasionally he would encounter some thugs with dyed yellow hair who would extort a few yuan from them, which was quite common. However, Chen Xuewen didn't really know the true situation of this area. Li Eryong led the group walking and introducing the situation of the old square. Since he used to follow Lao He and had been to this area before, he was quite familiar with the conditions here. According to Li Eryong, the Viper currently controls this area, mainly running the arcade business. Because the slot machines in the arcades generate money too quickly. As for the rest, most shops are just charged protection fees by the Viper, not directly operated by him. Chen Xuewen listened and silently noted these things in his mind. Especially whenever he passed an arcade, Chen Xuewen would note its location, since all of these are the Viper's assets. Before long they arrived in front of a large arcade with an impressive facade. Unlike other arcades, this one boasted luxurious decoration. Above the entrance was a huge sign depicting various game characters such as Street Fighter, King of Fighters, Sengokushi, and Journey to the West, all available. The sign also bore 4 large characters, Electronic Dynasty. From outside one could see the liveliness, with the inside bustling with noise. Li Eryong lowered his voice and introduced, "This is the Viper's base, the largest arcade in all of Pingxing and the one with the most people and the most activity. Here cigarettes are provided for free. It covers over 1,000 square meters, with the outer 400 square meters filled with various arcade games. Inside there are another 600 square meters divided into 2 parts. One part is dedicated to slot machines and similar games, while the other part houses an underground casino." Chen Xuewen squinted slightly and asked softly, "An establishment as large as Electronic Dynasty, how much does it take in daily?" Li Eryong raised his hand and flipped it back and forth, whispering, "I heard from Lao He that the daily turnover here is at least 100,000. Chen Xuewen immediately widened his eyes and said, "Then wouldn't that be 3 million a month?" Li Eryong hastily shook his head and said, "Winsy, that's not how the accounts work. Arcades may be a business without initial capital, but maintaining such a large store costs a lot daily, and employee wages alone are a significant sum. To attract customers, the Viper hires young pretty waitresses, which costs a lot per month. Moreover, with rent, utilities, and supporting his underlings, out of that 100,000 the Viper can only pocket about 20 to 30,000 at most." Chen Xuewen frowned, thinking that it wasn't very profitable after all. Just as they were chatting, suddenly a commotion arose from the crowd in the distance. Li Eryong looked up, his expression changed, and he whispered, "The Viper is here." Chen Xuewen followed his gaze and saw the crowd quickly split into 2 groups, leaving a path in the middle. On the other side of the path, a tall man with sinister eyes was strolling over. In his arms he held a woman with a plump figure and a slender waist. The woman looked about 30 years old, still retaining her charm, with excellent proportions. As she walked, her eyes were seductive, exuding a captivating grace. However, no one around dared to look at her more than necessary, because the person beside her was none other than the madman known as the Viper. The Viper swaggered past with the woman in his arms, and wherever they passed, the surrounding crowd hastily retreated, none daring to block his path. He led the woman into the Electronic Dynasty, and only then did the people behind begin to whisper among themselves. "That woman, is she Boss who's wife?" "Seems so. I heard Boss who married a young wife around 30, a seductive enchantress. Haha, Boss who has really fallen this time. Such a big property taken over by the Viper without paying a single cent. And now even his young wife belongs to someone else. That green hat of his is practically wrapped around his butt. Did you see that little vixen just now? The way she swayed her hips as she walked. She's probably been well watered by the Viper lately. Damn it, keep your voice down. You want to die?" The chatter abruptly ceased, though every face wore a lecherous grin. Chen Xuewen listened to all this, his brow furrowing. "Who is Boss who?" Li Eryong said in a low voice, "A businessman here in Pingxing. A few years ago he smuggled goods to the south, made some money, came back, invested heavily, and bought up quite a few storefronts. The Electronic Dynasty building belongs to him." Chen Xuewen asked, "So the Viper is using his property without paying rent?" Li Eryong scratched his head. "I wouldn't know about that, but I've heard similar talk before. Hard to tell if it's true or not. However, that woman really is Boss whose young wife. I saw her once before when I went out with Zhou Jinghui on business. I just never expected she'd hook up with the Viper." Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment. Boss who lost his property and his wife is entangled with the Viper. Isn't he angry? Li Eryong snorted. Angry? What good would his anger do? That Hu fellow is a complete coward. He's got some money but nothing else. He keeps over 20 thugs on his payroll, but they only scare ordinary folks. I heard even one of his own bodyguards has been fooling around with his wife, and that old dog didn't dare say a word. Chen Xuewen was astonished. How did a rich man end up like this? Li Eryong shrugged. He's a coward afraid of death. That's Pingxing for you. Having money alone is useless. Without power or influence, you'll still be trampled underfoot. Take Fifth Master Ho for example. His assets don't even rank in the top 10 in Pingxing. But which of the wealthy in Pingxing doesn't have to watch his step around him? That's what real power means. Chen Xuewen nodded thoughtfully, took a long look at the electronic dynasty, and then left with Li Eryong and the others. Next they went to the 2 arcades that Zhou Jinghui had given them. They unlocked the arcades and inspected them, finding that as Zhou Jinghui had said, all the facilities were complete. They were ready to open for business. Chen Xuewen nodded with satisfaction after the inspection. Not bad. Though they're not as big as the electronic dynasty, they'll still bring in some money. Wang Zhendong, who was following beside him, was also brimming with excitement. Brother, win this. This is your property. Chen Xuewen smiled and nodded. That's right. Wang Zhendong was overjoyed. He knew exactly what 2 arcades meant. This time following Chen Xuewen was going to pay off big time. Beside them, Li Taiju was still sitting on a stool playing on his phone. The kid had been playing Snake for 2 days, but he could barely eat 10 pieces before crashing into a wall. His skills were terrible, yet he persisted. Li Eryong, on the other hand, wore a bitter smile. He knew full well how difficult it would be to get these 2 shops open. Just as the 4 of them were chatting, a sudden clatter of knocking came from outside the door. Chen Xuewen and the others turned to see 2 young men approaching. The moment they entered, they pointed at Chen Xuewen and his group and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Chen Xuewen stood with his hands behind his back. "I'm here to check on my shop." The leading young man grew furious, pointing at Chen Xuewen and cursing, "Your shop? Don't you know this place has been sealed off by my boss, the Viper? This shop is not allowed to open anymore, understand? I'll give you 1 minute to get out and close the door, or else I'll be forced to do something unpleasant." Chen Xuewen's expression turned cold. He stared straight at the 2 men without making any move. Seeing this, the 2 young men grew even more enraged. "Damn it, you deaf or something? I told you to close the shop." The leader cursed and reached out to grab Chen Xuewen by the collar. Chen Xuewen clenched his fist, ready to strike. But just then a loud crash came from the side. The 2 young men turned to see a tall, burly man suddenly rise to his feet. Then the man strode over to them with a menacing air, staring them straight in the eyes. This man was Li Taiju. Neither of the 2 young men was tall. Both were under 5'7". But Li Taiju was a towering 6'3", broad-shouldered and imposing. Standing before them, the 2 men looked like a pair of children suddenly appearing weak and helpless. The 2 young men stared at Li Taiju in terror, no longer daring to make a move. They stumbled backward. "Damn it, if you know what's good for you, close the shop right now. Otherwise, when Brother Viper gets here, we'll see how you die." With that, they fled the arcade as if running for their lives. Everyone inside looked at Li Taiju. Even Chen Xuewen was bewildered. Was this Li Taiju not as dumb as he seemed? He knew when to step up and scare people off. Li Eryong gave Li Taiju a thumbs up. "Well done, Taiju." Li Taiju scratched the back of his head. "Who did what well?" "Li Eryong. Is that any way to talk?" Chen Xuewen suppressed a laugh and patted Li Taiju on the shoulder. "Taiju, you did a good job scaring off those 2 just now." Li Taiju looked confused again. "Scared off? Who? Which 2? Chen Xuewen was taken aback. "What? The 2 who just ran away. Didn't you stand up to intimidate them?" Li Taiju finally remembered. "Oh, those 2. Hey, why did they run away?" Chen Xuewen and the others were speechless. This dummy had scared them off without even realizing it. Li Eryong asked in disbelief. "Taiju, you didn't mean to scare them. Then why did you suddenly stand up?" Li Taiju finally remembered what he had intended to do. He held out his hand. "My phone's dead. Lend me a battery." Chen Xuewen and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Wang Zhendong asked cautiously, "Brother Zhu, if you weren't trying to scare them, why were you staring at them just now?" Li Taiju took the battery from Chen Xuewen, swapping it out as he spoke. "I wasn't staring at them. I just glanced at those 2 since I didn't know them." Chen Xuewen and the others were completely at a loss for words. This dummy truly lived up to his reputation. Just then, Chen Xuewen's phone rang. He answered it, and Lai Ho's voice came through. "Brother, when it's done." Chen Xuewen hung up the phone, his face beaming with joy, and gestured for Li Eryong and the other 3 to leave. Hardly had they departed when more than a dozen people came sprinting toward the arcade. Each of them clutched a weapon wrapped in newspaper, their expressions fierce and murderous. Running at the forefront were the 2 young men from earlier. Upon arriving, they discovered the arcade door was already shut. The tattooed man leading the group immediately frowned. "Damn it, wasn't this place supposed to be closed?" The 2 young men were dumbfounded. One of them urgently explained, "Brother Bao, the door was genuinely open when we were here. We went in and told them to close up, but they refused and even threatened to beat us." The tattooed man's expression turned cold as he scanned the area, his brows furrowing. "Damn it, everyone knows this area around the old square belongs to Brother Shi. Who dares to open shop here? They must be tired of living. Enough. Both of you keep a close watch on this place for now. If anyone shows up to open the shop, report to me immediately, understood?" By the time Chen Xuewen and the other 3 reunited with Lai Ho, it was already midday. They had intended to return home for lunch, but when they arrived, they found Wu Lihong wasn't there. With no other option, Chen Xuewen and the group found a nearby restaurant for lunch. "Why hasn't Sister Hong come back yet? Usually she'd have dinner ready by now, waiting for us to return. Could it be that bastard he faced scared her last night?" Lai Ho asked in surprise. Chen Xuewen shook his head. "I don't know either. Monkey, what about your investigation?" Lai Ho replied immediately. "Brother, when I've looked into it, He Fei has been involved with quite a few women over the years, but most of them don't have much backing. However, about half a year ago, he started seeing a girl who used to surf the internet at his place. Apparently, she comes from an ordinary family. Her parents both work at government offices, and she has an uncle who works for the provincial enforcement team. Chen Xuewen's eyes lit up. What's her current situation? Liho responded. I checked. She's attending university out of town. He Fei visits her twice a month, Liho continued. Chen Xuewen frowned slightly. Visits her? Liho nodded. Yes. This girl sees He Fei as her boyfriend now, Liho explained. I have a friend who knows her. Her QQ album is filled with photos of them together, and it seems their relationship is quite good. Chen Xuewen's brow furrowed. This wasn't what he had anticipated. His original plan was to find someone with influence and press charges of rape or something similar to put He Fei behind bars. But now these two had actually become boyfriend and girlfriend. Would this approach no longer work? Chen Xuewen asked, is there anything else? Liho shrugged. That's all I know. I'm not particularly close with anyone around He Fei. However, it's true that He Fei has a reputation for playing around quite a bit. I've heard this kid often brags about having had anywhere from 1 to 200 women, Liho added. Yet not a single one has been willing to come forward and accuse him. On the contrary, quite a few of them actually consider him their boyfriend. This kid really knows how to deceive women. Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Who would have thought he'd be quite the ladies' man? He may have fooled those girls, but can he fool their parents and families? Liho asked in confusion. What do you mean? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and waved his hand. Let's eat first. We'll get to work this afternoon. After lunch, Chen Xuewen asked Liho to bring over his friend. Through this friend, they accessed the girl's QQ album, extracted the photos of her with He Fei, and printed a copy. Once everything was prepared, Chen Xuewen drafted and printed a letter detailing the entire relationship between He Fei and the girl from beginning to end. He then placed these items in an envelope, found an unfamiliar child, gave them 10 yuan, and asked the child to deliver the envelope to the girl's father. With everything done, Chen Xuewen and the others returned home. About 2 hours later, the sound of motorcycle engines suddenly echoed from outside. Chen Xuewen glanced outside and saw numerous motorcycles gathered at the alley entrance, revving their engines loudly. At the forefront was He Fei himself. He Fei, his ear bandaged, led a group of subordinates on motorcycles, aggressively blocking the alley entrance, while shouting loudly, Chen Xuewen, get out here. Chen Xuewen pushed open the door and stepped out. Well, if it isn't Brother Fei. What? You've been released so soon. He Fei's face turned icy as he pointed at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, you cowardly turtle, you actually set me up last night. Fortunately, my big brother had the connections to get me out. Damn it, I'm not done with you. Chen Xuewen smiled coldly. Since you've been released, you should behave yourself from now on. What do you think you're doing bringing so many people here? Want to go back inside for another stretch? He Fei let out a wild laugh. The hell are you threatening me? Let me tell you, I've got people behind me too. I'm not afraid of the enforcement team at all. But you better watch your back, kid. Next time you're out at night, remember to wear a helmet. Don't let someone crack your head open and lose your life. He Fei's subordinates all burst into wild laughter. Chen Xuewen narrowed his eyes slightly. He Fei's threat was now unmistakable. It was clear he needed to deal with He Fei as soon as possible, otherwise this person would remain a constant threat. It had been over 2 hours already. Why hadn't there been any movement from the girl's father? Had he chosen the wrong target this time? As Chen Xuewen was lost in thought, the sound of police sirens suddenly echoed from afar, and several enforcement team vehicles roared into view. Hearing this sound, He Fei's subordinates grew visibly nervous. One of the lackeys whispered, Brother Fei, should we run? He Fei immediately slapped him and cursed, Run. Run where? Damn it, we're just riding motorcycles past here. What's there to be afraid of? Is there any law that says we can't ride motorcycles past this place? The hell with the enforcement team. I dare them to lay a hand on me. The lackeys immediately breathed a sigh of relief, smugly watching the enforcement team vehicles approaching. The enforcement team vehicles came to a halt right in front of He Fei, and more than a dozen officers jumped out. Leading them was Captain Wang. Seeing Captain Wang, He Fei still wore a look of disdain. Oh, Captain Wang, it's you again. What's this about? Who called the police this time? But this has nothing to do with me. I'm just riding past here on a motorcycle. That's not illegal, is it? Captain Wang's face turned ashen, and he didn't bother saying a word to He Fei. Instead, he simply waved his hand and ordered, That's him. Arrest him. Several enforcement team members immediately charged forward, pinning He Fei to the ground and handcuffing him. He Fei was completely stunned. Captain Wang, what? What are you doing? What did I do? Why are you arresting me? Captain Wang's expression was ice cold, and without another word, he ordered his men to drag He Fei into the vehicle. He Fei continued to protest, but Captain Wang sat down beside him and gritted his teeth. He Fei, shut the fuck up. Let me tell you, you're done for this time. I've received orders from the provincial team to take you in for serious processing. Based on the evidence we have, if you get less than 10 years this time, consider yourself lucky. He Fei was completely dumbfounded. Behind him, Chen Xuewen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the girl's parents ultimately could not tolerate the fact that their daughter was involved with someone like this scum. This time He Fei was finished. No matter how capable He Fei was at deceiving those girls into being completely devoted to him, he ultimately couldn't fool their parents. Which parent would allow their daughter to be with a man with such a notorious reputation? Having dealt with He Fei, Chen Xuewen felt a weight off his mind. He led Li Eryong and the others back home and continued planning for the opening. As they were busy, the doors suddenly opened and Wu Lihong walked in. "Sister Hong, why are you back so late?" "We're starving." Li Eryong and Lai Ho immediately started yelling. Wu Lihong smiled. "I went out looking for a house today and just finished renting one. Tomorrow noon, you can come to my place for a meal." Hearing this, Chen Xuewen's emotions stirred slightly. But in the end, he said nothing. He was well aware of his own situation. It was not good for Wu Lihong to stay by his side. Lai Ho and Li Eryong were stunned. The two asked in surprise, "You rented a house? Why, oi? Isn't brother one's place good enough to live in?" Wu Lihong smiled. "After all, it's a bit inconvenient. Alright, you guys keep chatting. I'll pack up and move my things over." Wu Lihong went into the inner room. Everyone in the house looked at Chen Xuewen. Even Li Tieju, who rarely put down his phone, turned to look at him. Chen Xuewen said, "What are you looking at? Let's continue with the business. It's settled. We'll open the first store first and put the second one on hold. Once we gain a foothold and stabilize the situation, we'll open the second store." Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged glances, both wanting to speak, but holding back. Inside the room, Wu Lihong packed all her clothes. Looking at the room she had lived in for a while, her eyes reddened slightly. She took a deep breath, forcing down the discomfort in her heart, then turned and walked out of the room with a smile. "Everyone remember to come to my place for lunch tomorrow. From now on, it's the same as before. Come to my place for lunch." Wu Lihong cheerfully told them the address, then picked up her bag and left. Everyone watched her leave, their faces full of confusion. After a long while, Lai Ho finally couldn't hold back. "Brother Wen, what exactly is going on? How did you make Sister Hong angry?" Chen Xuewen said. "She's not angry." Lai Ho retorted, "Come on. If that's not anger, what is? She's moved her things out. That's obviously anger." Li Eryong nodded repeatedly. Chen Xuewen was speechless. "You two bachelors, what do you know? Moving things out counts as anger." Li Eryong said, "I can't accept that. We're bachelors, as if you're not one yourself." Lai Ho also nodded. "Brother Wen, I may not have a girlfriend, but I do know a little about women. I can tell Wu Lihong clearly has feelings for you. She lives here like a little wife, taking such good care of you every day. If you hadn't made her angry, would she pack up and leave? If you don't believe me, ask Dongzi." Chen Xuewen looked at Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong looked embarrassed, but still nodded. "I think so too. She's in a bad mood." "Brother, when did you accidentally make her angry?" Li Eryong was more direct. "Wenzi, as a brother, let me ask something I shouldn't. Do you look down on Sister Hong? Do you think she works as a hostess, so you despise her?" This time Chen Xuewen finally couldn't stand it. He glared at Li Eryong and said, "Damn, what are you talking about? When did I ever look down on her? Don't I know my own worth? What right do I have to look down on her? Besides, I remember all the help she's given me." Li Eryong said, "Since you know that, why are you treating her like this? She's moved out, and you didn't even say a word to keep her. What does that mean?" Chen Xuewen was silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. "Brothers, let me tell you the truth. I'm not a fool. Of course I know Wu Lihong is good to me. But what are we doing now, eh? We're risking our lives to fight for something. People like us can be poor one moment and rich the next, never knowing when we'll die in the street. In this situation, how can we take responsibility for a girl?" These words plunged Li Eryong, Lai Ho, and the others into dead silence. Li Eryong sighed. "So you do have feelings for her. You just don't want to drag her down." Chen Xuewen said softly, "For someone like me, just living to this point is already a gain. In this life, I no longer have the right to talk about feelings." Li Eryong and the others also sighed in melancholy. Chen Xuewen had truly set foot on a path of no return with no choice left. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Alright, let's stop talking about this. Let's continue discussing our opening." They continued discussing for a while, and then finalized the specifics of the opening. 3 days later, at the north corner of Old Square, Chen Xuewen's game arcade officially opened. Lai Ho, Li Tieju, and Wang Zhendong unlocked the game arcade door with the keys and set up the firecrackers they had bought earlier in the alley, preparing for the opening. At that moment, 2 youths happened to pass by at the entrance of the alley. These 2 youths were exactly the ones who had come to threaten Chen Xuewen before. They had been nursing a grudge about the last incident. During this time, they deliberately came to observe the area every day to see if the game arcade had opened. Today they found the game arcade open, and even firecrackers hung up, so they were overjoyed. They immediately ran to Electronic Dynasty, found the tattooed man Brother Bao, and told him about the arcade's opening. Brother Bao frowned upon hearing this. "Damn, they're still planning to open. Where did these bastards come from? Tired of living. Xiaoko, I have to wait here for Brother Snake. Take a few brothers and trash his place. If they don't submit, break their legs and drive them out." A nearby underling immediately stood up. "Brother, leave it to me, don't worry." This Xiaoku was Brother Bao's own younger brother. He first asked how many people were on the other side, and upon learning there were only 3, he sneered contemptuously. "Only 3 people dare to plant their flag here in Old Square. Truly an old man hanging himself. Tired of living. Damn, watch me finish him." Xiaoko called 7 or 8 men, wrapped their weapons in newspaper, and charged aggressively toward Chen Xuewen's game arcade. Just as Xiaoku and his men stepped out of Electronic Dynasty, a man in a hat stood up from the King of Fighters arcade machine in the store. Nonchalantly, he followed Xiaoku and the others out of Electronic Dynasty, while pulling out his phone to quietly make a call. "Eryong, they're coming. Get everyone ready." This man was none other than Chen Xuewen. Li Eryong did not come to the arcade today as his limbs were still not fully functional and it was inconvenient for him to move about. After receiving the phone call, he immediately sent a message to Li Ho. At that moment, Li Ho was busy preparing for the grand opening. Upon receiving Li Eryong's message, he immediately signaled to Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong understood the signal and, following Chen Xuewen's earlier instructions, pulled out several stacks of crisp new banknotes from his pocket. These were the bills Chen Xuewen had exchanged at the bank a day in advance. 1s, 5s, 10s, and even some 50 yuan notes mixed in. In an era when ordinary workers earned only 7 or 800 yuan a month, 50 yuan was nearly enough to feed one person for a week. This time Chen Xuewen had specifically exchanged 5,000 yuan in new bills. Wang Zhendong gazed at the money in his hands with a hesitant expression. Brother Ho, are you sure we should throw all this money away? That's 5,000 yuan. Enough to buy a motorcycle. Li Ho winced as well, but waved his hand and said, just do as brother when instructed. Remember, scatter all the money. Don't keep a single cent. Wang Zhendong sighed and finally walked to the storefront with the bills in hand. By now a crowd had already gathered outside the arcade to watch the spectacle. Earlier that morning, Li Ho and his companions had spread the word about the opening. Of course, publicity alone wouldn't draw much attention. Li Ho also announced that money would be scattered at the venue on opening day. The promise of scattered money drew quite a crowd, all eager to see how it would be done. Wang Zhendong piled all the bills onto a tray and carried it outside. The moment the crowd saw the money on the tray, they erupted into restless excitement. Wow, so much money. Could they really be scattering it? Are you kidding? That's probably several thousand yuan. Scatter it. Have they lost their minds? Let's just watch. Maybe they actually will. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their faces alight with desire and hope. After all, who wouldn't want free money? Li Ho smiled and greeted the crowd, his voice ringing out, friends, today is a celebratory day for our brother's arcade. Our boss opened this arcade not to make money, but to provide a place of entertainment for all of us. On this joyous occasion, our boss has specially brought 5,000 yuan to scatter here today. Everyone pick it up and take it. However much you get is our boss's gesture of goodwill. Please don't be shy. The crowd perked up at once, cheering. Are they really scattering money? Oh, we came to the right place. The crowd surged forward, all eyes fixed on the tray in Wang Zhendong's hands. Li Ho continued with a few more ceremonial remarks, but his gaze kept darting toward the distant corner. Finally, a group of people came striding over aggressively from around the corner. At their head was Xiaoku. Seeing them approach, Li Ho shrank back instinctively. He took a deep breath, signaled to Wang Zhendong, and announced loudly, all right, let the money scattering begin. Everyone watch closely. I'm counting down, 5, 4. As he spoke, Li Ho grabbed a stack of bills from the tray, looking every bit like he was about to scatter them for real. Everyone's eyes widened as they crowded around, waiting for the moment. Meanwhile, Xiaoku arrived with his gang, charging forward with fierce intentions. Just as Xiaoku and his men closed in to within 30 meters, Li Ho suddenly flung the money from his hands. The crowd erupted in screams, pressing forward to snatch the bills scattered across the ground. Xiaoku spat in disgust. Damn it, they're playing some clever game. Fuck. I'll smash your machines and break your legs. Let's see how you open for business. He yanked a steel pipe from his coat, and his men drew their weapons as well, advancing menacingly toward the arcade. As they neared the crowd, Li Ho immediately scattered the remaining money from the tray. The first batch had only been 1 and 5 yuan notes. This time, however, they were 10 and 50 yuan bills, and the chaos intensified. Xiaoku and his men were immediately scattered by the desperate crowd scrambling for money. But the show wasn't over yet. Once all the money was scattered, Li Ho blew a sharp whistle. Far away, Li Tieju, who had been scrolling on his phone, heard the signal, grabbed a lighter, and lit the firecrackers beside him. These were the firecrackers Chen Xuewen had specifically chosen, spread thickly across the storefront. Li Tieju ignited them, and they erupted in a deafening barrage that echoed through the entire area. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed up, enveloping everyone and obscuring the surroundings completely. At that exact moment, Chen Xuewen, who had been trailing behind Xiaoku, pulled his cap low to conceal half his face. He drew the boning knife hidden at his waist and charged into the crowd, heading straight for Xiaoku. Xiaoku was cursing loudly in the smoke when Chen Xuewen suddenly appeared at his side. Before Xiaoku could react, Chen Xuewen clamped a hand over his mouth and drove several stabs into his lower abdomen. Xiaoku's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen slipped away from the crowd, while the smoke still hung thick in the air, disappearing into a nearby alley. When the smoke finally cleared and the money-grabbing frenzy subsided, a collective scream erupted. They finally saw Xiaoku lying on the ground, his abdomen drenched in blood, gasping for breath. Xiaoku's men had been intent on smashing the shop, but the sight of their leader, so gravely wounded, turned their faces pale. They rushed to his side and helped him up. Forgetting all about the shop, they carried Xiaoku and ran toward Electronic Dynasty. Xiaoku was Brother Biao's younger brother, and Brother Biao was the right-hand man of Du Shi. If anything happened to Xiaoku, they'd never be able to answer to Brother Biao. Not far away at the mouth of the alley, Chen Xuewen, now hatless and in different clothes, watched the scene unfold in silence. After watching Xiaoku and his men disappear into the distance, Chen Xuewen pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Only then did he stride confidently back into his arcade, ready to begin business. At the Electronic Dynasty arcade, Viper had just arrived. Leopard was reporting the day's revenue to him when suddenly the crackling sound of firecrackers erupted from outside. Viper furrowed his brow. What's this? Is someone opening a business today? Leopard glanced outside and said, seems like some arcade is having its grand opening. I've already sent Ku to handle it. Don't worry, boss. With me around, no other arcade will ever open in the old square again. Viper nodded with satisfaction. Good, I trust you to handle things. Leopard grinned and continued his report. But moments later the clamor of hurried footsteps and desperate shouts broke through from outside. Leopard! Leopard! Something's happened. Leopard's expression shifted. The boss had just praised him and now something had gone wrong. How could he save face? He sprang to his feet and roared, the hell are you yelling about? What happened? One of Leopard's underlings rushed in first frantic. Leopard Ku's been stabbed. Leopard's face went pale as he grabbed the man. What did you say? Say that again. Just then the others carried in Ku soaked in blood. Seeing Ku's condition, Leopard's eyes blazed with fury. Who the hell did this? I'll kill his whole family. The underling quickly recounted what had happened. Leopard listened, then exploded. What the hell are you saying? You're telling me none of you saw who did it? You bunch of useless idiots. Were you raised on garbage? The underlings hung their heads in dejection, not daring to speak. Just then Viper emerged from the back. He glanced at Ku's wounds, and his face turned cold. Whoever did this is ruthless. A few inches higher, and Ku would have been done for. Leopard grew even more enraged. Boss, Ku is your brother too. Harming him like this is a direct slap in the face to you. Boss, what do we do? Viper sneered. Is this your first day with me? When someone crosses us, you still need to ask what to do. Leopard understood immediately and gritted his teeth. This is definitely connected to that arcade. Someone get my brother to the hospital. The rest of you round up the boys. We're going to tear that arcade down. The underlings rushed out to gather the crew. Within moments, Leopard had assembled more than 20 men and led them storming toward Chen Xuewen's arcade. Viper paid it no mind. In his eyes, this was little more than a childish squabble he couldn't be bothered to deal with. At Chen Xuewen's arcade, with Lai Ho and the others handing out real 5,000 yuan bills, they had drawn in quite a few customers. However, most of the patrons were only playing the arcade machines up front. As for the slot machines in the back, no one went near them. It made sense. People rarely trusted unfamiliar places with such games. Especially at a newly opened venue, attracting customers was no easy feat. Moreover, those who lingered here were well aware of the situation in the old square. They stayed around mainly to watch the show, to see how Viper would shut down Chen Xuewen's arcade. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong sat beside Chen Xuewen, both trembling slightly. Wenji, will this plan actually work? Lai Ho couldn't help whispering. Chen Xuewen smiled. Let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we can always make a run for it. Lai Ho glanced at him. Wenji stopped joking. This is Viper's territory. He'll probably bring 20 or 30 guys. We might not even get the chance to run. Wang Zhendong looked equally panicked. He knew exactly who Viper was. When Viper had been in prison, Wang Zhendong was there too. He knew firsthand how terrifying Viper was. The undisputed top dog of the prison, someone no one dared to cross. Honestly, even though Chen Xuewen was fierce in his own right compared to Viper, he still seemed green. Chen Xuewen, however, remained calm, glancing at the two with a smile. Alright, stop worrying. I know what I'm doing. This plan has a good chance of working. Just wait. A show's about to begin. He then looked up toward the ceiling and added, besides, we've prepared a backup plan, haven't we? Lai Ho let out a sigh of relief, feeling slightly more at ease. The backup plan Chen Xuewen mentioned was the stash of lime powder they had hidden on the ceiling. If a fight broke out, they'd unleash it and use the same tactic they had against Old Black and his crew. Before long, Leopard and his entourage rounded the corner in the distance. Seeing them, Lai Ho's face changed. They're here. Wang Zhendong turned pale as well, because Leopard had brought over 20 men. All of them were armed, and their posture made it clear they were ready to throw down at the slightest provocation. If they got surrounded, was there any chance of escape? Chen Xuewen, however, remained remarkably composed, standing with his hands behind his back, watching Leopard and his gang rush toward him with a faint smile. Leopard and his men stormed into the arcade. He immediately raised his hand and bellowed, "Smash everything." His underlings surged forward, shattering a dozen machines near the entrance into pieces. As they were about to push deeper into the shop, Chen Xuewen stepped forward. "What do you think you're doing? We have no quarrel with you. Why are you smashing our machines?" Leopard jabbed a steel pipe at him and snarled, "Cut the crap. Listen up. My name is Feng Bao and my boss is Viper. Now get your boss out here." Chen Xuewen smiled. "I am the boss." Hearing this, Feng Bao grew even angrier. "So you're the damn boss. You're the one I'm looking for. You stabbed my brother. I'll kill you." Feng Bao swung his pipe at Chen Xuewen, who dodged aside. Feng Bao fumed. "You dare dodge? Get him." With a roar from Feng Bao, his underlings charged forward, ready to surround the three. At that moment, an enraged voice rang out from outside. "What are you doing? Stop right now." Everyone turned to see that enforcement officers had appeared outside, glaring at the chaos within. Feng Bao froze. Why had the enforcement officers suddenly shown up? What he didn't know was that after stabbing Ku, Chen Xuewen had immediately called the authorities. The officers had arrived in response to that call, just in the nick of time. Seeing the law enforcement team approaching, Feng Bao and his men dared not act rashly, hurriedly concealing their weapons behind their backs. Feng Bao immediately stepped forward, putting on a fawning smile and pulling out cigarettes to greet them. The old square was now the territory of Dusha, and the local law enforcement had long been bribed by him. Hence these officers were quite familiar with Feng Bao. The leading officer accepted the cigarette Feng Bao offered, asking coldly, "We heard there was some trouble here. Is that true or not?" Feng Bao immediately chuckled. "Oh, in broad daylight, who would dare to cause trouble here? It's all nonsense." The leading officer glanced at the shattered machines inside, saying coldly, "Are you sure no one was causing trouble?" Feng Bao quickly replied, "Positive, absolutely positive." The leader frowned, "But we heard that someone was injured. And quite seriously injured at that." Feng Bao's expression flickered slightly, as the one seriously wounded was none other than his own brother. But this was something he certainly couldn't tell the law enforcement team. If the law enforcement got wind of it and the matter escalated, they would intervene with a full investigation. Then dealing with Chen Xuewen would become much more difficult. So Feng Bao could only force a dry laugh. "They're all fabrications, nobody's hurt." The leader glanced around and nodded. "As long as no one's injured, then it's fine. Remember, don't stir up trouble." With that, he prepared to lead his men away. Just then Chen Xuewen walked over smiling. "Officer, hello. I'm the owner of this shop, and I'm the one who called the police earlier. We just witnessed someone being seriously wounded outside the door, stabbed several times in the abdomen. Look, there's still blood on the ground outside, it was just spilled." Feng Bao's face turned cold with rage. "Bullshit. You say someone got hurt, well then where's the victim?" The team leader also glanced at Chen Xuewen, frowning with clear displeasure at the trouble Chen was causing him. Chen Xuewen remained calm, saying, "I don't know where the victim went. However, a reporter from the Pingxing Daily passed by earlier and even took photos at the entrance. I heard the reporter went to the nearby hospital to investigate." Upon hearing this, the faces of the law enforcement officers all changed. The leader's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Chen Xuewen said, "A reporter from Pingxing Daily happened to pass by and witnessed the whole fight, so he intends to follow up on the story. He's the one who told me to call the police." The leader and the other officers exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. If this ever made it into the newspapers, they could no longer turn a blind eye. It would be a matter of losing their jobs. The leader immediately handed the cigarette back to Feng Bao, then looked at Chen Xuewen. "Tell me exactly what happened." "Actually, never mind that. You better come back to the station with us to give a statement." Chen Xuewen nodded. "We're certainly willing to cooperate with the investigation. However, these men barged in and wrecked my shop like this." "Well?" The leader's face turned stern as he looked at Feng Bao and his men, gritting his teeth. "Did you all do this?" Feng Bao's face was extremely ugly, and he said in a low voice, "Well, actually." But the leader cut him off, angrily demanding, "Whoever did it, step forward now. Otherwise I'll take every one of you in." Feng Bao was livid, his face purple with rage, but in the end, he could only clench his teeth. He waved his hand, pointing out a few men to be taken back by the law enforcement to satisfy them. As for himself, he had originally wanted to stay. The team leader saw through his intentions and said sternly, "The rest of you disperse. Our people will be coming by to take photos and collect evidence. I'm telling you, if there's any further damage to this scene, I'll have every last one of you arrested." Feng Bao was stunned. There was no way they could smash the shop now. He couldn't help but glare at Chen Xuewen with resentment. He had to admit Chen Xuewen's move was extremely cunning, leaving him with no room to act. Chen Xuewen, however, remained composed, giving a light smile, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. Feng Bao suppressed his fury, grinding his teeth. "Let's go." He led his men away in a huff. Chen Xuewen went with the law enforcement team to give his statement, while Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong stayed behind to watch over the shop. As they watched everyone leave, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong both wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Wang Zhendong stammered, "Damn, that scared me to death. I thought we were really going to have to run for our lives today." Lai Ho also let out a long sigh of relief. "Well, now the law enforcement team has their attention fixed on us. From now on, if these people want to come and cause trouble, they'll have to think twice. I guess we've cleared this hurdle for now." Wang Zhendong, however, looked worried. "They might not come to trash the place, but that doesn't mean Dusha will let us off the hook. After today, him being stabbed, he'll be at war with us for sure. We're all in danger now." Lai Ho shrugged. "Let's see what Wengu says. I think since he made this move, he must have a plan. Let's just take it one step at a time." Wang Zhendong nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked with curiosity, "By the way, when did Wengu ever contact a reporter? I didn't see anyone taking pictures outside just now." Lai Ho shrugged. "I guess Wengu was just bluffing them. Those reporters are so busy, who would care about something like this?" Wang Zhendong scratched his head, muttering, "If the law enforcement team finds out there was no reporter, will they hold a grudge against Wengu later?" Lai Ho also looked worried. That lie could cause a lot of trouble down the road. Meanwhile, on the other side of the old square, Lia Yong had just received a message from Chen Xuewen. "Execute the plan." Lia Yong immediately pulled out a piece of paper with a phone number on it. He dialed the number, and soon a voice answered on the other end. "Hello, Pingxing Daily, who are you looking for?" Following Chen Xuewen's instructions, Lia Yong said, "I'm looking for a reporter, Wang Guiwen." The voice on the phone replied, "One moment, please." Shortly after, a somewhat hoarse voice spoke up. "Hello, this is Wang Guiwen. Who's looking for me?" Lia Yong immediately said, "Reporter Wang, hello. I'm just a concerned citizen. There was a serious assault just now at the old square. A young man was stabbed and might be in critical condition. Moreover, there was a severe armed brawl afterwards with thugs gathering with weapons for a mass fight. It's an extremely atrocious affair." Hearing this, Wang Guiwen was furious, shouting, "What? Where exactly? When did this happen?" Li Yong quickly relayed the details and the location to Wang Guiwen as Chen Xuewen had instructed. After saying his piece, Li Yong hung up and sent Chen Xuewen a text done. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement station, Chen Xuewen received the message and couldn't help but smile slightly. He had learned about this Wang Guiwen from a fellow inmate during his time in prison. This man was a reporter for the Pingxing Daily. His son had been accidentally killed years ago in a gang skirmish. Because of this, Wang Guiwen harbored a deep hatred for these thugs and an intense disgust for these underground brawls. Other reporters might not care about such incidents, but Wang Guiwen would definitely come to investigate. Chen Xuewen didn't necessarily need this to make it into the Pingxing Daily. He just needed the law enforcement team to know that a reporter was paying attention. This way, even Dusha wouldn't dare to make a blatant move against him. At the Electronic Dynasty, Feng Bao stormed back to his office with his men, his face green with rage. Viper was lounging on the sofa, an arm around a curvaceous woman, though not the same one as before. Seeing Feng Bao's expression, Viper frowned. "Baozi, what's wrong?" Feng Bao angrily recounted what had just happened. Viper listened, then sneered contemptuously. "Bullshit. That kid is just bluffing. What reporter would be idle enough to come here and cover such a trivial matter? Forget him, take the men and wipe out that kid's place." Feng Bao hesitated. "Snake, what if it's true?" Viper sneered. "Even if it is, so what? You're with me, how can you be afraid of such a small thing? Just smash it, and if anything happens, I'll take the heat." Feng Bao, invigorated, immediately gathered his men and left. At the brothers' arcade, Lai Monkey and Wang Zhendong were cleaning up shards of glass. Suddenly, they saw Feng Bao charging toward them with a group of men in the distance. Both were startled. Wang Zhendong panicked. "Damn, why are they back? What do we do now?" Lai Monkey said. When said before that if Viper's people cause trouble again, call Air Yong. "Don't worry, I'll contact Air Yong first." Wang Zhendong was anxious. What good will calling Air Yong do? Lai Monkey said nothing, hurriedly called Li Air Yong and explained the situation. Li Air Yong immediately replied, "Don't panic. Close the door and hold out for 10 minutes. One already has a plan. Just hold the door. If you can't, escape through the back door." Lai Monkey hung up and relayed the message to Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong helped Lai Monkey close the door, muttering, "Can holding out 10 minutes really help? There are only a few of us. Even if one has a plan, we're no match for them. If it comes to it, call the police." Lai Monkey replied, "The enforcement team will take at least 10 minutes to get here. It might not be in time. Besides, Feng Bao was just chased away by the enforcement team, and now he's back. Viper must have arranged it, and probably greased some palms. Waiting for the enforcement team is worse than fighting for ourselves. I trust one. His plan will work." Wang Zhendong had no choice but to help close the door. No sooner had they shut the door than Feng Bao and his men arrived, pounding on it with weapons and shouting for them to open up. The arcade door was a rolling shutter with an added iron grill, fairly sturdy. Nevertheless, the relentless battering outside made Lai Monkey and Wang Zhendong tremble with fear. While Feng Bao's men were violently assaulting the arcade, Li Air Yong, following Chen Xuewen's instructions, called Wang Guiwen again. Earlier, when he contacted the Pingxing Daily, he had also noted down Wang Guiwen's mobile number. So this time he directly reached Wang Guiwen and exaggeratedly described the situation. Wang Guiwen was already on his way. Hearing that the clash had escalated, he grew anxious. "Call the police first, stabilize the situation, don't let it get worse. I'll be there immediately." Wang Guiwen hung up, parked his bicycle by the roadside, and hailed a taxi straight to the old square. Throughout the ride, he urged the driver to speed up. The driver stepped on the accelerator and delivered him to the old square in under 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Wang Guiwen saw Feng Bao and his men banging ferociously on the arcade door. His expression changed. He immediately pulled out his camera and snapped several photos. Feng Bao, about to break, and suddenly noticed someone taking pictures. He froze, then his face darkened. He charged over, brandishing a weapon, and cursed. "Who the hell are you? Who the fuck said you could take pictures here?" Wang Guiwen quickly produced his credentials. "I'm Wang Guiwen, a reporter from Pingxing Daily." Feng Bao, furious, realized a reporter had indeed arrived. Without a word, he knocked Wang Guiwen's camera to the ground and ripped out the film. Exposed to light, the film was ruined. Wang Guiwen, enraged at seeing his camera destroyed, yelled, "What are you doing? How dare you break my camera?" Feng Bao shoved him to the ground impatiently. "Less bullshit. This time I smashed your camera. Next time you meddle, I'll break your limbs. Get lost." He turned and waved his hand. "Keep smashing." His men resumed their assault on the arcade door with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, in a small shop nearby, Li Air Yong was quietly watching the scene. He held a cheap old camera that Chen Xuewen had bought secondhand yesterday. He had captured all the moments. Feng Bao pushing Wang Guiwen down and destroying his camera. After taking the photos, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xuewen. At the enforcement team office, Chen Xuewen was giving a statement to the same leader who had been there earlier. This man was named Zhang Feng, the deputy captain. It was clear that Zhang Feng had a close relationship with Viper. Though he was taking a statement, it felt more like an interrogation, mainly asking which reporter had taken photos and who had contacted the reporter. Suddenly, Chen Xuewen's phone rang. He glanced at it, but Zhang Feng immediately barked, "What are you doing? You're not allowed to look at your phone until the statement is finished." Chen Xuewen smiled apologetically. "Sorry, it's a message from my shop assistant. Something's happened at the store." Zhang Feng glared at him. "Whatever happens, you'll finish the statement first. Besides, why are there so many problems at your shop? Why do people keep causing trouble for you?" Don't you think you should reflect on what you've done wrong? Chen Xuewen looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully. This man was clearly biased toward Viper. I'm sorry, I really don't know what I did wrong. But my shop is being vandalized right now, and I hope Captain Zhang can handle it. Chen Xuewen said calmly. Zhang Feng frowned. That's not for you to decide. I haven't received orders yet. When I do, I'll act. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Captain Zhang, you'd better rush to get those orders. My assistant said the reporter has returned to the scene. And that reporter was beaten by Feng Bao. If this isn't handled properly and blows up Captain Zhang, it might damage your reputation. Zhang Feng's face changed. A reporter being beaten, that was a responsibility he couldn't bear. He forgot about Chen Xuewen, leaped up and ordered his men to head out, while calling Viper to tell him to stop his men before things got out of hand. Chen Xuewen sat at the table, a cold smile curling on his lips. He knew this matter was settled. After Wang Guiwen's assault, Viper wouldn't dare to touch his shop openly. As for what happened behind the scenes, it would be a battle of wits and means. Viper received Zhang Feng's call and was also stunned. He had originally dismissed Chen Xuewen as a reckless young man who would learn his lesson after a bit of discipline. But who could have predicted that events would unfold so unexpectedly? Several clashes had failed to subdue Chen Xuewen, and instead Viper's side had suffered considerable losses. Moreover, the most critical issue was that a journalist had been injured. If this escalated, it would spell serious trouble. So upon receiving the call, he immediately contacted Feng Bao and ordered him to withdraw his men. Feng Bao and his crew had already smashed a large hole in the arcade's door and were on the verge of breaking in when Viper's call came. Cursing under their breath, they had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and his team rushed to the scene. Seeing the beaten Wang Guiwen and the shattered camera on the ground, Zhang Feng winced. This was no small incident. Fortunately, the film had been destroyed, leaving no evidence to prove who was responsible. Zhang Feng immediately secured the scene and took Wang Guiwen back for a statement. After handling everything, he quietly called Viper again, instructing him not to send anyone else to cause trouble until the matter settled down. Viper's face turned pale with rage upon receiving Zhang Feng's call, but he was powerless. He could only order Feng Bao and the others to hold back for now. Feng Bao looked astonished. Snake, isn't it just a small-time journalist? Why are you so afraid of him? Viper glared at him and snapped. Damn it, if it were only a journalist, I wouldn't care. What I fear is someone using this incident to make a big deal out of it. But you were smart to destroy the film. Without evidence, this will eventually blow over. No need to worry. Feng Bao nodded, then gritted his teeth. Damn it, this must have been orchestrated by that bastard Chen Xuewen. I never expected that little punk to be so cunning despite his age. My brother is still in the hospital emergency room, and I'm sure it was that bastard who stabbed him. Snake, what do you think we should do? Viper sneered coldly. You've been with me this long, do you still need to ask how to handle things? Anyone who dares to oppose us meets only one fate. Just because we can't smash his shop doesn't mean we can't touch his person. Wait until tonight when that kid is released, then take a few men and finish him off. Feng Bao grinned wickedly. All right, Snake, I'll do as you say. Damn it, tonight I'll cripple that bastard no matter what. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that Chen Xuewen finished his statement and came out. He returned to the brothers' arcade where Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were sitting at the entrance chatting. Inside the arcade, only a few people were playing games. Nearby shop owners sat at their doorsteps watching their direction, mostly waiting for the drama to unfold. Seeing Chen Xuewen return, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong immediately rushed over. Brother Wen, how did it go? They asked with concern. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Same old story. Zhang Feng probably took bribes from Viper, so he was quite biased toward them. After the statement, only 2 were detained, the rest were released. As for compensation for our arcade, not a single word was mentioned. Lai Ho sighed. Come on, brother, when the fact that things have reached this point is already decent. Viper's men haven't come to cause trouble all afternoon. Better forget about compensation. Chen Xuewen shook his head. They smashed so many of my machines, how can they not pay? Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged glances. Was Chen Xuewen really trying to provoke Viper to the extreme? Chen Xuewen walked into the arcade, checked the day's revenue, and frowned. Business is this bad? Only 20-odd yuan worth of game tokens sold. Lai Ho shrugged. Brother, when this is a new shop. At most, people come for regular games. No one will play the slot machines that actually make money. That kind of business takes time to build up a customer base. It can't be done overnight. Wang Zhendong nodded in agreement. Besides, Viper's shop is right across the street, huge and luxurious. The wealthy customers mainly go there. Plus, Feng Bao came to cause trouble twice today. People think it's unsafe here and don't dare to come. Chen Xuewen cast a deep glance toward the electronic dynasty, pondered for a moment, and said, everything is hard at the start and no need to rush. Since business is slow today, let's close early and head home. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong nodded. Around 6 o'clock, after another hour or so, Chen Xuewen had Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong pack up and lock the shop. The 3 of them then rode 2 motorcycles straight home. As soon as they left, someone immediately notified Feng Bao. Upon learning that Chen Xuewen and his men had left, Feng Bao perked up. He drew his weapon and cursed. Damn it, call the brothers, and let's go chop that bastard. Viper shot him a glance. Stop right there. Feng Bao froze. Snake, what's wrong? Didn't you tell me to take care of him? Viper said coldly. Are you out of your goddamn mind? It's past 6 rush hour. You want to block him on the road? Are you tired of living? Feng Bao suddenly realized his mistake and scratched his head awkwardly snake-eye. I got a bit too excited. Damn it, that bastard is just too hateful. The hospital just called. My brother's been saved, but he'll probably be bedridden in for half a year. That was too ruthless. This time I'm going to cripple him. Viper waved his hand. Even if you kill him, I won't stop you. But remember, keep it low-key. This time a journalist got involved. If it blows up, it won't look good for anyone. Feng Bao nodded eagerly. Yes. I'll handle it carefully. Viper nodded, about to speak, when suddenly someone walked through the door. Seeing the person, Viper's face twisted with disdain. Feng Bao stood up and glared at the newcomer, Zhou Jinghui. What are you doing here? Damn it, I was looking for you. That bastard Chen Xuewen opened a shop under your name. Explain to me what the hell is going on. The newcomer was indeed Zhou Jinghui. He forced a bitter smile. I'm here to explain this to Snake. He looked at Viper and said in a low voice, Snake, can we have a word in private? Viper glanced at Zhou Jinghui, waved his hand, and all his men filed out. Spit it out. Viper said coldly. Zhou Jinghui's eyes flickered with anger, but he dared not show it. He forced a smile and approached Viper. Snake, I came to talk about Chen Xuewen. Are you planning to go after that kid tonight? If so, you'd better be careful. Chen Xuewen is a treacherous dog. He sets traps. Don't fall into his schemes. Chen Xuewen and the other two left the arcade and went straight home. Upon arrival, Li Taizhu was already inside tidying up the roof. Lai Ho took a look and asked curiously, Brother Wen, why is there quicklime on the roof again? Are you planning an ambush tonight? Chen Xuewen replied, Snake is ruthless in his methods and holds grudges particularly well. Today we injured Xiao Ku. Snake will definitely not let this go and will surely send someone to ambush us tonight. So we need to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Lai Ho burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Wen, you've thought of everything. With this trap set, even if Snake himself comes tonight, we'll strip him to the bone. Chen Xuewen smiled without saying anything. On the way back, they had picked up some food. After the four of them finished eating quickly, Chen Xuewen took out several weapons and handed them out. Then he went to the inner room and brought out several raincoats, handing them to Lai Ho and the other two. Put these on. Lai Ho took the raincoat with confusion. What do we need these for? Looking outside, he said, it's not raining at all. The sky is full of stars, doesn't look like rain is coming. Chen Xuewen cut him off. Stop talking nonsense. I said wear them, so wear them. Lai Ho didn't ask any more questions and obediently put on his raincoat. The raincoat covered their entire bodies with a transparent plastic piece protecting their faces. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. The raincoats Yon bought are quite good. They fit well. Lai Ho remained puzzled. Brother Wen, why are we wearing raincoats? Chen Xuewen smiled. You'll find out in a bit. Keep them on. Remember, don't take them off even when sleeping. Then he checked the time and spoke in a low voice. Get ready. Tonight we'll take turns in 2 shifts sleeping and keeping watch to prevent being ambushed. Wang Zhendong whispered. Brother Wen, is it really that serious? Chen Xuewen glanced at him. Dongzi, since you're following me, you need to be prepared to fight to the death at any moment. If you don't have the guts, go back to the restaurant and be a waiter. Wang Zhendong took a deep breath. Brother Wen, I understand. I won't let you down. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. He took out a cloth strip and firmly bound the boning knife to his hand. Then he arranged the sleep schedule, and everyone hid inside the house waiting with bated breath. As time passed, around 11 at night, over a dozen people suddenly appeared at the alley entrance. At the front was Feng Bao. He looked into the depth of the alley and asked in a low voice, what's the situation inside? A subordinate had already arrived here earlier, responsible for keeping watch. He replied, for people inside. The lights went out 2 hours ago, they should be asleep. Feng Bao frowned. Damn it, who goes to sleep this early when living on the streets? That bastard clearly has a trap set. Brothers, are your gear ready? The subordinates behind took out their glasses. Brother Bao, everything is ready. Feng Bao also took out a pair of glasses from his pocket and sneered. That bastard probably never dreamed that Zhou Jinghui would run to inform us. Fortunately, Zhou Jinghui told us about this bastard's tactics. Otherwise, if we had rushed in blindly, we'd be like Old Hei's group, disabled by them. The subordinates beside him also nodded. Today, Zhou Jinghui found Snake and recounted everything about Old Hei. At that time, Snake was also startled. He originally thought Chen Xuewen was just an ordinary person, someone his subordinates could easily handle, so he never took him seriously. But after hearing Zhou Jinghui's word, Snake was dumbfounded. Who would have thought Chen Xuewen had such methods? So he immediately called Feng Bao and explained the situation to him. Feng Bao was equally shocked at the time and immediately sent someone to investigate Chen Xuewen's situation. Only after investigation did they discover that Chen Xuewen had a subordinate named Li Taizhu who had bought a large amount of quicklime that day and returned to Chen Xuewen's house first. This news made Feng Bao completely certain that Chen Xuewen intended to use the same tactics against him as he had used on Old Hei. So Feng Bao immediately made countermeasures and had his men buy these glasses. He put on the glasses and sneered. Chen Xuewen is indeed ruthless in his methods. But meeting us today, his luck has run out. Brothers, don't hold back later. Cut them to death for me. The subordinates nodded enthusiastically, their faces full of excitement. Feng Bao took a deep breath and led his men straight toward Chen Xuewen's house. Outside the house, they first pressed their ears against the door to listen carefully, but there was not a sound from inside. Feng Bao frowned slightly. Could they really be asleep? He waved to a subordinate who quietly approached and used lock-picking tools to open the door in just a few moments. Feng Bao immediately pushed the door and rushed in followed by his men. Although the room was quite dark, they could barely make out the outlines under the moonlight. Feng Bao and the others rushed directly into the bedroom, but found not a single person on the bed. Feng Bao was stunned. Damn it, where are they? Just then a faint sound came from above his head. Feng Bao immediately looked up and saw Chen Xuewen lying on the roof above the doorway, hands braced against the wall. Chen Xuewen, Feng Bao exclaimed in surprise. Before he could say anything else, Chen Xuewen suddenly pulled down the plastic sheet covering the roof. Wrapped inside the plastic sheet was quicklime. After being pulled down, the quicklime scattered immediately, and the room was suddenly filled with white smoke. Seeing this, Feng Bao burst into wild laughter. Chen Xuewen, you really are at your wit's end. You think this one trick will work twice? Can't you see we're all wearing glasses? The other subordinates also laughed loudly. Wearing glasses, they were not greatly affected by the quicklime. Chen Xuewen said nothing and rushed directly to the wall, suddenly striking the water pipe with his blade. The pipe burst open and icy cold tap water sprayed out instantly. The two people closest to it bore the brunt. The tap water soaked their clothes completely. It was deep winter after all. When the cold water hit their bodies, they couldn't help but shudder, cursing in the bitter cold. However, this was not the worst part. More troublesome was that the tap water also drenched their heads and faces, and there was quite a bit of quicklime scattered on their bodies and heads. The tap water mixed with the quicklime and flowed down their cheeks, quickly running into their eyes. The two hurriedly tried to wipe them, but instead of helping, wiping only rubbed more into their eyes. Both let out agonizing screams, unable to open their eyes. During this process, Chen Xuewen quickly acted and cut all the exposed water pipes in the room. At the same time, Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu also rushed out, pouring bucket after bucket of water on everyone. In an instant, the room was like raining down, soaking everyone completely. The only ones unaffected were Chen Xuewen and his three men, fully covered in their raincoats. Seeing Feng Bao and the others covering their eyes and screaming, Chen Xuewen tightened his grip on the boning knife and whispered, "Attack." He charged ahead, first slashing into the crowd. Chen Xuewen led the charge, plunging into the crowd. By now, dealing with such situations had become almost second nature to him. It must be said that the book, The 8 Extraordinary Meridians, obtained from Old Du, was truly a remarkable tome. The meridian points recorded within it were nothing short of miraculous. Following the contents of the book, every thrust of Chen Xuewen's knife avoided the vital spots of his opponents, yet swiftly rendered them incapable of fighting. Soon 3 or 4 men had collapsed around Chen Xuewen, writhing and wailing on the ground. Meanwhile, Lai Ho, wielding a boning knife, also charged into the fray, mimicking Chen Xuewen's tactics and attacking these men. Wang Zhendong stood on the other side, still trembling, hesitating to make a move. As for Li Taizhu, his memory was poor, and he couldn't remember the vital points Chen Xuewen had mentioned. So all he could do was pick up a wooden club as thick as a bull's mouth, walk into the crowd, and strike at the legs of these men. Li Taizhu had an enormous appetite and immense strength. Anyone whose leg he struck would almost certainly suffer a fracture, collapsing to the ground with agonizing screams. Feng Bao stood near the door, unable to open his eyes. Hearing the screams around him, he knew something was wrong. The fellow was quick-witted. Without any hesitation, he turned around and groped his way out, running. As he ran, he forced his eyes open intermittently to survey his surroundings. Though doing so caused more lime water to seep into his eyes, bringing unbearable pain, Feng Bao could no longer afford to care. If he didn't run, his fate would be dire. Fortunately, the room was not large, and Feng Bao quickly reached the doorway. Chen Xuewen caught a glimpse and immediately shouted, "Don't stop him." Wang Zhendong, who was still standing there dazed with a boning knife, snapped back to attention upon hearing Chen Xuewen's words. He turned to look at Feng Bao, who had already run out of the door. He rushed over, intending to intercept him. Feng Bao heard the footsteps behind him and knew someone was chasing. He immediately spun around, brandishing his long knife. "Come on, I'll chop you to death." Wang Zhendong was startled, hastily retreating a few steps to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Bao dashed out of the house and fled. But after only a few steps, his foot slipped into empty air, and he tumbled down the stairs, rolling from the second floor to the first. Feng Bao was battered and bruised, but he paid it no mind. Scrambling to his feet, he crawled forward frantically on all fours, screaming in terror, "Help! Help! Murder! Help!" By then, Chen Xuewen had rushed to the door and saw Feng Bao running into the alley, frowning. Wang Zhendong knew he had botched the job and said with embarrassment, "Brother, when I'll go catch him." Chen Xuewen grabbed him by the collar. "Damn it, you want to die? He's shouting so loudly the neighbors will probably come out to see. If you go after him, you're asking for trouble. Hide inside the house." He pulled Wang Zhendong back into the room. Inside, chaos still reigned. Most of Feng Bao's men lay on the ground, groaning incessantly. Chen Xuewen took out his phone and called the police. After reporting, he also called Lawyer He for legal advice. This time Lawyer He was quite straightforward, telling Chen Xuewen that since these men had burst into his home with weapons intending to commit violence, their actions constituted self-defense, and there would be no trouble. Relieved by this news, Chen Xuewen looked at Lai Ho and the others and said in a low voice, "All right, clean up the stuff." Lai Ho quickly stashed away the boning knife. Wang Zhendong, looking embarrassed, said quietly, "Brother, when I'm sorry, I messed up the job." Chen Xuewen patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's fine, it's your first time. It's normal to have such a situation. Last time we faced something similar, Monkey was also stunned for a long while. First time is hard, second time is easier. After a few more experiences, this won't happen again. Liho smiled and nodded. You just need more practice. Wang Zhendong finally breathed a sigh of relief, filled with gratitude. Chen Xuewen didn't blame him. Instead, he comforted him, which moved Wang Zhendong deeply. Before long, Captain Wang arrived with his men. Seeing the scene, Captain Wang nearly cursed. Chen Xuewen, it's you again. Can you save me some trouble and not cause me problems? Captain Wang's face turned pale with anger. Chen Xuewen smiled. Captain Wang, I don't want this either. But these bastards didn't even let people sleep, barging into my home in the middle of the night with weapons. What could I do? Captain Wang, you must do justice for us. Captain Wang glared at Chen Xuewen. Don't play innocent with me. Humph, didn't these people come because of you? Chen Xuewen shrugged immediately. Captain Wang, you should be careful with your words. I'm the victim here, you can't treat a victim like this. Captain Wang was at a loss for words. He knew that arguing with Chen Xuewen was a waste of breath. After all, Feng Bao and his crew had criminal records. These men armed with weapons had stormed into someone's home in the middle of the night. By any measure, it was an act of violence. Chen Xuewen and his group had every right to resist. Moreover, Chen Xuewen had backing, and with the help of lawyer, he who was well versed in the law, Captain Wang knew he truly had no way to pin anything on Chen Xuewen. So he could only follow procedure, arresting Feng Bao and his men as before. At the same time, Chen Xuewen and his group were also taken in for statements. As Chen Xuewen sat in the car, he took out his phone and sent a message to Li Eryong instructing him to begin the next phase of the plan. The electronic dynasty. Viper was sitting by the table listening to several underlings report the day's earnings from the shops. He held a woman in his arms, one hand reaching into her collar, kneading and fondling without pause. The woman sat beside him, acting as if no one else was there, giggling and flirting with Viper. The underlings nearby all kept their heads down, not daring to glance over. Suddenly Viper's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, his expression instantly changing. He slapped the table hard. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. The underlings were startled, and one of them asked in a low voice, Brother Snake, what happened? Viper gritted his teeth. That useless Feng Bao took over a dozen men to deal with 4 wet behind the ears kids, and he still got taken down. These fools got arrested by the enforcement team. What a waste. The underlings exchanged glances, all wearing shocked expressions. They knew about Feng Bao's mission tonight, to deal with Chen Xuewen. To them it was a trivial task, easy as pie. But who could have guessed that Feng Bao's group would end up on the losing side? How could this happen? Another underling asked softly. Viper shook his head. Don't know yet. Those bastards are all in the enforcement team's custody now. I only know they're all injured while the other side is completely fine. They must have been raised on shit. After cursing a few more times, Viper finally picked up his phone and called Zhang Feng, telling him to find a way to get Feng Bao and the others out. After hanging up, he looked at his underlings and said in a grave tone, Gather more men and bring your weapons. That Shin kid is giving his statement at the enforcement team. When he's done and heading back, ambush him halfway. Tonight we must settle this once and for all. The underlings immediately rose and went out to prepare. Viper's face was cold as he spat, Trash trying to mess with me. Humph, I'll make sure you never see tomorrow's sun. At Zhang Feng's home, he received a call from Du. She then reluctantly got up and dressed, preparing to go out and bail someone out. After all, he had taken quite a few favors from Du Shi. Since Feng Bao was in trouble, he naturally had to step in and help. Of course, these matters were not too difficult for him. He had already inquired, none of Chen Xuewen's people were injured, the only injured were Feng Bao's men. So this matter was relatively easy to resolve, and he could manage it with his influence. He put on his shoes and was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed an envelope that had somehow appeared in the crack of the door. Bewildered, he picked it up, pinched it, and found it was thick, apparently containing quite a few things. Zhang Feng quickly opened the envelope, and inside was a stack of photos. Looking closely, the photos captured exactly what had happened today, when Feng Bao led a gang to smash up the arcade owned by Chen Xuewen's brother. The pictures were very clear, capturing Feng Bao completely. Moreover, there were also photos of Feng Bao beating Wang Guiwen, as well as Feng Bao smashing Wang Guiwen's camera and exposing the camera's film. After seeing these photos, Zhang Feng felt a chill down his spine and broke into a cold sweat. He had thought that today Feng Bao had destroyed all of Wang Guiwen's film, leaving no evidence behind. But who would have thought photos like these still existed? If all these photos were brought to light, he couldn't bear the responsibility. After all, he had handled today's incident hastily, completely ignoring Wang Guiwen's demands. Because he believed Wang Guiwen had no evidence, he had simply released Feng Bao and his men. But now these photos were solid evidence. Once exposed, the matter would blow up and Feng Bao would surely be finished. And he, by shielding Feng Bao like this, would likely be dragged down as well. So Zhang Feng was now trembling with fear, his face pale. Suddenly the phone beside him rang. Startled, Zhang Feng answered shakily, Who are you looking for? A cold voice came from the other end. Zhang Feng, right. Have you seen the photos? Zhang Feng's expression changed. You took these photos. You. What exactly do you want? I warn you. Before he could finish, the person on the other end said directly, You warn me. Zhang Feng, do you even understand the situation? I'm just a concerned citizen who happened to take these photos. That's not illegal, is it? How can you warn me? Zhang Feng was left speechless, and after a long silence he gritted his teeth and said, What exactly do you want? The person on the other end chuckled lightly. Simple. Handle the matter of the brothers' arcade properly. Tell Du Shi we are determined to open that arcade. If you don't let us, then these photos will be sent to all major newspapers and magazines across the province. Zhang Feng's face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth. You are one of Chen Xuewen's men. The person on the other end only sneered, you guess. Alright, enough nonsense. It's up to you. The other party hung up directly. Zhang Feng collapsed onto the floor, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh, pulled out his phone, and called Du Shi. At the same time, in a corner downstairs from Zhang Feng's building, Li Eryong, leaning on his crutch, sent a message to Chen Xuewen. Done. Then, leaning on his crutch, he limped away from the scene. At the Electronic Dynasty, Du Shi was arranging for his men to ambush Chen Xuewen. Suddenly, Zhang Feng called. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Du Shi was so enraged that he slammed his fist on the table again. Damn it, that bastard dares to threaten me. Does he think I'm afraid of him? I'll fucking kill him this time. Du Shi roared. Zhang Feng was panicked. Du Shi, are you crazy? If these things get exposed, I'll go down, and Feng Bao will go down too. Not only that, but all the underlings he brought will also be dragged down. Is it worth sacrificing so many people for a momentary fit of pride? Du Shi took a deep breath, forcing down the rage in his heart. He also knew that Zhang Feng was right. If so many people were dragged down, it would really be a bad deal. Feng Bao was still his right-hand man, having gone through life and death with him, so he couldn't just ignore Feng Bao. Then what do you suggest? Du Shi asked in a low voice. Zhang Feng replied, let him run the arcade. Oh, what's the big deal? His arcade has a bad location and poor equipment. How can it compare to yours? If you ask me, he'll probably just earn enough to eat, but won't affect your business at all. In a few days, when he can't make money, he'll probably have to close down. Why would you go all out against such a small fry? Du Shi was silent for a long time, then gritted his teeth. Humph. If I let him open like this, where will my face be? Zhang Feng was anxious. Du Shi, don't say I didn't warn you. This time it's no small matter. After they're out, that arcade will be under our close watch. If your people cause trouble again, don't blame me for being harsh. Du Shi said coldly, enough, I won't make things difficult for you. That Chen guy wants to plant his flag on my turf. Fine, I won't touch him for now. But I'll have to see if he has the guts to swallow this dish. Du Shi finished and hung up, his face dark as thunder. Chen Xuewen and his men spent 2 hours giving statements before they were released from the law enforcement station. By then it was already early morning, and they were shivering from the cold. Even so, Lai Ho was full of admiration. Brother, when you are truly a master of strategy. Those bastards actually brought goggles this time. Lucky you prepared raincoats in advance, or we would have been the ones to suffer. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. All of this had actually been part of his plan. Including the water pipes at home and the water he had prepared in advance, he had Li Eryong set them up earlier, all for the ambush against Feng Bao and his men. Lai Ho asked curiously, by the way, brother, how did you know those bastards would come wearing goggles tonight? Chen Xuewen shook his head. I didn't know. I only knew that the same trick couldn't be used twice. Even if it had to be used twice, it couldn't be used twice in a short time, or it would be seen through. So I just made a slight modification to the previous method, just in case. If they hadn't worn goggles, we could have taken them out with quicklime. If they wore goggles, then my backup plan would come into play. Lai Ho was stunned, utterly amazed by Chen Xuewen's meticulous thinking. Wang Zhendong was also full of admiration. Brother, when I truly respect you. Following you is definitely the right choice. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. This is just getting past the immediate crisis. Next, whether we can make money depends on our own skills. Alright, let's find a place to rest first. Tomorrow morning we still need to go see Zhou Jinghui. Lai Ho was surprised. Why are we going to see Zhou Jinghui? Chen Xuewen chuckled. He owes me money tomorrow. I need to get some cash from him. Lai Ho looked confused. Zhou Jinghui owes you money? How come I didn't know? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. He didn't know me before. But starting today he does. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were both completely baffled, having no idea what Chen Xuewen meant. That evening, Chen Xuewen and his 4 companions did not return home, as their house was now flooded and uninhabitable. They went to a small and not far from the old square to rest. The inn was a dilapidated old building, only 5 stories high. Chen Xuewen rented 2 rooms, and they settled in for the night. Chen Xuewen took a single room with a large bed, while Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu shared a triple room. This arrangement was made with careful consideration. Although the incident tonight had been resolved, Chen Xuewen still harbored some concerns. He did not know how insane Viper truly was. If Viper decided to go all out against them, Chen Xuewen would undoubtedly be the primary target. Thus, separating himself from the other 3 was also a means of protecting them, preventing them from being wiped out in one fell swoop. Moreover, if Chen Xuewen needed to escape, being alone would make it easier. Back in his room, Chen Xuewen did not rest. Instead, he walked to the window and carefully observed the surrounding terrain. The old building's window grills were dilapidated, and the external wires, water pipes, and drainage pipes were a tangled mess. Chen Xuewen reached out and shook the grill. A section of steel pipe snapped off easily. Having assessed the situation, Chen Xuewen formulated a rough plan in his mind. He then lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and went to sleep. He had also propped the table against the door, making it difficult for anyone to force their way in. During the first half of the night, Chen Xuewen did not sleep deeply, remaining in a state of alertness. It was not until dawn, when the cries of street vendors began, that he finally let out a sigh of relief and fell into a deep sleep. He woke up at noon. Chen Xuewen called for Lai Ho and the other 2, and they went out to find a restaurant, ordering a table full of dishes. Li Eryong had not been with them for the past 2 days, which was a deliberate arrangement by Chen Xuewen. First, because Li Eryong was not nimble, if something happened he would find it hard to escape, so keeping him away was safer. Second, Chen Xuewen had assigned some tasks for Li Eryong to handle. Staying in the shadows, Li Eryong would go unnoticed, making it particularly convenient for him to carry out certain errands. After lunch, Chen Xuewen sent Lai Ho and the other two to open the brothers' arcade for business. As for Chen Xuewen himself, he went alone to Zhou Jinghui's house. Inside Zhou Jinghui's villa, Zhou Jinghui sat frowning at his desk. He had received news the previous night that Feng Bao and his men had been defeated, which had shocked him greatly. Just the day before, he had gone to the old square to inform on Chen Xuewen to Viper, allowing Viper to prepare in advance. But who could have expected that Chen Xuewen's tactics were so cunning? This time he not only used lime, but also devised a water-based strategy, causing Feng Bao and his men to suffer a heavy loss. He sighed and looked at Xiao Ma beside him. See, I told you that Chen Xuewen kid is too damn sly. He's not someone ordinary can handle. Lucky you didn't take people to deal with him, or you'd be the one in trouble now. Xiao Ma also looked shaken. He had repeatedly urged to take men against Chen Xuewen, but each time Zhou Jinghui had stopped him. Back then he thought Zhou Jinghui was a bit timid. Only now did he realize that it wasn't Zhou Jinghui's cowardice. It was simply that Chen Xuewen was too difficult to deal with. Xiao Ma muttered, that bastard Chen Xuewen is indeed treacherous. But this time the matter has blown up so big that he's completely made an enemy of Viper. Given Viper's personality, he won't let him off right. Zhou Jinghui shook his head. Hard to say. With Viper's temper after such a big incident last night, when Chen Xuewen finished his statement and came out, Viper should have sent people to kill him. But so far there's been no movement at all. I just got word that Chen Xuewen's arcade is open for business and Viper hasn't said a word. I reckon Chen Xuewen must have some other tricks up his sleeve that even Viper is intimidated. Xiao Ma's eyes widened. No way. That's Viper after all. Just as Zhou Jinghui was about to speak, an underling appeared at the door. Brother Hui, Chen Xuewen is here insisting on seeing you. Zhou Jinghui's face changed instantly. Damn it, why is this kid coming to see me now? Xiao Ma drew a sharp breath and whispered, Brother Hui, could it be that he found out about your meeting with Viper and now he's coming to confront you? Zhou Jinghui shivered, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Tell him I'm not home. He waved his hand, unwilling to meet Chen Xuewen. The underling hesitated and whispered, Brother Hui, that kid said if you don't see him next time he'll only be able to say his words at your grave. Zhou Jinghui flew into a rage, slamming the table. Damn it, what does he mean? That bastard, is he threatening me? Xiao Ma also roared angrily, damn it, who is he trying to scare? Brother Hui, wait here, I'll call the brothers out and kill him. Zhou Jinghui ranted furiously for a while, but in the end he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He waved his hand. Xiao Ma, have the brothers wait outside. Don't act rashly. Go out and let Chen Xuewen in. I want to see what he's up to. The underling went out. Xiao Ma arranged for several men to hide around the hall ready to deal with Chen Xuewen at a moment's notice. Before long, Chen Xuewen swaggered in. When Zhou Jinghui saw him, he forced a smile onto his face. Brother Chen, you're here. A long time no see. I've missed you. How are things? Doing well. His enthusiasm was as if they were old friends who hadn't met in ages. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly and exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhou Jinghui. Zhou Jinghui laughed. Brother Chen, what brings you here today? I heard from my men that you said you'd be paying respects at my grave. Brother Chen, I've treated you pretty well. How can you curse me like that? Chen Xuewen smiled lightly. Brother Hui, I'm not cursing you. I'm just telling the truth. Zhou Jinghui's face changed. He took a deep breath, looking at Chen Xuewen with a half smile. Brother Chen, what do you mean by that? Chen Xuewen did not answer directly, but instead asked with a faint smile, Brother Hui, I heard you went to see Viper yesterday. Is that true? Zhou Jinghui's expression remained unchanged as he nodded calmly. Yes, I did see him. We just chatted a bit. Chen Xuewen smiled. Just a casual chat. I heard you told him all about the methods I used against Old Black. Last night Viper's men came to my place fully armed. Zhou Jinghui gave a forced smile. Brother, you don't think I went specifically to inform on you, do you? What? In your eyes, am I that kind of person? Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. Brother Hui, how can you say that? Of course I trust you. You would never betray your brother. Zhou Jinghui's lips twitched. The more Chen Xuewen laughed, the more uneasy he felt, as if there was some conspiracy hidden behind that smile. Chen Xuewen laughed for a moment, then suddenly stopped, leaned in close to Zhou Jinghui, and said in a low voice, But Brother Hui, Viper might not see it that way. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. What? What do you mean? Chen Xuewen said, think about it. You went to see Viper yesterday and told him about Old Black. Viper immediately had his men follow your advice, gear up, and come after me. But they fell into my trap and suffered a heavy loss. Don't you think Viper might believe that you and I are colluding? That you deliberately tricked them into letting their guard down, and then I set a trap to deal with them? Hearing this, Zhou Jinghui's face changed dramatically. He finally understood what Chen Xuewen was implying. Zhou Jinghui's face turned pale and sweat beads involuntarily formed on his forehead. Yesterday he had informed the Viper of secrets, and the Viper's men had suffered a great loss at Chen Xuewen's hands just afterward, making it hard not to suspect that he was conspiring with Chen Xuewen. If the Viper really thought along those lines, he would be in serious trouble. Zhou Jinghui suppressed the panic in his heart and forced a calm demeanor, saying, Brother Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Xuewen chuckled lightly. Brother Hui, I'm not talking nonsense. Think about it, you sold 2 shops to me for 5 yuan, and many people think we're on good terms. Now with this incident happening, guess whether the Viper might think we're in league with each other. Zhou Jinghui was drenched in sweat, feeling his undershirt soaked through. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Brother Chen, how you dealt with Feng Bao and his men. It was your brilliant planning. What does it have to do with me? The Viper won't think along those lines. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Is that so? He may not think that way, but what if I spread rumors? Zhou Jinghui was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Xuewen. What? Chen Xuewen said with a grin, Brother Hui, were such good friends. If I go out and tell others that Brother Hui is my good buddy who has helped me a lot and supported me in many ways, guess whether the Viper will think it was you who set him up, eh? With that, Chen Xuewen leaned in closer to Zhou Jinghui and lowered his voice. Or I could simply tell the Viper that it was you, Brother Hui, who sent me to deal with him. What do you think the Viper will do to you? Zhou Jinghui's face changed dramatically, and he grabbed Chen Xuewen by the collar enraged. Chen, you son of a bitch, you're trying to ruin me. At that moment, a clatter came from outside, and Xiao Ma burst in with several subordinates looking fierce. Chen Xuewen's expression remained unchanged, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd around him, and sneered, Brother Hui, we're even. Aren't you also trying to harm me? If you hadn't gone to inform the Viper, I wouldn't be able to harm you. Unfortunately, you did go and inform on me. Since you did, you have to pay the price for your actions, don't you? After saying this, he looked at Xiao Ma and the others, sneering, What? These dogs still haven't learned to behave. Brother Hui, if your dogs aren't properly trained, maybe I should give them some lessons later. Zhou Jinghui's face contorted with rage, but after taking a few deep breaths, he waved his hand to signal Xiao Ma and the others to leave. At this moment, he truly didn't dare to do anything to Chen Xuewen, because he didn't know if Chen Xuewen had any other tricks up his sleeve. After these incidents, he increasingly felt that Chen Xuewen was too dangerous, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. After a moment of deliberation, Zhou Jinghui said solemnly, Chen Xuewen, what exactly do you want? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Brother Hui, seeing how you are, we can talk business now. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I'm a bit short on cash, and I thought I'd borrow some money from you, Brother Hui. Zhou Jinghui breathed a slight sigh of relief. When it comes to money, there's room for negotiation. How much? Asked Zhou Jinghui. Chen Xuewen said 10 million. Zhou Jinghui jumped up. How? How much? 10 million. Are you out of your mind? You might as well go to the Viper directly. Where the hell am I supposed to find 10 million for you? Seeing Zhou Jinghui's intense reaction, Chen Xuewen realized he had asked for too much. He smiled and said, Brother Hui, if you're a bit short, just give me 3 to 5 million. I'm not picky. Zhou Jinghui waved his hand directly. I don't have 3 to 5 million either. Do you think I run a printing press for money? Eventually, after some bargaining, Chen Xuewen extorted 1 million from Zhou Jinghui. Chen Xuewen demanded cash, and Zhou Jinghui had to go through great trouble to scrape together 1 million in cash, which he packed in a box and handed to Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen was elated with this large sum of money. As he was leaving, he smiled and said, By the way, Brother Hui, have Xiao Ma give me a ride. It's hard to get a taxi around here. Zhou Jinghui's face darkened, and he waved his hand at Xiao Ma, signaling him to drive Chen Xuewen. Xiao Ma, reluctant but obedient, drove Chen Xuewen directly to the bank. Chen Xuewen deposited 7,000 yuan, adding to the 3,000 already in his account, making it 1 million in total. The remaining 3,000 yuan Chen Xuewen deposited into a card. He handed the card to Li Eryong and told him to go to the hospital to arrange surgery for Wu Lihong's younger brother. Earlier, Chen Xuewen had learned that Wu Lihong's younger brother needed surgery, and she had been working as a bar girl to earn money for his operation. This money from Chen Xuewen was enough for her brother's surgery, and it was the only way he could think of to repay her kindness. After arranging everything, Chen Xuewen returned to the arcade. The business at the arcade was about the same as yesterday, with only a few people playing games and nobody touching the slot machines in the back. However, Chen Xuewen noticed that law enforcement patrols were passing by outside from time to time. It seemed that Zhang Feng was truly scared and had indeed increased patrols around his place. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen felt much more at ease. As long as the arcade could operate normally, he had taken the first step to success. As for how to boost business later, he would have to think of other ways. With nothing else to do, Chen Xuewen moved a chair to the entrance and sat sunbathing. Having stayed up all night, even after sleeping all morning, he still felt drowsy and sleepy. Just as he was dozing off, Lai Ho sidled up and whispered, Brother, when the Viper's men are here. Chen Xuewen was startled, quickly jumping to his feet, one hand pressing on the boning knife at his waist, nervously scanning the area, but only seeing Lai Ho standing nearby. Where? How many people came? Asked Chen Xuewen. Lai Ho said they're inside. Just one person. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. Just one. Lai Ho nodded. Yeah, he says he's here to deliver a message from the Viper. Chen Xuewen glanced inside, and indeed saw only one person. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, but walked into the room with heightened vigilance. After all, based on his understanding of the Viper, that man was ruthless and vindictive and would not easily let things go. Even though only one person was sent, Chen Xuewen didn't dare to be careless, afraid of being caught off guard. Chen Xuewen walked up to the man and said, How should I address you, brother? The visitor was a short, slender man of about 30 with 2 thin mustaches and a slicked-back middle-part hairstyle. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen, he immediately broke into a broad smile. You must be Brother Wen, right? My name is Ding San'er, and I'm the accountant for the Electronic Dynasty. Chen Xuewen's heart stirred as he knew that the Viper had a strategist supposedly named Ding San. Many plans for the Viper were devised by Ding San. Chen Xuewen said, "So your brother Ding San, I've heard a lot about you. What brings you here today, brother Ding San?" Ding San smiled, "Brother Wen flatters me. It's nothing like that. Snake Boss just instructed me to pass along a message. Because of some past misunderstandings, Snake Boss would like to invite you to dinner tonight to clear things up. He's also invited a few friends from the underworld to bear witness. The venue is set at Chen's Grand Restaurant. We hope you'll honor us with your presence." Upon hearing that the Viper intended to invite him for a meal, Chen Xuewen's heart sank. It seemed that the Viper was not going to beat around the bush with him. He was planning a direct confrontation. What kind of invitation was this? Clearly it was a feast with ulterior motives. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and let out a bitter laugh. "Brother Ding San, I'm really sorry. I already have plans for tonight, so it's not convenient for me to join. Please convey my regards to Brother Snake, and tell him I'll treat him another day." Ding San didn't seem offended, he merely smiled. "No worries. It was our fault for being too hasty and not taking your schedule into account, Brother Wen. Tell you what, Brother Wen, let's exchange numbers. The banquet is still set for tonight. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime." Ding San pulled out his phone and exchanged contact information with Chen Xuewen with a broad smile. Watching Ding San leave, Chen Xuewen's brows furrowed deeply. Ding San's parting words gave him an ominous feeling. It seemed that Ding San was convinced he would change his mind. In other words, he had no choice but to attend the banquet tonight. Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment, then turned and waved at Lai Ho. Lai Ho closed the door. Lai Ho quickly took out some money, handed it to the few people playing games, and sent them away. Then he pulled down the rolling shutter door of the arcade and locked it. Chen Xuewen led Lai Ho and Wang Jindong into the inner room. As for Li Tiezhu, he had learned to play video games and was now outside playing Raiden 3. However, his gaming skills were truly abysmal. In this shooting game, he had no idea how to dodge bullets and could only endlessly use special attacks to clear the screen and take down enemies. But these special attacks were limited, they couldn't be used indefinitely. So he had taken over 100 game coins, continuously inserting coins, selecting characters, and unleashing special attacks to keep the game going. Chen Xuewen knew that he couldn't count on Li Tiezhu for discussing strategies. So he didn't call him, only summoning Lai Ho and Wang Jindong. Closing the door, Chen Xuewen repeated Ding San's words. After listening, Lai Ho was taken aback. "Another invitation? Isn't this the same routine as Zhou Jinghui's before?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "The Viper is not the same kind of person as Zhou Jinghui. If it were Zhou Jinghui inviting me, I wouldn't be worried. But the Viper is far more ruthless than Zhou Jinghui. His mind is wilder, and he often acts without regard for consequences. He can't be judged by common sense." Wang Jindong whispered, "So brother Wen, what do you mean?" "Chen Xuewen, I can't attend this banquet." Lai Ho, "Then just don't go." Chen Xuewen shook his head. "It's not that simple. Given the Viper's nature, even if we don't go, he might come and drag us there." Lai Ho and Wang Jindong's faces changed color. If that were true, they were in grave danger. Lai Ho murmured, "Brother Wen, what should we do now?" Chen Xuewen frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "Let's get through tonight's dinner first. Monkey, call Er Yong and tell him to hide back in his hometown so he doesn't get caught. Dongzi, gather the money. We need to find a place to hide before the Viper makes his move so he can't find us." Lai Ho and Wang Jindong immediately nodded and hurried out to arrange everything. Chen Xuewen sat in his chair frowning in thought. Soon Lai Ho and Wang Jindong had everything in order. Chen Xuewen told them to gather their belongings, call Li Tiezhu, and leave the arcade through the back door. Once outside the arcade, Chen Xuewen didn't waste any words. He directly led them to the Pingqing Law Enforcement Brigade. Lai Ho looked at the brigade's entrance and shrank back. "Brother, when are you going to call the police?" Chen Xuewen shot him a glance. "What police? The Viper hasn't done anything yet. Would calling the police help?" Lai Ho scratched his head. "Then why are we here?" Chen Xuewen pointed at the hotel across the street from the Law Enforcement Brigade. "We're staying here tonight. It's just across the road from the brigade. No matter how bold the Viper is, he wouldn't dare touch us here." Lai Ho's eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. "Brother, when you're a genius. Haha, we'll be absolutely safe staying here." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "It's not absolute safety, but at least it's safer than staying elsewhere. Tonight Monkey and Tiezhu will share a room. Dongzi and I will share another. Same as before. Take turns sleeping and keeping watch so we don't get ambushed and dragged away before we can even cry for help." Lai Ho and the other two quickly nodded. Chen Xuewen booked 2 adjacent rooms and they settled in. For safety, they didn't even go out for dinner, ordering takeout instead. At 5:30 p.m. Wu Lihong walked into the Pingqing hospital with a lunchbox, her body exhausted. She no longer worked the streets, but she was short on money, so she took a day job to support her family. Her younger brother had recently suffered another relapse and had been hospitalized for several days. She had to bring him meals every day. As she entered the room, she took a deep breath to compose herself. She didn't want her brother to see her tired appearance, afraid it would worry him. But when she walked into the ward, the bed was empty. Wu Lihong was startled. Something similar had happened before. Her brother, not wanting to be a burden, had tried to take his own life and run away. After they found him, she had never dared to be careless again. Every day she asked the nurse to keep an eye on him. Now he was missing again. Wu Lihong was frantic and rushed out in a panic. As soon as she stepped into the corridor, she ran into a nurse. Wu Lihong hurried over, her voice choked with tears. Nurse, my brother. Where did my brother go? Do you know where my brother is? The nurse had been taking care of Wu Lihong's brother for quite some time and was familiar with the family. She smiled. Xiaohong, don't worry. Your brother is fine. He's gone for some tests. Wu Lihong let out a long sigh of relief, then asked in surprise, tests? What's wrong with my brother? Is his condition getting worse? The nurse smiled and shook her head. No, it's just a routine checkup before the surgery. Wu Lihong looked confused. Surgery? What surgery? The surgery you've always wanted him to have. A specialist from the provincial capital will come in 3 days to perform the operation personally. Before that, he needs to undergo many tests. Wu Lihong was stunned. The surgery. The cost. She had been working so hard to save money for this very surgery to save her brother's life. But the surgery cost over 200,000 yuan. Wu Lihong had only managed to save a little over 100,000. Far from enough. The nurse smiled. The surgery fee has already been paid, and there's even some extra. Wu Lihong was stunned again. What? The nurse said your friend paid it. He paid 300,000 at once. It's definitely more than enough. You'll probably get a few thousand back. Wu Lihong's eyes widened. My friend paid. Which friend? The nurse thought for a moment. A young man on crutches came by and deposited 300,000 into your brother's account for hospitalization. Oh, right when he left he said someone named when asked him to pay. Wu Lihong blurted out, Chen Xuewen. The nurse immediately nodded. Yes, that's him. Tears streamed down Wu Lihong's face. In that instant she felt as if her heart were melting. The nurse, thinking Wu Lihong was simply overjoyed, patted her shoulder. All right, Xiaohong, don't get too excited. Your brother has a lot of tests today. He'll probably be busy until late. Maybe you should come see him tomorrow instead. Wu Lihong nodded vigorously. She took the food and walked out of the hospital, then suddenly broke into a sprint running toward Chen Xuewen's home. At that moment, she had only one thought: to hold that man tightly. Wu Lihong ran all the way to Chen Xuewen's house, but the sky had already darkened by the time she arrived. She knocked on the door only to find that no one was inside. She hastily pulled out her phone to call Chen Xuewen when a man with a handlebar mustache and slick back hair suddenly stepped out from the side. The man smiled, saying, Young lady, you're looking for Chen Xuewen, aren't you? Wu Lihong glanced at him with suspicion and remained silent. Unfazed, the man continued with a faint smile. You must be Wu Lihong, right? Indeed, you are quite beautiful. Wu Lihong immediately grew wary and took a step back. Who are you? What do you want? The man smiled calmly. My name is Ding San. You see, Chen Xuewen has gone to a banquet at my boss's place tonight. He instructed me to wait here for you. He said if you came I should bring you along to join the dinner. Wu Lihong's eyes darted around. She wasn't naive and knew something was off. For one thing, her visit tonight was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Chen Xuewen couldn't possibly have known she was coming. Hence she didn't believe Ding San's words at all. However, having spent considerable time with Chen Xuewen, Wu Lihong had become more shrewd. She pretended to believe him, saying, Really? Where is it? Let's go now. Upon hearing this, Ding San broke into a wide grin. It's at Chunji Grand Hotel. I have a car, we can drive there. Wu Lihong nodded. All right. She walked towards the stairs, but as she passed Ding San, she suddenly grabbed his shoulder, drove her knee up sharply, and slammed it into his groin. Ding San, completely caught off guard, collapsed in agony from the strike. Without any hesitation, Wu Lihong turned and fled down the stairs in a panic. But she hadn't run far when several men rushed out from the dark corners on both sides, covering her mouth and pinning her to the ground. Groaning and clutching his crotch, Ding San staggered down the stairs with a livid face. He kicked Wu Lihong angrily and cursed, You bitch, that was pretty damn vicious. Damn it. You lot take her to Snake Bro's factory and follow the plan. I'm going to the hospital to make sure this thing still works. The thugs snickered, seeing Ding San in such a pathetic state. Despite her desperate struggles, Wu Lihong was no match for the men and was shoved into a car and driven away. At 6:30, darkness had fully set in. In the hotel opposite, the enforcement brigade, Chen Xuewen and his 3 companions had just finished dinner and were playing poker to pass the time. Suddenly a knock came at the door. The trio tensed up immediately. Even Li Taiju put down his phone and picked up a wooden stick beside him, his weapon. Chen Xuewen gestured to them. Lai Ho rushed over and opened the window, ready for a quick escape. Wang Zhendong retrieved bags of lime powder from under the bed, prepared to throw them. They all put on glasses as part of their pre-battle preparations. Only after everything was set did Chen Xuewen approach the door, peering through the peephole. Only a hotel attendant stood outside. Puzzled, Chen Xuewen didn't open the door and asked, What is it? The attendant replied, Hello, sir. Someone asked me to deliver an envelope to you. Chen Xuewen frowned and said, Slide it under the door. The attendant bent down and pushed the envelope through the gap beneath the door. The attendant then left. Curious, Chen Xuewen picked up the envelope and opened it, only for a stack of photos to spill out. As he picked up the photos, his expression changed drastically. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong looked at them too and gasped, Isn't this Sis Hong? In the photo, a woman was bound hand and foot and lying on the ground. The woman was unmistakably Wu Lihong. But what was truly terrifying was the iron cage behind her. Inside the cage was a python as thick as a bowl, about 4 to 5 meters long, with gray and white markings. The python coiled inside, its eyes fixed intently on Wu Lihong. Its posture suggested it already regarded Wu Lihong as its prey. Chen Xuewen drew a sharp breath. He knew without a doubt that this had to be Poison Snake's doing. There had been rumors that after Poison Snake was released from prison, he had become even bolder and acquired a python. He never expected it to be true. And the most crucial part was that this bastard had captured Wu Lihong. Lai Ho's lips trembled in fear. This. As such a huge python. If it gets out, Sis Hong is doomed, isn't she? Wang Zhendong panicked as well. Damn it. Who the hell did this? Lai Ho replied. Who else could it be? That bastard Poison Snake. That scumbag is a monster. As Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong cursed, Li Taiju scratched his head and muttered, don't snakes hibernate in winter? Lai Ho rolled his eyes. The Poison Snake's place has heating. No need to hibernate. Just then Chen Xuewen's phone suddenly rang. He saw it was Ding San calling. This time he had no choice but to answer. Answering the call, he immediately heard Ding San's cheerful voice. Bro and good evening. How about it? Did you get the photos? Suppressing his fury, Chen Xuewen let out a cold chuckle. Brother Ding San, what is the meaning of this? I don't quite understand. What? Are you trying to threaten me with Wu Lihong? Don't you know? The reason I went to prison was that Wu Lihong bribed a witness to frame me. Didn't you do your homework before coming after me? Ding San chuckled. Bro, and I don't care what your relationship with Wu Lihong is. Anyway, Snake Bro has given the orders. If you don't show up by 8 p.m., we'll open that cage and let the python out. Chen Xuewen's face changed, his hands clenching involuntarily. Ding San laughed. All right. Forgot to mention. That python hasn't eaten in over 20 days. It's starving right now. Bro, and if Wu Lihong really is your enemy, then I'll just get rid of her for you. Consider it a favor. Haha. Chen Xuewen's face turned ashen. He knew he had no choice this time. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll be at Chenji Grand Hotel before 8. But when I get there, I must see Wu Lihong. If she has a single hair out of place, none of you will ever see me. Ding San laughed heartily. No problem. My only job is to invite you for a meal, bro. When if you come, I Ding San swear on my head that Wu Lihong will be returned to you unharmed. Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth. Then you wait for me. Chen Xuewen hung up the phone, his face darkening to an extreme. Lai Ho and the others hurriedly asked what had happened. Chen Xuewen recounted the matter, and everyone's expressions changed. Lai Ho exclaimed anxiously, Hong Jie has been captured by them. What are we going to do? Brother Wen, what? What do you plan to do? Chen Xuewen sighed and said in a deep voice, Wu Lihong saved my life. No matter what, I cannot stand by and do nothing. I must attend this banquet laid by Poisonous Snake. Wang Zhendong exclaimed urgently, Brother Wen, this is a trap. Poisonous Snake himself is very dangerous. Moreover, he's hosting the banquet. Who knows how many of his men are lying in ambush there? If you go, I'm afraid. I'm afraid you won't come back. Chen Xuewen shook his head. I have no choice. I must save Wu Lihong. He looked at Lai Ho and the other two saying, but you don't have to come with me. This is my own affair. There's no need for you to risk yourselves alongside me. With that, Chen Xuewen pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lai Ho. Monkey, if I don't come back, split the money in this card among yourselves. There's $1 million in it. Each of you take 200,000 and give the remaining 200,000 to Wu Lihong's younger brother. In the future, during festivals, if you have the heart, remember to burn some paper money for my parents. Having said that, Chen Xuewen rose directly, tucked the bone cleaver into his pant leg, and prepared to leave. But Lai Ho suddenly threw the bank card to the ground and spat fiercely. Damn it, Chen Xuewen, what the hell do you mean? Chen Xuewen was startled. What's wrong? Lai Ho glared at him angrily. Chen Xuewen, are you telling me I'm not your brother? Sure, I'm nobody important, but I know what brotherhood means. We haven't known each other long, but I've already taken you as my big brother. When something like this happens, you want me to leave? Are you looking down on me? Hearing Lai Ho's words, Chen Xuewen felt touched. This brother was truly someone he could rely on. Monkey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that this time is too dangerous. Chen Xuewen sighed. In the past, I still had some control and could fight. But this time it's Poisonous Snake's turf, and everything is arranged by him. Wu Lihong is still in their hands. I have no leverage at all. Lai Ho gritted his teeth. Damn it, if there's no leverage, then we'll just fight them. I'm not a coward who fears death. Juicy, what about you? Li Taiju put down his phone without hesitation. Who are we fighting? Unquestionably, Li Taiju would also follow. Lai Ho looked at Wang Zhendong, who took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's fight then. Brother Wen, I'll follow your lead. Chen Xuewen looked at his three brothers, his eyes slightly reddened. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Good brothers. Since you're coming with me, we need to plan carefully, at least make some preparations. No matter how formidable Poisonous Snake is, we can't just wait to die. Lai Ho nodded immediately. No problem. Brother Wen, I'll go buy some quicklime now. Chen Xuewen waved his hand. We've used that quicklime trick twice. Poisonous Snake will be on guard. We need to change our tactics. Lai Ho was puzzled. Brother Wen, what do you have in mind? Chen Xuewen thought for a moment, then said, Monkey, go get some gasoline. Dongzi, you get some beer bottles and strips of cloth. Lai Ho's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what Chen Xuewen meant. Then without wasting any time, they quickly set to work. Soon Lai Ho had procured 2 buckets of gasoline stolen from nearby cars. Wang Zhendong also got a crate of beer bottles. They didn't bring the items into the hotel because Chen Xuewen suspected it was already under surveillance by Poisonous Snake's men. Lai Ho found a tricycle and they rode it, carrying the supplies out of that area. Finally, they found a deserted alley with no one around. While Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong kept watch at both ends, Chen Xuewen poured the gasoline into the bottles, making simple Molotov cocktails. After finishing, Chen Xuewen felt a bit more at ease. Then he called Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong together, took out a piece of paper, and drew a map of Chinji Grand Hotel. Chen Xuewen had often passed by this hotel when he was in school, so he was familiar with the area. He carefully assigned defensive positions to Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. Once Chen Xuewen gave the signal, they would rush in and clear the way with the Molotov cocktails. Li Tieju, relying on his brute strength, would break through the encirclement and help Chen Xuewen escape. With everything arranged, Chen Xuewen called Li Eryong and asked him to contact Zhang Feng. Chen Xuewen was well aware that no matter how well they prepared, they might not be able to defeat Poisonous Snake given the huge disparity in numbers. Thus his greatest hope rested on Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng could stabilize the situation, then Chen Xuewen might have a chance to get out of this alive. Having arranged everything, Chen Xuewen parted ways with Lai Ho and the others, hailed a taxi alone, and headed to Chinji Grand Hotel. Lai Ho and the others took the tricycle via back roads, ready to rendezvous with Chen Xuewen at any moment. At 7:50, Chen Xuewen arrived at the entrance of Chinji Grand Hotel. The moment he got there, he sensed something was wrong. 5 or 6 fierce-looking men stood at the hotel entrance. The usually bustling hotel was eerily empty tonight. It seemed Poisonous Snake had cleared the place. With no outsiders around, it was the perfect time for murder. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and strode resolutely toward the hotel. As soon as he reached the entrance, the men surrounded him. The leader, a man with a tattoo on his neck, waved his hand impatiently. The place is booked tonight. No outsiders allowed. Chen Xuewen said calmly, "My name is Chen Xuewen. Poisonous Snake invited me." At these words, the men all stared at him. The tattooed man squinted, sized up Chen Xuewen, then spat contemptuously and sneered. "Damn, so you're that Chen Xuewen. I thought you'd have 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out you're just a wet behind the ears kid." The others burst into laughter. After all, Chen Xuewen was barely 20, thin and unassuming, hardly intimidating. Chen Xuewen remained expressionless. He glanced at them and said flatly, "A wet behind the ears kid is still better than a watchdog. Isn't that right?" The men were enraged, and Chen Xuewen was clearly calling them watchdogs. The tattooed man grabbed Chen Xuewen by the collar and cursed, "Fuck you, what did you say? You little punk, I'll make you crawl up the stairs." Chen Xuewen smiled faintly, then suddenly drove his knee into the tattooed man's groin. The tattooed man screamed in pain and bent over, clutching his groin. But a sharp bone cleaver was already pressed against his throat. The cold blade pierced his skin, drawing blood from his neck. The tattooed man was forced to lift his head, and Chen Xuewen stepped forward, locking his arm around the man's neck, the cleaver pressed against his carotid artery. The other men were shocked, shouting, "What are you doing? Let him go, or I'll kill you." "Damn it, you're asking for it." Chen Xuewen remained unperturbed. He looked up at the hotel and called out loudly, "Poisonous Snake, your men are so undisciplined. Need me to teach them a lesson?" A window on the second floor opened and an icy voice came out, "Worthless trash, forgive my brother Chen's laughter. Brother Chen, since you're here, come upstairs and have a chat." Chen Xuewen gave a cold smile, shoved the tattooed man aside, and swaggered upstairs. The men's faces were dark as iron, but they dared not say a word. Since Poisonous Snake had told Chen Xuewen to go upstairs, they couldn't stop him anymore. Chen Xuewen ascended to the second floor, where he spotted Ding San waiting at the stairway, beaming with anticipation. "Brother, when you finally arrived. Viper and the other bosses have been waiting for a while now. This way, please," Ding San said with a grin. As Chen Xuewen approached, Ding San stepped back a few paces, maintaining a safe distance. His stance made it clear he was on guard, ready to retreat if Chen Xuewen made any sudden move. Chen Xuewen smirked coldly. "Hold on. Where is Wu Lihong?" Ding San chuckled. "Brother Wen is indeed loyal and sentimental. The first thing you ask about is that young lady. No wonder she's so devoted to you, even willing to take her own life rather than be a burden." Chen Xuewen's expression shifted. What did you say?" Ding San laughed. "Relax, Brother Wen. She's fine. After we took her in, she tried to bash her head against the wall, not wanting to drag you down." Chen Xuewen's heart skipped a beat. Ding San continued, "But we stopped her. For safety, we bound her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. See, she's unharmed in that room." Following Ding San's gesture, Chen Xuewen saw Wu Lihong tied to a chair in a private booth nearby. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen, Wu Lihong's eyes lit up, then welled with tears as she shook her head vigorously at him. Relieved that she appeared uninjured, Chen Xuewen let out a soft sigh. He turned to Ding San and said in a low voice, "Ding San, you promised. If I came today, you'd release her unscathed. Will you keep your word?" Ding San smirked. "As long as you have that meal with my boss, I guarantee she'll leave without a scratch." Chen Xuewen nodded, casting a deep glance at Wu Lihong, and murmured, "Don't worry, I'll take you out of here." Then he strode boldly into the inner private room. Behind him, Wu Lihong, her mouth still bound, sobbed quietly. In the largest private room of Chen's Grand Hotel, over 20 people had already gathered. 4 of them sat at the table. At the head was Viper, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding arrogance. Beside him sat 3 others, one of whom was Zhou Jinghui. The other 2 were strangers to Chen Xuewen, but given their seats, they were certainly of high status, likely major figures akin to Zhou Jinghui. A dozen or so more stood behind them, clearly their underlings. Ding San led Chen Xuewen into the room and announced with a smile, "Brother Viper, Brother Wen is here." The occupants turned to look. The two big shots mainly scrutinized Chen Xuewen curiosity written across their faces. After all, a young nobody who could go toe-to-toe with Viper was bound to astonish anyone. Zhou Jinghui, more familiar with Chen Xuewen, glanced at him once, and then turned his head away looking vexed. Understandably so. Chen Xuewen had bought 2 of his arcades for a mere 5 yuan and extorted 1 million from him earlier today. How could he not be furious? Ding San introduced cheerfully. Everyone, this is Chen Xuewen, Brother Wen. Brother Wen, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Viper, and this is Brother Zhou Jinghui. You should know these two. Those two over there. One is Brother Haowen, and the other is Uncle Quan. Chen Xuewen's heart stirred. He had heard those names before. Like Zhou Jinghui, Haowen, and Uncle Quan were prominent figures in Pingqing, formerly operating arcades in the Old Square. The 7 arcades in the Old Square were run by the 3 of them. However, after Viper's arrival, they too had shut down their arcades, just like Zhou Jinghui. Tonight Viper had summoned all 3 of them, sending a clear message. He was making an example. By dealing with Chen Xuewen, he aimed to intimidate them into submission. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. Tonight was indeed going to be anything but simple. Viper studied him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Brother Chen, so young, daring to establish your presence on my turf. Impressive. Viper sneered. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. Brother Viper, you flatter me. Just trying to make a living. Viper laughed heartily. We're all trying to make a living. But even that requires rules. Brother Chen, acting without regard for the rules isn't quite right, is it? Instead of answering, Chen Xuewen pulled up a chair and sat down at the table. Haowen and Uncle Quan frowned slightly. Chen Xuewen's action was a clear statement. He belonged at that table as an equal. Chen Xuewen's gaze swept across the room, finally, settling on Viper, and said calmly, Brother Viper, I'm not sure what rules you're referring to. I don't believe I've done anything wrong. I've paid rent and utilities for my shop. I have the machines and the license. I'm running a legitimate business. How is that breaking any rules? Viper's face hardened. You don't know the rules, do you? Fine, let me spell it out for you. He slammed the table and barked, the Old Square is my territory now. Opening a shop here without my say-so is a violation of the rules. Chen Xuewen chuckled. Brother Viper, with all due respect, I took over Brother Huey's arcade. If I recall correctly, his arcade was in business long before yours. Since my shop was established earlier, there's no need to ask for permission, is there? If anything, it's you who should be asking me. After all, your shop opened later, now didn't it? At these words, Haowen and Uncle Quan's expressions shifted. They looked at Chen Xuewen with awe. Very few people had dared to speak to Viper like that in a long time. In that moment, they felt a sense of youthful audacity, a fearless spirit. Zhou Jinghui, however, remained calm, as this was all within his expectations. Chen Xuewen's audacity matched Viper's own. Viper's face turned livid. For the first time since his rise, someone had challenged him so directly, igniting his fury. He clenched his fists, ready to explode. Just then the door swung open, and Zhang Feng burst in, breathless. Seeing Zhang Feng, Chen Xuewen exhaled in relief. With Zhang Feng here, a fight was unlikely tonight. Zhang Feng's sudden appearance stunned everyone in the room. In particular, Haowen, Uncle Quan, and Zhou Jinghui exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Their shop was situated near the Old Square, so they were naturally quite familiar with Zhang Feng. Logically speaking, on a night when Viper was set to deal with Chen Xuewen, an occasion where bloodshed was almost inevitable, Zhang Feng should not have been present. Yet now that Zhang Feng had arrived, tonight's events took on an eerie twist. Viper's expression darkened. He had explicitly instructed Zhang Feng to stay away tonight, so why had he come? In truth, Zhang Feng himself was caught in a dilemma. He had no desire to involve himself in tonight's affairs. However, Li Eryong had called him from outside Wang Guiwen's doorstep. If he refused to come, Li Eryong would hand over the photos to Wang Guiwen, opting for a complete rupture. Unwilling to be dragged into the mess, Zhang Feng had no choice but to rush over. Ignoring Viper's murderous glare, he casually took a seat at the table, rubbing his hands together and saying, it's really freezing tonight. I heard you were dining here, so I happened to bring a few of my officers by and thought I'd drop in for a cup of tea. The implication was clear. He was warning Viper that he had not come alone, but had brought a squad of officers with him. In other words, if a conflict broke out, his men would immediately intervene and take control of the scene. Viper took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and forced a smile. Captain Zhang graces us with his presence. What a rare honor. Since Captain Zhang is here, let's have the food served. He waved his hand, and the waiter at the door promptly brought the dishes and wine to the table. Zhang Feng sat down beside Chen Xuewen, urging everyone to eat, acting as if he had become Chen Xuewen's personal bodyguard. Haowen, Uncle Quan, and Zhou Jinghui exchanged glances, again remaining silent as they watched to see how Viper would handle the situation tonight. Viper's face was cold as ice, his venomous gaze brimming with murderous intent. But with Zhang Feng seated beside Chen Xuewen, he had no choice but to suppress his fury, no matter how intense. Halfway through the banquet, Chen Xuewen wiped his mouth and said with a smile, Brother Viper, I'm full. Thank you for the hospitality tonight. As for the feast I've attended, I've given you the respect you deserve. So shouldn't Brother San fulfill his promise now? Everyone turned to look at Ding San, including Zhang Feng. Ding San dared not speak and could only look toward Viper, awaiting his decision. Viper frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, Brother Chen, since you've come tonight, let's use this opportunity to settle matters between us. With Captain Zhang, brother Hao and Uncle Quan, and brother Hui here as witnesses, why don't you explain to everyone how you plan to handle your 2 arcade halls? Chen Xuewen scanned the room, his gaze finally resting on Viper, and smiled. Brother Viper, I'm not quite sure what you mean. I took over Brother Huey's shops, and I opened them earlier than you did. What exactly do you want me to do? Viper's expression hardened, and he said coldly, Chen Xuewen, let's not beat around the bush. If you want to set up shop in the old square, that's fine. But if you want to eat at my table, let's see if you can stomach this dish. With that he slammed the table and barked, bring the dish for Brother Chen. 2 of his henchmen immediately brought in a plate covered tightly with a half-spherical iron lid reinforced, as if afraid something inside might escape. Viper swept all the food and drinks off the table, placed the plate in the center, and said coldly, Chen Xuewen, if you can eat this dish, then by all means open your shops in the old square. But if you can't stomach it, how then you're not fit to sit at the same table with me. Pack your things and get lost. Chen Xuewen's brows furrowed. When the plate was set down, he distinctly felt it trembling slightly, as if it contained something alive. He knew that Viper's dish would be anything but easy to swallow. Yet Chen Xuewen did not retreat. He fixed his gaze on Viper and said in a deep voice, Brother Viper, if I can eat this dish, what then? Viper laughed heartily. If you can eat it, then you've proven yourself worthy of sharing a table with me. In that case, I'll let you open your shops in the old square. What's more, I promise that my men will never bother you again, nor will they lay a finger on you or anyone close to you. He gestured to the people around, announcing loudly, Today Captain Zhang, brother Hao and Uncle Quan, and brother Hui are all here to bear witness. I Viper keep my word. So do you dare to eat it? Chen Xuewen's heart stirred. If this were true, he would be able to firmly establish himself in the old square. He took a deep breath, looked at the plate before him, and slowly clenched his fists. All right, Chen Xuewen shouted, Brother Viper, since you've laid it down, I Chen Xuewen will eat it. Viper laughed again, bold. But boldness doesn't guarantee capability. Chen Xuewen, let's see how you manage to swallow it. With that, Viper suddenly lifted the lid, revealing the contents of the plate. Everyone around gasped and instinctively stepped back. For coiled on the plate was a live earth-gray snake with a triangular head, a clear sign of deadly venom. It was not long, barely 2 feet, and about as thick as an egg. It coiled in the plate, its tongue flickering incessantly, as if poised to strike at anyone nearby. Among those present, aside from Viper, who wasn't afraid of snakes, seeing a live snake placed on the table, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Uncle Quan exclaimed this. This is a pit viper. It's extremely venomous. The others' faces paled further. In the countryside of Pingqing, there were often cases of people being bitten by such snakes and dying despite rescue efforts. Now Viper had placed a live pit viper on the table and demanded that Chen Xuewen eat it. Wasn't this deliberately making things impossible for him? Who could possibly eat such a thing? And it was still alive at that. Zhang Feng's face also changed dramatically, and he whispered, Viper, don't play games. This is no joke. Viper sneered, Captain Zhang, I've already given you face. Otherwise would I have bothered to talk to him tonight? Then he turned to Chen Xuewen, smirking smugly. Brother Chen, what do you say? Can you eat it or not? If you can't, just say the word, and I'll have it taken away. Wouldn't want to scare you after all. Viper's underlings burst into laughter, sneering at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, staring at the pit viper on the table, also felt a chill. To be honest, he was quite afraid of snakes. But at this moment, there was no turning back. With Viper having pushed things this far, if he backed down, he would lose not only his 2 arcade halls, but also any chance of making it in Pingqing. However, if he could eat this dish, he would not only secure his foothold in the old square, but also ensure that few would dare to provoke him in the future. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, then suddenly looked at Viper and said, Thank you for the hospitality, brother Viper. With that, he stepped forward swiftly, his hand darting out to grasp the pit viper firmly by the neck. The snake immediately thrashed, coiling around his wrist and flailing its head in an attempt to bite him. Suppressing his terror, Chen Xuewen pulled out a boning knife and with a single stroke severed the snake's head. Blood gushed out, and the remaining body continued to writhe. Chen Xuewen opened his mouth, bit down on a section of the snake, tore it off, and chewed vigorously. His lips were smeared with blood, his eyes bloodshot, and as he chewed, he glared savagely at everyone around the table. Even Viper was struck dumb with terror, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. That night, Chen Xuewen's name became legendary. Who in Pingqing would dare to ignore him? A snake was devoured raw by Chen Xuewen. The remaining snake's head on the table gradually lost all movement. Meanwhile, everyone present was petrified, their faces turning ashen with terror. The venomous snake had calmed down by now, but there was a new wariness in its gaze toward Chen Xuewen. He knew he had finally encountered someone even more ruthless than himself. After finishing his meal, Chen Xuewen wiped his mouth with his sleeve and turned to the venomous snake. Brother Snake, I've consumed this dish. Don't forget your promise. With those words spoken, he turned and strode toward the exit. Inside the room, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, still struggling to process what had just happened. Chen Xuewen pushed past the venomous snake's men and headed to the adjacent room. The subordinates were trembling with fear, too terrified to utter a word. Chen Xuewen used his boning knife to cut through the ropes binding Wu Lihong. Wu Lihong burst into tears, clutching Chen Xuewen desperately. Xuewen, are you alright? Are you hurt? Chen Xuewen waved off her concerns and led Wu Lihong out. At the doorway, he paused and glanced back. Brother Hui, you promised me this place would have everything it needed. But now the shop is short over 50 machines. Could you help me make up for this? Zhou Jinghui froze. Short of machines. How could there be a shortage? I made sure everything was accounted for. Chen Xuewen replied. The machines were sufficient initially, but last time Brother Snake's men accidentally damaged them. Brother Hui, don't tell me you expect me to ask Brother Snake for this money. Zhou Jinghui nearly spat blood. Damn it, saying this in front of the venomous snake was deliberately trying to corner him. How could I ask you to demand money from the venomous snake right in front of him? So Zhou Jinghui could only say helplessly, I see how it is. This is a small matter. I'll arrange it for you and have everything ready by tomorrow. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. By the way, the shop is also short a few air conditioners. Brother Hui, is that convenient? Zhou Jinghui felt like his head was about to explode. Damn it, was this extortion becoming a habit? Fuck, with 3 bosses in the room, why was he the only one being squeezed dry? But he was genuinely frightened by Chen Xuewen. There was no choice now but to pay the price. Alright, I'll arrange it. 2 air conditioners for each shop. Chen Xuewen continued. Oh, we brothers don't have any transportation yet. Brother Hui, do you have any motorcycles? Zhou Jinghui wanted to curse but bit his lip and said, I'll take care of it. Chen Xuewen smiled. Thank you, Brother Hui. But if it's convenient, I've been thinking about getting my driver's license recently. Zhou Jinghui could no longer contain himself. Chen Xuewen, that's enough. Chen Xuewen immediately smiled. Oh, it's fine. I'll buy the car myself. I was just joking. He knew if he pushed further for a car, Zhou Jinghui wouldn't be able to handle it, so he'd stop there. After all, 50 machines, 4 air conditioners, and 6 motorcycles was already a substantial amount. Chen Xuewen waved to everyone. Gentlemen, I've had my fill. I'm heading out now. Let's talk again another time. Then he strode out confidently with Wu Lihong. As he reached the ground floor, he clearly heard another crash echoing from upstairs. Without a doubt, the venomous snake was smashing plates again. But Chen Xuewen didn't care. After tonight, the venomous snake wouldn't come after him again. His brother's arcade could officially open and he'd finally have a firm foothold in the old square. Tonight had been dangerous, but the gains were substantial and Chen Xuewen was quite satisfied. He led Wu Lihong toward the alley across the street. Suddenly a wave of nausea rose in his chest. Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth and held it back. He knew if he vomited here, he'd only lose face. He accompanied Wu Lihong to meet up with Lai Ho and the others, enduring the discomfort all the way until they left the Chunji hotel grounds, when he finally collapsed by the roadside and vomited uncontrollably. Wu Lihong screamed in fright and rushed over to support him. Chen Xuewen vomited until he was completely drained, his body nearly limp. Lai Ho stood nearby astonished. Good heavens, what did you eat to be vomiting like this? Did the venomous snake feed you spoiled food? Wu Lihong shrieked. Monkey, shut up. Xuewen ate a live snake. Lai Ho's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? What was that? A live snake? Damn it, why couldn't you eat anything else but a live snake? Wu Lihong cursed in anger. Fuck off, you stinking monkey. Shut your mouth and get Xuewen to the hospital. He ate a venomous earthbag snake. Upon hearing this, Lai Ho didn't hesitate. He quickly had Li Taizhu help carry Chen Xuewen onto a tricycle and they sped straight to the hospital. They raced all the way. When they arrived outside the hospital, the tricycle couldn't climb the steps, so Li Taizhu jumped off and carried Chen Xuewen on his back, sprinting into the hospital. Wu Lihong followed behind, weeping. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong ran in, shouting loudly. Doctor! Where's the doctor? Help! Help, doctor! Several doctors and nurses in white coats rushed out. Upon seeing them, Wu Lihong fell to her knees and cried out. Doctor, please save him. I beg you, save him. The doctors hurried over, examining Chen Xuewen while asking what had happened. Wu Lihong recounted the events, omitting the negotiation with the venomous snake, and only mentioned that Chen Xuewen had eaten a live earthbag snake. The doctors were equally stunned. They'd never encountered anything like this. Nevertheless, their professionalism remained strong, and they immediately took Chen Xuewen for examination and prepared for gastric lavage. Watching Chen Xuewen being wheeled into the operating room, Wu Lihong finally broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong stood at the doorway, their faces etched with anxiety. During the journey, they had learned from Wu Lihong roughly what had transpired that night. So now both of them held Chen Xuewen in the highest esteem. I hope Brother Wen is alright. I hope Brother Wen is alright. Oh Lord, please protect Brother Wen. Lai Ho muttered as he paced. Wang Zhendong stood at the end of the corridor, smoking one cigarette after another. Even Li Taizhu had put down his phone and stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the operating room door. After more than 2 hours, the operating room door finally opened. As the doctor in the white coat emerged, Wu Lihong rushed forward. Doctor, how is he? He. Lai Ho and Li Taizhu gathered around as well, while Wang Zhendong sprinted over, his eyes filled with worry as he watched the doctor. The doctor said the patient is going to be fine. He wasn't poisoned. He just needs to rest for a while after the gastric lavage. Take him home and let him recover for a few days and he'll be alright. Remember, never eat random things like that next time. The group let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Lihong wept with joy, wiped away her tears, and repeatedly thanked the doctor. Soon after, Chen Xuewen was wheeled out. He was still under anesthesia and had not awakened. They brought him to the ward and stayed by his side until dawn the next day, when Chen Xuewen finally regained consciousness. Seeing Chen Xuewen awake, everyone was finally at ease. Then Lai Ho Wang Jindong and Li Taizhu went back to the old square to continue business, while Wu Lihong stayed to take care of Chen Xuewen. 2 days later Chen Xuewen was discharged from the hospital. During those 2 days his house had also been tidied up. After leaving the hospital Lai Ho took him directly home. At the doorstep Chen Xuewen found Wu Lihong already standing there holding a large suitcase. He looked at the big suitcase and asked curiously, "Why bring such a big box?" Wu Lihong's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said softly, "I'm moving back in." Lai Ho immediately burst out laughing, and Wu Lihong glared at him. "What are you laughing at? Xuewen just got out of the hospital and needs good care. I can take better care of him here." Lai Ho quickly nodded and bowed. "You're right, Sister Hong. With you staying here we brothers can also enjoy good food. From now on we'll come back for lunch." As he spoke Lai Ho patted the motorcycle beside him. "We have motorcycles, so it's very convenient to come and go." That motorcycle was a gift from Zhou Jinghui. He had given one to each of the 5 people in Chen Xuewen's group. Also 50 machines and 4 air conditioners had all arrived. Now Chen Xuewen's shop was quite well equipped. After all, in this era many families didn't even have air conditioners, but Chen Xuewen's shop had too. In the bitter cold of winter turning on the air conditioners made the shop warm and cozy. This alone attracted many customers and business noticeably improved. Chen Xuewen looked at Wu Lihong, then at the motorcycle, and said, "Monkey, go tell Zhou Jinghui this afternoon that we're still short 1 motorcycle." Lai Ho scratched his head, "But we're not short. We have 5 people and 5 motorcycles." Chen Xuewen said, "There are 6 of us. Tell him to buy a women's model for Wu Lihong, a nice-looking one." A scooter got it. Lai Ho caught on, and immediately grinned. Right, Sister Hong needs one too." Wu Lihong was delighted but waved her hand. "Actually, I don't need." Lai Ho quickly said, "Sister Hong, don't be polite. Boss Zhou is paying, so we shouldn't save him money. How about you go have a look now, pick whichever you like, and I'll tell Zhou Jinghui this afternoon. Oh, and pick the most expensive one. We can't let Zhou Jinghui off easy." Wu Lihong hearing this nodded with a joyful face. "That's fine." After settling Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho and the others hurried back to the arcade, as business was still pretty good. Wu Lihong carefully brewed a pot of tea for Chen Xuewen, had him sit and drink, then busied herself tidying up the entire house. Chen Xuewen watched the busy Wu Lihong and finally couldn't help asking, Are you really moving back?" Wu Lihong glanced at him. "What? Not welcome?" Chen Xuewen sighed. "I've never not welcomed you. It's just that being with me is too dangerous." Wu Lihong looked at Chen Xuewen calmly and said, "Chen Xuewen, since I chose to follow you, I've already prepared myself mentally. I won't fear any danger. And remember, I'm by your side to help you as much as I can, not to be a burden. So if something like this happens again, you must prioritize your own safety instead of being so foolish, you understand?" Chen Xuewen looked at the woman before him. Her words stirred a nameless ache in his heart. Wu Lihong finished tidying up the house, then asked him to accompany her to pick out a motorcycle. In that era, most motorcycles were the large frame type. Large frame motorcycles were cheaper, more powerful, and could carry many things, making them ideal for home use. That's why they were everywhere on the streets. Women's scooters were relatively rare. They were more expensive and had less carrying capacity, so they weren't suitable for family use. Unless the family was well off, few people bought such scooters. Chen Xuewen took Wu Lihong to pick the most expensive one, a Weiyang Honda with a trunk at the back. Wu Lihong took it for a spin, her smile blooming like a flower. Seeing her delight, Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction and turned to the boss. "How much is this?" The boss mainly sold large-frame motorcycles and could barely sell a few scooters a month. Overjoyed that Chen Xuewen wanted to buy one outright, he quickly smiled ingratiatingly. 13,000. "Brother, if you're serious, I can give you a discount." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "No discount needed." The boss was stunned. He had never seen a customer like this. Chen Xuewen leaned closer to the boss. 13,000 is a bit cheap. "Boss, do you have anything more expensive?" The boss was taken aback, then quickly grinned. "Bro, you're buying for your unit, right?" I understand. He leaned in too. "Brother, this scooter is tagged at 15,000. I'll give it to you for 11,500, and I'll give you the remaining 3,500 in cash." Chen Xuewen glanced at the boss and smiled. "Only 15,000. The boss perked up. Had he met a big spender? "Brother, the tag price really is 15,000. Can't change that. But I can add some accessories, and you can purchase some services like lifetime maintenance and lifetime care," the boss said excitedly. After some negotiation, the motorcycle was settled at 30,000. Of course, Chen Xuewen took a 10,000 kickback. The boss was all smiles. The extra money was basically pure profit. He rubbed his hands and asked Chen Xuewen, "Brother, which unit should I put on the invoice?" Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "No invoice needed. I'll make a call and have someone bring the money." He stepped out of the shop and called Zhou Jinghui. "Brother, we did monkey tell you about the motorcycle?" Zhou Jinghui's voice was clearly displeased. "He told me. Chen Xuewen, you really fleece people." Chen Xuewen immediately laughed. "Brother, we don't say that. We're brothers. It's a small matter, and you agreed back then. Viper Haowen and Uncle Quan were all there. You wouldn't go back on your word over a motorcycle, would you?" Zhou Jinghui took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth. "Cut the crap. Just tell me how much." Chen Xuewen chuckled. 30,000. There was a crash on Zhou Jinghui's end, followed by his near roar. "How much?" 30,000. "You bastard, what kind of wheels did you buy it?" Zhou Jinghui eventually had Xiao Ma bring over 30,000 yuan to settle the bill. When Xiaoma arrived, he even brought a camera specifically. Brother Hui instructed me to take a photo of the motorcycle. He's never seen a 30,000 yuan motorcycle before and wants to broaden his horizons. Xiaoma chatted as he photographed the motorcycle. Chen Xuewen couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. He counted out 20,000 yuan to the boss, then pocketed the remaining 10,000 without caring whether Xiaoma saw him or not. After finishing the photo, Xiaoma turned to Chen Xuewen and said, Chen Xuewen, brother Hui said this is the last one. From now on, even if you come up with some distant relatives, brother Hui won't get involved anymore. You're on your own. Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't need it. Xiaoma, tell brother Hui thanks for me. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoma stormed off in a huff. He had personally witnessed Chen Xuewen take a 10,000 yuan kickback, but there was nothing he could do about it. Honestly, ever since that night, when he saw Chen Xuewen devour a venomous snake alive, Xiaoma no longer dared to harbor any resentment against Chen Xuewen. Although Xiaoma had experienced many bloody battles, a ruthless man like Chen Xuewen was not someone he could provoke. Next, Wu Lihong rode the motorcycle carrying Chen Xuewen to the Old Square arcade. Both arcades were now open. Wang Zhendong managed one shop, while Lai Ho and Li Taizhu managed the other. As for Li Taizhu, he wasn't really minding the shop. He could be considered a free customer. He hogged a riding machine, dropped in hundreds of coins, and plowed through levels unstoppably, leaving the NPCs with no gaming experience whatsoever. Lai Ho was sitting at the door, basking in the sun, yawning with his mouth wide open. Hey, grandson. Wu Lihong revved the accelerator and charged toward him, startling Lai Ho into jumping up instantly. When he recognized who it was, Lai Ho burst into laughter. Why, you bought a motorcycle so quickly? TSK Tisk, it's really beautiful. Sister Hong, it really suits your temperament. Wu Lihong was beaming with pride. This motorcycle was truly beautiful. She had attracted quite a lot of attention riding it all the way here. Chen Xuewen walked into the arcade and found around 20 or 30 people seated inside. Business had improved quite a bit. However, these people were all playing the regular games outside. The slot machines inside were completely ignored. Lai Ho said, the slot machine players are mostly at Viper's place now. It's not easy to attract them over here. Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. No rush. We'll figure out a way to gradually lure them over. How's business these days? Lai Ho shrugged. Still not great, barely covering rent and utilities. Can't even afford to hire another employee. At that moment, Wu Lihong came over. Starting tomorrow, I'll work here. Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho were both taken aback. Aren't you going to work? Wu Lihong glanced at Chen Xuewen. My brother's surgery fees are all covered, so why should I keep working? Did you think I actually like drinking? Chen Xuewen nodded. Wu Lihong had been desperately earning money before to save her brother. Now that her brother's surgery fees were taken care of, it was fine for her to stay and help. Besides, Viper wouldn't be causing trouble recently, so there was no safety concern. Chen Xuewen strolled around the shop, when suddenly a quarrel broke out. He turned to see two customers arguing excitedly. Lai Ho was about to intervene, but Chen Xuewen stopped him. Let's listen first and see what's going on. Might be someone sent to stir up trouble. Don't be fooled. Chen Xuewen said in a low voice. Lai Ho immediately nodded. After all that had happened, he had become much more cautious. After listening carefully for a while, Chen Xuewen realized that these two weren't troublemakers, they were just angry over the outcome of a fighting game. The two were playing a game called King of Fighters 97. One of them chose the game's final boss, Orochi, and kept spamming projectiles, making it impossible for the other to get through, resulting in a terrible gaming experience. So the other person angrily accused him of cheating, and they started arguing. Hearing this, Chen Xuewen's mind suddenly stirred. He walked over and smiled. Brothers, why quarrel over such a small matter? I see you both are quite skilled. How about this, you pick the same characters and have a match. Best of 5 rounds winner gets 100 yuan from me as a prize. What do you think? Hearing this, both their eyes lit up. 100 yuan was no small amount. They exchanged glances, each feeling a bit unconvinced by the other, and immediately agreed to Chen Xuewen's proposal. Chen Xuewen took out a 100 yuan bill and slapped it on the table. Alright, you two discuss which characters to pick. No Orochi, it's boring to watch. The two discussed, and finally decided on their characters, then played a match. As a result, one of the young men was clearly stronger, winning 3 out of 4 rounds, and directly taking the 100 yuan. At the same time, he glanced scornfully at the other. With that little skill you dare play against me, eh? The other immediately retorted, kid, don't get cocky. Just wait, I'll call my master. The other man immediately ran out, and soon returned with 3 or 4 people. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen immediately gave Lai Ho a meaningful look. Lai Ho summoned Li Taizhu to act as a deterrent, preventing any potential conflict. Fortunately, they were mainly there to play games. The reinforcements the man called for played another match against the earlier young man. As a result, the young man lost badly. But the young man was also unconvinced, and went out to call his own people. Within less than an hour, Chen Xuewen's arcade was packed with nearly 100 people. Earlier they had been fighting for the 100 yuan, but now it was entirely for pride and honor. There were a few competitors, but most were there to watch. It was said that those competing here were among the top players in Pingqing's gaming circle, naturally attracting many gaming enthusiasts to watch. In just one morning, Chen Xuewen's arcade was packed with customers. Meanwhile, Viper's arcade had noticeably fewer people, all drawn away from there. Even those who came just to watch would buy a few game tokens to get a quick fix. So by the end of the morning, they had sold over 500 yuan worth of tokens alone. Lai Ho was dumbfounded. Holy crap, this half-morning's revenue is more than the total of the past few days. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly, already formulating an idea to make the arcade's name known. He pulled Lai Ho aside and whispered, "There will probably be many experts coming to spar this afternoon. Keep an eye out and get the contact information of those skilled players." Lai Ho asked curiously, "What for?" Chen Xuewen replied, "I plan to hold a fighting game tournament here. I want every gamer in Pingxing to know about Chen Xuewen's arcade. I want to make our brother arcade famous throughout Pingxing." After a busy day at the arcade, Chen Xuewen returned home with Lai Ho and the others in the evening. Wu Lihong had already prepared dinner. Lai Ho looked at the spotlessly clean room and couldn't help but remark, having a woman in the house really makes a difference. Then he turned to Wu Lihong and grinned. "Sister Hong, last time you mentioned you have some girlfriends. Do you think you could arrange a time to bring them out so we can all meet?" Wu Lihong shot him a glance. "What are you thinking?" Lai Ho chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing much, just making friends. You know how it is in this world. The more friends you have, the more paths open up." Wu Lihong rolled her eyes. "Give me a break. You think I don't know what you're up to?" Lai Ho scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Wu Lihong said, "Alright, I'll invite them out for a meal sometime when we're free. But let me be straight with you first. I can help create opportunities, but whether you can seize them is up to you." Lai Ho immediately nodded. "Thank you, Sister Hong, thank you." Chen Xuewen was going through the list Lai Ho had written for him, compiled that afternoon through special investigation documenting the fighting game masters in Pingxing. "Is this all?" Chen Xuewen asked. "There should be more," Lai Ho replied. "I've also enlisted a few people to help investigate. We'll have everything figured out within 3 days." Chen Xuewen nodded with satisfaction. "This is crucial, Lai Ho. We need to get this right. For this tournament, we must make a splash." He turned to Wang Zhendong. "Dongzi, your task is to find people who can make trophies. I want to make several trophies." Wang Zhendong was taken aback. "Brother, when we're making trophies, that's a bit excessive, isn't it?" Lai Ho was equally surprised. "Brother, when do we really need to go this big? Trophies aren't cheap to make. It's just a grand tournament. Do we really need to invest this much?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "The trophy investment is nothing. I'm also putting up 20,000 yuan as prize money." At this, even Wu Lihong, who had been busy in the kitchen, rushed out. "Wenzi, are you crazy? 20,000 yuan. Even if our shop is packed every day, how long would it take to earn that?" Lai Ho counted on his fingers. "Yeah, brother, when this doesn't make sense at all. Think about it, our two arcades have a combined total of only 140 to 150 machines. Even if every machine is occupied, how many game coins can we sell in a day? With this approach, even if we attract customers, the losses would outweigh the gains." Chen Xuewen smiled. "Don't worry about that. I have my plans. I've calculated the prize money. 20,000 yuan is necessary. Moreover, I've decided to hold this kind of tournament every month from now on." This brought gasps from all three. Lai Ho exclaimed urgently, "Brother, when this won't work. Even with good business at both shops, our monthly income is probably less than 20,000 yuan. If you hold one every month, won't we end up losing money?" Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. "Don't worry about that. If I've made this decision, I must have my reasons. If you're my brothers, help me get this done right." The three exchanged glances and finally said nothing more. After everything they'd been through, they already knew that Chen Xuewen always thought carefully before acting. Since Chen Xuewen had this plan, there must be a reason. After Wu Lihong finished preparing dinner, Lai Ho and the others ate, and then returned to the arcade. This way they could operate for a while in the evening, and they also happened to stay at the arcade at night. Chen Xuewen entered the inner room and sat on the bed reading. Wu Lihong cleared the dishes and went to the bathroom to shower. Hearing the sound of running water, Chen Xuewen felt an inexplicable restlessness stir within him. After all, he was a boy in his teens. Having a pretty girl with a nice figure showering next door naturally made his mind wander. However, Chen Xuewen ultimately suppressed those restless thoughts. He turned off the light, undressed, and lay in bed hoping to rest early to calm his agitated mind. But not long after he lay down, the door suddenly opened and a slender figure appeared in the doorway. Wu Lihong had just finished showering and was wearing an oversized sleep shirt. Moonlight from the window illuminated her sleep shirt, revealing the graceful curves of Wu Lihong's figure. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen could only feel his breathing quicken. He gripped the blanket, nervously, momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Lihong naturally closed the door, walked to the bedside, then removed her sleep shirt and slipped under the covers. In that moment, Chen Xuewen felt his entire body go rigid. The warmth and fragrance beside him made his breath nearly stop. This was an experience he had never known before. Wu Lihong faced away from him, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm so cold. Can you hold me?" Chen Xuewen hesitated, wanting to reach out, but afraid to. Wu Lihong noticed his hesitation and actually leaned closer to him. Chen Xuewen felt as though his entire blood supply was boiling. He tried his best to lean back to avoid any physical contact with Wu Lihong. But the bed was only so big. How could he avoid her? Chen Xuewen could barely hold back his voice, trembling. Don't come so close, I'm afraid." Feeling Chen Xuewen's rigid body, Wu Lihong couldn't help but smile softly. "What are you afraid of?" Chen Xuewen's body trembled slightly. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Wu Lihong turned over to face him, her voice soft. "I'm not afraid." Those 3 words broke through his last defense. He pulled Wu Lihong into his arms. She nestled against him, her eyes slightly reddened, her heart overflowing with sweetness. That night, Chen Xuewen finally transitioned from a boy into a true man. After a night of tossing and turning, Chen Xuewen didn't wake until past 10 the next morning. Rising from bed, he found that Wu Lihong had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. Seeing Chen Xuewen emerge, Wu Lihong acted as if nothing had happened, calling out, "Come eat quickly, it's almost cold." Chen Xuewen walked to the table, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. "Last night." Wu Lihong directly interrupted him. "Don't go blabbing about last night outside. We each got what we needed. No one owes anyone anything." Chen Xuewen was stunned. Wu Lihong's sudden change in attitude left him utterly bewildered. But seeing her cold demeanor, Chen Xuewen ultimately said nothing more. After finishing breakfast, he mounted his motorcycle and headed straight to the arcade. Wu Lihong stood inside the house watching Chen Xuewen leave. The coldness on her face instantly vanished and tears silently streamed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't love you, but I'm just a worthless piece of trash that everyone has used. I'm not good enough for you. You deserve someone better." Wu Lihong murmured, her expression full of self-abasement. Yet all of this Chen Xuewen could not see. After a long while, Wu Lihong took a deep breath and pulled herself together. "No matter what, as long as I can be by your side, I'll be content." Humming a cheerful tune, she resumed cleaning. Over the next 3 days, Chen Xuewen took out 1,000 yuan and had Lai Ho find a few people to compile a citywide list of top fighting game players. During these 3 days, the brothers' arcade occasionally saw skilled players come for matches, so business was decent. But these people were all there for the video games. Hardly anyone played the slot machines. Hence, the daily income of the brothers' arcade remained modest. Compared to the Electronic Dynasty's daily earnings of tens of thousands, the brothers' arcade's few hundred a day was merely small time, hardly worth mentioning. After deducting rent and utilities, there was little left. Lai Ho and the others were quite worried. Only Chen Xuewen remained composed, utterly unconcerned about the business, his mind set solely on the fighting tournament. Over these 3 days, the relationship between Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong remained the same. At night, Wu Lihong would come to Chen Xuewen's room. But by day, they reverted to being friends, leaving Chen Xuewen quite speechless. He simply couldn't figure out what kind of relationship existed between him and Wu Lihong. Lovers. Friends. 3 days later, the citywide list of top players was compiled. Chen Xuewen took out a list and handed it to Lai Ho, instructing him to notify the players on it to come for the competition. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen also revealed the specific prizes. This fighting tournament featured 2 main categories, the most popular ones King of Fighters and Street Fighter. Chen Xuewen put up 20,000 yuan and had 6 trophies made allocated to these 2 games. The first place winner would receive the champion trophy and a prize of 5,000 yuan. The second place winner would get the runner-up trophy and a prize of 2,000 yuan. The third place winner would get the third place trophy and a prize of 500 yuan. The remaining money would be distributed among the top 4, top 8, and top 16, with each receiving a prize. The amounts were modest, but the first place prize was truly enticing. 5,000 yuan, enough to buy a motorcycle. So when Chen Xuewen announced the tournament, it immediately caused a stir among the city's arcade enthusiasts. Especially those skilled at fighting games were thrilled beyond measure. After all, such a competition not only allowed them to showcase their skills and gain fame, but also offered substantial monetary rewards. Who wouldn't be excited? Thus, for a time, arcade enthusiasts across the city were all talking about it. The day after the announcement, the moment the brothers' arcade opened, it welcomed its first wave of customer rush. At the store entrance, there were 30 to 40 people waiting, apparently having been there since before opening. Lai Ho looked astonished. Previously, only a few people would show up an hour after opening. Now, just as the doors opened, dozens were already waiting. As soon as they saw Lai Ho unlocking the door, they crowded around, bombarding him with questions. "Boss, is it true you're holding a fighting tournament here? First prize 5,000. You're kidding, right? Is this false advertising? Can you really come up with that much prize money?" Lai Ho finally understood what was going on and quickly said, "Everyone listen to me. The tournament is real and the prize money is real. Look, we've already made the trophies. Our boss has put up 20,000 yuan as the prize pool. You can rest assured about the money." After Lai Ho's explanation, everyone finally believed. Of course, this only made them more excited. These were all the top fighting game players in Pingqing, so they naturally cared deeply about the prize money. Thus, right after Lai Ho finished explaining, they didn't hesitate to buy game tokens and started playing immediately. As they put it, this was to familiarize themselves with the machines. After all, the joystick was all about feel. On an unfamiliar machine, even a 10% skill level could only be exerted at 70%. This was quite common. To win the tournament, one had to adapt to the machines in advance. By 10 in the morning, when Chen Xuewen arrived at the arcade, it was already packed. Several gaming machines in particular were surrounded by layers of people. Inside, a few fighting experts were competing, and the onlookers, all gaming enthusiasts, were watching the matches. Chen Xuewen walked over to Lai Ho, quite a crowd. "How's the morning been?" Lai Ho, upon seeing Chen Xuewen, grinned from ear to ear. "Brother, when you're here. How do you know how much we've sold this morning?" "Haha, it's only 10, and we've already made 4 to 500. I reckon today's revenue could hit 2,000. He then calculated 2,000 minus rent, utilities, and labor costs. We can make about 1,600. If things keep going like this, even without the slot machines, we can still rake in a decent amount. Chen Xuewen shook his head. Arcades won't make much. Even if we earn 2,000 a day, that's only 60,000 a month. And we have to set aside a portion to grease the wheels. But Poison Snake's place at its peak makes 60,000 in a single day? Can you compare? Liho scratched his head. Brother, when we're already doing pretty well, how can we compare to Poison Snake? Chen Xuewen shook his head. Since we're in this business, we have to aim big and grow strong. My target isn't Poison Snake. What I want to achieve isn't just making 60,000 a day. Liho was stunned. Was Chen Xuewen's ambition really that vast? At that moment, Chen Xuewen had already walked over to the machines surrounded by the most people. He said with a smile, I assume you're all planning to join the competition. Our tournament will be held in half a month. During this time, to provide everyone with a better practice space, I've decided that every day the store will offer 10 free spots. All expenses for the day are completely waived. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Who wouldn't want a free day of play? Besides, everyone wanted to practice for the tournament, and buying game tokens every day was costly. Free play would certainly be a welcome bonus. Someone asked excitedly, Boss, how do we get the free pass? Chen Xuewen patted the machines beside him. Compete right here. Take turns playing. The ranking is based on the number of tokens won. The top 10 each day get free admission the next day. The crowd cheered again, and people immediately rushed to buy tokens to join the competition. Some even dashed off to make phone calls summoning the skilled players they knew. On that very first day, Chen Xuewen's arcade business exploded into a roaring success. Electronic Dynasty. Dushi, with his arm around a voluptuous woman, swaggered into his arcade. However, the moment he stepped inside, he was taken aback. Because the arcade, usually bustling with activity, was now eerily deserted with barely anyone around. He knew that at this hour on normal days his shop would be packed with 60 or 70 customers. But now scattered throughout the room were only 7 or 8 people. A stark contrast. He hurried into his office and summoned Ding-san. What's going on? Why has business been so terrible? Dushi asked indignantly. Ding-san recounted what was happening with Chen Xuewen, including news about Chen Xuewen's upcoming fighting tournament. Upon hearing this, Dushi was stunned. A fighting tournament? What is Chen Xuewen up to? Ding-san smiled. This is Chen Xuewen's scheme, using the guise of a fighting tournament to draw customers to his place. All our regulars heard about the fighting tournament and have basically all gone to his place. Dushi frowned deeply, his voice heavy. That bastard, his tactics are truly dirty. To actually pull off something like this, poaching our customers. How shameless. Ding-san, figure out a way to bring them back. Ding-san replied, I've already thought about this. We could hold our own fighting tournament to lure the customers back. With Electronic Dynasty's reputation, if we hold a fighting tournament, it would definitely be more appealing than his. Dushi's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. All right, let's do as you say. Ding-san scratched his head. It's just about the funding. Dushi, how much is needed? Ding-san, about 40 or 50,000. Dushi's eyes widened in shock. What? 40 or 50,000? How much does it cost to run this damn fighting tournament? Ding-san explained that Chen Xuewen had reportedly invested nearly 30,000 for his tournament. To outdo him and draw more customers, we'd need to spend even more. Around 40 or 50,000 should be enough to overshadow his efforts. The woman beside Dushi spat. Ding-san, have you lost your mind? Is it worth spending 40 or 50,000 on this? Ding-san's expression darkened with anger, but he dared not retaliate. Instead, he lowered his voice. Brother Shi, the priority is bringing our customers back. I think it's absolutely worth it. The woman sneered. Ding-san, do you even know how to calculate? That bastard Chen Xuewen is running this tournament to lure away the poor gamblers who only play arcade games outside. How much do these penniless customers actually spend at our shop each month? The woman counted on her fingers. We're barely making 30 to 40,000 from them monthly. Now you're talking about spending 40 or 50,000 on a fighting tournament. Even if we get these broke gamblers back, what's the point? We'd still be losing money. She turned to Dushi. Brother Shi, our main revenue doesn't come from these poor gamblers, but from the high rollers playing slot machines upstairs and gambling in the underground casino below. Chen Xuewen's schemes can lure away those penniless customers, but he can't touch our wealthy patrons. I don't think we need to go to such lengths for these broke gamblers. Dushi nodded slowly. That makes sense. No matter how hard Chen tries, he'll only ever make a living wage at most. As long as my slot machine customers keep coming, I'll earn in a single day what he makes in a month. What chance does he have against me? Ding-san's face fell as he tried to argue Brother Shi. But Dushi waved him off. Enough. It's settled. Fewer customers is fine. It's quieter this way. I get annoyed just looking at these broke gamblers who only know how to play arcade games. If Chen wants to cater to them, let him do it. I'm not bothering with them. Ding-san sighed and said nothing more, rising from his seat to leave the office. Stepping out of the room, he sighed again, his expression gradually darkening. This boy is unworthy of counsel. He muttered a curse under his breath and turned to leave. 5 days passed, and Li Eryong gradually regained the ability to walk without crutches. That evening, Chen Xuewen arranged a celebration dinner at a secluded hotel, gathering his brothers to mark the occasion. Over these past few days, business at Chen Xuewen's 2 arcades had been thriving, with daily sales figures remaining consistently strong. It could be said that Chen Xuewen's 2 arcades had become well known throughout Pingxing, with nearly everyone who enjoyed arcade games familiar with his establishment. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong both wore expressions of pure joy, having experienced the satisfaction of being pursued and flattered by customers over these past days. In the past, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were nothing more than petty thieves and disreputable ruffians who had never been respected by anyone. As for Li Tiezhu, he had spent his life doing manual labor, earning so little each month that it barely covered his own food, leaving him perpetually half-starved. Now, following Chen Xuewen, they enjoyed good food and comfortable lodging, and their social standing had improved as well, naturally filling them with both admiration and gratitude toward him. Lai Ho gnawed on a chicken leg while excitedly declaring, "Brother, when if this momentum continues, each of our 2 shops could net 50,000 monthly. After deducting the 30,000 spent on the tournament, we'd still have 20,000 left over. Haha, even without slot machine players, our shop is still quite profitable." Wang Zhendong nodded repeatedly. Earning 20,000 from 2 shops in 2003 was indeed a substantial sum. After all, in Pingqing, a teacher's monthly salary was only around 1,000, while ordinary workers made 800. Li Eryong, however, wore a worried expression. "Brother, when Electronic Dynasty hasn't had many customers lately, do you think Dushi might copy our approach and organize a similar tournament?" Upon hearing this, both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong's expressions changed, and they turned to Chen Xuewen with anxious anticipation. This was precisely their greatest concern. If Dushi organized the same tournament, their establishment would undoubtedly lose out to Electronic Dynasty. All their customers would be drawn away, and their recently thriving business would be ruined. Chen Xuewen shook his head calmly. "Dushi won't organize it." Lai Ho was surprised. "Brother, when are you so certain?" Chen Xuewen replied firmly. "I'm very certain." Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Eryong all looked bewildered. Wasn't Chen Xuewen being overly confident? Noticing their confusion, Chen Xuewen smiled. "Do you remember when you asked me earlier why I offered a 20,000 yuan prize?" Everyone immediately nodded. Chen Xuewen explained. "I told you then that it had to be exactly 20,000. I calculated this number carefully." Lai Ho and the others exchanged glances, puzzled. "Is there some special significance to this number?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "The 20,000 prize plus trophies, advertising, and various expenses comes to roughly 30,000. I'm spending 30,000 on the tournament. If Dushi wants to compete, given Electronic Dynasty's larger scale, he'll have to spend at least as much as I do. Otherwise, what face would he have left when word gets out?" Everyone nodded. That was undeniable. Chen Xuewen continued. "So if I spend 30,000, she would need to spend at least 40, even 50,000. But how much does Dushi's operation actually earn from the gaming machines each month? I estimate 40,000 is his maximum. Under these circumstances, given Dushi's nature, would he really spend that kind of money on a tournament just to compete for customers?" Hearing this, Lai Ho and the others suddenly understood, their faces filled with astonishment. "Wow, brother, when so that's why you set the prize at 20,000. There was such deep strategy behind it. Brother, when I'm truly impressed by you." Lai Ho said sincerely. Wang Zhendong and the others were equally astonished. Chen Xuewen's meticulousness was indeed remarkable. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "This is only the beginning. The real show is yet to come." As he spoke, he produced a card and handed it to Li Eryong. "Eryong, tomorrow you'll set off to handle the matter I assigned you. With the Lunar New Year just 2 months away, that's when slot machine business peaks. I want to win over all of Dushi's slot machine customers before then." Chen Xuewen's words left Lai Ho and the others utterly astonished. Hosting a grand competition could indeed steal customers away from those playing video games. However, this had absolutely nothing to do with the slot machine players. How could Chen Xuewen possibly steal customers from slot machines? How could he achieve that? Lai Ho asked in bewilderment. "Brother, when how do you plan to steal those slot machine customers?" Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and shook his head. "You'd better not know about this. It's not that I don't trust you, but the fewer people involved in this matter, the better." Lai Ho and the others exchanged glances, utterly confused, wondering what Chen Xuewen was really up to. Li Eryong, however, remained calm, as if he had known all along. He took the card and whispered, "Brother, when rest assured I'll get it done." Chen Xuewen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Eryong, I trust you. But I repeat, don't show your face, understand? I've put 600,000 in this card. 100,000 is for your operational expenses, and the remaining 500,000 is for the job. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more. Better to spend more than to get exposed. You must understand that this matter concerns not only our income, but also our very survival." Li Eryong nodded vigorously. "I understand." Chen Xuewen shook his hand. Li Eryong took the card and slipped out through the back door, boarding the train to the provincial capital that very night. Next, Chen Xuewen assigned a new task to Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong to investigate the matters concerning Viper and Zhou Jinghui's trusted associates. Lai Ho lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, when are you planning to make a move against them?" Chen Xuewen smiled and shook his head. "It's not that I want to move against them, but I need to prepare for the worst. Take Zhou Jinghui, for instance. I've taken 2 of his game arcades, $1 million in cash, and extorted so much from him. He'll never let me off. So he'll have to be dealt with sooner or later. We need to be ready in advance." Saying this, Chen Xuewen picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and continued, "As for Viper, I reckon we'll have to settle things this year. Either he won't see the new year, or I'll only live to be 19. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn. They knew that Chen Xuewen was determined to make a final break with Viper. Yet they felt a pang of unease. Could Chen Xuewen, with his current strength, truly defeat Viper? After dinner, Lai Ho checked the time and said, "Brother, when we're almost done, shall we go?" Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "Wait. There's still something to take care of." Lai Ho and the others were puzzled. Did Chen Xuewen have another arrangement? Still they didn't ask, knowing he always had his own reasons. After about half an hour, Chen Xuewen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and immediately stood up. "Let's go downstairs." Lai Ho and the others quickly followed. As soon as they reached the first floor, they heard a man's angry shouts from a distance. "Damn it, you bitch, how dare you hit me? Don't you take a look at yourself? What kind of trash are you? I've been too nice to you. I'll kill you." They hurriedly looked over and saw a stout man grabbing a woman by the hair and cursing. And that woman was none other than Wu Lihong. Seeing this, Lai Ho and the others could no longer hold back. "Damn it, he hit Sister Hong, get him." Lai Ho roared, grabbed a chair from nearby, and charged forward, smashing it directly onto the man. The man let out a piercing scream, but several of his subordinates nearby immediately rushed over. Meanwhile, Li Taiju had already put down his phone and charged in, subduing two men in a single encounter. Wang Zhendong, now much more agile, grabbed a bottle and started fighting with another man. The man's side had only 3 people, and they were quickly at a disadvantage. Lai Ho seized the opportunity, pinned the man to the ground, and kicked him repeatedly, causing him to scream in agony. "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Don't you want to live?" The man struggled and roared in fury. Lai Ho spat on the ground. "I don't give a damn who you are. No one hit Sister Hong." The man howled in pain and shouted, "Listen up, you bastard. My name is Li Yedong. I own the Donghao Entertainment City. Do you believe I can make a call and have hundreds of people come to kill you?" Lai Ho froze. Li Yedong was a notable figure in Pingxing. Though not as powerful as Zhou Jinghui, he was still a local big shot. Such a person was not someone Lai Ho could afford to provoke. Seeing Lai Ho hesitate, Li Yedong scrambled to his feet, pointed at him, and cursed, "You bunch of punks, just wait. If I don't kill you all today, then my name isn't Li Yedong." At that moment, Chen Xuewen walked over. He casually grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it directly onto Li Yedong's head. One blow, and Li Yedong's head was split open, blood streaming down. Li Yedong was stunned. He hadn't expected that even after revealing his name, the other party would strike so ruthlessly. Chen Xuewen tossed the broken bottle aside, casually clapped his hands, and looked at Li Yedong. "You're Li Yedong, right? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Call your people right here. Let me see how you plan to kill us." Li Yedong clutched his head, face pale, and pointed at Chen Xuewen, roaring, "Kid, you've got guts. I don't need to call anyone. I've got a whole room of brothers upstairs. Dare to come up with me." Chen Xuewen sneered, "Is that so? Fine, take me to meet your brothers." With that, he grabbed Li Yedong by the ear, "Lead the way." Lai Ho and the others exchanged glances. Was Chen Xuewen too bold? Li Yedong's ear was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and led Chen Xuewen to the innermost private room. The room was spacious. When they pushed open the door, there were over a dozen people inside. Seeing them, Li Yedong immediately shouted, "Brothers, someone's causing trouble. Get him." The men inside stood up, grabbing bottles and chairs, cursing, "Who the hell are you? Coming here to cause trouble? You tired of living? A brat who hasn't even grown hair daring to stir up trouble here, get him. Damn it, you touched Brother Dong, get on your knees." They yelled and were about to charge. Lai Ho and the others turned pale. There were so many people inside and only 4 of them without any preparation. How could they fight? At that moment, Chen Xuewen remained completely calm. He kicked Li Yedong, sending him sprawling onto the table, then pulled out a boning knife from his waist and stabbed it into the table a hair's breadth from Li Yedong's neck, making him tremble in fear. Chen Xuewen's eyes flashed with menace as he swept his gaze over the eager crowd and said coldly, "Listen up, all of you. My name is Chen Xuewen." The moment the name Chen Xuewen was uttered, everyone in the room changed color and quietly put down their weapons. If anyone could claim the greatest fame in Pingxing recently, it was undoubtedly Chen Xuewen. After that confrontation with Venomous Snake at Qinji Grand Hotel, his reputation had already spread far and wide across the city. Now everyone in the underworld of Pingxing knew that a reckless madman had emerged, one who had even made Venomous Snake suffer a loss. Thus people regarded Chen Xuewen with profound fear and respect. The men inside the room, though numerous, were nothing but bullies who relied on borrowed power. They could bully others by numbers on ordinary days, but when faced with a true ruthless figure, they turned more cowardly than anyone. The mere mention of Chen Xuewen's name sent them into a panic. Some of the more timid ones even began to tremble with fear. After all, a man's reputation casts a long shadow. With Chen Xuewen's name now so prominent in Pingxing, who could remain unafraid? Even Li Yedong, who had been cursing and swearing just moments ago, instantly fell silent. His voice quivered as he asked, Your brother when?" Chen Xuewen ignored him. Instead, he weighed the boning knife in his hand and turned his gaze to a young man nearby who was still clutching a liquor bottle. Chen Xuewen walked up to him, looked him up and down, then eyed the bottle in his hand. "What, you planning to smash me with that bottle? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Come on, I'm standing right here. Go ahead, try to hit me." With that, Chen Xuewen thrust his head forward, signaling the young man to make his move. The young man hesitated, but in the end didn't dare to act. How could he touch such a ferocious man? Chen Xuewen raised his head and spat. "Damn it, I'm standing right in front of you, and you still don't dare to strike. With that kind of cowardice, what the hell are you doing out here? You don't dare hit me, but I sure dare hit you." As he spoke, Chen Xuewen grabbed a nearby liquor bottle and smashed it directly onto the young man's head. The young man screamed in agony, blood streaming down his face. Without even a glance at him, Chen Xuewen turned to the crowd and bellowed, "None of your business. All of you get the hell over there and sit down." None of them dared to utter a word. They obediently sat down. Chen Xuewen spat contemptuously and looked at Li Yedong. "These are your so-called brothers. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on, I'm sitting right here. Go ahead, make your move." Li Yedong trembled with fear, his face crumpling, as he said, "Brother, when I really didn't know it was you. I'm truly sorry. Please be magnanimous and let me off this once." Chen Xuewen paid him no heed, instead turning to Wu Lihong. "Lihong, what happened?" Wu Lihong sobbed. I just came in and he started harassing me, touching me all over. I resisted and he hit me." Upon hearing this, Lai Ho and the others were furious, pointing at Li Yedong and cursing him. Chen Xuewen walked over to Li Yedong with the boning knife, his voice cold. "You dare to harass my friend?" Li Yedong's voice was choked with tears. "Brother, when I really didn't know she was your friend. I was just greeting her, nothing else." Chen Xuewen said, "Greeting? By touching a girl with your hands?" Li Yedong stammered. I didn't mean it that way, it's just, she used to work as a hostess in my venue." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen grabbed a bottle and smashed it over his head. "Who are you calling a hostess?" Chen Xuewen roared in fury. Li Yedong, both in pain and fear, quickly pleaded, "Brother, when I misspoke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way." Chen Xuewen gripped the boning knife tightly, his voice icy. "You bully my friend and call her a hostess. Li Yedong, tell me, do you think I should let you off today?" Li Yedong was on the verge of tears. "Brother, when I truly know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once." Chen Xuewen stood up, placed his foot on Li Yedong's head, and said coldly, "You want to live? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Give Lihong 500,000 and this matter is settled. How about it?" Li Yedong's facial muscles twitched as he stammered, "500,000. Brother, when that's too much. I don't have that kind of money." Chen Xuewen said, "No money? Then I'll help you save some." With that, Chen Xuewen suddenly grabbed Li Yedong's right hand. The boning knife came down swiftly, severing one of his fingers. Li Yedong let out a miserable scream, clutching his hand as he staggered back, blood spurting everywhere. Everyone around was stunned. This was their first time witnessing Chen Xuewen's madness firsthand. Chen Xuewen said coldly, "That finger, I'll count it as 100,000. Now you only need to pay 400,000. Of course, if you can't come up with 400,000, I'll cut off another finger. That'll cover another 100,000. If you don't want to pay a single cent, that's fine too. I'll chop off all 5 of your fingers. Want to give it a try?" Li Yedong dared not argue further, repeatedly saying, I'll pay. Brother, when I'll pay, please don't cut anymore." Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction and said coldly, 400,000 delivered to my shop tomorrow. If I don't see the money by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'll come looking for you myself. And when I do, it won't be just about the money anymore." With that, Chen Xuewen tossed Li Yedong's severed finger onto the table, glanced at the others, and said, "All right, you all can continue eating." He led Wu Lihong, Lai Ho, and the others out of the place with a swagger. The room was in complete disarray. Everyone exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a long while, 2 men finally went over to help Li Yedong up. One of them whispered, "Brother Dong, what do we do now? Maybe we should call the police." Li Yedong shot him a glare. "Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you know who Chen Xuewen is? He's a madman who dared to stand up to venomous snake. Call the police. Tonight's incident is at most a charge of assault. How long can he get locked up? 6 months at most. Once he gets out in half a year, do you think we brothers will still be alive?" Everyone present turned pale with fear. Indeed, tonight's affair wasn't serious. It might only result in a few days' detention. But once Chen Xuewen was released and came after them for revenge, they would be finished. Li Yedong's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Take 400,000 from the account tomorrow and deliver it to Chen Xuewen." A subordinate exclaimed, "From the account? That's the company's money. If boss who checks the accounts?" Li Yedong spat, "Tch, that old turtle, do you think I'm afraid of him? His wife's little lover has been with other men, and he didn't dare say a word. If he asks, I'll just say the money went to Chen Xuewen. I don't believe he'd dare to go provoke Chen Xuewen." Hearing this, the others burst into laughter. After Chen Xuewen and his men dealt with Li Yedong, they headed straight home. On the way, Lai Ho asked worriedly, "Brother, when isn't tonight's incident a bit too much? What if he calls the police?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "He doesn't have the guts." Lai Ho scratched his head. "How do you know?" Chen Xuewen glanced at him and smiled. "Lihong works at his shop and knows him well. This guy is nothing but a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He only gained some reputation by sucking up to Boss Hu and securing the management rights of that entertainment city. But he himself has no real skills. The bunch of lackeys he leads are just sycophantic fair-weather friends, utterly useless. Otherwise, why would they all sit down just because I said one word tonight?" Lai Ho suddenly realized. "No wonder you dared to walk into their private room. You knew once they heard your name, they wouldn't dare to make a move." Chen Xuewen nodded with a faint smile. Wang Zhendong spat. "Damn it, this coward has quite the nerve. How dare he harass Sister Hong? He deserves to die." Wu Lihong laughed. "He didn't harass me." Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were stunned. Wu Lihong covered her mouth and giggled. "Actually, I deliberately bumped into him and then accused him of trying to grope me. When I used to work at his shop, I was terrified of him. He thought I was an easy target and would hit me. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged bewildered glances. So, this whole thing was started by you? Lai Ho asked in astonishment. Wu Lihong glanced at Chen Xuewen. To be precise, Wenzi told me to do it. Both turned to Chen Xuewen in surprise. His expression remained calm. Li Yedong works for Boss Hu. In my plan to deal with Poison Snake, there's a crucial step that requires Boss Hu's help. So I needed to find a way to contact Boss Hu without arousing Poison Snake's suspicion. This incident with Li Yedong was meant to show Boss Hu that I exist. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong gasped. Chen Xuewen's scheme was far-reaching. Lai Ho took a deep breath. So you chose to eat there tonight deliberately to provoke Li Yedong. Chen Xuewen nodded with a faint smile. Otherwise, why would I drag you all to such a distant place for dinner? Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged glances. Chen Xuewen truly planned every step meticulously. First, he sent Li Eryong on a mission, then dealt with Li Yedong, and now he aims to contact Boss Hu. Was all this to take down Poison Snake? Though Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong couldn't guess Chen Xuewen's exact plan, their spirits inexplicably lifted. The more elaborate Chen Xuewen's scheme, the more confident they felt. Perhaps he could really bring down Poison Snake. The next day, Li Yedong punctually delivered the 400,000 yuan to the brothers' arcade, bowing and scraping as he handed it to Chen Xuewen. Without even glancing at it, Chen Xuewen tossed the cash box aside and cast a sidelong look at Li Yedong. Boss Li, you'd better keep your eyes wide open from now on. If something like this happens again, it won't be settled with just money. Li Yedong quickly forced a fawning smile. Yes, brother, when I'll turn over a new leaf and start fresh. Brother, when Sister Hong, I was out of line. Please forgive me. Wu Lihong turned her head away, unwilling to look at him. Chen Xuewen waved his hand disdainfully. Get lost. Li Yedong bowed and scraped his way out of the brothers' arcade. Once he turned the corner, he straightened up and spat bitterly. Damn it, and nobody getting cocky. Let's see how long you can stay smug. After Li Yedong left, Chen Xuewen opened the cash box, pulled out a stack of bills, and handed it to Lai Ho. Take 8,000 and distribute it among the brothers. Use the rest as prize money for a warm-up tournament today, Chen Xuewen said with a smile. Lai Ho's eyes lit up. He took the money and eagerly counted out 8,000. From that, he extracted 4,000 and handed it to Wu Lihong. Sister Hong, this 4,000 is yours. We'll split the remaining 4,000 among the four of us. Wu Lihong was surprised. Huh, that's so much for me. Lai Ho grinned. Sister Hong, you buy groceries and cook for us every day? Consider the extra as our meal fees. He then leaned closer to Wu Lihong and chuckled. By the way, Sister Hong, about that matter we mentioned last time, you've got to help us brothers out. At the next gathering, could you bring along a few of your girlfriends? Wu Lihong burst out laughing and pointed at Lai Ho. Monkey, you little rascal, I knew you had ulterior motives. Giving me all this extra money. Are you trying to bribe me into selling out my friends? Lai Ho immediately put on an innocent face. Sister Hong, that's really hurtful. The extra money is just a token of our appreciation. Isn't that right, Dongzi? Wang Zhendong nodded vigorously. Absolutely, Sister Hong. You deserve it. In just a few days since following Chen Xuewen, he had already bought several new outfits, a new phone, and received several cash bonuses. Wang Zhendong was deeply grateful to Chen Xuewen. And this time he had no objection to Lai Ho giving 4,000 to Wu Lihong. After all, anyone could see that Wu Lihong shared a special bond with Chen Xuewen. Moreover, Lai Ho's words struck a chord with Wang Zhendong. He too wanted to meet Wu Lihong's friends. Wu Lihong laughed heartily and stuffed the money into her pocket. No cooking tonight. We'll eat out, my treat. Lai Ho and the others immediately cheered. After splitting the remaining 4,000, Lai Ho took the last 2,000, walked to the center of the arcade, and announced loudly, everyone, the boss is in a good mood today. He's putting up 2,000 as prize money for a warm-up tournament. You can call your friends to compete. There's 1,000 each for Street Fighter and King of Fighters. First prize is 500, second is 300, third is 200. Sign up enthusiastically. The patrons in the arcade erupted in cheers. 500 yuan was nearly half a month's salary, a substantial sum. Half of the people immediately rushed out to summon the best players they knew. That day, Chen Xuewen's brothers' arcade experienced unprecedented business boom. The arcade was packed, especially around the machines hosting the tournaments, which were surrounded by layers of onlookers, creating a lively and bustling scene. Meanwhile, business at other arcades in Pingxing turned sluggish. Poison Snake's electronic dynasty was nearly empty. All the customers had been lured to Chen Xuewen's brothers' arcade. Poison Snake merely sneered at this, dismissing it as beneath his notice. In his eyes, Chen Xuewen's efforts to curry favor with these poor wretches were meaningless. Little did he know that he was steadily walking into the trap Chen Xuewen had laid. The competition didn't come to an end until 7 p.m., with the 6 winners beaming as they collected their prizes. Meanwhile, Lai Ho tallied up the day's sales for both stores, which had both reached new heights once again. After closing the stores, everyone headed to a nearby food stall for a celebration dinner. On the way, Lai Ho slinked over to Wu Lihong and whispered, Sister Hong, your girlfriends haven't eaten yet, have they? Why not take this opportunity to call them over and have a meal together? Wu Lihong laughed heartily and tapped Lai Ho on the head. You really live up to your name. So restless. Lai Ho held his head and laughed. Sister Hong, I'm just looking out for your friends. Wu Lihong spat dismissively. Get lost. What good intentions could you possibly have? Well, I guess calling them over for a meal isn't a bad idea. It's not peak hours yet anyway. Wu Lihong made the call, told the girls where they were, then looked at Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. They're on their way. I've arranged for them to come. Now you two need to make your own opportunities. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong immediately sat up straight. Lai Ho in particular quietly slipped away to the restroom to freshen up. Only Chen Xuewen remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed by all this. As for Li Tiezhu, he was still playing Snake on his phone. He only cared about gaming and eating with zero interest in women. Soon several women dressed alluringly walked over. As soon as they appeared near the food stall, they drew a lot of attention, with some guys even starting to whistle. The women ignored them and walked straight over to Wu Lihong's side. Sister Hong, the girls called out with smiles. Wu Lihong ran over and warmly hugged them, then pulled them to the table and introduced them around. The girls were about the same age as Wu Lihong. Back when they worked at the club, Wu Lihong had been loyal and often stood up for them, so they saw her as their big sister. After the introductions, Wu Lihong pointed to Chen Xuewen. This is Chen Xuewen, the one I told you about. You can call him Brother Wen. The girls' eyes lit up. Having spent so much time in the nightlife scene, they knew all the local gossip. The incident between Chen Xuewen and Du Shi had been the talk of every nightlife venue recently, a favorite topic among the thugs after a few drinks. When Chen Xuewen's name came up, both the big bosses and the street thugs spoke of him with respect and admiration. So even though these girls had never met him in person, they'd all heard of his reputation. Now seeing him in the flesh, the girls were all visibly excited and chorused, "Brother Wen." Chen Xuewen smiled and nodded. "Sit down. We're all friends here, no need to be formal." Seeing that Chen Xuewen had no airs about him at all, more like a friendly neighbor, older brother, the girls immediately broke into bright smiles. They scattered around the table, with one girl sitting beside each of Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. But both men were now stiff-faced, blushing, and clearly uncomfortable. All that earlier eagerness was gone, and they were even stammering a bit. Wu Lihong glanced at them and was speechless. With this pathetic display, they still thought they could pick up girls. Girls sitting right next to them, and they won't even look or say a word. What's the idea? Waiting for the girls to make the first move. Wu Lihong rolled her eyes and could only step in to liven things up. Fortunately, the girls were all regulars at the nightlife scene and quickly got the atmosphere going. Once things warmed up, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were also grinning from ear to ear, chatting away with the girls. When the food was only half served, a group of people walked in through the food stall entrance. As they passed by, one of the young men spotted the girls at Chen Xuewen's table, and his eyes lit up. Well, what are these cheap whores doing over here? Brother Phone, you're in luck tonight. I'll set you up with two of them for some fun," the young man said with a grin. The leader, glancing at the girls, also had his eyes light up. "What's this? You know these girls?" The young man laughed. "Haha, these girls work at my venue. They're all making a living off me. You go on in and find a seat. I'll go get them to come keep you company." The man called Brother Phone was instantly beaming with joy and led his group excitedly into the food stall. The young man walked over to Chen Xuewen's table with a grin. "Xiao Man, Xiao Qi, Bing Bing, you're all here. Oh, Li Hong's here too." At the sight of this young man, the girls' expressions instantly turned stiff, their smiles vanishing. Wu Lihong's face also changed. The girls awkwardly greeted the young man. "Manager Zhao." He laughed heartily, draping one arm around Xiao Man's shoulders and the other around Wu Lihong's. "So good to see you all. Perfect timing. I'm hosting some friends right now. Since you're all here, why not come upstairs and have a few drinks with my friends?" Hearing this, even Chen Xuewen frowned. This manager Zhao was brazenly coming to their table to poach girls, showing absolutely no respect for them. Wu Lihong immediately pushed Manager Zhao's hand away and said coldly, "Sorry, Manager Zhao, but we have our own friends here. We won't be able to join you." Manager Zhao's brows furrowed instantly. He shot a glance at Wu Lihong, then looked at Chen Xuewen and the others, a hint of contempt curling his lips. "Lihong, I've got some big bosses over here. If you treat them well, they'll book your table tonight, and the tips will be substantial. This is such a great opportunity. I only saved it for you because you're my people. You're not turning down money, are you?" After saying this, he smiled at Chen Xuewen and the others again, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Sorry, brothers. I have some VIP guests over there who need a few lovely ladies to keep them company with drinks and warm things up. You stay here. Tonight's meal is on me, how about that?" Lai Ho's expression darkened. This was bullying too far. He was about to speak when Chen Xuewen stopped him. Chen Xuewen looked at Manager Zhao and said calmly, "Manager Zhao, right. Tonight they're dining with me, which makes them my friends. You want to take my friends from my table to keep your guests company. Do you think that's appropriate?" Manager Zhao's face turned icy at these words. He shot Chen Xuewen a sidelong glance. "What's this tone? Seems like you're not very obedient." Chen Xuewen smiled. He stood up and walked over to Manager Zhao, looking at him calmly. "It's not about being obedient. It's about what right you have to expect me to be." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xuewen suddenly grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it right over Manager Zhao's head. Manager Zhao was struck directly, blood streaming from his head as he let out a sharp cry of pain. The girls around him gasped in shock. Chen Xuewen's strike had been so sudden and so brutal. Clutching his head, he staggered back a few steps and pointed at Chen Xuewen, roaring angrily, "Why you? How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? My big brother is Li Yedong." Chen Xuewen chuckled upon hearing this. "Li Yedong, is it? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Call him and tell him to come sort this out." Manager Zhao was stunned. Li Yedong had a considerable reputation in this area, so why did Chen Xuewen seem completely unafraid? Seeing that Zhao wasn't moving, Chen Xuewen directly pulled out his phone. What's the matter, no phone on you? Or should I make the call for you? With that, Chen Xuewen dialed Li Yedong's number. After just 2 rings it was picked up immediately, and Li Yedong's panicked voice came through. Brother, when you're looking for me, Chen Xuewen said with a smile. Dongzi, you have a manager surnamed Zhao at your entertainment club, don't you, eh? Li Yedong replied. Yes, there's one. His name is Zhao Chong. Chen Xuewen looked at manager Zhao. Your name is Zhao Chong, right? Zhao Chong nodded blankly, a sense of panic rising within him. Could it be that Chen Xuewen really knew Li Yedong? Had he actually offended a friend of his boss? Chen Xuewen said. Then that's settled. Dongzi, this manager of yours has quite a temper, doesn't he? Is this how you discipline your subordinates? Li Yedong's voice was trembling. He cursed inwardly. That bastard Zhao Chong, what kind of trouble had he gotten into now? He asked in a shaky voice. Brother, when what? What exactly happened? Chen Xuewen recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. After listening, Li Yedong was nearly furious enough to explode. In any other situation, he wouldn't have cared. After all, it was normal for the girls at the venue to be bossed around by the manager. But the problem was that these girls were dining with Chen Xuewen at that very moment. Going over to Chen Xuewen's table to cause trouble. Wasn't that just asking for death? Li Yedong had barely managed to resolve the previous matter by paying out 400,000. And now Zhao Chong had stirred up another mess for him. At this moment, he genuinely felt like strangling Zhao Chong with his bare hands. Brother, when this is my failure to discipline my men. How about this? You hand the phone to him and I'll make him apologize to you properly, all right? Li Yedong said in a trembling voice. Chen Xuewen handed the phone to Zhao Chong with a grin. Your boss wants to talk to you. Zhao Chong took the phone with confusion, but after listening for only a moment his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Chen Xuewen in terror and whispered, He's Chen Xuewen. At that moment Chen Xuewen could clearly hear Li Yedong's near-bellowing curses through the phone. Damn it, you finally realized that now. You bastard. Of all the people to mess with, YM. I don't care what method you use. Even if you have to kneel on the ground and kowtow, you will resolve this matter. Otherwise I'll personally break both your legs and drag you over there to apologize to him. After cursing for a good while, Li Yedong finally hung up. Zhao Chong was on the verge of tears at that moment. Trembling, he returned the phone to Chen Xuewen and said with a mournful face, Brother, when I'm so sorry. I was blind, completely unable to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me for my offense. The girls nearby exchanged glances and secretly began to snicker at Zhao Chong's pitiful state. During their time working there they had endured more than enough of Zhao Chong's abuse. Now seeing him bowing and scraping before Chen Xuewen, the girls were all utterly astonished. Their gazes upon Chen Xuewen were now filled with admiration and reverence. Chen Xuewen spat in disdain. Get lost. Zhao Chong scurried away in disgrace, not daring to utter a single word more. The girls behind him burst into cheers. Zhao Chong walked back to the private room upstairs where Brother Feng and his crew were chatting. Seeing Zhao Chong enter alone, Feng asked with surprise, Xiangzi, what's wrong? How did your head get hurt? Zhao Chong sighed. I don't even mention it. Feng frowned. What exactly happened? Didn't you go out to call some girls to come keep us company? The girls didn't show up and you come back injured. Did someone bully you? Hearing this, several people nearby stood up. Xiangzi, who the hell dared to bully you? Tell us, and we'll get revenge for you. Zhao Chong looked at Brother Feng, who was the leader, and an idea suddenly struck him. His own boss couldn't help him, but Brother Feng was different. Brother Feng's background was far more formidable than Li Yedong's. Perhaps he could subdue Chen Xuewen. At the very least, he could vent this anger for Zhao Chong. With that thought, Zhao Chong immediately recounted the incident, adding plenty of embellishments. Of course, he didn't mention Chen Xuewen's name. After all, Chen Xuewen's reputation was too formidable right now, and Zhao Chong feared that Brother Feng might back down and refuse to provoke him. After Brother Feng and his men heard the story, each of them burned with righteous indignation. Feng's face was full of anger as he said in a low voice, Humph, those bastards have some nerve. I'd like to see just how bold they really are. With that, he slammed the table and pointed at Zhao Chong. Xiangzi, go down and tell them. Tell them those girls are mine. Zhou Jingfeng claims them. I'd like to see if they dare fight me over women. Zhao Chong had been waiting for exactly this response from Feng and quickly said, all right, Brother Feng, I'll go handle it right now. He hurried downstairs and walked over to Chen Xuewen's table. Seeing Zhao Chong coming back again, Lai Ho and the others were all bewildered. Why did this guy dare to come back down? Chen Xuewen, meanwhile, glanced toward the second floor. He had seen through the glass that Zhao Chong had been talking to Zhou Jingfeng and his crew. It seemed that someone in that room was backing Zhao Chong, which was why he had dared to come back. Lai Ho slammed the table and shouted angrily, Zhao, what the hell are you doing back here? Looking for another beating, are you? Zhao Chong suppressed his anger and smiled awkwardly. Gentlemen, I mean no harm. It's just that some big brothers upstairs asked me to pass along a message. He relayed Zhou Jingfeng's words, then looked at Chen Xuewen. Brother, when you're all big shots, I'm just a nobody. When someone tells me to deliver a message, I don't dare refuse. I've delivered it now. How would you like to handle this? Chen Xuewen gave Zhao Chong a long, penetrating look. He wasn't foolish. He knew full well that Zhao Chong was behind this. But this actually suited Chen Xuewen's intentions perfectly. He had been looking to further expand his reputation recently. The incident with Li Yedong last time had been deliberately escalated by him. Now these people coming to cause trouble played right into his hands. The more incidents like this occurred, the more his reputation would grow. That way people would actually come to play the slot machines at his arcade. However, Chen Xuewen was cautious in his dealings. He asked one more question first. What's the relationship between Zhou Jingfeng and Zhou Jinghui? The two names were similar, suggesting they were probably connected. Zhao Chong quickly replied, Brother Feng is Brother Hui's cousin. Chen Xuewen smiled upon hearing this. In other words, this Zhou Jingfeng was merely riding on Zhou Jinghui's coattails. Given that, why would Chen Xuewen have any need for fear? He raised his hand and slapped Zhao Chong across the face, saying, Go back and tell him. This slap is my answer. Zhao Chong's face was flushed with shame, yet his heart was seething with excitement. He quickly ran upstairs to the private room, embellishing the incident downstairs before concluding, Bro Feng, I even mentioned your name. Then he slapped me and said that slap was for you. Is he hitting me? He's clearly slapping you in the face. Zhou Jingfeng flew into a rage, slamming the table as he stood up. Damn it, this bastard has some nerve. Doesn't he care about my face? Let's see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms to be so arrogant. He led his brothers storming over to Chen Xuewen's table. By then many customers had already fled the food stall. After all, with so many incidents occurring, no one dared to eat there any longer, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. Zhou Jingfeng charged to the table with his men, slammed his hand down, and pointed at Chen Xuewen, cursing, Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare hit my brother. Never heard of me, Zhou Jingfeng. Chen Xuewen calmly glanced at him. Are you Zhou Jinghui's cousin? Zhou Jingfeng spat contemptuously. Don't try to suck up to me. Who the hell do you think you are, invoking my brother's name? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly, rose to his feet, and walked over to Zhou Jingfeng, saying slowly, I just want to tell you, even Zhou Jinghui wouldn't dare speak to me like that. You are not worthy. With that, Chen Xuewen struck, grabbing a bottle from the table and smashing it over Zhou Jingfeng's head. Zhou Jingfeng never expected Chen Xuewen to actually lay a hand on him. Caught off guard, blood streamed down his head. Zhou Jingfeng screamed, staggered back, and roared in fury, You dare hit me. Kill him. His henchmen charged with bottles raised. Chen Xuewen moved, as well, pulling out a boning knife and lunging forward, closing in on the nearest man. The man swung a bottle at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen raised his arm to block the bottle, and in the same motion grabbed the man's wrist, plunging the knife into his arm. Amid the man's screams, Chen Xuewen dragged the knife down his arm, carving a long gash that instantly stained his clothes crimson. The boning knife was exceptionally sharp. The man clutched his arm, shrieking in agony, incapacitated. Meanwhile, Liho Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu rushed over, joining the brawl against Zhou Jingfeng's men. Wang Zhendong was average, no great fighter. But Li Taizhu was different. 190 centimeters tall, 90 kilograms of muscle from hard labor. A bit slow but tough and immensely strong. A young man smashed a bottle over Li Taizhu's head. He just wiped his head unaffected. In return, he punched the young man's face, breaking his nose, blood gushing as he collapsed, unable to rise. Zhou Jingfeng had only 5 men. Chen Xuewen, with his knife, easily dealt with 2. Li Taizhu took down 2 more, and Wang Zhendong finished the last one. Only Zhou Jingfeng remained, clutching his bleeding head. Seeing his men defeated, he stamped his foot and cursed, Kid, don't you dare run. I'll call my people over and kill you. Chen Xuewen sneered, grabbed him, slammed him to the ground, and stepped on his head, saying coldly, calling for backup. Shh. Don't waste your energy. I'll make the call for you. With that, Chen Xuewen pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Jinghui's number. After a few rings, Zhou Jinghui's impatient voice came through. What now? I'm broke, don't ask for money. Chen Xuewen chuckled. Bro, we're brothers. Money would ruin the bond. The thing is, I was eating out and got bullied. The guy claims to be your brother, Zhou Jingfeng. Do you know him? A clatter came from the other end, as if something had dropped. Then Zhou Jinghui's nervous voice, Bro, you're joking, right? Is it really Jingfeng? Chen Xuewen glanced at Zhou Jingfeng. I'm not sure. Want to talk to him? Chen Xuewen handed the phone to Zhou Jingfeng. Hear your brother's call. Zhou Jingfeng, still in disbelief, took the phone and saw it was indeed Zhou Jinghui's number. A sense of dread crept over him. Could this man really know his brother? But then, thinking of his own beating, he shrugged it off. Even if he knew his brother, so what? He'd been beaten. Surely Zhou Jinghui would have his back. So Zhou Jingfeng grabbed the phone. Bro, I got beaten up. Before he could finish, Zhou Jinghui's furious voice cut in. Damn you, Zhou Jingfeng, you worthless bastard. Zhou Jingfeng was stunned. He'd grown up with Zhou Jinghui and never been cursed at like this. Bro, I'm the one who got bullied. Why are you siding with an outsider? Zhou Jingfeng whined. Zhou Jinghui roared, Shut up. Tell me what exactly happened. What exactly happened? Zhou Jingfeng quickly recounted the events, exaggerating and shifting all blame onto Chen Xuewen, claiming he was being pushed too far. After listening, Zhou Jinghui knew the truth. Gritting his teeth, he scolded with disappointment. Zhou Jingfeng, you useless fool. You started such a mess over a few whores. Haven't you ever seen a woman? Zhou Jingfeng protested. Bro, what's going on? I got beaten, and you're just yelling at me, yeah? Zhou Jinghui hissed. Why am I yelling? Let me tell you why. Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath and said solemnly, Do you even know who beat you? Zhou Jingfeng hesitated, and no. On the other end, Zhou Jinghui took several deep breaths, clearly enraged. Sensing something was wrong, Zhou Jingfeng asked cautiously, Bro, who is he? Zhou Jinghui gritted out each word. He is Chen Xuewen. The moment those 3 words left his mouth, Zhou Jingfeng trembled, and the phone clattered to the ground. He was truly terrified. Zhou Jingfeng had naturally heard of Chen Xuewen's reputation, for even his own backer, Zhou Jinghui, had suffered considerable losses at Chen Xuewen's hands recently. The incident at the Qinji Grand Hotel had recently spread like wildfire throughout Pingqing. Who would dare provoke a madman who could stand against a venomous snake? Zhou Jingfeng trembled with fear, finally realizing just how formidable an opponent he had provoked. He looked at Chen Xuewen with a quavering voice. Brother, when I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and overlook my offense. Spare me. Chen Xuewen paid him no heed, instead picking up the phone from the ground, dusting it off, and grumbling, damn, I just bought this phone. Look at the damage you've done. Zhou Jingfeng glanced at the phone. It was perfectly fine. But he was no fool. He immediately said, Brother, when I'm sorry, it was my fault. My hand slipped just now. How about this? I'll buy you a new one as a token of my apology. Chen Xuewen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhou Jingfeng. Do you think this is just about getting a new phone? I actually like this phone. It only cost me 8,000, but it has all my contacts saved. Transferring them would be such a hassle. Zhou Jingfeng nearly choked on his own blood. That phone cost less than 2 or 3,000. How dare you claim 8,000? Who would believe that? But now whatever Chen Xuewen said, he dared not contradict. Brother, when it's my fault, please be magnanimous and let it slide for the sake of our brotherhood. How about this? I'll pay 10,000. You can buy a new phone for 8,000 and use the remaining 2,000 to pay a store clerk to transfer your contacts. No hassle for you. What do you say? Zhou Jingfeng bowed and scraped. Chen Xuewen smiled. You're quite savvy. All right then, this matter is not entirely beyond negotiation. Oh, by the way, monkey, you guys should check your phones too. See if they're damaged. Lai Ho, being quick-witted, immediately caught on. Oh dear, my phone got knocked around just now too. Brother, when look, the phone you bought me for 8,000 is also broken. Wang Zhendong followed suit. Mine's broken too. Oh, it was also 8,000. The two exchanged a knowing glance. That's called synergy. Only Li Taizhu deliberately took out his phone, examined it meticulously, and said with a hint of relief, good thing mine's not broken. Lai Ho glared at him. How is it not broken? Look at that dent. It's unusable. Li Taizhu flipped it over again. It's not broken. Chen Xuewen and the other two were speechless. This big idiot. Lai Ho walked over, snatched the phone, and slammed it onto the ground. See? Now it's broken. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Boss, I'm standing right here. I'm not blind. This extortion is way too obvious. Chen Xuewen turned to Wu Lihong. Lihong, are your phones okay? Wu Lihong immediately smiled. My phone seems to be acting up too. Chen Xuewen nodded, then looked at the other girls. What about you? The girls exchanged glances. One named Xiao Man whispered, we use Xilingtong phones. There. Fine. Chen Xuewen pretended not to hear. Oh, they're broken too. All right, no worries. I'll talk to Brother Phone. Then he turned to Zhou Jingfeng with a beaming smile. Brother Phone, about these phones. Zhou Jingfeng felt like cursing. This was blatant blackmail. He finally understood why his older brother Zhou Jinghui had been repeatedly extorted by Chen Xuewen. This Chen Xuewen would squeeze blood from a stone. But now he dared not utter a single word of dissent. Zhou Jinghui had already made it clear tonight no matter what he had to obtain Chen Xuewen's forgiveness, or else Zhou Jinghui wouldn't clean up his mess. So Zhou Jingfeng could only force a woeful expression. I'll replace them all. All of them. Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Phone. There aren't many of us. I counted 10 people. 10,000 each, that's 100,000. Since we're brothers, I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? Deliver it within half an hour, no interest. Deal. Zhou Jingfeng felt another urge to curse. Brothers. Yeah, right. But what else could he say? He obediently called someone to bring the money. During the wait, Chen Xuewen walked to the table, sat down, and continued laughing and eating with the group. Before the money arrived, an enforcement vehicle suddenly pulled up nearby. Several officers rushed over. Someone had called the police. Seeing them approach, Lai Ho and the others grew nervous. This time they couldn't claim self-defense. If they were arrested and it blew up, they might face a year or more in prison. Lai Ho immediately looked at Chen Xuewen. Brother, when how about you leave first? We'll cover for you. Chen Xuewen, however, remained calm and composed, smiling lazily. No rush. Lai Ho and the others exchanged glances. How could Chen Xuewen be so unflappable? The officers arrived at the scene, saw the injured Zhou Jingfeng and his men, and walked over. What happened here? Zhou Jingfeng glanced at Chen Xuewen, who was smiling back at him. Suppressing his rage, Zhou Jingfeng said in a low voice, nothing. The captain frowned. Nothing. You've been beaten like this, and you say nothing. Do you think I'm a fool? Zhou Jingfeng kept his head down. Really nothing. The captain turned to another young man with a bleeding arm. What about you? Who hurt you? The young man pointed at Chen Xuewen. It was him. The officers immediately fixed their eyes on Chen Xuewen. Lai Ho's heart sank. This was going to be trouble. Chen Xuewen, however, remained nonchalant, speaking slowly. Young man, be careful with your words. False accusation is a crime. The young man wanted to speak further, but Zhou Jingfeng stopped him. Shut up. Then he turned to the captain. Sorry, he's confused. We had a few drinks and fell down on our own. Really nothing happened. The captain's face darkened. Do you take me for a fool? Fell and got injured like this. Let me ask you, is someone threatening you, or what? Tell me, and I'll stand up for you. Zhou Jingfeng gritted his teeth. Really nothing. Thank you. The captain questioned a few others, but all shook their heads and waved their hands, saying everything was fine. Since no one would speak, the officers had no choice but to leave. As they departed, Lai Ho and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chen Xuewen stood up and walked over to Zhou Jingfeng. Brother Feng, you're quite loyal. But this young man, huh? He let out a cold laugh. Zhou Jingfeng quickly said, brother, when he's just a kid, doesn't know any better. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Chen Xuewen stared deeply at the young man, then suddenly said, no need to wait. Do it right here. Knock out all his front teeth. Let him learn what it means to suffer from a loose tongue. Zhou Jingfeng's face paled, and he stammered, brother, when this is a bit harsh actually. Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen grabbed a plate from the table and smashed it into Zhou Jingfeng's mouth, making blood gush out. Chen Xuewen grabbed Zhou Jingfeng by the hair and said coldly, listen, I'm not negotiating. I'm ordering you to do it. If you can, I'll knock out all your teeth. Zhou Jingfeng trembled all over. In the end, he had no choice but to order his underlings to knock out all the young man's front teeth. The young man screamed in pain, trembling with terror. He finally understood what it meant to suffer from a loose tongue. Less than half an hour later, Zhou Jingfeng's men delivered the money. 100,000 yuan, not a cent short. Chen Xuewen had Lai Ho accept the payment, then turned to Zhou Jingfeng with a smile. Thank you, brother Feng. Since the money has arrived, let's go get new phones. All of you don't forget to thank brother Feng for the new phones. Lai Ho and the others burst into laughter. Thanks, brother Feng. Zhou Jingfeng's mouth twitched, unable to utter a single word. Chen Xuewen had only taken a few steps when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Zhao Chong, who stood at the very back. Manager Zhao Xiaoman and the rest of them will probably be late for work tonight. You wouldn't mark them as late or absent, would you? Zhao Chong had witnessed Zhou Jingfeng getting thoroughly dealt with, and he was still trembling with fear. Hearing this, he quickly forced a nervous smile. Brother, when you're jesting. Xiaoman, don't worry. I'll mark you as excused. Have fun. Chen Xuewen shook his head. Excused? That won't do. If you're excused, how would you make money today? Manager Zhao, you can't even handle such a small matter. Zhao Chong's expression changed once again. He hurriedly said, then it doesn't count as leave. We'll mark it as working overtime. I'll arrange it for you. Chen Xuewen smiled broadly. Overtime? Then what about this money? Zhao Chong quickly replied, it's on me, it's on me. Only then did Chen Xuewen pat his shoulder with satisfaction. Manager Zhao, thank you. With that said, he led his group and strode away boldly. Watching them leave, Zhou Jingfeng, Zhao Chong, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, as though they had narrowly escaped death itself. Zhou Jingfeng gritted his teeth, turned to the lackey beside him whose front tooth had been knocked out, and said in a low voice, are you fucking stupid? In that situation, just now pointing at Chen Xuewen, did you want to die, eh? Damn it, for something like this tonight. Even if Chen Xuewen gets locked up, how many days can they hold him? By the time he's out, how many lives would you need to survive his wrath? The lackey finally understood why Zhou Jingfeng had spoken the way he did when facing the enforcement team. Because for a trivial matter like this, Chen Xuewen could not be brought down. However provoking Chen Xuewen, such consequences they could not bear. After leaving the food stall, Chen Xuewen and the others found a secluded place to stop. Chen Xuewen took 20,000 yuan out of the bag. This is for me and Li Hong. The rest divided among everyone. Lai Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. He whispered, brother, when all of it. Chen Xuewen shot him a glance. I already said 10,000 per person. Give it to the girls, and it's perfect for buying everyone new phones. Hearing this, Lai Ho immediately took the money and distributed it among the group. Wang Zhendong, Li Tieju, and Lai Ho each received 10,000 yuan. The remaining 50,000 was divided among Wu Li Hong and her 5 companions. The 5 girls stared at the stacks of cash placed before them, exchanging bewildered glances. Their expressions were filled with excitement, yet they dared not reach out to take it. After all, 10,000 yuan per person was truly too much. They desperately wanted it, but felt too embarrassed to accept. Wu Li Hong saw through their hesitation and smiled. Brother, when gave this to you, just take it. It's perfect. Each of you can get a new phone, making it easier to stay in touch next time. Hearing Wu Li Hong say this, the girls were overjoyed and quickly divided the money. Then the 5 girls looked at Chen Xuewen and said sweetly, thank you, brother Wen. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and nodded. We're all on the same side, no need for formalities. Let's go find a phone shop and get new phones so it's easier to contact each other next time. Afterwards, Chen Xuewen led the girls to a phone shop to get them new devices. The girls were thrilled to receive the money and grew noticeably warmer toward Chen Xuewen and the others. Inside the phone shop, each of them found a model they liked. Chen Xuewen noticed that 4 of the 5 girls had chosen relatively expensive phones. Only Xiaoman picked a modest women's model costing around 2,000 yuan. She carefully hid the remaining money. Wu Li Hong whispered, Xiaoman's family situation is a bit difficult, similar to mine. Her parents are both hospitalized and she needs the money to support them. Chen Xuewen nodded silently, saying nothing more, but he kept this in mind. Next, Chen Xuewen took the group out to a nightclub to have some fun. After enjoying themselves sufficiently, Chen Xuewen first drove Wu Li Hong home. As for Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong, the two refused to leave. At the nightclub, they had already hooked up with 2 girls arm in arm. Chen Xuewen couldn't be bothered to interfere. After all, it was a normal need for men. However, he had made it clear to them, have fun, but always pay what's due. He didn't want his brothers to become too entangled lest they be manipulated. Late at night in a tea house in the southern district, Ho Wuya sat with Fong Ru and Lawyer, he enjoying tea together. Suddenly Lawyer, his phone rang. He answered, listened for a moment, then hung up, and looked at Ho Wuya with a wry smile. Master Wu, that Chen Xuewen is causing trouble again. The enforcement team just called me asking me to keep him in check and stop the chaos. Ho Wuya glanced at him. What is it this time? Lawyer, he recounted the incident with Zhou Jingfeng. Ho Wuya remained silent, while Fong Ru frowned, a cold smile crossing her lips. This Chen fellow has caused quite a lot of trouble, hasn't he? Just recently he ate a live snake on Snake's table and made a name for himself, and immediately he thinks he's somebody. 2 days ago he dealt with Li Yudong, and now he's handled Zhou Jingfeng. The moment he achieves something minor, he's already so high profile. This kind of person is the textbook definition of a petty man enjoying temporary success. He'll never accomplish anything great. Lawyer, he smiled, but said nothing, instead looking at Ho Wuya. Ho Wuya's expression was calm as he picked up his pipe beside him. He took a deep drag, slowly exhaled the smoke, and then looked at Lawyer, he speaking softly. Help him handle it. These are minor matters, there's no need to escalate them. Lawyer, he immediately nodded respectfully. Yes. He rose and left to attend to the matter. Fong Ru's expression darkened, and she whispered, Master Wu, what do you mean by this? This kid is clearly incapable of great things. Why are you still helping him? Ho Wuya looked at Fong Ru and said calmly, Chen Xuewen took 300,000 yuan in cash and 10 gold bars from the Zhou family and extorted over 1 million more from Zhou Jinghui. By now he is already quite wealthy. But tell me, have you seen him buy anything for himself? Fong Ru paused, her expression shifting slightly. Master Wu, what are you implying? Ho Wuya did not answer directly, instead continuing softly. Recently a woman who used to work as a hostess has been constantly by his side, which shows this man is not averse to women. Yet last time he was at our place you personally made your move and still failed to seduce him. Fong Ru's face flushed with anger, her eyes growing cold. She was deeply proud of her figure and beauty, yet she had been bested by a hostess in front of Chen Xuewen, which filled her with immense fury. Master Wu, what exactly are you trying to say? Ho Wuya spoke softly. I simply want you to understand. This man is not the petty, short-sighted type. On the contrary, you should be cautious. A person who can control his own desires is truly terrifying. Chen Xuewen is full of schemes and meticulous in his thinking. His every action cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Fong Ru paused, then frowned. Master Wu, aren't you perhaps overestimating him? Ho Wuya smiled faintly. I fear overestimating him far less than I fear underestimating him. Turning to see the astonishment on Fong Ru's face, he smiled. Let me give you a hint. Have you noticed that Li Er-yong, who has been following Chen Xuewen around for some time, has not appeared for a while? Fong Ru's expression suddenly changed. She whispered, Master Wu, are you saying that Li Er-yong? Ho Wuya nodded. As the saying goes, openly repairing the plank road, while secretly advancing through Chengsong. Chen Xuewen's high-profile actions in Pingcheng are merely to attract everyone's attention. His true maneuver is likely hidden within Li Er-yong. After speaking, Ho Wuya picked up his pipe, once more took a deep drag, and said softly through the swirling smoke. The new year is approaching, and every year during this period arcade game halls are at their most profitable. Each new year the combined revenue of all the arcade halls in Pingcheng exceeds 20 million yuan. If my guess is correct, Chen Xuewen intends to completely take down Snake before the year ends. Fong Ru's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Before the new year? This is impossible. His strength compared to Snake's is worlds apart. What makes him think he can challenge Snake? Ho Wuya gazed out at the dark night, speaking softly. I wonder the same thing. Pingzhou City. As the capital of Pingnan Province, it was far more prosperous than Pingcheng. In a small coffee shop at Pingzhou North University Town, Li Er-yong sat face to face with a young man. Anyone who knew him would surely be shocked. For this young man was named Wang Kai, a subordinate, who had been following He Fei around. Li Er-yong was staring out the window when suddenly he spotted a woman approaching from afar. He immediately pulled out a photograph, compared it, and asked, is it her? Wang Kai immediately nodded. That's her. I've seen Hu Qianqian several times. This Hu Qianqian was the female college student He Fei had previously pursued, whose parents worked in Pingcheng and whose uncle served in the provincial law enforcement agency. Chen Xuewen had exposed her affair with He Fei to her parents, triggering their fury. Through her uncle's connections they had He Fei imprisoned. Meanwhile, Hu Qianqian had also been severely reprimanded by her parents, and she now appeared visibly despondent. Li Er-yong said, good. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember what I told you, do not mess this up. Wang Kai immediately nodded. Rest assured, brother Yo. Li Er-yong rose and moved to sit nearby. He wore a hat that shadowed half his face, obscuring his features, yet he could still hear everything happening at the other table. Not long after the girl named Hu Qianqian entered the coffee shop, Wang Kai quickly stood and waved. Sister Qian, over here. Hu Qianqian approached with a frosty expression, regarding Wang Kai coldly. What do you want, eh? Wang Kai gave an awkward smile. Sister Qian, please sit first. Hu Qianqian ignored him and said coldly, make it quick. If it's nothing important, I need to return to class. Wang Kai hurriedly said, Sister Qian, don't leave yet. Brother Fei has a few words he asked me to deliver to you. Hu Qianqian kept her cold expression. What is there left to say between us? Wang Kai offered an embarrassed smile. Sister Qian, please don't say that. Actually, in Brother Fei's heart, the one he loves most has always been you. Hu Qianqian's body trembled slightly, but she maintained her cold demeanor. Does he still have the nerve to say such things? Haven't I been deceived by him enough? He claims to love me, yet he pursues other women everywhere. He even uses despicable means to play with so many women. What right does he have to speak of love with me? Wang Kai quickly replied, Sister Chen, you misunderstand. Brother Fei truly loves you in his heart. Everything you mention happened before he met you. But after he met you, he devoted himself to you alone and has never loved another woman since. I swear on my life he really does love you. These words quickly softened Hu Qianqian's expression. Wang Kai seized the opportunity and continued with more sweet words, making He Fei appear genuinely affectionate. For Hu Qianqian, He Fei was her first love and the man who had taken her virginity. So despite the hatred in her heart, her resolve gradually melted after hearing these words. Slowly Hu Qianqian sat down at the table and quietly listened to Wang Kai recount these matters. By the end her eyes had turned red, tears welling up as she began to sob softly. Seeing the moment was right, Wang Kai gently sighed. Sigh, Sister Qian, it's pointless to dwell on this now. Brother Fei is in prison now. These are all things of the past. Brother Fei simply asked me to convey that he hopes you can forgive him. At the same time, he hopes you will live well and find a better man to protect you. In this lifetime, he does not deserve you. Having shared beautiful memories with you is enough for this life. These words made Hu Qianqian burst into tears. Her voice trembling through sobs, she said, No. I will wait for him to come out. I will definitely wait. Wang Kai nearly laughed aloud, but kept a moved expression on his face. After a few more words, he finally sighed. All right, Sister Qian, I've delivered what I was sent to say. Now I must go handle some important matters. Sister Qian, take care. I may not survive, but as long as you can forgive Brother Fei, that is enough. Hu Qianqian was stunned. You? What are you going to do? Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Brother Fei was framed. I'm going to take revenge for him. Hu Qianqian's eyes widened. Who framed him? Chen Xuewen. Hu Qianqian repeated the name, her expression turning cold. He is the one who got my husband imprisoned. I will never let him off. Just wait. I'll call my uncle right now and have him deal with this kid. Wang Kai quickly waved his hand. Sister Qian, absolutely not. Hu Qianqian was puzzled. Why? Don't worry, my uncle could easily deal with him. Wang Kai shook his head and waved his hands. Sister Qian, if you call your uncle, he will definitely investigate what happened. By then, if he discovers you're targeting Chen Xuewen because of Brother Fei, how do you think he'll treat Brother Fei? Brother Fei could end up serving a longer sentence. Hu Qianqian's expression changed. She too thought this highly likely. After a moment of thought, she asked, Then how do you plan to take revenge? Wang Kai said softly, I have a method. I plan to try it first. If it fails, I'll go confront Chen Xuewen directly. Hu Qianqian asked curiously, What method? Can I help? Wang Kai glanced at Hu Qianqian and suddenly said, Sister Qian, if you're willing to help, this method will definitely work. Hu Qianqian immediately became interested. Really? Tell me quickly. I want to take revenge for my husband too. Wang Kai's face lit with delight, and he quickly explained his plan to Hu Qianqian. Finally, he took out a bank card. This card holds 500,000 yuan, which Brother Fei had prepared for your wedding. But it seems it cannot be used now. If you wish to proceed with this matter, use this money to try. If you succeed, it would honor Brother Fei's memory. Hu Qianqian took a deep breath, accepted the bank card, and nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. I will make Chen Xuewen pay with blood. Hu Qianqian, clutching the bank card, resolutely rose and departed. Watching her walk into the campus, Wang Kai immediately stood and approached Li Eryong, grinning. Brother Yong, how did it go? Li Eryong nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. As long as Hu Qianqian is willing to step forward, this matter is all but guaranteed. I investigated. That person's younger brother is Hu Qianqian's classmate and has a good relationship with her. Through this connection plus the 500,000 and Hu Qianqian's family background, we can certainly persuade that person. Speaking of which, Li Eryong took out a bank card and handed it to Wang Kai. This card contains 80,000 yuan. It was the activity fund Brother Wen gave me, now considered your reward. Wang Kai was overjoyed. Receiving 80,000 yuan at once was no small sum. This money was enough for him to start a small business in Pingzhou. Thank you, Brother Yong. Thank you, Brother Yong. Wang Kai thanked him repeatedly. Li Eryong patted his shoulder. This is only the first reward. If this matter succeeds, Brother Wen has promised to provide another 500,000 bonus. So you know what to do, right? Wang Kai's eyes widened with excitement. Brother Yong, rest assured, I will definitely handle this flawlessly. Li Eryong nodded approvingly. You're sharp and efficient. I have high hopes for you. After this matter is settled, you must leave Pingnan province and lay low for a while. When everything has settled, if you're willing, return to Pingxing with me. I will never treat you unfairly. Wang Kai immediately nodded. Thank you, Brother Yong. Thank you, Brother Yong. I will definitely serve you well. Li Eryong nodded with a smile, rose and departed. In Pingxing at the Brothers Arcade, the competitive tournament organized by Chen Xuewen proceeded as scheduled. Today the arcade was truly packed with a sea of people. The arcade was overcrowded with the machines hosting the matches surrounded by throngs of spectators. Over 100 contestants had signed up for the competition. Several hundred more had come to watch. It was well known that many people enjoyed this type of fighting game, yet Pingxing had never hosted such a tournament before. Chen Xuewen's event was the first of its kind, and with effective promotion and generous prize money, it naturally drew a massive crowd. During this time, Chen Xuewen's reputation had also grown increasingly prominent. Having successively dealt with big shots like Li Yedong and Zhou Jingfeng, people were now full of praise for Chen Xuewen. Consequently, the fame of the brothers' arcade soared even higher. In the eyes of many, Chen Xuewen's status was almost on par with that of Viper. Over the past few days, numerous thugs had come to Chen Xuewen hoping to become his underlings. Chen Xuewen did not accept all of them. Instead, he selected a few who were more astute and kept them working at the arcade. He would not entrust truly core matters to them or let them in on those secrets. The competition started in the morning and only concluded by evening. Throughout the entire process, Chen Xuewen's arcade was bustling with excitement. Especially during the final round in the evening, the arcade was packed to the brim. Even outside, many people stood waiting to hear the results. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that the competition finally came to an end. Holding a microphone, Chen Xuewen announced the rankings on a simple stage set up outside and presented the trophies and prize money to the winning contestants. The onlookers were filled with envy. The first prize of 5,000 yuan along with a specially crafted trophy was a sight that stirred desire. Chen Xuewen had even had the trophy modeled after the Oscar statuette, exuding an air of luxury. The victorious contestants, their eyes brimming with tears, expressed their gratitude with many thanks directed at Chen Xuewen. One of the champions in particular had brought his parents to witness his moment of triumph. The entire event was both stirring and sentimental, leaving many in the audience deeply moved. In a distant corner, two people stood in the shadows quietly observing the scene. One of them, a short man with a handlebar mustache and a middle-parted hairstyle, was Ding San. Gazing at the lively scene, he let out a soft sigh and murmured, "He has finally gained momentum. Viper lost this move, and it will be very difficult for him to turn the tables." Beside him stood a robust man, his hands covered in calluses, his eyes sharp and vigilant. The man frowned slightly. "Third Master, you're overthinking this, aren't you? No matter how well Chen Xuewen runs this competition, it only attracts people who come to play video games, not those who play slot machines. He can't shake Viper's core foundation after all." Ding San let out a cold laugh. "That's what everyone thinks, and that's precisely what makes it most dangerous. Do you really believe Chen Xuewen is going to all this trouble just to attract these video game players?" The man asked in surprise. "Then what is he after?" Ding San said softly, "He's doing this to make the brothers' arcade famous." The man sneered, "So what? No matter how famous it gets, it won't attract those slot machine patrons." Ding San glanced at him with a faint smile. "With fame comes opportunity. If at this point something goes wrong with Viper's slot machines, or they suffer a fatal blow forcing those patrons to find another venue, then where do you think those patrons will go?" At these words, the man's expression froze. If Viper's establishment ran into trouble, those people would have no place to go and would likely choose a nearby venue with a strong reputation. And wasn't Chen Xuewen's establishment now precisely such a place? He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Third Master, are you suggesting that Chen Xuewen might make a move against Viper's place? What would he do? Could he possibly report to the law enforcement and have them shut down Viper's operation? That seems unlikely, doesn't it?" Ding San shook his head. "Chen Xuewen is full of cunning tricks and deceitful methods. His approach won't be so easy to guess. As for involving law enforcement, that's even more impossible and can't be done. I don't know exactly what Chen Xuewen will do, but as long as he builds up his reputation, Viper has already lost the first step." The man's face changed, and he quickly said, "Then we should notify Viper right away so he can be on guard against Chen Xuewen." Ding San waved his hand. "Forget it. Viper may be ruthless enough, but he's too greedy for money, and women, lacks magnanimity, is short-sighted, and only focuses on immediate gains. He's not fit for great things. Viper's ship will sink sooner or later. There's no need for us to stay on board." The man looked at Ding San, then at Chen Xuewen in the distance, and suddenly widened his eyes. "Third Master, you're not thinking of cooperating with Chen Xuewen, are you?" Ding San smiled faintly. "The thought has crossed my mind." The man spat immediately. "Third Master, that kid is still wet behind the ears. What qualifications does he have to cooperate with you?" Ding San glanced at him and said softly, "Achievement is not a matter of age. There's no rush to make a decision. Let's see how this plays out first. If Chen Xuewen truly has the ability to bring down Viper, he will surely become someone great in the future. What harm is there in following him? But if he can't overcome this hurdle, then we won't waste our efforts." The man nodded. He too was eager to see whether Chen Xuewen could truly topple Viper. After the award ceremony concluded, Chen Xuewen gathered the top 8 contestants and led them to a lavish hotel in Pingcheng to host a celebratory banquet in honor of their victory. Most of these contestants were not well off, and stepping into such an upscale hotel filled them with excitement and profound gratitude toward Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen had dined here several times before, and the hotel manager recognized him. As Chen entered, the manager hurried over with a deferential bow to greet him. It was no surprise. Chen Xuewen's reputation had grown immensely lately, and with his flamboyant demeanor, few in Pingcheng dared to cross him. Watching the impeccably suited hotel manager treat Chen Xuewen with such reverence, the top 8 contestants felt even deeper admiration. Chen Xuewen gave a casual nod and instructed the manager to arrange a private room for them. Once everyone was seated, Chen Xuewen gave further instructions, ordering a lavish spread with food and drinks fully prepared. Chen himself abstained from alcohol, but Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong, who had a decent tolerance, clinked glasses and drank with the contestants. After several rounds of drinks, as Wang Zhendong stepped out to use the restroom, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Chen Xuewen immediately hurried out and found Wang Jindong scuffling with a man at the restroom entrance. Seeing Chen Xuewen emerge, Wang Jindong snatched up a nearby beer bottle and swung it at the man's head. However, the man reacted, quickly grabbing Wang's wrist and wrestling for control of the bottle. After a brief struggle, Wang Jindong deliberately let go and the bottle fell into the man's hands. The man brandished it wildly, and amidst the chaos it smashed directly onto Wang Jindong's head. The man was momentarily stunned by what he had done. He had only meant to threaten Wang Jindong. How had the bottle actually connected? Just then Chen Xuewen strode over. He grabbed the man by the collar without hesitation, seized a bottle from nearby, and cracked it over his head. The man tried to resist, but with Wang Jindong holding him on one side and Chen Xuewen pinning him against the sink on the other, he was helpless. Chen Xuewen smashed 2 more bottles over him, and the man was left utterly defenseless, only able to fume and roar. Damn, you just wait. Just wait for me. My brothers will come and kill you. Chen Xuewen spat disdainfully. Which room are your brothers in? Come on, take me there to meet them. Furiously, the man spat out the room number. Chen Xuewen, without another word, grabbed him by the neck and marched toward it. This room was the most luxurious private suite in the hotel. Arriving at the door, Chen Xuewen wasted no time. He kicked it straight open. Inside, 7 or 8 people sat around a table mid-meal. At the head of the table sat a corpulent man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s, though his hair had already gone gray. Beside him was a woman with an alluring, seductive gaze. Chen Xuewen recognized her at once. She was the woman who had been with Poison Snake before, and she was also Bossu's concubine. Everyone in the room turned to stare at Chen Xuewen, and upon seeing the man he had in his grip, they erupted in fury. Who the hell are you? Let go of second brother now. How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know who our boss is? Let me tell you, this is the infamous boss who of Pingxing. You must be tired of living, coming here to stir up trouble. They all bellowed aggressively, looking ready to attack Chen Xuewen. Only then did Chen Xuewen cast a glance at the portly man and sneer. So you're the famous boss who? Ha, then tonight's matter will be easy to settle. With that, he shoved the man forward and declared loudly, all of you listen carefully. My name is Chen Xuewen. The moment the name left his lips, the clamor in the room died instantly, as everyone quietly took their seats. Chen Xuewen's reputation had spread far and wide recently. These people were nothing but bullies who preyed on the weak. Who among them would dare to confront Chen Xuewen directly? Even Boss, whose expression shifted upon hearing the name. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, so it's Brother Chen. Brother Chen, what? What's all this about? How did my brother offend you? Chen Xuewen pointed to Wang Jindong at the door. Your brother smashed my brother's head open. Bossu, how do you propose we settle this? At that moment the man quickly interjected, cousin, I'm innocent. That guy was way too arrogant. When I went to the restroom, he told me to get out. I got angry and argued with him, and then he swung a bottle at me. When I tried to defend myself, the bottle somehow ended up hitting him on the head. Then clutching his own head, the man added, I only hit him once, but this Chen Xuewen, he hit me 3 times. Chen Xuewen scoffed, brother, your math isn't very good, is it? I only hit you 3 times. The man insisted loudly it was 3 times. Chen Xuewen sneered, I seem to recall it was 4. What, did I not hit you enough? Then let me make up for it. With that, Chen Xuewen grabbed a bottle from the table, and in full view of everyone smashed it over the man's head once more. The man let out a scream, and the faces of everyone in the room paled. This Chen Xuewen was ruthless, laying such heavy hands right in front of them, as if they were beneath his notice. Yet no one dared utter a word. Who would risk provoking Chen Xuewen? He clapped his hands and examined the shattered bottle. Oh Matai, huh? No wonder it feels so good to smash with. Bossu, when you leave later, have someone bring me a few cases. I'd like to keep some empty bottles for myself. Bossu's face was ashen. This man was his cousin, and watching him get beaten right before his eyes was a slap to his own face. But he dared not say a word. He truly feared Chen Xuewen might suddenly turn on him. Brother Chen, my cousin has already been beaten like this. How about we just call it even? Bossu suggested tentatively. Chen Xuewen grabbed a bottle from the table and pointed it at Bossu. What the hell do you mean by that? Your cousin is nothing compared to my brother. Bossu's face shifted and he lowered his voice. Then what does Brother Chen propose? Chen Xuewen smiled. Bossu is so wealthy. This shouldn't be a difficult matter to resolve. Bossu's expression changed drastically, and the woman beside him glared. What do you mean? Are you trying to extort us? Chen Xuewen smiled and walked straight over to Bossu. Suddenly he whipped his hand across the face of Bossu's concubine. When men are talking, why do you interrupt? Bossu, is there no discipline in your household? Chen Xuewen barked coldly. Bossu was stunned while his concubine flew into a rage. You, how dare you hit me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'll call Poison Snake right now and have him come finish you off. At those words, Bossu's face instantly turned a sickly shade. He had long known about the affair between his concubine and Poison Snake. But now for her to say such a thing openly in front of him was a complete slap to his dignity. Chen Xuewen, however, showed no mercy and delivered another slap across the woman's face. Go on, call Poison Snake right now. I'll wait right here. Bring him here and let's see. The woman, furious and humiliated, stormed out to make the call. The faces of everyone in the room turned pale. Chen Xuewen wasn't even afraid of Poison Snake. Chen Xuewen grabbed Bossu by the collar and said with a light chuckle, Bossu, now that the woman is gone, shall we talk about compensation? Boss Hu's face was iron gray and he remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen let out a light laugh. What? Worried about losing face in front of your men? Fine, no problem. Dongzi, get everyone out of here. Boss Hu, how about you and I discuss compensation in private? Wang Zhendong immediately clapped his hands. Did you hear that? Everyone out. The people in the room exchanged uneasy glances but didn't dare object, filing out shamefacedly. Watching his subordinates all leave, Boss Hu was dumbfounded. He stared at the door Wang Zhendong had shut, trembling all over, and stammered, Brother Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. There's no need to be so angry. How about this, you name a price and I'll pay it. The moment the door was sealed shut, Chen Xuewen's expression transformed. The fierce glint in his eyes vanished, instantly replaced by a faint smile. No need for compensation. There's something I'd like to discuss with you in private, Boss Hu. Boss Hu asked, puzzled. What is it? Chen Xuewen replied. I'd like to borrow 3 million from you as capital. Additionally, I want you to go to the provincial capital for a medical checkup on the 3rd day of the 12th lunar month. Preferably something like a gastroscopy under general anesthesia, something that leaves you unable to answer calls or conduct business all day. Boss Hu was stunned. What kind of request was this? What exactly are you planning? Boss Hu asked with a trembling voice. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and slowly revealed his plan. After hearing it all, Boss Hu was left speechless for a long moment. Chen Xuewen patted his shoulder and said, Boss Hu, this plan of mine is actually doing you a favor. If it succeeds, you'll get your revenge and recover a good portion of your assets. If it fails, you lose 3 million, and I imagine that's not a significant sum for you. Boss Hu looked at Chen Xuewen deeply. You caused all this commotion just to meet me alone and discuss this. Chen Xuewen nodded with a faint smile. That's right. If I had come to you directly, Poison Snake would have been suspicious. But with all this fuss, it's a different story. Lately I've been acting flamboyantly, and everyone thinks I'm just a man who got lucky and let success go to his head. But in truth, that's exactly what I wanted them to believe. That way, when I meet with you now, everyone will think I'm trying to extort you, and even Poison Snake won't suspect a thing. Boss Hu took a deep breath. He had to admit Chen Xuewen's meticulous thinking was truly astonishing. Just then a commotion erupted from outside. Chen Xuewen smiled. Looks like Poison Snake is here. Boss Hu, think it over. Of course, you could also choose to tell Poison Snake everything. At that, Chen Xuewen's expression turned fierce once more. But then again, since I dares to do all this, I'm certainly not afraid of a head-on clash with Poison Snake. But think carefully. What would you gain by revealing this to him? Your woman right in front of you called her lover to back her up. Boss Hu, can you swallow that bitterness? Those words made Boss Hu's expression turn savage. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, fine, I'll help you. Chen Xuewen burst into laughter and suddenly raised his voice. Then I thank you for your generosity, Boss Hu. He pushed open the door and stepped out, where Boss Hu's concubine was approaching tearfully with Poison Snake. The moment she spotted Chen Xuewen, the concubine pointed at him and sobbed, it's him. Snake, you have to avenge me. Behind him inside the room, a malicious scowl flickered across Boss Hu's face, his eyes brimming with venom. He said nothing, merely fixating on Chen Xuewen, eager to see how he would resolve the predicament unfolding before him. Dushi charged over with a group of his underlings, his demeanor fierce and overbearing. Chen Xuewen, it's you again. Dushi gritted his teeth, his face icy cold. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Brother Snake, long time no see. What are you really here to stand up for Boss Hu's woman? As soon as he said this, many nearby chuckled quietly. Everyone knew that Dushi had been carrying on an illicit affair with Boss Hu's young concubine, but no one dared to speak it openly. Only Chen Xuewen had the audacity to bring it up. Dushi's face turned frigid. He clenched his fists, abruptly glaring at Chen Xuewen, with murderous intent blazing in his eyes, as if ready to strike at any moment. Chen Xuewen, however, refused to back down. He slowly slipped one hand into his pocket, gripping a boning knife. His other hand slid into his sleeve, as if clutching something. At the same time, Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu edged closer from the side. They too kept their hands hidden in their sleeves, staring fixedly at Dushi. Not only that, but the recent recruits under Chen Xuewen also stepped forward. They dared not confront Dushi directly, but they stood nearby at least to bolster the show of force. Dushi swept his gaze over these men, his expression growing stern. He knew that Chen Xuewen was adept at hiding lime powder in his clothes and using it to ambush people in the chaos. Dushi was confident in his own combat prowess. If it were a fair fight, he wouldn't have considered Chen Xuewen and his crew a threat at all. He alone could defeat Chen Xuewen and his men. But once Chen Xuewen resorted to lime powder, the outcome would be uncertain. Back at the Chenji Grand Hotel, he hadn't feared Chen Xuewen because it was a venue he had chosen. Chen Xuewen couldn't have prepared in advance. Moreover, after Chen Xuewen arrived, she had his men search him to ensure he wasn't carrying lime powder or anything similar. But this time was different. He had rushed over halfway, so who knew if Chen Xuewen had already prepared and was waiting for a chance to strike. Rushing in rashly and falling into Chen Xuewen's trap again would be like capsizing in a ditch. So despite his fury, Dushi forcibly suppressed his urge to fight. He said coldly, Chen Xuewen, you're a man, and yet you bully a girl. If word of this gets out, aren't you afraid of losing face? Chen Xuewen chuckled. Brother Snake, so you do recognize me as a man. When men talk and act, isn't it a bit inappropriate for a woman to interrupt? Boss who's lacks discipline is his own fault. I'm just teaching her a lesson. What does that have to do with you, Brother Snake? I'm not disciplining your woman MIA. These words left Du Shi speechless. As Chen Xuewen had pointed out, this was Boss Hu's wife. What business was it of his to step in? He certainly couldn't claim she was his own woman. Du Shi took a deep breath. Boss Hu is my boss. His affairs are my affairs. Chen Xuewen sneered. So his wife is also your wife? Du Shi fumed. You. Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. Just kidding, Brother Snake. Why get so worked up? The real party hasn't even said a word yet. Why are you in such a rush? It's almost New Year, Brother Snake. Harmony brings wealth. Du Shi gritted his teeth and turned angrily to Boss Hu. Boss Hu, what do you say about this? Boss Hu took a deep breath, looked at Chen Xuewen, then at Du Shi, and finally sighed. Forget it. Harmony brings wealth. Hearing this, the young concubine was furious. She spat and cursed coward. Boss Hu heard her, but said nothing, as if he really were a spineless weakling. Chen Xuewen laughed, waving at Boss Hu. Thanks, Boss Hu. Brother Snake, look how magnanimous Boss Hu is. That's how a real man does things. Ha ha, care to join us for a drink? Du Shi shot Chen Xuewen a piercing look and said coldly, no need. There will be plenty of chances to drink when we visit your grave. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Brother Snake, what's your favorite drink? I'll bring plenty for you then. Du Shi remained expressionless, ignored Chen Xuewen, cast a cold glance at Boss Hu, and left with his men. Boss Hu's young concubine also spat, then swayed her slender waist and wiggled her pert backside as she followed Du Shi away. The scene erupted into a clamor with many snickering. Wow, she's openly running off with Du Shi. Just look at that waist and that ass. Damn, it's hot. Du Shi's in for a good time. Who knows how much she'll be twisting tonight, haha. The crowd indulged in lewd jokes and endless teasing. Boss Hu's face darkened. Without a word, he stood up and left. As he passed Chen Xuewen, he glanced at him and said coldly, I'll have the money sent to you tomorrow. Chen Xuewen laughed again. Thanks, Boss Hu. Boss Hu left with his men. Chen Xuewen returned to the private room, feeling exhilarated. He slapped the table. Monkey Dongzi, let's move to the next round. Li Hong, call Xiao Man and the others. Give me 2 luxury private rooms. For every person here, arrange a girl to accompany them. Get the best wine and the highest grade tips. Then Chen Xuewen patted Lai Ho on the shoulder and grinned. Remember, put it on Zhao Chang's tab. Lai Ho burst out laughing. Got it, huh? Chen Xuewen was planning to squeeze Zhao Chang again. But Zhao Chang deserved it. They hadn't settled the score from before, and now was the perfect time. The men in the room erupted into cheers. Especially the winners, who were overjoyed. They had won prizes, enjoyed a fine meal, and even had their nightlife arranged. Everyone was filled with admiration and gratitude toward Chen Xuewen. Of course, for some joy was accompanied by pain. Zhao Chang, upon receiving Wu Lihong's call, was nearly in tears. Chen Xuewen's group tonight had over 20 people, meaning more than 20 hostesses to accompany them. And he estimated that quite a few would end up taking the girls out afterward, which would be an even bigger expense. 2 private rooms plus top-shelf liquor. The night's tab would be 30 to 40,000 yuan. Putting it on his account felt like cutting flesh from his bones. But Zhao Chang didn't dare breathe a word of complaint. He could only obediently comply. Because he had already heard that Chen Xuewen had clashed with Du Shi tonight. Chen Xuewen had said what he had, and Du Shi hadn't made a move. How could Zhao Chang dare to be defiant? So Zhao Chang dejectedly signed the bill. That night, everyone reveled to their heart's content. After this, Chen Xuewen's reputation was destined to grow even louder. Chen Xuewen left before midnight with Wu Lihong, Lai Ho, and a few others. When they got home, Lai Ho asked worriedly, Brother Wen, why don't we stay here with you tonight? After the big stir tonight, Du Shi might try to ambush you. Chen Xuewen smiled. Don't worry. Even if Du Shi wants to come after me, it won't be tonight. Lai Ho asked, puzzled, why? Chen Xuewen said, it's almost New Year. With the current business of the electronic dynasty, if Du Shi plays his cards right, he'll make at least 10 million in this month alone. Before that, he definitely doesn't want to stir up any major trouble. He just wants to earn that money smoothly. Chen Xuewen smiled and continued, besides, after these few encounters, he knows I'm not easy to deal with. If he comes after me now, let alone whether he can take me out, even if he does, he'd break the oath he made at the Chunji Grand Hotel, losing people's trust and hurting his own business. Second, if I die, he'll be implicated. Then he'll be dragged in for questioning every few days. Can he still earn that 10 million during the new year? Lai Ho suddenly understood. So that's why you told him, harmony brings wealth. You were reminding him. Chen Xuewen smiled and waved his hand. Rest assured, as long as I don't touch his real interests, he won't act. Du Shi is a madman, but not a fool. 10 million. How could he give up such a juicy piece of meat? Lai Ho and the others nodded repeatedly, no longer worried, and took their leave. Just as Chen Xuewen had said, the night passed uneventfully, and the Snake Gang remained completely silent. In the morning, Chen Xuewen arrived at the arcade and saw Lai Ho chatting with Wang Zhendong in the distance. What are you talking about? Chen Xuewen asked casually. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong immediately grinned. Talking about the snake. Chen Xuewen was surprised. What happened to him? Lai Ho said, apparently last night the snake took Boss Hu's mistress and never went home. Wang Zhendong snickered. I heard he took her to a hotel. While the waitstaff heard everything, they were at it all night. The woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and her voice echoed down the hallway. It was insane. Lai Ho immediately nodded. Right, I heard that too. This morning, when the woman came out of the hotel, she was limping. Damn, that bastard snake is as strong as an ox. He really wore her out. Wang Zhendong laughed heartily. Can you imagine how furious Boss Who must be when he sees his mistress in that state? Haha. Chen Xuewen looked exasperated. Can't you two focus on something productive instead of gossiping? Liho chuckled. Hey, just killing time. Chen Xuewen ignored them and walked into the arcade, finding even more people there. Those who had won the previous competition also came to play, and those who hadn't won had grown accustomed to the place, so even in the morning it was bustling with excitement. Chen Xuewen stayed in the shop until after 10 when a man appeared at the door. He approached Chen Xuewen and said respectfully, "You must be Brother Wen. Boss Who sent me. Please accept this check." Chen Xuewen took the check and nodded with satisfaction. "Thank Boss Who for me." He pocketed the check and went straight to the bank, transferring the 3 million to his account. Staring at the 350,000 in his balance, Chen Xuewen murmured, "Everything is ready, all I need is the east wind." He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Li Eryong, action in 10 days. Li Eryong replied with a single word, good. Chen Xuewen smiled, faintly deleted the text, and strolled back to the arcade. After the competition ended, business at his arcade grew increasingly prosperous. Even the slot machines gradually started to attract players. However, those who played the slots were just small fry, bringing little profit. The daily earnings from the slot machines were far less than those from the regular arcade games. Compared to the Snake's operation, which raked in 100,000 a day, Chen Xuewen's slot machines were practically decoration. During this period, the Snake completely ignored Chen Xuewen, because the new year was just over a month away, and that was the most profitable time for slot machines. During the New Year holiday, with the scale of the electronic dynasty, the daily income could reach over 1 million. If he played his cards right during the holiday, the Snake could net at least 10 million. Naturally, his focus was entirely on that. As for the fact that hardly anyone played the regular arcade games, the Snake paid no attention. Arcade games didn't make much money anyway, and with no players he found it more peaceful. Compared to the Snake's busyness, Chen Xuewen's side was relatively calm. He was still preparing for the second competition, which focused on arcade platformers. Games like Oriental Legend, Knights of Valor, and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Setting rules, allocating prize money, doing promotions. Various tasks kept him occupied, as if he didn't care about the slot machines at all. Meanwhile, Liho and Wang Zhendong were also busy, spending most of their time away from the shop. As instructed by Chen Xuewen, they had been secretly investigating the trusted subordinates around the Snake and Zhou Jinghui. Every evening, when they ate at home, Liho and Wang Zhendong would hand over the collected information to Chen Xuewen for him to analyze. One day, Chen Xuewen looked at the dossier Liho handed him and frowned slightly. "This Xiao Ma, he's not married yet?" Chen Xuewen asked curiously. Liho nodded. "Yeah, this guy is strange. He's 35 and never been married. And the key thing is he doesn't even have a girlfriend and never goes out with women. Isn't that odd?" Chen Xuewen said gravely. "Not married, no girlfriend, no women. Is he gay?" Liho shook his head. "No, I haven't heard any rumors about that. Maybe he just doesn't have an interest in women." Chen Xuewen glanced at him. "Have you ever seen a man who doesn't have an interest in women?" Liho scratched his head. "Lu Xiaohui." Chen Xuewen said, "Come on, forget about legends. I'm asking you. Among the people you know, have you ever seen anyone who doesn't like women?" Liho thought carefully and shook his head. "No. But brother, when you kind of seem like you don't like women." Inside the room, Wu Lihong let out a derisive snort. Since his first time, Chen Xuewen hadn't let her rest a single night. Chen Xuewen remained expressionless. "I'm not indifferent to women, I just know what I should and shouldn't do. Some women are off limits." Wang Zhendong and Liho exchanged puzzled glances. "What do you mean?" Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "You two wouldn't understand. Let me put it this way. If Xiao Ma isn't gay, then his avoidance of women definitely points to another issue. Dig deeper into Xiao Ma's files, including the people around him." Liho and Wang Zhendong immediately nodded. Over the next few days, they focused on investigating Xiao Ma. 2 days later, they finally got a lead. To follow that lead, Liho and Wang Zhendong even made a trip out of town. 2 days later, they returned with a bombshell. Liho said mysteriously, "Brother, when we found something you'd never imagine." Chen Xuewen looked at him, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Does Xiao Ma have a relationship with some woman? And that woman has a high status?" Liho and Wang Zhendong's eyes widened. "Brother Wen, how? How did you guess?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "I don't believe any man is truly indifferent to women, especially someone like Xiao Ma who's often in places full of temptation. If he doesn't touch women, it can only mean a high-status woman is watching him, and he dares not touch others." Liho and Wang Zhendong exclaimed, "Brother Wen, you're amazing. Your guess is spot on." Chen Xuewen smiled. This was something he had anticipated, which was why he asked them to investigate Xiao Ma thoroughly. And his decision proved correct. Xiao Ma definitely had a secret. "So what's the story?" Chen Xuewen asked. Liho said, "We found out that Zhou Jinghui's wife comes from the same county as Xiao Ma. They're about the same age and were classmates in school. Xiao Ma got his job working for Zhou Jinghui through that woman. I suspected they had something, so I went to their hometown to investigate. And what I found was shocking." Liho took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Zhou Jinghui's wife was Xiao Ma's first love. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Xuewen's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. He patted Liho on the shoulder. "Monkey Dongzi, great work. With this information, our chances of dealing with them just increased by half." Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the end of the winter month. At the end of each month, it was the day for Boss Who to collect his accounts. Many of Boss Hu's businesses were now managed by others, and he did not directly oversee them. Thus, every month he had to check the accounts essentially just to collect the profits. Even the Electronic Dynasty required him to collect his share of the earnings each month, because the funds for Viper to open the Electronic Dynasty were actually invested by Boss Hu. The storefront belonged to Boss Hu, and the facilities and machines were also his investment, though Viper was merely responsible for overseeing the place. However, Viper later took over the location, claiming it as his own. On paper, the venue still belonged to Boss Hu, but he could no longer obtain any profits from the Electronic Dynasty. Moreover, recently Viper had become increasingly outrageous. Not only did he refuse to give Boss Hu any profit each month, but he also wanted to extract more money from Boss Hu. According to Viper, the players at the slot machines had been extremely lucky lately, and the Electronic Dynasty had been losing money. Since the Electronic Dynasty was Boss Hu's business, it was only natural for Boss Hu to cover the losses. In essence, he was openly blackmailing Boss Hu. Boss Hu was helpless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. His subordinates all dared to fleece him. At the end of the month, Boss Hu as usual collected the profits from these venues. He gathered all the earnings and carefully calculated them, only to find his face turning green with anger. Over the past few years, he had invested in 30 or 40 businesses, spending several hundred million. Yet the total profit for this month across all these venues was a mere 2 million. Mind you, these were all his own properties, his own buildings, requiring little to no cost. How could the profit be so low? Even if he didn't run any business and simply rented out the properties, the monthly profit would be far more than this. He took a deep breath, looked at the people managing his venues, and finally had to swallow his anger for the time being. He knew that these people were all trying to line their own pockets. If this continued, they would eventually devour him. However, when he saw the profit situation at the Electronic Dynasty, he could no longer sit still. The accounts clearly showed a loss of 700,000 for the month. How can the loss be so much? Boss Hu was so furious he nearly exploded on the spot, asking indignantly. Viper glanced at him. In business, it's normal to have gains and losses. This month, the players at the slot machines and the casino downstairs were just lucky. What can I do? Boss Hu, I've done my utmost for you. I covered that 700,000 out of my own pocket. Given our relationship, I didn't charge you interest. What's there to be unhappy about? Boss Hu gritted his teeth, knowing that Viper was blatantly blackmailing him. But seeing Viper's cold, dark eyes, he ultimately swallowed his anger. None of the people in the room were on his side. They all wanted to suck his blood. If he truly angered Viper, no one would help him. Boss Hu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Let's talk about the 700,000 later. I've been feeling unwell recently. I'm planning to go to Pingzhou tomorrow for a checkup. I'll discuss this matter when I get back." Viper frowned slightly, but didn't think much of it. Since Boss Hu said he was going for a checkup, Viper couldn't very well demand the money first. That would be going too far. In any case, in his view, Boss Hu couldn't escape. The 700,000 would still be his. Boss Hu collected part of the profits and then left directly. The people in the room burst into laughter. They all held Boss Hu, this coward, in contempt. A hint of disdain also flickered across Viper's face. He waved at Boss Hu's young concubine in the room, and she immediately swayed her hips over, unabashedly taking Viper's arm and leaving together. Seeing this, the people in the room roared with laughter again. Now Viper and the concubine didn't even bother to hide from Boss Hu, which further deepened everyone's contempt for him. Viper took Boss Hu's concubine to a hotel. After some exertion, she lay limp in his arms, her eyes seductive as silk. "You devil, you really want to wear me out. If this keeps up, my body will fall apart," the concubine said in a coquettish voice. Viper smiled, smugly confident in his physical prowess. "If you can't take it, you can call your sisters over next time to help share the load," Viper said lewdly. The concubine, far from being angry, laughed instead. "I knew it. You've had your eye on my sisters for a long time. Tell me who you're interested in, and I'll call her over to serve you together." Viper laughed heartily, pinched the concubine hard, then lit a cigarette, and asked, "Why did that old bastard who suddenly go to Pingzhou for a checkup? Did something happen?" The concubine spat. "That old thing's body has been nearly useless for a long time. He has all sorts of heart disease and high blood pressure. It's normal for him to get a checkup. A few days ago, he kept saying he felt unwell. Looks like some illness flared up." Hearing this, Viper stopped worrying and nodded. "It's good that he's away. No one will disturb us." The concubine snorted. "Oh, please. Even if he were home, he wouldn't dare to disturb you, brother Viper." Viper laughed. "I mean, next time when he's away, we can go play in his bed. Imagine how thrilling that would be." The concubine's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. The next day, Boss Hu left Pingxing for Pingzhou to undergo his medical checkup. Viper paid it no mind. For him, the 12th lunar month was approaching, which would be the peak season for the game arcade business. His focus was entirely on the arcade, and he didn't even have the energy to pay attention to Chen Xuewen. On the third day of the 12th lunar month at the Pingxing bus station, two people alighted from a coach. One of them was Wang Kai, Hefei's underling. The other was a man in his 30s. Wang Kai cheerfully introduced, "Brother Tong, this is Pingxing." The man called Brother Tong furrowed his brows as if troubled by something. He looked around then at Wang Kai and said in a low voice, "All right, let's skip the nonsense. Let's get down to business quickly. I have to leave as soon as it's done. I must leave Pingxing before 5 this afternoon, understand?" Wang Kai grinned. "Brother Tong, no problem. I've arranged everything to ensure your smooth departure." He hailed a taxi and directed it to the old square. At the old square, Wang Kai led Brother Tong to Chen Xuewen's brother game arcade. Brother Tong, this is the place. Chen told you. Your task is to go in and win a large sum of money. Take a look. Any issues? Brother Tong waved his hand. Wait here. I'll go in and check. He entered the arcade, casually strolled around, and lingered briefly at the slot machines. Then he walked out and returned to Wang Kai. No problem. It's a slot machine from my former company. If the program is fine, I'm guaranteed to win. Brother Tong nodded. He was originally an employee of the game machine company, thoroughly familiar with the programs of these slot machines. Wang Kai was overjoyed. Then shall we start? Brother Tong hesitated. Is this really appropriate? This is no small matter. If I win that much money and anger the boss here, I'm afraid I might not be able to leave safely. Wang Kai laughed. Brother Tong, don't worry about that. See over there? Those are the law enforcement officers patrolling nearby. This area used to have poor security, so the officers have been patrolling here. No one dares to cause trouble now. He patted Brother Tong's shoulder. We've already discussed this. Whatever you win is yours. Chen gave you 500,000 earlier. If you win another million, so that's 1.5 million. With that much money, what's a little risk? Then he leaned in and whispered, besides, you know what Chen uncle does, don't you? Even if this blows up, her family can handle the aftermath. No problem at all. Brother Tong took a deep breath and slowly nodded. All right, let's do it. Wang Kai grinned, pulled out a stack of cash, and handed it to Brother Tong. Brother Tong, the people inside know me, so I won't go in. Good luck. Brother Tong took the money, took a deep breath, and walked into Chen Xuewen's brother game arcade. After entering Chen Xuewen's arcade, Brother Tong directly purchased some tokens and headed to the slot machines at the back. At that moment, Chen Xuewen also received a message from Liurio. He cast a glance at the message, then looked at Brother Tong seated inside and offered a faint smile. He beckoned Lai Ho over and whispered a few instructions. Lai Ho hesitated for a moment. Why withdraw so much money? Chen Xuewen replied in a low voice. Don't worry about it. Just withdraw the money first. I have my uses. Have Dongzi and Juzi accompany you. Stay safe. Lai Ho nodded and set off with Wang Zhendong and Li Taiju to withdraw the cash. Inside, Brother Tong first tested the machine for a while, then began playing with full force, racking up wins on the slot machine. Having previously worked as a designer at a factory that manufactured these machines, he knew their programming inside and out. He understood precisely how these machines operated, which meant when he played, he could correctly predict 7 out of 10 bets, a remarkably high success rate. He had entered with 10,000 yuan, and soon that amount began to double. Within half an hour, he had won over 100,000, drawing considerable attention. Several people playing nearby slot machines gathered around, captivated by the spectacle. They had seen plenty of players lose money, but winning this much was rare. Even those playing arcade games outside began to wander and forming a crowd behind him. Brother Tong's forehead glistened with a fine sweat. He was actually quite nervous. As a former slot machine designer, he understood all too well that continuing to win like this was dangerous. After all, anyone running a shop like this in a local area likely had ties to something shady. Winning small amounts was fine, but winning too much made it difficult to leave unscathed. That was precisely why he hadn't relied on this method to make money after leaving the factory. When he needed money, occasionally he'd win a little, 3 or 5,000 at a time, and no one would care. But winning this much in one go, he wouldn't dare. But this time he'd been hired and given 50,000 yuan as a retainer. Plus he had Hu Qianqian's backing, which is why he dared to attempt this. He gritted his teeth and, ignoring the gasps from the crowd, bet with everything he had. Before long, the 100,000+ doubled repeatedly, climbing to 300,000 or 400,000, then 700,000 or 800,000, until it reached 1.6 or 7 million. By now the crowd had gone wild. No one had ever witnessed anything so outrageous. Winning such an enormous sum from a slot machine was unprecedented. They'd only seen this kind of winning in movies set in Las Vegas or Macau casinos. In an ordinary small town like this, such a thing was unheard of. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Chen Xuewen walked in. Upon seeing him, people murmured, "Brother Wen is here. Brother Wen, look. This guy won a huge amount. Damn it, something's wrong with this kid. He's winning too much." The crowd erupted in shouts, and some even suspected Brother Tong of cheating. Brother Tong's hands and feet were slick with cold sweat as he sat upright. Honestly, his heart was racing with panic. He feared these winnings might bring disaster down upon himself. Chen Xuewen approached the slot machine, glanced at the numbers displayed, then looked at Brother Tong, his expression dark enough to drip water. He waved his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Then, fixing his gaze on Brother Tong, he spoke in a deep voice, "Brother, let's call it a day. My bank card has a withdrawal limit. If you keep winning, I might not be able to pay you out today." Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Everyone expected Chen Xuewen to lose his temper. After all, he'd been acting boldly and ruthlessly lately, and they thought he might refuse to honor the winnings. But instead, Chen Xuewen said something entirely different. Brother Tong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He too had feared Chen Xuewen would fly into a rage. Seeing Chen Xuewen's response, he quickly smiled and said, It's fine. Let's call it a day then. Thank you, boss." Chen Xuewen nodded and said to Lai Ho, who had just returned with the money, "Go get the funds for this, brother." Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong stood there dumbfounded. "Huh. He's done playing. Settle the account." The two men exchanged glances, reluctant to move. After all, this was over 1.6 million yuan. At that moment, a store clerk urgently spoke up. Brother Wen, there's definitely something wrong with this guy. He's hitting every bet. This has to be cheating. Chen Xuewen looked at the clerk, then at Brother Tong, and finally at the machine. After a moment's thought, he said firmly, Brother, I can give you the money. But could I ask you for a favor? I'd like to check whether you're carrying any cheating devices. Upon hearing this, Brother Tong immediately relaxed. He knew the slot machine's programming inside out. Cheating through the program required no tools at all. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even cheating. So even if Chen Xuewen searched him, he wouldn't find anything. Brother Tong immediately replied, no problem. He swiftly removed his jacket and lifted his clothes to prove he had no devices on him. Chen Xuewen scrutinized him with a frown, confirmed there were no tools, then waved his hand. Lai Ho, give him the money. Lai Ho protested urgently, Brother Wen. Chen Xuewen glared at him. Stop wasting time. Give him the money. Since I opened this business, I knew this day might come. Brother, if you can afford to win, I can afford to pay. These words drew enthusiastic cheers from many in the crowd. Brother Wen is generous. Brother Wen truly has backbone. So cool, Brother Wen. The crowd erupted in applause, their admiration for Chen Xuewen growing even stronger. After all, paying out over 1.6 million in one go was truly bold. Lai Ho reluctantly counted out over 1.6 million for Brother Tong. Carrying the heavy bag, Brother Tong still felt somewhat dazed as he walked out of the arcade. He never expected Chen Xuewen to actually pay up and let him leave. He had known that Hu Qianqian's original plan was to sabotage Chen Xuewen's arcade. The plan was for him to win a large sum, and when Chen Xuewen refused to pay, his reputation would be ruined and the shop would never recover. But now Chen Xuewen had paid the money and let him walk away freely, completely beyond his expectations. With the money in hand, Brother Tong rounded the corner where Wang Kai, wearing a face-covering hat, was waiting. Wang Kai gave him a signal and pointed to a taxi not far away. Brother Tong hurried into the taxi and Wang Kai slipped in behind him. The two drove away from Lao Guangchong without delay. Meanwhile, inside Brother's arcade, people were still buzzing with excitement, discussing how Brother Tong had just won over 1.6 million yuan there. What truly impressed everyone was that Chen Xuewen had actually paid Brother Tong the full amount. After all, a similar incident had once occurred in Pingsheng. Someone had won over 100,000 yuan at a slot machine, but the owner refused to pay, cut the power, and only gave the person a few thousand yuan to make it go away. So people were very sensitive to such matters. Those who enjoyed playing slot machines would always choose larger, more reputable establishments to avoid owners breaking their word. This time Chen Xuewen had actually paid out over 1.6 million, enough to make his name echo throughout Pingsheng. So after Brother Tong left the slot machines at Chen Xuewen's place, immediately became a hot attraction. Many people who had been playing arcade games outside began to try their luck at the slot machines. After all having witnessed someone walk away with over 1.6 million, they were certainly envious. And today these people's luck was also decent. A few of them actually won over 10,000 yuan each. Chen Xuewen was straightforward about it, simply having Lai Ho pay them out. However, as noon approached, Chen Xuewen called a halt to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. My bank card has hit its limit and the shop doesn't have enough cash on hand. Come back tomorrow and try your luck. Chen Xuewen said with a smile. Everyone understood. After all, Chen Xuewen had paid out over 1.7 million that morning, so running out of cash was only natural. Chen Xuewen closed the shop, but the news spread instantly throughout Pingsheng, making both Chen Xuewen and Brothers Arcade renowned. Many slot machine enthusiasts now remembered Chen Xuewen's shop, and some were already discussing coming to try their luck. At Ho Wuye's tea house, Ho Wuye sat by the table listening as Fang Ru vividly recounted what had happened at Brothers Arcade. When she finished, she looked at Ho Wuye and said, I did some investigating. This Brother Tong used to work at a factory that manufactured slot machines. He's an engineer in this field and knows these slot machines programming inside out. He was hired by He Fei's men and He Fei's girlfriend to take down Chen Xuewen. Mr. Chen didn't even investigate and just handed over 1.6 million. At Chen Xuewen, he's in trouble this time. Ho Wuye picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, squinted slightly, and chuckled. Chen Xuewen has made his move, and it's an open strategy. It may not be particularly clever, but it should be enough to deal with Venom Snake. Fang Ru paused. An open strategy. Ho Wuye spoke slowly. What you were able to uncover, Venom Snake likely could have found as well. Unless something unexpected occurs, this person will go to Electronic Dynasty this afternoon. Let's see how Venom Snake handles this move. Fang Ru's expression gradually turned dazed. She suddenly realized she had truly underestimated Chen Xuewen. Wang Kai opened a room for Brother Tong in a hotel opposite the Pingsheng Law Enforcement Brigade. Sitting in the private room, Brother Tong's expression finally began to recover. Is this place safe? Brother Tong asked in a low voice. Wang Kai smiled. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. Opposite is the Pingsheng Law Enforcement Brigade. If anything happens here, a shout can be heard across the street. Besides, the owner of this shop is Qianqian's aunt's husband. He'll keep an eye on things for us. Brother Tong let out a long sigh, looking at the bag of money on the table, his expression growing excited. I never thought that Chen guy would have such guts. He actually paid me over 1.6 million at once. I thought he'd pull the plug and play tricks. Brother Tong said excitedly, reaching out to touch the bag of money as he spoke. Over 1.6 million was no small sum. How anyone would be tempted. Wang Kai was also beaming with excitement. Haha, this time Chen is finished. He caused my big brother to go to jail, and this 1.6 million is compensation for his loss. Brother Tong, thank you. Brother Tong chuckled, keeping his hand on the money bag, and tentatively asked, by the way, Chen mentioned earlier that this winning money. Wang Kai immediately said, it's all yours. Chen and I only want to avenge our big brother, nothing else matters. Not only this one, 6 million, but also the previous 5,000, all yours. Brother Tong was overjoyed and made a show of declining. Oh, this isn't appropriate. With so much money, let's share some. Wang Kai waved his hand. Brother Tong, what you did comes with risks. Taking on that risk and earning this money is what you deserve. I absolutely can't take it. This money is yours, and that's final. With that, Wang Kai picked up the money bag and stuffed it into Brother Tong's arms. Brother Tong was grinning from ear to ear. Having already received 5,000 and now over 1.6 million, it was enough to buy several houses in Pingzhou and live a comfortable life. After all, in 2003, houses in Pingzhou cost only 2,000 to 3,000 per square meter. Brother Tong hugged the money bag and asked, so when do we leave? Wang Kai, at 5 in the afternoon. Chen has arranged for someone to take us. Don't worry, it's a law enforcement officer, absolutely safe. Brother Tong nodded in satisfaction. With a law enforcement officer escorting them, there was nothing to worry about. Wang Kai checked the time. It's only 1 o'clock. There are still 4 hours. Brother Tong, how about we go to Chen Xuewen's place and win another round? Brother Tong's eyes lit up. He was thinking the same thing. When he went in the morning, he was still full of fear, worried about trouble. But now, seeing that nothing had happened and having gained so much money for no reason, his courage grew. For him, playing the slot machines was like withdrawing money. If he could win another 1 or 2 million, wouldn't this trip be a huge success? He could even afford to marry 2 young wives. He hesitated, then whispered, is this appropriate? Wang Kai chuckled, don't worry. I just contacted Chen. This morning, she had her cousin patrol near the old square, just in case something happened. Her cousin is still patrolling there now. If we go over and win more money, Chen won't dare to do anything to you. Brother Tong's eyes lit up. No danger and big money. Who wouldn't want that? He quickly nodded. All right, no time to lose, let's go right now. He packed up and followed Wang Kai straight to the old square. But when they arrived at the Brother Game Arcade, they found it was closed. Wang Kai asked around and learned that Chen Xuewen had run out of cash. He was speechless. Damn, he's out of money already. I wanted to bankrupt him in one go. Wang Kai muttered. Brother Tong was getting anxious. If Chen Xuewen wasn't open, where could he make money? He was now completely obsessed with making money. What do we do if it's closed? We still have 3 or 4 hours. We need to find something to do. Brother Tong said. Wang Kai glanced at him and suddenly leaned in. How about we try another place? Brother Tong was stunned. Another place? Wang Kai nodded. Yes, a bigger place with more money than Chen Xuewen's shop and definitely more cash. If you do this right, you could win over 3 million in one go. Brother Tong's eyes turned red. The lure of wealth was irresistible. With such a huge gain in front of him, he couldn't think of anything else. All right, I'll follow your lead. Brother Tong nodded immediately. Wang Kai grinned and led Brother Tong straight to the Viper's Electronic Dynasty. They didn't notice that in a small restaurant at the street corner, Chen Xuewen, wearing a cap that hid his face, was quietly watching the scene. Seeing the two enter the Electronic Dynasty, a faint smile crossed his face. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Eryong. The plan continues. Li Eryong had already returned to Pingcheng and was now having a meal with a teenage boy. The boy was Li Eryong's cousin, not from Pingcheng, but from a nearby suburban county. Li Eryong had brought him over from the suburbs, this time all at Chen Xuewen's instruction. Upon receiving Chen Xuewen's message, Li Eryong immediately put away his phone and looked at his cousin. Did you remember what I just told you? The cousin immediately said, I remember. Open 2 rooms, only 303 and 309 for 5 days. Li Eryong nodded in satisfaction and handed a stack of money to his cousin. The cousin went straight to the hotel across the street, the same hotel where Chen Xuewen had stayed before. Earlier, after Chen Xuewen severely wounded Feng Bao's group, his home was a mess and uninhabitable, so he temporarily opened 2 rooms there. The cousin entered the hotel and successfully booked rooms 303 and 309. Then he took the keys and went upstairs to check. Li Eryong, sitting in a small shop across the street, saw his cousin waving at him from the 2 rooms. After carefully observing the positions, he nodded in satisfaction and waved for his cousin to come down. The cousin came down with the keys and handed them to Li Eryong. Cousin, it's done. Li Eryong smiled and patted his head. Well done. Take this money and buy yourself something nice. Next time you come, I'll take you around again. Li Eryong handed a stack of money to his cousin, who left cheerfully with the money. Li Eryong took the 2 keys, went to a secluded spot, and hid them. Then he took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xuewen, all set. In a restaurant near the old square, Poison Snake was dining with a group of his subordinates. Beside him sat a voluptuous woman with a snake tattoo that nearly covered her entire neck, lending a sinister and fearsome air to her otherwise beautiful face. This woman was Poison Snake's wife, Liu Jinhuan, known in the underworld as Gold Ring Snake. She was the only woman who shared Poison Snake's peculiar tastes, and the only one unafraid of snakes. Moreover, Liu Jinhuan was equally ruthless in her actions, matching Poison Snake's brutality. After he was imprisoned, she managed all his affairs. It was thanks to Liu Jinhuan that Poison Snake could rise so swiftly to his current position after his release. Thus her standing was not much inferior to his. After exchanging toasts with his men, someone brought up the matter of Brother Tong winning over 1.6 million from Chen Xuewen's arcade that morning. Brother Snake, is Chen Xuewen out of his mind? Over 1.6 million, and he just paid up like that. Hell, even if you sold both his stores together, they wouldn't be worth 1.6 million. A henchman shouted loudly. The others burst into laughter. Exactly, that Chen Xuewen is a complete fool. With something like this happening, he doesn't even think to pull the power switch. Clearly he's brain dead. Losing 1.6 million in one go. I bet that Chen fellow won't last much longer. The crowd joined in the uproar, convinced that Chen Xuewen's massive payout was sheer idiocy. Poison Snake wore a contemptuous smile, clearly holding Chen in low regard. At that moment, Ding San, who had been sitting silently, looked up. He glanced at the others, then at Poison Snake, and suddenly asked, Brother Snake, if this happened at Electronic Dynasty, how would you handle it? The question caught everyone off guard, and they all turned to Poison Snake. He paused, then sneered. Humph, with me at Electronic Dynasty, who would dare make trouble here? A flicker of mockery passed through Ding San's eyes, but his face remained impassive. He pressed on, Brother Snake, I'm asking if. After all, sometimes the young and reckless don't fear the tiger. If someone really won that much at Electronic Dynasty, Brother Snake, how would you deal with it? Poison Snake frowned, staring at Ding San. Third brother, what are you getting at? Ding San smiled. I just want to know how you'd handle it. Poison Snake fell silent, his brow furrowed. Just then a henchman blurted out, what's there to handle? Anyone who dares cause trouble at Electronic Dynasty will be carried out in a stretcher. We're not like that coward Chen Xuewen, letting someone take that much money. To take our money, they'd better have a tough hide. The other henchman nodded in agreement. Ding San ignored them, his gaze fixed on Poison Snake. What about you, Brother Snake? Poison Snake stared back coldly. My brother's words are my words. Ding San's eyes showed disappointment as he sighed softly. So, Brother Snake, means you won't pay the money. Poison Snake grew irritated. Ding San, what exactly are you trying to say? Ding San sighed again. Brother Snake, it's easier to start a business than to sustain it. Electronic Dynasty's current scale relies on your reputation. If someone wins, and we don't pay, aren't you afraid of tarnishing that reputation? Poison Snake's expression changed. He frowned, deeply lost in thought. After a long while, he gritted his teeth. So you're saying I should pay you? Before Ding San could respond, Liu Jinhuan interjected coldly. I think we don't have to pay a cent. Ding San turned to her, and she met his gaze with indifference. Third brother, under normal circumstances, who can win that much from an arcade? That kid must have cheated. For such a cheat, not only do we not pay, but we also give him a good beating. At least break one of his hands so he never dares to cause trouble here again. Make an example of him. At this, Poison Snake smiled, and the room erupted in cheers. Ding San said nothing more. He gave Liu Jinhuan a long, meaningful look, a bitter smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Liu Jinhuan glanced at him disdainfully. Third brother, you've become too timid lately. What? Did seeing Chen Xuewen swallow a live snake scare you? If your courage is gone, I can have the kitchen prepare some snake gall to boost it. The henchman laughed again. Ding San remained silent, lowering his head slowly with a soft sigh. He knew well that Chen Xuewen was extremely cautious and meticulous. This Brother Tong was very likely a trap set by Chen Xuewen. Therefore his winning streak probably wasn't due to cheating. That meant Poison Snake could never catch him cheating. If he accused him without proof, refused to pay, and even hurt him, it would destroy Electronic Dynasty's reputation. Thus Chen Xuewen paying out and Poison Snake reneging would ensure Chen's victory. By then Electronic Dynasty's business would likely collapse. However, he wouldn't explain this to Poison Snake. His earlier deliberate question was meant to gauge Poison Snake's attitude. And Poison Snake's response showed him that this man was incapable of great things. So he decided to say no more. Poison Snake's character doomed him to lose this round. If Poison Snake wouldn't listen to him, but instead heeded a woman, that was his own fault. Just as they were toasting, Poison Snake's phone rang. He answered, and a panicked voice came through. Brother Snake, something's wrong. Someone's won hundreds of thousands on our slot machines, and it's still going up. Poison Snake's face dropped. He jumped up. Damn, he's really here. Wait, I'm bringing the guys back. Keep an eye on him and see if that bastard is cheating. After giving orders, he hung up and rushed back to Electronic Dynasty with his men. The restaurant was not far from the arcade, and within 10 minutes Poison Snake was back. In a small eatery opposite Electronic Dynasty, Chen Xuewen, wearing a cap to hide his face, was watching the scene. Seeing Poison Snake arrive, he smiled faintly and murmured, the show begins. Entering the arcade, Poison Snake saw a crowd 3 layers deep around the slot machines, people shouting excitedly. A henchman rushed over. Brother Snake, that bastard has already won over $1 million, and it's still going. Poison Snake's muscles twitched. He clenched his teeth. Damn ruthless. Did you see him cheat? The henchman shook his head. I've had several guys watching him, but no sign of cheating. Poison Snake flew into a rage. You useless bastards can't even handle this simple task. The henchmen hung their heads in embarrassment. Fuming, Poison Snake went to observe personally, but found no evidence of cheating, which only infuriated him more. He assigned his most trusted men to shadow Brother Tong, while he retreated to his office to strategize. How about cutting the power? A henchman whispered. Poison Snake glared at him. Are you brain dead? If I cut the power, everyone will know I can't take a loss. Who would come here to play after that? He took a deep breath. The key now is to catch him cheating. With proof, we don't have to pay. A henchman said, Brother Snake, this guy's technique is too good. We might not get the evidence. If we can't. Poison Snake's face darkened, unsure of what to do. Just then Ding Sen, standing in the corner, spoke up. Brother Snake, Electronic Dynasty is Boss Hu's property. Win or lose, it's his money. Why not contact Boss Hu and let him cover the loss? Having said this, Ding Sen retreated to the corner and fell silent. This was his final reminder to Poison Snake, fulfilling his duty. The choice was now Poison Snake's alone. Poison Snake's eyes lit up. Right, Boss Hu should pay. He quickly pulled out his phone, but couldn't get through. He called Boss Hu's assistant, only to learn that Boss Hu was undergoing a full anesthesia gastroscopy and hadn't woken up yet. Poison Snake nearly smashed his phone in fury. That old dog picking now for a gastroscopy. Is he trying to die? With Boss Hu unconscious, the money was inaccessible, and even Poison Snake couldn't touch it. That path was blocked. In the corner, Ding Sen sighed. He knew Boss Hu's timing was no coincidence. It was too well timed. It must have been arranged by Chen Xuewen. It seemed Chen had planned everything to cut off all of Poison Snake's escape routes. This time Poison Snake was doomed. While Viper was pacing frantically, Tong Ge had already won nearly 3 million. At that point, Tong Ge dared not continue playing any longer. He hesitated, wanting to get up and leave, but the crowd around him was watching with great excitement, urging him to keep betting. Tong Ge found it awkward to leave directly, so he waved his hand and said, 3 more rounds, and then I'm done. The onlookers widened their eyes as Tong Ge continued placing his bets. Back in the manager's office, Viper's face turned even darker upon learning that Tong Ge was about to leave. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath, muttering, damn it. Even if I can't catch him cheating, I absolutely refuse to pay out. If there's truly no other way, I'll just accuse him of cheating later. Drag him in here, shut the door, beat him up, and force him to confess he cheated. Several of his underlings nodded in agreement, as they had all been thinking the same thing. Just then a subordinate rushed in from outside, exclaiming excitedly, Snake Boss, I found out something. Viper looked puzzled and asked, what information? The subordinate said eagerly, it's about that kid who's winning money inside. I found out that he used to be an engineer who designed slot machines, and he's extremely familiar with their programs. The reason he's winning isn't because he's cheating, it's because he understands the program. Viper was overjoyed upon hearing this and exclaimed, really? The young subordinate said excitedly, absolutely true. Viper burst into loud laughter. Huh, damn it. Let's see how he gets out of this one. Dream on if he thinks he can win money from me. He slammed the table and stood up, leading his men out to confront Tong Ge. Ding Sen hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, Snake Boss, he's just familiar with the program. Does that really count as cheating? Viper replied directly, how is that not cheating? Ding Sen sighed and said, Snake Boss, we never had a rule saying people who understand the program aren't allowed to play. Viper glared at him and said, there was no rule before, but there is now. With that, he completely ignored Ding Sen and charged out with his men. At that moment, Tong Ge had just placed his final bet. This round, he won, pushing his total winnings past 3 million. The crowd around him shouted in excitement, as they had never seen anyone win this much before. Just then a man suddenly burst out of the crowd. He grabbed Tong Ge by the neck, executed a shoulder throw, and slammed him to the ground. Then he picked up a nearby chair and brought it down wildly on Tong Ge. The man who struck was none other than Viper himself. His eyes bloodshot and his face twisted with rage, Viper raised the chair and beat Tong Ge until he was covered in blood before finally stopping. The stunned onlookers were frozen in shock at the sight. Viper looked absolutely terrifying. The crowd instinctively stepped back, whispering among themselves. What's gotten into Viper? Damn, wouldn't you be pissed if someone won 3 million from you? Viper just doesn't want to pay up, does he? If you run an arcade, you've got to be able to take a loss, right? Hearing the murmurs around him, Viper grew even more furious. He threw the chair to the ground and turned to face the crowd, shouting, you see this? This is the price of cheating. At those words, gasps rippled through the crowd. He was cheating? Tong Ge lay on the ground covered in blood, struggling to shout. I didn't cheat. Viper flew into a rage and stomped on Tong Ge's head. You're still denying it. You think I don't know anything? Tong Ge stubbornly craned his neck and insisted. I didn't cheat. If you say I cheated, then show me the proof. The onlookers nodded in agreement. If you accuse someone of cheating, you need evidence. Viper cursed angrily. Proof? Fine, I'll show you the proof. He slammed the table and announced loudly, this bastard's name is Chen Xuewen. He used to work as an engineer at a gaming machine factory down south. His main job was designing and installing slot machine programs. The slot machine he's playing on was manufactured at his old factory. He knows these programs inside and out, and he can completely use them to win money. The crowd gasped in surprise. None of them had expected this. Hearing the crowd's reactions, Viper looked smug and continued stepping on Tong Ge. Now are you still going to say you didn't cheat? Tong Ge hadn't expected his identity to be exposed. Panic surged through him, but it also strengthened his will to survive. He craned his neck stubbornly and shouted, I'm just familiar with the program. Does that really count as cheating? It's not like your place has a rule against people like me coming into play. If you can't afford to lose, just say so. There's no need to refuse to pay up when someone wins, is there? His words stirred more whispered discussions among the crowd. Does being familiar with the program count as cheating? Hard to say, I'm not really sure. Damn, of course that counts as cheating. Well then, if you keep telling me that after a streak of big lights a 9-link jackpot is bound to come, does that count as being familiar with the program? If it does, are you also cheating? That's different. What's so different about it? Wait until you win a few million, then see if it's the same. The crowd buzzed with conflicting opinions. However, there was no doubt that the crowd's eyes toward Viper had turned distrustful. In their view, Viper simply couldn't afford to lose and was making up excuses to avoid paying out. Viper, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, grew even more furious. He grabbed a knife and pointed it at Tong Gu, cursing, "This is cheating, plain and simple. Now who the hell sent you to cause trouble in my establishment?" Tong Gu stubbornly refused to admit anything. Viper, consumed by rage, chopped off one of his hands, and the scene descended into chaos. Tong Gu never expected Viper to be so ruthless. He collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony and screaming. Viper pointed at him and snarled, "Talk, or I'll take your other hand too." Tong Gu was truly terrified and quickly spilled the whole story. After hearing what Tong Gu had to say, Viper was dumbfounded. He had originally assumed Tong Gu was sent by Chen Xuewen. Little did he expect that Tong Gu had actually been hired by He Fei's subordinate and girlfriend together. The original plan was to target Chen Xuewen, but to win more money, Tong Gu ended up in Viper's establishment. Hearing Tong Ji's confession, the crowd began whispering even more intensely. Naturally, the main topic of discussion was the difference between Chen Xuewen and Viper. Tong Gu had come to target Chen Xuewen, and Chen Xuewen had honestly paid up the money. Viper, on the other hand, refused to pay. The contrast between the two spoke for itself. There was no doubt that after today, many of Viper's customers would be lured away by Chen Xuewen. Viper's foundation had finally been shaken by Chen Xuewen. Brother Tong was ultimately rescued and carried away by the law enforcement team. When he was taken off, he was covered in blood and in a wretched state. As for that 3+ million, Dushi certainly wouldn't pay a single cent. Not only that, Dushi also snatched the tens of thousands of yuan off Brother Tong's person. Of course, given the magnitude of what had happened, Dushi's establishment had also temporarily shut its doors. However, Dushi didn't pay it much mind. The Electronic Dynasty had only closed temporarily. No official seals had been posted. All he needed to do was find a lackey to take the blame that evening, pay a fine, and reframe the incident as a regular brawl. By the next morning, the Electronic Dynasty would be open for business as usual. So after resolving the matter, he swaggered out with his men. Across the street in the small restaurant, Chen Xuewen watched Dushi and the others depart, a faint sneer crossing his face. He pulled out his phone and dialed Liho. "How did it go?" "Sister Hong has already left with her brother by car. Per your instructions, brother, when they didn't go to any of the major hospitals in the provincial capital. Instead, they chose a smaller hospital and specialists went over to perform the surgery. Even if Dushi sends people to search the provincial capital, they'll have a hard time finding her." Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. All right, come back now and prepare to open for business." After hanging up, Chen Xuewen left the small restaurant and walked back toward the brothers' game arcade. He knew the next move would be the time to face Dushi head-on. To prevent another incident like last time, he had specifically sent Wu Lihong and her brother to the provincial capital first, along with arranging medical treatment for her brother. Of course, sending them to the provincial capital wasn't foolproof either. So Chen Xuewen had Liho find a smaller hospital to house Wu Lihong and her brother. This way, even if Dushi truly wanted to use Wu Lihong to threaten Chen Xuewen, he might not be able to locate her. After all, if Dushi sent people to search the provincial capital, they'd naturally start with the major hospitals. Who would have thought Chen Xuewen would place Wu Lihong and the others in a small hospital? Soon Chen Xuewen arrived at the entrance of the brothers' game arcade. There he noticed quite a few people standing outside chatting away. These were all regular customers who frequented the brothers' game arcade. Spotting Chen Xuewen approaching, they hurried over to greet him. "Brother, when you're here. Brother, when are you opening this afternoon?" "Oh, come on, brothers, we have nowhere else to go this afternoon. Just open up and let us in to play for a bit." Chen Xuewen smiled and greeted everyone. "I'm back to open up. Sorry to keep you all waiting. When you go in, I'll give you all some free tokens as a little compensation." The crowd erupted in cheers. These guys were mostly unemployed drifters and indeed had very little money. A handful of free tokens from Chen Xuewen was more than enough to make them happy. Chen Xuewen walked over, unlocked the arcade door, and welcomed everyone inside. Some headed straight to the games, while others, wanting to curry favor with Chen Xuewen, gathered around the front desk to chat. "Brother, when have you heard about what happened at the Electronic Dynasty?" a man whispered conspiratorially. Chen Xuewen feigned curiosity. "What happened?" The man grinned. "That kid who won over 1.6 million from you this morning just won a play at the Electronic Dynasty." The news drew several others crowding in to hear the gossip. Chen Xuewen pulled out a pack of cigarettes, passed them around, and then smiled. "Well, The man took the cigarette, spotted it was a Hua Z brand, and his face lit up with delight. He lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Amid the swirling mist, he recounted what had happened to Brother Tong at the Electronic Dynasty. Those who had been heading over to play games also gathered around to hear the man's account of the events. The man recounted the events at the Electronic Dynasty with vivid detail. When he described how she had chopped off Brother Tong's hand, everyone erupted in shocked gasps. But once they learned about Brother Tong's background, their expressions shifted to understanding. Chen Xuewen listened with a faint smile, acting as though he knew nothing about it. In reality, he knew every detail of these matters. While listening, he was also observing everyone's expressions around him, watching how they viewed the incident. Obviously, these people's opinions varied. Some believed Brother Tong had cheated. Others thought he hadn't cheated, and that she simply refused to pay up. In short, every opinion was represented. At the same time as the man was recounting the story, more customers had walked into the arcade. A few of them were unfamiliar faces. However, Chen Xuewen had seen them at Dushi's arcade before. He knew these men were regulars who frequently played slot machines at Dushi's place. With the Electronic Dynasty now closed, these people had nowhere else to go. Fortunately, Chen Xuewen's brother's game arcade had been making quite a name for itself lately, so they had come here. They didn't head straight to the machines. Instead, they observed first. After all, playing slot machines was different from regular arcade games. The owner's reputation was the most important thing. Seeing these men, Chen Xuewen felt a quiet satisfaction in his heart. He knew his plan was finally bearing fruit. By now the man had finished recounting the Electronic Dynasty incident and had smoked his cigarette to the filter. His gaze drifted to Chen Xuewen's cigarette pack on the table. Chen Xuewen caught on and smiled. He offered the man another cigarette and also opened a fresh pack, passing it around to everyone. The man lit up and beamed at Chen Xuewen with obvious flattery. Brother, when if you ask me, that kid understood the slot machine programming. That's cheating, plain and simple. He won over 1.6 million from you through cheating. You should go after him and get that money back. The crowd around him nodded in agreement, clearly thinking Chen Xuewen should recover the lost funds. After all, these men had been smoking Chen Xuewen's cigarettes. They were naturally inclined to speak on his behalf. However, Chen Xuewen shook his head. Let it go. Understanding slot machine programming. How is that cheating? I never set any rules beforehand saying people who understand the programming can't play. If he won, that's his skill. If he can afford to win, I have to afford to lose. Otherwise, how can I run a business in the future? These words were practically a direct insult to Dushi. Everyone was stunned. Chen Xuewen really wasn't going after that 1.6 million. Nevertheless, Chen Xuewen's words only deepened everyone's respect for him. Brother, when you're the most generous and bold among us. Brother, when you're a real man. Everyone was flattering him, but many meant it sincerely. Chen Xuewen smiled. It's not about being generous or not. In business, reputation is everything. But this time consider it paying for a lesson. I need to call Monkey and have him put up a sign saying we don't serve game machine factory engineers. The crowd erupted in laughter. Nearby, the few customers who were still hesitating whether to play here also showed a shift in their expressions. They exchanged glances, and one of them walked straight to the table, pulling out 500 yuan. Boss, give me some credits, I'll play for a bit first. Chen Xuewen nodded with a smile. No problem. This was only the beginning. With this opening, Dushi's business would flow to Chen Xuewen in an unstoppable stream. In the afternoon, Lai Ho hurried back, carrying several plaques. On them were written, friendly notice, we respectfully decline service to game console factory engineers, designers, and other personnel familiar with game programs. Seeing the plaques, everyone burst into laughter. Brother, when this is like mending the fold after the sheep are lost, a man teased with a grin. Chen Xuewen smiled as well. A fall into the pit again in your wit. We never said anything before, but now with this friendly notice, if any engineers or designers come to play, that just won't do. Everyone helped spread the word. The group nodded in agreement. Lai Ho glanced towards the slot machines inside, and his eyes widened. Wow, how did it get so crowded? Before, Chen Xuewen's slot machines only attracted a sparse handful of people. Today there were over 20 people inside, a vast improvement. Instead of answering, Chen Xuewen smiled and pulled open the drawer. Lai Ho took one look and his eyes nearly popped out. Damn, where did all this money come from? Inside the drawer lay a thick stack of red banknotes. Chen Xuewen said, this is this afternoon's revenue. Lai Ho's eyes went wide. This much? This has to be over 10,000. Chen Xuewen nodded with a smile. 17,000. Lai Ho's eyes nearly bulged out. Before, even with both shops combined, selling 2,000 to 3,000 yuan worth of tokens in a whole exhausting day was already considered booming business. But now it was only 4 o'clock. Chen Xuewen had opened at 17,000 in 2 hours. Lai Ho glanced at the slot machines and whispered, is it? Are the customers from Viper's place coming over? Chen Xuewen nodded. Lai Ho trembled with excitement. He knew his chance had come. Damn, we're rich, he said passionately. Chen Xuewen patted his shoulder and laughed. This is just the beginning. That Viper's Electronic Dynasty rakes in nearly 100,000 a day. Lai Ho's eyes widened. Was Chen Xuewen planning to take all of Viper's customers? Chen Xuewen pulled out a stack of cash. Monkey, go out and buy a few cartons of cigarettes. Open them and put them inside for everyone to smoke freely. Also walk through the room every 10 minutes and hand out smokes. From now on, you're the manager here. You need to keep the customers happy. Lai Ho was overjoyed. Chen Xuewen was putting him in charge of this place. He rushed out excitedly and bought several cartons of good cigarettes. They weren't premium Huazi brand, but still cost 20 or 30 yuan a pack. He walked into the slot machine hall with the cigarettes, handing them out to everyone, and said cheerfully, folks, have fun and win big. We've got tea and drinks over there and fruit platters over there too. If you need anything, just give us a shout. Everyone thanked him. This treatment was even better than Viper's place. Viper only offered free cigarettes and bottled water, but Chen Xuewen also stocked drinks like Red Bull, iced tea, and green tea. What a generous spender. Most importantly, Chen Xuewen indeed had fruit platters laid out, which was a welcoming sight. Several regular slot machine players immediately pulled out their phones, calling friends to invite them over. By 5 or 6 o'clock, Chen Xuewen's slot machines were packed to capacity with 30 or 40 people playing. The revenue had climbed all the way to 38,000, leaving Lai Ho grinning from ear to ear. He sat beside Chen Xuewen, thrilled. Brother, when at this rate we're going to get rich. Chen Xuewen smiled slightly. For him, this was only the beginning. Suddenly a burst of cheers erupted from the inner room. Lai Ho immediately stood up, staring in shock. Holy shit, it hit. It hit. A massive win. 9 connected lamps. You hit them all. Damn, Brother Ling was chasing it all afternoon, it's about time he won. Wow, how much did he win this time? Brother Ling bet so much this round must be worth tens of thousands. The crowd gasped in amazement. When Lai Ho heard this, he nearly broke down. Revenue was only 38,000, and paying out tens of thousands would be a disaster. But Chen Xuewen's eyes lit up. He whispered something into Lai Ho's ear. Lai Ho was stunned. Huh, brother, win you. You're joking, right? Chen Xuewen shot him a glare and said quietly, who's joking with you? I was worried no one would hit the jackpot today. Someone winning is heaven's help for us. This is the perfect promotional opportunity. If we play this right, tomorrow's revenue will climb even higher. Lai Ho was dumbfounded, but he trusted Chen Xuewen completely. Without a second thought, he headed straight into the slot machine hall. At that moment, a crowd was gathered around one machine, the one that had hit. A man with a face full of joy sat in front of it. That was Brother Ling. Lai Ho took a look at the amount displayed on the machine. Estimating quickly, it was over 70,000. He gritted his teeth, but walked over with a big smile anyway. Seeing Lai Ho enter, everyone quickly made way. He was the manager, whether they got paid was up to him. Hey brother, lucky hand today. Lai Ho greeted him jovially. Brother Ling chuckled. I was chasing it all afternoon. Then he hesitated and whispered, Can I cash out now? Everyone looked at Lai Ho. Winning money wasn't scary. What was scary was the boss refusing to pay out. Once someone had won tens of thousands at Viper's place and wanted to cash out, but Viper reluctantly accused him of trying to run after winning. That man was too afraid of Viper to argue, went back to playing, and ended up losing everything. Now Brother Ling had won over 70,000 and was genuinely worried Lai Ho might pull the same move. Lai Ho burst out laughing. Damn, what kind of talk is that? We're in business here. The customer is king. You want to cash out? No problem, let me tally it up. Lai Ho leaned in and calculated. Your total comes to 73,700. Oh, let's not fuss over the exact remainder. For good luck, let's round it up to 73,800. How's that? Brother Ling was slightly stunned, calculating so generously, and even rounding up in his favor. He quickly nodded. Thank you, Brother Ho. Thank you. Lai Ho laughed heartily. No need for formalities. An assistant came over from the back, handing several stacks of cash to Lai Ho. Lai Ho counted them and passed the money to Brother Ling. Here, brother, count it to make sure it's right. Brother Ling took the money, counted it carefully, and nodded joyfully. It's all correct. Thank you, Brother Ho, thank you. The others were also filled with excitement. This place was truly different from Viper's. Cashing out was so straightforward. Lai Ho laughed heartily and pulled out his motorcycle keys. Brother, it's getting dark. Go stash that money away first. Take a trusted brother with you and get that money deposited. And remember to bring my motorcycle back when you're done. Brother Ling was even more delighted. He'd been worried about carrying so much cash around. He immediately called 2 friends, and the 3 of them rode Lai Ho's motorcycle to a nearby bank, deposited the money using the ATM. With all the money safely deposited, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only when it was in the bank did it truly belong to him. Finally, Brother Ling kept 3,000 yuan on him and returned to the brothers' arcade. Many people in the arcade were still waiting to see what would happen. Seeing Brother Ling return in high spirits, they knew the money had truly landed in his pocket, which made everyone trust Chen Xuewen even more. Brother Ling walked into the brothers' arcade and announced excitedly, Everyone, dinner's on me tonight. Then he looked at Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho with an awkward smile. Brother, Ho, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. Dinner's no problem. But you paying isn't right. You're all my guests. This meal is on me. Brother Ling immediately protested. Brother, how can that be? I just won money. Chen Xuewen smiled and patted his shoulder. Come on, brother, just keep coming back to play. If you really feel bad about it, tell you what. I'll cover the food, you cover the smokes and drinks deal. Brother Ling broke into a grin and enthusiastically rallied everyone to head out for dinner. After the meal, Brother Ling had only spent around 1,000 yuan on cigarettes and alcohol. That was because Chen Xuewen, to save him money, asked for 10 yuan Hankic cigarettes, an ordinary baijiu costing just over 30 yuan a bottle. Though the meal wasn't extravagant, it further enhanced Chen Xuewen's reputation. A tipsy Brother Ling pounded his chest and declared, Brother, don't you worry. From now on, I'm playing at your place. I'll bring all my brothers and friends here. We won't go anywhere else. I only trust you. After dinner, Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, and the others did not return home, but went to a hotel to rest. Chen Xuewen didn't drink, and neither did Lai Ho, Wang Jindong, or Li Taizhu, remaining perfectly sober. The hotel he stayed at was the very one where Li Eryong had his cousin book rooms. Before heading upstairs, Lai Ho shouted that he needed to pee and went to a distant alley. Once inside the alley, Lai Ho immediately looked around cautiously to survey his surroundings. After confirming no one was watching, he quietly walked to the corner of the alley, lifted several stacked stones, and dug at the ground for a while before unearthing 2 keys from the dirt. He slipped the keys into his pocket, restored the spot to its original state, then pretended to be pulling up his pants as he returned to Chen Xuewen and the others. Li Eryong's cousin had booked rooms 303 and 309. while Chen Xuewen had already reserved rooms 305 and 307 beforehand. The hotel corridor ran down the middle with even-numbered rooms on one side and odd-numbered ones on the other. Rooms 305 and 307 were exactly sandwiched between 303 and 309. Chen Xuewen shared a room with Wang Jindong, while Lai Ho stayed with Li Taizhu. After entering, Lai Ho casually handed Chen Xuewen the key to room 303 before returning to his own room. Chen Xuewen sat down by the table, casually tossing the bedding and blankets in a disarray, but he didn't lie down to rest. He waited until after 10 in the evening when no sound came from outside before exchanging a meaningful glance with Wang Jindong. He walked to the window and glanced outside. Their row of rooms faced the street. Now only the street lights were on. In the dead of winter at night, there wasn't a soul on the road. Chen Xuewen turned off the light, plunging his side into darkness. Then pulling a thin rope from his pocket, he tied it to the window frame with a slipknot, the kind that could be yanked loose with a single pull. Having done all this, Chen Xuewen opened the window, stepped onto its sill, gripped the drain pipe on the wall, and quietly climbed over to room 303 next door. This was the same hotel Chen Xuewen had stayed at before, a location he had scouted in advance, knowing full well you could climb between rooms through the windows. Wang Jindong followed right behind, also climbing into room 303. Once inside, Chen Xuewen let out a breath of relief and said to Wang Jindong, "Let's sleep." The same scenario unfolded in Lai Ho's room. Lai Ho and Li Taizhu also climbed over to room 309. This was all part of Chen Xuewen's deliberate arrangement. He knew that by stealing the Viper's customers, he had struck at the Viper's interests. From this point on, it was time to cross swords with the Viper. The Viper might very well send someone to ambush him. So from this moment onward, Chen Xuewen had to be exceedingly careful. He had sent Wu Lihong to the provincial capital precisely to keep her out of this impending conflict. And having Li Eryong's cousin book rooms 303 and 309 was a deliberate move to use an unfamiliar face for the task, so as not to arouse suspicion. That way, even if the Viper sent men to deal with him, they would only target rooms 305 and 307, never imagining that they were actually sleeping in 303 and 309. When the Viper's men came, they would only attack rooms 305 and 307. For one thing, they wouldn't find Chen Xuewen and his crew. For another, being right next door, Chen Xuewen and the others would hear the commotion and react swiftly with countermeasures. This was the perfect concealment strategy. As the saying goes, a wily rabbit has 3 burrows. Though Chen Xuewen couldn't manage 3, 2 would suffice to deal with the Viper. Moreover, Chen Xuewen had only booked 3 days at this hotel. After 3 days, he would move to another pre-scouted hotel, and Li Eryong had already arranged for his cousin to check in there ahead of time. Chen Xuewen had his reasons for this approach. He didn't know when the Viper would strike. If no move came within 3 to 5 days, staying in the same hotel indefinitely would be unwise. After all, given his temperament with the Viper watching him like a hawk, he couldn't afford to stay in one place for too long. Beyond 3 days, the Viper might start to get suspicious. So Chen Xuewen had already secured his accommodation for after the 3-day mark. While Chen Xuewen booked his 2 rooms for 3 days, Li Eryong booked the 2 adjacent rooms for 5. All to confuse observers, making it impossible for anyone to realize that all 4 rooms were actually occupied by Chen Xuewen's crew. This time, Chen Xuewen had been scheming meticulously against the Viper, advancing step by step. Because he knew full well that with his strength, confronting the Viper head-on was like throwing an egg at a rock. Only by catching them off guard could he hope to win. One moment of carelessness would spell complete and utter ruin. Late at night at Master Ho Wu's tea house. Master Ho Wu had rarely stayed up late, but tonight he remained at the tea house listening to his subordinates' reports. When he heard that Chen Xuewen had paid out over 70,000 yuan in losses that afternoon, he immediately smiled. This kid really does have some luck on his side. Even heaven is helping him. Feng Ru also remarked with feeling, the Viper pulled a dirty trick today and lost face. This is Chen Xuewen's perfect chance to build his reputation. And happening to have someone win such a large sum, isn't that just free advertising for him? The man who played the slot machine is a regular. Chen Xuewen paying him over 70,000 at once means he'll definitely spread the word about Chen Xuewen far and wide. It seems that quite a few of the Viper's customers will end up being lured away by Chen Xuewen. This Chen Xuewen really does have some damn good luck. Across the room, lawyer, he gave a faint smile and murmured softly, this young man is truly not simple. Remember, just over a month ago, he had to call me to come bail him out from the enforcement team. And in such a short time, he's already going toe-to-toe with the Viper. Master Ho narrowed his eyes, slightly lost, and thought about something unknown. Suddenly, he tapped the table with his hand and said, Binzi, did you find out what I asked you to investigate? Binzi immediately nodded, yes, I did. That guy didn't leave Pingnan province as Li Eryong instructed. Instead, he's hiding out in a suburban county below Pingxing. Looks like he's got some wishful thinking, wanting to stay in Pingxing to see how things play out. Master Ho Wu smiled. This is exactly the kind of uncontrollable variable we're talking about. Binzi, send that guy's location to the Viper's people. Binzi nodded immediately, yes, sir. Feng Ru looked stunned. Fifth Master, what are you? Master Ho Wu smiled faintly. In this matter, Chen Xuewen's performance wasn't impressive enough. It hasn't reached the standard I had in mind. I want to test this Chen Xuewen once more and see just how capable he really is. If I don't set some obstacles for him, how am I supposed to know how far he can go? Feng Ru also slowly nodded, a seductive smile curling on her lips. I'd also love to see whether Chen Xuewen can successfully break through when you make your move personally, fifth master. Master Ho Wu smiled faintly as he gazed out the window, waiting until Binzi had walked far out of sight before murmuring, if he can break this deadlock, then he's the man I'm looking for. Next year's project will have someone to handle it. Fangru couldn't help but freeze. That project. Weren't you having Binzi take charge of it? Master Ho Wu shook his head. Binzi is still too green. Those two old-timers are keeping an eye on it too. With his skills, he might not necessarily get the better of those two. If Chen Xuewen truly lives up to what I have in mind, then those two old-timers will no longer be a threat. Fangru and lawyer he exchanged glances, both filled with shock. Master Ho Wu's evaluation of Chen Xuewen was too high, wasn't it? At 4:30 in the morning, Chen Xuewen's phone alarm rang on time. The sky was still pitch black with darkness so thick that one could not see an inch ahead. But in just over half an hour, vendors would begin setting up their stalls outside. Chen Xuewen immediately turned over and got up, waking Wang Zhendong in the adjacent bed. Both had slept in their clothes, so without needing to dress, they retraced their steps and returned to the room next door. Thus in the morning they would appear to have come out of room 305, and no one would ever suspect that they had actually slept in room 303. Back in room 305, Chen Xuewen did not go to sleep immediately. He waited a moment, then reached out and tapped the wall. Shortly a few taps came back in response. Only then did Chen Xuewen feel relieved. Lai Ho and Li Taizhu had also returned to room 307. He had been worried that those two might oversleep and come out of room 309 in the morning, rendering his carefully laid trap useless. As the sky gradually brightened, Chen Xuewen knew that no one would attack them at this hour, so he settled back down to sleep peacefully. They slept until after 10 in the morning, then got up, tidied themselves, and went out to have a combined breakfast and lunch. At the video game arcade, Chen Xuewen had already hired several staff to handle opening and closing. Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, and the others mainly dealt with the accounts. Everything else was nothing they needed to worry about. Moreover, few people played the slot machines in the morning, most were there for the video games. These customers in total did not spend much money, so there was no need for Chen Xuewen and his men to personally supervise. In the afternoon, the slot machine players were the real focus. While eating, Chen Xuewen flipped through the Pingxing Daily, looking for any noteworthy news. Suddenly his phone rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was Li Eryong calling. Chen Xuewen's expression shifted slightly. He had told Li Eryong to avoid contact unless it was something extremely important. The fact that Li Eryong was calling now meant something serious had happened. He answered, "What's wrong?" Li Eryong's tense voice came through, "Brother, when we have a problem. I can't get in touch with Wang Kai." Chen Xuewen's heart sank. Wang Kai was one of He Fei's men, and Chen Xuewen had specifically hired him to deceive Hu Qianqian, so that through Hu Qianqian he could bring in Brother Tong to deal with Venomous Snake. All this maneuvering was aimed at removing himself from the affair. When the matter came to light, everyone would think that Brother Tong had been brought in by He Fei's subordinate and his girlfriend to deal with Chen Xuewen, making Chen Xuewen a victim as well. No one would suspect that he had orchestrated the whole thing. But if Wang Kai had been captured, the situation would become dire. If Wang Kai confessed and implicated Li Eryong, it would inevitably lead back to Chen Xuewen. Then everyone would know that Chen Xuewen had set a trap to frame Venomous Snake. Wouldn't that ruin his reputation? Chen Xuewen had gone to great lengths to set up this scheme, to build his own name and destroy Venomous Snake's credibility. But if Wang Kai gave him up, the outcome would be reversed. Chen Xuewen's name would be tarnished and Venomous Snake would gain great prestige. Wouldn't that be like working for Venomous Snake? Seeing that Chen Xuewen remained silent, Li Eryong said, his voice choked with tears, "Brother, when I'm sorry. Did I mess things up?" Chen Xuewen frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "Don't panic yet. Eryong, go into hiding for now. Don't show your face. I'll tell you what to do next." Then he comforted him, "Don't worry, I have other plans. Just wait patiently." Li Eryong breathed a sigh of relief. "All right." Chen Xuewen hung up and fell into silence. After a long while, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wu Lihong. "Plan changed, execute the second option." Soon Wu Lihong replied, "Okay." Chen Xuewen deleted the message and continued eating as if nothing had happened. At a hospital in Pingzhou, Wu Lihong was sitting in a ward. It was a private room. Her younger brother was sleeping soundly. Wu Lihong stepped into the bathroom and dialed a number. After a few rings, someone answered. "Sister Hong, what is it this time?" Wu Lihong said softly, "I need your help with another matter. If it works out, I'll give you 300,000. The other party gasped. 300,000. "Sister Hong, last time you took a few bank cards from me and gave me 30,000. What do you want me to do this time?" Wu Lihong calmly explained the matter. The other party fell into a dead silence, then after a long time whispered, "Sister Hong, are you trying to get me killed?" "That's Venomous Snake. I can't afford to mess with him. 300,000. I'm afraid I'd have the money but no life to spend it." Wu Lihong said calmly, 500,000. The other, "Sister Hong, it's not about the money." Wu Lihong, 700,000 final offer. The other, "Sister Hong, I really dare not. That's Venomous Snake." Wu Lihong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Chi-Chi's first time was taken by you, wasn't it? And Wen Yue and Fangling. You've had them all. They still have some evidence. If they accuse you of rape, do you think your sentence would be lighter than He Fei's?" The person on the other end fell into a deathly silence. After a long while he gritted his teeth, 700,000, I'll do it. After it's done, I must see the money. And give me all the evidence and guarantee you'll never sue me. Wu Lihong smiled faintly. No problem. She hung up and sent Chen Xuewen a message. Done. In Pingqing, Chen Xuewen had finished eating and was on his way back to the arcade. Receiving Wu Lihong's message, a smile finally spread across his face. He deleted the message and then called Li Eryong, giving him some instructions. After all that, Chen Xuewen returned to the arcade feeling completely relaxed. Today business at Chen Xuewen's arcade was even better. Just after lunch there were already more than a dozen people playing the slot machines. Moreover, most of these customers were regulars from the Electronic Dynasty, now coming here instead. Brother Ling, who had won over 70,000 yuan yesterday, was also there. When he saw Chen Xuewen and the others come in, he enthusiastically greeted them. Brother Wen, Brother Monkey, you're here. I brought a few friends today. Brother Ling's friends also hurriedly greeted Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, and the others. These people were also frequent slot machine players and had heard of Chen Xuewen's reputation. Chen Xuewen took out a pack of cigarettes, smilingly distributed them, and then said with a laugh, "Thanks for the support, everyone. Monkey, give each of them 500 credits on my tab." Their eyes lit up. One of them said awkwardly, "Brother Wen, how can we accept this?" Chen Xuewen grinned. "You brothers are here for the first time to support me. You're doing me a favor. How could I as the boss be stingy?" The men were all overjoyed, feeling that coming to Chen Xuewen's place was the right decision. After all, when they used to play at Venomous Snake's place, he was always arrogant and condescending. He would only greet a few especially wealthy regular customers. The rest, he wouldn't even give a second glance. At Chen Xuewen's, not only was the hospitality excellent, but Chen Xuewen himself, despite his reputation, showed no airs at all. This made them feel very welcome. Brother Ling looked at his friends and said with a smile, "See, I told you it was the right choice to come here." They all nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely right. I'll call the other brothers later and tell them to come too." Before long, the slot machines at Chen Xuewen's place were nearly full. Imperceptibly, the slot machine business at Chen Xuewen's was gradually catching up to that of the Electronic Dynasty. At the Electronic Dynasty, Venomous Snake looked at the sparse dozen or so customers in the shop, his face dark with fury. Damn it, where are the customers? At this time there should be at least 30 or 40 people. Why are there only this few? Venomous Snake asked angrily. The person in charge of the shop was Feng Bao. His injuries had healed, and now he said with venom, "Snake bro, I checked. The customers have all gone to Chen Xuewen's shop." Venomous Snake slammed his fist on the table. "Fuck that Chen Xuewen, that bastard dares to steal my customers." Feng Bao gritted his teeth. "Snake bro, should I take some men and trash his shop?" Venomous Snake's face darkened. He pondered for a moment, then finally shook his head. "Not yet. At Chinji Grand Hotel last time I said I wouldn't make a move against him like that. If I send people now, won't it make me look like I'm going back on my word?" Feng Bao was anxious. "Snake bro, if we do nothing, won't he take all our business?" Venomous Snake waved his hand. "Don't rush. Let's wait a bit." He went back to the manager's office and sat down. About half an hour later, a man walked in from outside looking travel-worn. This man was named Li Guanghui. He had a scar on his forehead that from a distance looked like a third eye, earning him the nickname Three Eyes. He was another one of Venomous Snake's trusted men. Three Eyes beamed. "Snake bro, it's done." Venomous Snake was overjoyed. "Really? You found the man?" Three Eyes grinned. "I got word that Wang Kai was hiding in a suburban county. I cornered him and brought him back. And on the way that kid confessed everything. It was Chen Xuewen who put him up to it." Venomous Snake was ecstatic. He slapped the table. "Damn it, Chen Xuewen, let's see what you have to say this time. Leopard, go to Chinji Grand Hotel and have them close the place tonight. And call all the people from last time. I'm going to invite Chen Xuewen to dinner again. Let's see if he can walk out of Chinji Grand Hotel alive tonight." As he spoke, Venomous Snake's gaze was icy, his face filled with murderous intent. He had completely made up his mind to kill. At the brothers' arcade, Chen Xuewen was idly chatting with Lai Ho inside the shop, when suddenly a commotion erupted at the entrance. He turned his head and saw Feng Bao leading a group of men standing menacingly at the doorway. The noise came from that direction. At that moment, two people were about to enter the shop, but Feng Bao blocked their way. One of them was pinned against the door by the neck, restrained by Feng Bao. Damn it, that bastard broke his promise and sent people to stir up trouble. Lai Ho's face turned pale. He hurriedly looked at Chen Xuewen. "Brother, when should we call the brothers and fight them?" Over the past few days, Chen Xuewen had hired 7 or 8 men for his 2 arcades, and they had become part of his crew. Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "No need to make a big fuss. The people you hired haven't been through real trouble. They're just a rabble. If a real fight breaks out, they'll probably scatter." Lai Ho scratched his head, acknowledging this truth with some self-awareness. After all, they were up against Du Shi's men. The mere mention of Du Shi's name would make those petty thugs tremble with fear. How could they dare to oppose him? Seeing Lai Ho's worry, Chen Xuewen smiled. "Don't worry. They probably aren't here to cause trouble. If they really wanted to come after us, they wouldn't make such a big scene. They'd try to ambush us instead." Lai Ho breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered his voice. "So what do we do now? Step in or let it go?" Chen Xuewen replied. "How can we let it go? They're blocking our customers right at our door. If we don't do anything, who will dare come to our place in the future?" As he spoke, Chen Xuewen casually picked up the ashtray from the table and concealed it in his sleeve. He walked to the entrance and heard Feng Bao shouting loudly from a distance. "You son of a bitch. You owe Snake Brother money and go to another place to gamble. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you making a fool out of Snake Brother?" The man pinned against the door, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered, I am not here to play. I just passing by. Brother Bao, don't misunderstand. Feng Bao spat. Fuck you. You think I'm an idiot? I heard you with my own ears shouting for someone to put 1,000 on the line. Now you tell me you're just passing by. I'm going to teach you a lesson today, or you'll think we're pushovers. With that, he pulled a dagger from his waist and brandished it near the man's neck. The man trembled in fear, pleading repeatedly, Brother Bao, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Brother Bao, please spare me. Feng Bao snarled, spare you? Fuck your mother. Today I'll stab you as interest. Next time I see you it won't be this easy. He raised his hand and thrust the dagger downward viciously. Just then a hand reached out from behind and grabbed his wrist. Before Feng Bao could react, an ashtray smashed into his head. He nearly lost consciousness, his head ringing. His skull was tough, and the blow didn't draw blood. He turned around and saw Chen Xuewen behind him, momentarily stunned. Chen Xuewen, you dare hit me? Feng Bao roared in fury. Chen Xuewen sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? As he spoke, he delivered a sharp slap to Feng Bao's face. Feng Bao stumbled back a few steps enraged. Fuck you, Chen Xuewen. I'll kill you. He roared and lunged forward, but Chen Xuewen was faster, darting right in front of him. Feng Bao had suffered at Chen Xuewen's hands before and knew that close combat would be disastrous. Seeing Chen Xuewen charge at him, he immediately kicked out to push him away. To his surprise, Chen Xuewen didn't dodge or evade, he took the kick squarely. At the same time, Chen Xuewen grabbed his calf with one hand, and with the other, he took a shard of the broken ashtray and stabbed it into Feng Bao's thigh. Feng Bao let out a piercing scream. The wound wasn't deep, but it hurt like hell. Several of Feng Bao's men roared and prepared to rush in to help. Lai Ho Li Tieju Wang Jindong and the others rallied, confronting them. The new men Chen Xuewen had hired also stood behind, making a show of force. In terms of numbers, the two sides were evenly matched. But if a real fight broke out, the rabble Chen Xuewen had just hired would likely be useless and might scatter in panic. So Chen Xuewen didn't count on them at all. He held Feng Bao's right leg with one hand, pulled out a boning knife with the other, and pressed it against Feng Bao's neck. Feng Bao was about to shout, but the cold steel against his throat silenced him. He gritted his teeth. Chen Xuewen, I don't believe you'd kill me in front of so many people. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. I'm not stupid, of course I won't kill you in front of everyone. But stabbing you a few times is no problem. Feng Bao's face changed. He opened his mouth, but finally dared not talk back. After all, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Chen Xuewen said coldly, last time at the Qingji Grand Hotel, Dushi swore in front of everyone that he wouldn't send anyone to cause trouble at my shop. Feng Bao, what do you mean by this? Feng Bao stiffened his neck. I didn't cause trouble. This bastard owes my boss money. I'm collecting a debt. What's wrong with that? Chen Xuewen spat. Collecting a debt right at my doorstep? You're crossing the line, you know that. Using your logic, I could find a couple of debtors, dump them at the Electronic Dynasty, and go in to collect. Would you still be able to run your business there? Feng Bao's face turned ashen. As Chen Xuewen said, collecting debts on someone else's turf was against the rules. He had just wanted to intimidate Chen Xuewen, but he never expected to end up in this predicament. Feng Bao took a deep breath and said coldly, Chen Xuewen, I won't waste words with you. I'll overlook those two guys. I'm here to convey my boss's message. He said tonight at the Qingji Grand Hotel, he'd like to invite you, Brother Wen, for another meal. I wonder if Brother Wen has the guts to come this time. Chen Xuewen frowned slightly, about to speak, when several enforcement team members appeared at the alley entrance. Seeing the situation, the enforcement officers rushed over. What's going on? Stop! The leader shouted as he ran. After yesterday's incident, the area had been placed under increased patrol. The enforcement team had come upon hearing the commotion. Chen Xuewen smiled when he saw them. He released his grip, concealed the boning knife, and patted Feng Bao's shoulder. You deal with the enforcement team first. Feng Bao was stunned. Deal with what? I'm the victim. You hit me with an ashtray, slapped me, stabbed me in the thigh, and it's still bleeding. How am I supposed to explain to the enforcement team? Seeing Feng Bao's confusion, Chen Xuewen said with a faint smile, if I'm taken away by the enforcement team for questioning, how can I go to your boss's banquet tonight? Bao, you came to invite me, but ended up sending me to the enforcement team. Do you think Dushi would be angry? Feng Bao suddenly understood and felt like vomiting blood. If only he hadn't made a fuss. He could have just delivered Dushi's message and avoided all this. By now the enforcement team had arrived. The leader surveyed the scene, his gaze settling on Feng Bao. What happened? Since Feng Bao was the only one visibly injured, he naturally asked the victim first. Feng Bao's expression was stiff, and he stammered, unable to answer. Chen Xuewen smiled and said, it's nothing serious. This brother just tripped while passing by and accidentally broke my ashtray. A piece of glass cut his leg. He looked at the shattered ashtray on the floor with feigned regret. On my crystal ashtray that cost 18,000. What a pity. Feng Bao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Damn you, Chen Xuewen. You're a master of lies. And an ashtray worth 18,000. You said it was glass just a moment ago. The enforcement officers were clearly skeptical. The leader gave Chen Xuewen a cold glance, then looked at Feng Bao. What really happened? Feng Bao's face was awkward, and he remained silent. The leader spoke gently, don't worry. Tell us the truth, and we'll protect you. Anyone who threatens you will take care of. We'll bring the criminals to justice. Feng Bao felt like vomiting blood. I'm being threatened, but I can't say anything. If you arrest Chen Xuewen, how will Dushi's banquet go tonight? If that happened, Dushi would surely smash his skull when he got back. In the end, Feng Bao could only mumble, "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention when I walked." The enforcement officers were dumbfounded. If the victim himself said that, what could they do? The leader was clearly reluctant. "Are you sure?" Feng Bao nodded. "I'm sure." The leader looked at Chen Xuewen, then at Feng Bao, frowned, and finally sighed. "Since it's nothing, be more careful when you walk next time." He was about to leave when Chen Xuewen objected. "Excuse me, but what about my ashtray? I bought it for 18,000. Shouldn't I be compensated?" The enforcement officers exchanged glances and looked at Feng Bao. Feng Bao felt like dying. "Why are you all looking at me? Do you expect me to pay for it?" Finally, the leader asked. "You broke the ashtray and he says it's worth 18,000. Do you agree?" Feng Bao's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and spat out one word, "Yes." The leader was taken aback. He also thought the ashtray wasn't worth that much, but he was just asking Feng Bao's opinion. If Feng Bao disagreed, the enforcement team would intervene. But since he agreed, they couldn't get involved. The leader looked deeply at Feng Bao. "Since you admitted the compensation." Feng Bao's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Chen Xuewen with hatred and finally bit out, "I'll pay." Chen Xuewen smiled. "Good. I'll wait here for you to bring the money. And since these officers are here, they can be witnesses." The enforcement officers also looked at Feng Bao, eagerly hoping for a quick resolution. Feng Bao, with a mournful expression, sent someone to fetch 18,000 and handed the money to Chen Xuewen. He had considered arguing that the ashtray wasn't worth that much, but ultimately he didn't dare. The sooner this matter was settled, the better. Otherwise, if the enforcement team suspected Chen Xuewen of extortion and took him in for questioning, tonight's banquet would be ruined again. So he had to swallow his pride and accept it. However, Feng Bao's hatred for Chen Xuewen deepened severalfold. How could a human being do such a thing? This was absolutely outrageous. With the money in hand, Chen Xuewen nodded with a smile. "Thanks, Brother Bao. Please tell Brother Snake that I will be there on time tonight." Feng Bao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with venom as he turned and left. Behind him, only bursts of laughter echoed, making Feng Bao tremble with rage. He clenched his fists, vowing in his heart, "Chen Xuewen, I will kill you with my own hands." Watching Feng Bao and his men leave, Chen Xuewen walked over to the two men who had been harassed. He pulled out a stack of bills from the 18,000 and handed it to them. "You two have been through a lot. Please accept this small token as my compensation. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you in my place, just tell me, Chen Xuewen. In my establishment, no one can lay a hand on you." The two exchanged glances, overjoyed. They never expected that coming to Chen Xuewen's place would not only protect them from the Viper's men, but also earn them rewards. They expressed their gratitude repeatedly, and one of them politely declined. "Brother, when we really shouldn't take this money." Chen Xuewen pressed the cash into his hand. "This is compensation from Feng Bao. What, you really think my ashtray was worth 18,000? The crowd burst into laughter. A glass ashtray worth a dozen yuan, yet Chen Xuewen had extorted 18,000 for it. He gave the two men 2,000 and kept 16,000 for himself. Feng Bao had truly lost face this time. After having the scene cleaned up, Chen Xuewen called Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong into the inner room to discuss the evening's matters. As for Li Tieju, Chen Xuewen had him move a chair to the front entrance to keep watch. In the inner room, the moment Chen Xuewen stepped inside, his expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It seems the Viper has definitely captured Wang Kai. Tonight he's inviting me to Qinji Grand Hotel, and he's also invited the others. He wants a complete showdown with me." Lai Ho Wang Zhendong immediately grew anxious. "Brother Wen, then why did you agree to go? This is clearly a trap, a hangman banquet." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "It's not a trap, it's a final meal, a death sentence. The Viper will definitely make a move on me at Qinji Grand Hotel tonight. Even if he doesn't kill me, he will cripple me." Lai Ho's face changed drastically. He whispered, "Brother Wen, then let's leave right now. It's not too late, right?" Chen Xuewen glanced at him. "Leave? Why should I? I've already promised to go to Qinji Grand Hotel." Lai Ho was stunned. "Huh? You're still going? You said yourself that the Viper will definitely strike there. If you go, won't you be walking to your death?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "If I don't go, the Viper will shift all the blame onto me. Then I'll be disgraced, and all the business we've built up here will go down the drain. After that, there may be no place for us to stay in this city." Wang Zhendong and Lai Ho exchanged glances. They had worked so hard to get where they were, and they truly couldn't bear to let it go. "But brother, when as long as the Green Hills remain, we won't lack firewood. Staying alive is what matters most," Lai Ho said in a low voice. Chen Xuewen smiled. "I know. If it truly comes to the worst, survival is my top priority. But for now, things haven't reached that point. The Viper wants to settle it all in one go. Then I'll use this opportunity to completely ruin his reputation." Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were taken aback, then asked excitedly, "Brother, when do you have a plan?" Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. "Monkey Dong, I need you two to do something for me." He slowly laid out his plan. After listening, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were both stunned. Wang Zhendong drew a sharp breath and whispered, "Brother, when this plan of yours, when did you start it?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "Didn't I tell you? I always have a backup plan. From the very beginning, I've prepared 2 plans for everything. Since Wang Kai is exposed, we'll have to implement the second plan." Wang Zhendong and Lai Ho exchanged glances again, admiring Chen Xuewen's foresight with utmost respect. "Brother, when you really think of everything," Lai Ho exclaimed sincerely. Wang Zhendong also nodded, then said in a low voice, "But brother, when there are some uncertain factors in this plan. Our people don't know when they'll arrive. If the Viper makes a move on you before that, won't you be in danger?" Chen Xuewen said calmly, "Fortune favors the bold. There's no venture without risk. I can't guarantee zero risk, but I can minimize it as much as possible." Then he smiled again. The Viper is overly arrogant. He chose Qinji Grand Hotel once more. He's just asking for trouble. Monkey, you still have those things stored in the underground warehouse of Qinji Grand Hotel, right? Lai Ho's eyes lit up. "Brother, when you mean those bottles filled with gasoline?" "Yes, I hid them in the underground warehouse as you instructed. I checked on them a few days ago planning to move them, but I didn't have time, so they're still there." Chen Xuewen nodded with satisfaction. "I knew it. Given the Viper's arrogance, he'd want to regain his lost face in the very place he lost it. If he wanted to meet me again, he'd likely choose Qinji Grand Hotel again, so I told you to leave those bottles there." Unexpectedly, that preparation is now paying off. He patted Lai Ho's shoulder and said in a low voice, "After you finish tonight's business, sneak into the basement of Qinji Grand Hotel and act according to the situation. If my luck is truly bad and those people don't arrive in time, then ignite the gasoline and create chaos. Then I'll find a chance to escape in the confusion." Lai Ho couldn't help but worry, "Brother, when this is too risky, isn't it?" Chen Xuewen stood with his hands behind his back. "To completely crush the Viper, how can we succeed without paying a price? The road to success is always full of thorns. Without risk, how can we gain wealth and honor?" After arranging everything, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong departed separately to carry out their tasks. Chen Xuewen, on the other hand, returned to the hotel with Li Taizhu. He pulled a box out from under the hotel bed containing items he had specially commissioned. It was a jacket made of cowhide. Chen Xuewen put on his long-sleeved undershirt and wore the leather jacket directly over it. The cowhide was made from yellow ox leather, extremely tough and resistant, difficult even for a knife to slice through, capable of withstanding many attacks. Chen Xuewen also affixed similar leather protections over the vital spots on his body. This was the same attire he had worn when he stormed into Zhou Hao's house back then. Except now, with time and money at his disposal, he could prepare even better. Having geared himself up thoroughly, Chen Xuewen also fitted Li Taizhu with a cowhide jacket. Tonight, Li Taizhu would accompany Chen Xuewen to the banquet. Though Li Taizhu's mind was simple, his combat prowess was truly astonishing. If they truly faced a situation requiring a desperate breakout, having Li Taizhu by his side would indeed be of great help to Chen Xuewen. After preparing Li Taizhu as well, Chen Xuewen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Taizhu, follow my orders tonight. If I start running, remember, just run with me and don't worry about anything else." Li Taizhu nodded. "Got it." Chen Xuewen nodded with satisfaction, leaned back on the bed, closed his eyes to rest, and awaited nightfall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hu Qianqian's residential complex, a few elderly men and women were chatting about gossip. A short, scrawny man wearing a hooded cap also gathered around and joined the conversation. After talking for a while, the scrawny man somehow steered the topic towards Hu Qianqian. The affair between her and He Fei had long since spread throughout the neighborhood. The elderly folks, with nothing better to do, started discussing this matter. After all, the story of a college girl from a scholarly family being fooled around with by a thug was exactly the kind of gossip they relished. Everyone immediately engaged in heated discussion, describing, with vivid detail, how close Hu Qianqian and He Fei were, how shameless the two were, and how the female college student lacked any sense of decency, as if they had witnessed it all themselves. Finally, an old man couldn't hold back. "Enough. What kind of nonsense are you all talking? That thug is in prison now. It has nothing to do with old Hu's daughter anymore. From now on, stop spreading such gossip." A nearby elderly woman retorted with displeasure. "Old Feng, we know you're close to the Hu family, but you don't have to talk to us like that. We're just stating the facts. Who's gossiping?" The others also voiced their discontent. Old Feng argued back, equally displeased. At that moment, the scrawny man who had just joined in suddenly sneered. So what if that thug is in prison? Hu Qianqian is still devoted to him." His words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding among the crowd. Old Feng was the first to jump up. "Hey, young man, don't go spreading baseless rumors. Old Hu's daughter is a sensible girl. She broke ties with that thug long ago." The scrawny man chuckled mockingly. "Is that so?" "That's not what I've heard." The elderly group suddenly became intrigued and eagerly asked what had happened. The scrawny man recounted how Hu Qianqian had hired Tong Gu to win over 1.6 million yuan from Chen Xuewen's shop. Concluding with a sneer, he said, "In my opinion, Hu Qianqian can't change her ways. That thug ruined so many girls, yet she remains loyal to him. She would go to such lengths to avenge him. This woman deserves no sympathy." The elderly crowd was utterly shocked and began discussing amongst themselves. Of course, most of the talk was disparaging Hu Qianqian. Old Feng, who had previously been on good terms with the Hu family, was alarmed. How could such a thing happen? Oh dear, old Hu probably doesn't know about this yet. I must inform old Hu right away. He picked up his stool and hurried away. Seeing old Feng leave, the scrawny man also quietly slipped off. Turning the street corner, he removed his hooded cap, revealing his true face. It was Lai Ho. Similar scenes were unfolding in two other places across Pingxing. One was the workplace of Hu Qianqian's father, and the other was where her mother worked. Li Eryong and Wang Zhendong were also spreading the news there. However, the versions they were disseminating differed. Li Eryong spread the tale that Chen Xuewen had bribed Wang Kai to deceive Hu Qianqian, which was why she had fallen for the trick. Wang Zhendong, on the other hand, spread the story that Viper wanted to deal with Chen Xuewen, so he had hired Wang Kai to deceive Hu Qianqian, leading her into the trap. In any case, there were 3 different versions, all aimed at muddying the waters and blowing the matter out of proportion. But regardless of the version, Hu Qianqian was undeniably implicated. These rumors were bound to reach Hu Qianqian's parents. And given their status in Pingqing, how could they just sit idly by upon learning their daughter was involved in such a scandal? This was also a strategy Chen Xuewen had learned from the book, The Art of Schemes. When the situation is unfavorable, muddy the waters and make things more confusing, thereby drawing more forces into the fray to leverage external strength and escape the predicament. At Qinji Grand Hotel, Viper had already arrived and was instructing his men to conceal themselves within the premises. Just as Chen Xuewen had anticipated, Viper intended to settle things here tonight. Feng Bao stood beside him with a grim face. Having been extorted for 180 yuan at Chen Xuewen's place earlier today, he had endured ridicule from his peers, fueling his rage to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Brother Viper, I've been with you for years and never asked for a favor. But tonight I beg you let me handle this." Viper glanced at him. "What is it?" Feng Bao gritted his teeth. "Tonight, I want to kill Chen Xuewen with my own hands." Viper chuckled. "Is that all?" "No problem. You'll lead the men to guard the escape route later. When you hear the sound of my cup shattering as a signal, listen carefully. If you fail to kill him, don't bother following me anymore." Feng Bao took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with menace. "Brother Viper, just watch. I'll make sure he dies tonight." He ran his hand along the long blade at his waist, which he had specially sharpened for this battle. Tonight, he would consecrate the blade with Chen Xuewen's blood. At 6 in the evening, Chen Xuewen received a message from Lai Ho. Hu Qianqian's parents are home. They've smashed quite a few things. They look furious. Chen Xuewen saw the message and smiled. He knew his plan was already in motion. He stood up, put on his clothes, and said, "Tiezhu, let's go." To Qinji Grand Hotel. At 7 in the evening, Chen Xuewen arrived near the Qinji Grand Hotel. He did not rush forward immediately, but lingered for a moment at the street corner. At approximately 7:10, Lai Ho sent a message, "In position." This was the signal that Lai Ho had reached the underground warehouse of the Qinji Grand Hotel. It had to be admitted that this kid Lai Ho truly possessed a natural talent for picking locks and petty thievery. This was also Chen Xuewen's final fallback plan. When all other paths were blocked, he would resort to this measure, lighting a Molotov cocktail, setting the Qinji Grand Hotel ablaze, and escaping in the ensuing chaos. Of course, if he went through with it, Chen Xuewen would likely have to flee town afterward. But under normal circumstances, he would never resort to such extreme measures. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder. "Cheer up, brother Zhu. Let's go upstairs." He mounted his motorcycle with Li Taizhu riding behind him and roared all the way to the entrance of the Qinji Grand Hotel. At the entrance, Chen Xuewen spotted an old acquaintance from a distance. "Feng Bao. Brother Feng, it's you receiving me today." Chen Xuewen laughed heartily and casually clapped Feng Bao on the shoulder. Feng Bao's glare could have devoured him alive, yet he ultimately dared not hinder Chen Xuewen in any way. Because Snake had given clear orders, they would first expose Chen Xuewen's misdeeds in front of everyone, restore his own reputation, and only then would Chen Xuewen meet his end, all in one swift resolution. For now, Chen Xuewen had not yet ascended the stairs, so there was no reason to make a move. "Brother Wen, please go upstairs first. Brother Snake is waiting for you," Feng Bao said through gritted teeth. Chen Xuewen smirked. "What have you learned to behave yourself? Looks like that 18,000 tuition wasn't wasted after all." Feng Bao nearly lost his composure. How dare he bring up that painful subject? Several of his subordinates nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feng Bao barked angrily, "What are you laughing at? Shut up." He then turned to Chen Xuewen. "Brother Wen, what's the point of engaging in a verbal spar with me here? Let's discuss other matters once we're upstairs." Chen Xuewen said with a calm smile. He paid him no further heed and strode confidently up the stairs with Li Taizhu. Behind him, Feng Bao slid one hand into his pocket and gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. His eyes seethed with venomous hatred, desperate to draw his weapon and slice Chen Xuewen to pieces right then and there. Chen Xuewen reached the second floor and made his way to the private room where they had met before. Inside, Snake, Hao and Uncle Quan and Zhou Jinghui had already arrived. Especially Zhou Jinghui, who sat beside Snake with a grin plastered across his face, watching Chen Xuewen approach. It was clear he already knew about Snake's plan to eliminate Chen Xuewen tonight, and he looked happier than anyone else in the room. Chen Xuewen, however, remained perfectly calm. As soon as he reached the doorway, he greeted them with a smile. "Brothers, my apologies. I got held up in traffic and am a bit late." Zhou Jinghui nearly cursed out loud. What the hell? Riding a motorcycle and blaming traffic. Before Chen Xuewen could step inside, 2 men blocked his path. Chen Xuewen glanced at the 2 men, then looked around at the others in the room and chuckled. "What's this, Brother Snake? Still going to search me? This is your territory. Are you afraid I'll bite you?" Upon hearing this, Snake let out a disdainful snort and waved his hand, signaling his men to step aside. In his view, with dozens of his own men arranged, even if Chen Xuewen had brought reinforcements, they stood no chance of surviving. Therefore, he did not care at all whether Chen Xuewen had brought any weapons or other equipment. Even if Chen Xuewen had concealed lime powder on his person, Snake would not have feared it. After all, every one of Snake's men now had a pair of dark glasses specifically prepared to counter Chen Xuewen's tactics. Chen Xuewen walked into the private room with Li Taizhu and sat down at the table without any pretense of deference. His demeanor made it clear. He considered himself their equal. Both Hao Wen and Uncle Quan wore faint smiles. The matter did not concern them directly, and they had come merely as spectators. Zhou Jinghui, on the other hand, offered a cold smile and struck first. Chen Xuewen, since you're here, let's lay everything on the table. He rose from his seat and tapped the table. Last time in this very room, you kept going on about how one must follow the rules of the trade. I kindly transferred 2 arcade halls to you, wanting to help you establish a small business and carve out a place for yourself. But the things you've been doing lately, aren't they a bit too reckless, too disregardful of the rules? Chen Xuewen said nothing, merely casting a glance toward Snake. Snake sat back with an air of complete composure, showing no intention of speaking. It was evident he had coordinated with Zhou Jinghui in advance. Chen Xuewen smiled. He looked deeply at Zhou Jinghui and said slowly, Brother Hui, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm not quite following you. Zhou Jinghui slapped the table. Chen Xuewen, stop playing dumb here. Do you really think we don't know what you've been up to? Chen Xuewen wore an expression of innocent confusion. What have I done? Zhou Jinghui retorted angrily. You're still pretending. Snake told me everything. You bribed people to cause trouble at his shop and ruined his business. Zhou Jinghui recounted the incident involving Brother Tong. Hao Wen and Uncle Quan both furrowed their brows. Zhou Jinghui slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, pointing at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, we all operate by a set of rules. Last time when you swallowed that dish, Snake respected you as a man and allowed you to operate in the old square. But what the hell kind of way is this to conduct business? You eat Snake's food and then smash his pot. What kind of behavior is that? Brother Hao Wen and Uncle Quan are both here. Let them judge who is right and who is wrong. Uncle Quan continued smoking in silence, while Hao Wen let out a cold snort. When you're in this life, you have to follow the rules. Zhou Jinghui sneered. Did you hear that? Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. Brother Hao Wen is absolutely right. When you're in this life, you must follow the rules. But the problem is I never did any of the things you're talking about. Brother Hui, what does that have to do with me, eh? Snake slammed his hand on the table. Chen Xuewen, you've got a tough tongue, don't you? At a time like this, you still refuse to admit it. Fine, I'll make sure you die with your eyes open. As he spoke, Snake waved his hand sharply. Bring him in. Several of Snake's men carried in a burlap sack that was still dripping with blood. They opened the sack and a blood-soaked figure tumbled out. It was none other than Wang Kai. Snake walked over, grabbed Wang Kai by the neck, and dragged him to the table. Chen Xuewen, do you recognize him? Chen Xuewen shook his head. I don't. Snake sneered. You may not recognize him, but he certainly recognizes you. Snake slapped Wang Kai. Speak. Do you know him? Wang Kai looked at Chen Xuewen, his entire body trembling. His voice quivered as he said, I know him. He is Chen Xuewen. It was his man Li Eryong who bribed me, telling me to deceive Hu Qianqian and then bring Brother Tong to harm Brother Snake. I still have the bank card Li Eryong gave me with tens of thousands of yuan inside. It was all payment for betraying me. Brother Snake, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing these words, the entire room erupted in shock. Zhou Jinghui slammed the table once more and rose to his feet. Chen Xuewen, the witness, is right here. What do you have to say for yourself now? Hao Wen frowned and spoke coldly. Chen Xuewen, this time you've crossed the line. Uncle Quan exhaled a puff of smoke. Young man, if you don't follow the rules, you won't last long in this business. Hearing everyone's words, Snake couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He knew that this time his reputation had been fully restored. Snake picked up his wine glass and spoke with indignation. Chen Xuewen, after what you've done to me, how could I possibly let you off easily today? With that, he drained the glass in one gulp and then hurled it onto the ground, shattering it. The broken cup was the signal. Downstairs, Feng Bao heard the sound and was overjoyed. He immediately drew his long blade from his waist and, leading a group of men, charged toward the private room with fierce intent. Seeing the Viper smash the cup, Chen Xuewen's expression also changed. This Viper was far too impulsive, intending to start a fight right away. He had wanted to buy some time, but now it seemed a direct confrontation was inevitable. Hastily, he slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping both the boning knife and his phone, ready to send a message to Lai Ho to ignite the plan. Just then, the sound of police sirens suddenly blared from outside. What's going on? The Viper bellowed in fury, striding to the window to look outside. Several law enforcement vehicles had arrived below, directly surrounding the entire Qinji Grand Hotel. Seeing such a display, the Viper couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had already made arrangements for tonight. The enforcement team should not have come according to his plans. But now so many enforcement vehicles and such a large-scale operation suggested that someone of considerable influence was behind it. What had happened? Chen Xuewen, hearing the commotion below, let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that his second contingency plan had finally been put into action. He just hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. It seemed that Hu Qianqian's parents were truly enraged. They must have called for help right after smashing things. At that moment, Feng Bao and his men charged toward the private room, long knives in hand. The Viper, seeing them approaching with weapons, felt a chill of terror and hastily waved them away, signaling them to get out. Feng Bao was focused on Chen Xuewen and hadn't noticed the Viper at all. He led his men recklessly into the room, but before he could reach Chen Xuewen, the Viper intercepted him. Get out. Feng Bao, boss, wasn't it you who smashed the cup? The Viper gritted his teeth. Put away your weapons and get out. Feng Bao, utterly bewildered, dared not question further. He quickly sheathed his weapon and retreated. Just as he entered the adjacent private room, he saw a group of enforcement officers rushing upstairs. Feng Bao was drenched in cold sweat, grateful that he had hidden his weapon in time. Otherwise, the enforcement team would have caught them all in one fell swoop. The enforcement officers stormed directly into the private room. Leading them was a man in his 30s. As soon as they entered, they immediately took control of everyone present. The man's face was cold as ice, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally demanding in a deep voice, "Who is Chen Xuewen?" Chen Xuewen stepped forward. "I am." The man glared fiercely at Chen Xuewen. "So you're Chen Xuewen? Tell me, did you do it to Hu Qianqian?" Chen Xuewen looked perplexed. "I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about." The man fumed. "Spare me the nonsense. Let me tell you, I am Huang Jin, Hu Qianqian's cousin. I came here to thoroughly investigate this matter." Hearing this, the Viper's eyes lit up. He had long heard that Hu Qianqian had an uncle in the provincial enforcement team with strong connections. He hadn't expected Hu Qianqian's family to track them down so quickly. This would save him a lot of trouble. The Viper immediately stood up. "Captain Huang, I can testify to this. It was Chen Xuewen who did it." He then pointed at Wang Kai. "Look, here's the witness." Huang Jin turned to Wang Kai, who immediately recounted what had happened. After listening, Huang Jin's face darkened, and he stared at Chen Xuewen. "Now what do you have to say for yourself?" Chen Xuewen exhaled softly. "Captain Huang, I can see you're a reasonable man. Since that's the case, let's hash this out properly." He pointed at Wang Kai. "Captain Huang, I'll ask you this. Wang Kai has been beaten badly. How credible is his testimony?" Huang Jin's brows furrowed. The Viper grew angry. "What do you mean? Are you saying I forced him to say this?" Chen Xuewen shrugged. "Who knows?" The Viper, enraged, said, "Chen Xuewen, say that again if you dare." He started to charge forward, but was stopped by Huang Jin. "Get the hell over there and stand. I'll investigate this myself." Huang Jin barked angrily. The Viper glanced at Huang Jin, then at Chen Xuewen, and finally swallowed his pride. He dared not act recklessly in front of Huang Jin. After all, Huang Jin had brought so many enforcement officers, so his status was undoubtedly significant. And Hu Qianqian's uncle was not someone a small fry like him could afford to provoke. Huang Jin stared coldly at Wang Kai. "Wang Kai, I ask you, is what you said true or false? Did someone force you to say this?" Wang Kai stammered, "And no one forced me. It was truly Chen Xuewen who made me do it. He also gave me a card with 80,000 yuan. I didn't spend it all, the money is still in the card." This is all evidence." Huang Jin's eyes brightened. "Where is the card?" Wang Kai tremblingly pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Huang Jin. Holding the card, Huang Jin stared coldly at Chen Xuewen. "Chen Xuewen, now what do you have to say?" Chen Xuewen remained calm. "Captain Huang, what can a bank card prove? He could pull out any card and claim it was mine." Huang Jin said coldly, "Chen Xuewen, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll make you realize the truth. Someone immediately contact the bank and check the origin of this card and where the money inside came from." A subordinate immediately set off to handle it. Huang Jin looked at Chen Xuewen and said icily, "If I find this card is connected to you, we'll see how you can still talk tough." Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. "Captain Huang, I truly don't recognize this card. Feel free to investigate." With that, Chen Xuewen sat down at the table and leisurely began eating the snacks. Seeing Chen Xuewen's demeanor, the Viper and Zhou Jinghui exchanged glances, both beginning to feel uneasy. Chen Xuewen was too calm, wasn't he? Not long after, Huang Jin's subordinate returned and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing them, Huang Jin's expression suddenly froze. The Viper quickly asked, "Captain Huang, what's wrong? Is this card Chen Xuewen's? Even if it's not his, it must belong to someone close to him." Huang Jin ignored the Viper and fixed his gaze on Wang Kai. "Wang Kai, I'll ask you one more time. Tell me the truth. Whose card is this?" Wang Kai, it was given to me by Chen Xuewen's lackey Li Eryong." Huang Jin slammed the table in fury. "Is that so? Then why did my investigation show that the card belongs to He Fei's cousin He Xiang? And the money was deposited by He Xiang himself." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. The card belonged to He Fei's cousin. The money was also deposited by He Xiang. Didn't that mean this incident had nothing to do with Chen Xuewen? Wang Kai was also stunned. This? How is this possible? How could this card be He Xiang's? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Huang Jin said angrily, "Are you saying we made a mistake?" Wang Kai scratched his head, suddenly recalling something then. "Li Eryong also gave me a card with 500,000 yuan to bribe Tong Go." "That card?" Huang Jin fumed. "We checked that too. That card also belongs to He Xiang." Wang Kai was dumbfounded. Both cards were He Xiang's. Didn't that mean there was absolutely no connection to Chen Xuewen? Upon hearing Huang Jin's words, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted. Both cards belonged to He Xiang. Did that mean the money used to bribe Tong Gu and pay Wang Kai had come from He Fei's cousin? In other words, this entire affair was a conspiracy between Wang Kai and He Fei's cousin to frame Chen Xuewen. Wang Kai's face contorted in panic. He could not bear such a responsibility. After all, he could afford to offend neither Viper nor Chen Xuewen. Wang Kai hurriedly stammered, This can't be. Absolutely impossible. It was Li Eryong who approached me. He Xiong had nothing to do with it. These cards are problematic. Go find He Xiong. He must know what's going on. Huang Jin said coldly. I've already sent someone to fetch He Xiong. Tonight, I will get to the bottom of this. Until this matter is resolved, no one is to leave. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Viper and Zhou Jinghui exchanged glances, their faces turning extremely grim. They understood clearly that if He Xiong admitted to the deed, Chen Xuewen would be cleared of all blame. And once Chen Xuewen was absolved, Viper would be in deep trouble. His reputation for reneging on debts would be permanently tarnished. Zhou Jinghui was even more anxious, for he had allied with Viper, believing that Viper would surely kill Chen Xuewen tonight. Now it seemed Viper might not be able to defeat Chen Xuewen, meaning he had also incurred Chen Xuewen's enmity for nothing. Recalling Chen Xuewen's recent actions, Zhou Jinghui's heart trembled with fear. Would Chen Xuewen use this incident to extort him again? Viper and Zhou Jinghui were both panicked, but with Huang Jin standing guard, they could do nothing. Half an hour later, He Xiong was brought to the scene. Huang Jin picked up the 2 bank cards and directly interrogated He Xiong. He Xiong was the same person Wu Lihong had called earlier. Wu Lihong had promised him 700,000 and also threatened him with the matter of those girls. Now facing the law enforcement officers around him, He Xiong dared not tell the truth, so he could only lamely repeat what Wu Lihong had instructed him to say. If he confessed the truth, Wu Lihong would surely expose the fact that he had forced himself on those girls, and then his sentence would be far longer than he faced. These 2 cards are mine. My cousin always kept some money with me. A while ago, Wang Kai came to me wanting to avenge my cousin and asked me to fund the operation. So I deposited the money into these 2 cards, and he took them to carry out the plan. As for the specifics, I truly have no idea. He Xiong spoke with a feigned honesty. Wang Kai was nearly exploding with rage and roared, He's lying. He's lying. That's not how it happened. Li Eryong told me to do this. Huang Jin's face darkened, and he waved his hand sharply. Shut up. Several law enforcement officers subdued Wang Kai. Huang Jin stared coldly at He Xiong. Can you vouch for what you've said? He Xiong was trapped in misery. He didn't want to take responsibility, but did he dare not? If he uttered a single word of denial, Wu Lihong would immediately have him thrown in prison. So He Xiong could only nod obediently. I can take responsibility. Huang Jin nodded slowly. Then the matter is clear. It was you, Wang Kai, who orchestrated everything, dragging my cousin into it, wasn't it? Wang Kai was on the verge of tears. He had been bribed too. But who would believe him now? He cried out in grievance, yet no one paid him any heed. Huang Jin waved his hand and had Wang Kai taken away. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, I know it was you who exposed my cousin's affair with He Fei. This has already caused great damage to my cousin's reputation. I warn you, next time you do something, don't drag my cousin into it. Otherwise I will not let you off. Chen Xuewen smiled. Captain Huang, I meant well. If not for me, your cousin would still be fooled by He Fei. Your family is a scholarly one, a lady of refinement. Is it appropriate for her to be toyed with by a petty thug? Huang Jin's forehead veins bulged with rage. Chen Xuewen's words were like salt rubbed into their family's wound. He fumed angrily. Guards, take Chen Xuewen away too. Until this matter is fully investigated, you are all under suspicion. Several law enforcement officers escorted Chen Xuewen and Li Taizhu out. Inside the room, only Viper and the others remained, exchanging bewildered glances in endless silence. Once again, Chen Xuewen had extricated himself unscathed. At the 5th Master Ho's tea house, 5th Master Ho listened with relish to Feng Ru's report, his face displaying rare exuberance. When he heard that both bank cards belonged to He Xiong, 5th Master Ho burst into laughter. Good lad, he truly leaves no loopholes. Even before laying his plans, he had already thought of an escape route. Truly a born strategist. Feng Ru's eyes sparkled too, and she covered her mouth with a light laugh. This Chen Xuewen really exceeds expectations. I never imagined that even with your own move, Master, he could still turn the tables. In fact, Wang Kai's position had been leaked by 5th Master Ho through Binzi to Viper's men. Otherwise, with Viper's capabilities, it would have been difficult to capture Wang Kai in such a short time. Feng Ru asked, Master, it seems you have truly found your ideal candidate. Shall we send someone to invite him over now? 5th Master Ho laughed heartily, set down his pipe, and said slowly, It's still too early to invite him. He has resolved this situation, but that's not enough. A greater challenge still lies ahead. If he can overcome this, then he will truly be the one I seek. Feng Ru was taken aback, then her eyes lit up. Master, you're referring to Viper. 5th Master Ho nodded. After tonight, Viper will be utterly disgraced. His electronic empire will be no match for Chen Xuewen's brother game arcade. Viper is not one to surrender meekly. He will surely resort to underhanded means to kill Chen Xuewen. Let's see if Chen Xuewen with all his schemes can guard against Viper's assassination. Feng Ru frowned slightly and whispered, Master, isn't this a bit unfair? Chen Xuewen has only 3 or 4 trusted subordinates, while Viper has at least 50 or 60 desperados. If it comes to a life-or-death struggle, Chen Xuewen's wings are not yet fully grown. He surely cannot defeat Viper. If something happens to Chen Xuewen, wouldn't you lose a suitable assistant, Master? 5th Master Ho smiled calmly. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements. I won't let him die. With that, he picked up his pipe again and took a deep drag. In the hazy smoke, 5th Master Ho's dark eyes flickered with a hidden light. He looked at Feng Ru and said softly, besides, only by pushing him to the brink of death, and then saving him. Will he be utterly loyal to me, don't you think? Feng Ru's heart stirred. She understood that Fifth Master Ho intended to drive Chen Xuewen into a corner, forcing him to seek refuge and submit completely. She turned her gaze toward the window, a glint of sharpness shining in her enchanting eyes. She too was curious, could Chen Xuewen escape the machinations of that old fox Fifth Master Ho? If he could, then wouldn't Chen Xuewen be exactly the person she had been searching for all along? At Chen's Grand Hotel, after Chen Xuewen and Li Taiju were taken away, Hao Wen and Quan Shu exchanged glances and also stood up. Brother Snake, it's getting late, we'll head back to rest first. They smiled and tossed out the words before turning to leave. Viper's face turned ashen, knowing that tonight's incident would surely be spread by these two. Tonight Viper had orchestrated such a grand spectacle with the intention of exposing Chen Xuewen's deeds, ruining his reputation, and then killing him in front of everyone to re-establish his own authority. Yet as events unfolded, not only did he fail to tarnish Chen Xuewen's name, but he actually helped bolster it further. Tomorrow, if this matter spread through Pingxing, his electronic dynasty business would be utterly finished. Zhou Jinghui looked at Viper. Brother Snake, what do we do now? That bastard Chen Xuewen is too cunning. It seems taking him down won't be easy. Viper gritted his teeth. A mere Chen Xuewen is nothing. I said he must die, and so he shall. Zhou Jinghui's expression eased. He knew Viper was truly determined to kill Chen Xuewen by assassination. He quickly forced a smile. Brother Snake, if there's nothing else, I'll head back too. What followed was Viper's plan to kill Chen Xuewen, and Zhou Jinghui, no fool, naturally wanted no part in it. Viper's face was ice cold. He waved his hand impatiently, signaling Zhou Jinghui to scram. Zhou Jinghui hurried downstairs and slipped away. Viper stood by the window watching Zhou Jinghui disappear into the distance, then called in a few trusted men. Things have come to this. We must kill Chen Xuewen, or our business is doomed. Which of you is willing to do the deed? Viper asked in a low, grave voice. Feng Bao was the first to stand. Brother Snake, I'll handle it. Damn it, I've been itching to kill that bastard myself. Seeing Feng Bao volunteer, the others stayed silent. Killing was no pleasant task. With someone willing, Viper nodded. But still concerned, he instructed Three Eyes take some men to assist Baozi and scout the area. Chen Xuewen might not leave the enforcement office tonight, so we strike tomorrow evening. Three Eyes immediately nodded. Yes, Brother Snake. Viper stood by the window staring at the pitch-black night sky, his expression dark as thunder. Chen Xuewen, this is the price of opposing me. Viper gritted out coldly. Chen Xuewen and Li Taiju were taken to the enforcement office and locked up for the night. That night Huang Jin found no other useful clues. He Xiang insisted that Wang Kai was the mastermind, and in the end all blame was shifted onto Wang Kai. Of course it wasn't a major offense. Though furious, Huang Jin couldn't do much to Wang Kai, ultimately detaining him for a few days on charges of endangering public safety. The next morning Huang Jin, unable to find anything linking Chen Xuewen, had no choice but to release him and Li Taiju. By then it was already broad daylight. After breakfast, Chen Xuewen and Li Taiju headed straight to the brothers' arcade. Despite the previous night's chaos, Chen Xuewen showed no fear of Viper retaliating. Because after yesterday's events, more enforcement officers were patrolling the old square area. The enforcement team, aware of the tense standoff between Viper and Chen Xuewen, feared a major incident before the new year and thus increased patrols there. So though Viper loathed Chen Xuewen to the core, he dared not make a move during the day. Chen Xuewen's brothers' arcade operated normally, with business even better than the day before. Meanwhile, Viper's electronic dynasty suffered a drastic decline. The previous night's events had been spread by Hao Wen and Quan Shu. This incident not only failed to tarnish Chen Xuewen's reputation, but actually made it even more resounding. And Viper was confirmed as a cheat, with most of his customers fleeing. The once grand electronic dynasty now had fewer than 10 patrons, and they were only playing small games. Its former glory gone forever. In contrast, Chen Xuewen's brothers' arcade was booming. Chen Xuewen had completely taken over Viper's core customer base. Yet everyone knew this was the calm before the storm. It wasn't important that Chen Xuewen could seize Viper's base. What mattered was whether he could survive. Provoking Viper, that madman, could truly lead to murder. At 7 p.m., Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, Wang Jindong, and the others left the brothers' arcade early. They grabbed a simple dinner at a street stall in a bustling area, then packed up and rode motorcycles around the city for a few laps. Feng Bao and his men had been tailing Chen Xuewen, but they lost them halfway. Feng Bao cursed furiously. Damn that Chen Xuewen, that dog knows we're following, and deliberately took detours. That bastard is so damn cunning. A lackey whispered, Brother Bao, what do we do now? Feng Bao's face darkened. How the hell should I know? Keep looking. They searched for a while longer, but found nothing. Suddenly Feng Bao's phone rang. Feng Bao answered. Three Eyes, what's up? The voice on the other end replied, Baozi, what are you guys doing? Brother Snake told you to kill Chen Xuewen. Where did you go? Feng Bao spat. Damn it, don't even mention it. That bastard Chen Xuewen led us on a wild goose chase around the city, and we lost him after a few rounds. We're still searching. Three Eyes, shit's searching for nothing. I just heard they've all gone back to the inn to sleep. Feng Bao, huh? This bastard actually dares to go back and sleep. For crying out loud, I've been searching until my head's about to explode, and he's asleep. Three Eyes laughed. That Chen Xuewen is extremely sly in his dealings. He probably knew you were tailing them, so he deliberately circled to shake you off before sneaking back to sleep. Lucky I kept an eye on the inn he's staying at, otherwise I wouldn't have spotted him coming back. Feng Bao gnashed his teeth. Damn, that bastard is indeed cunning. Alright, keep a close watch. I'm bringing the men over now. Tonight, no matter what, we're going to hack that wretch to death. Feng Bao hung up, turned to summon his gang, and led them menacingly to the inn where Chen Xuewen was staying. Upon arrival, Feng Bao and his men didn't show themselves directly, but instead found Three Eyes hiding nearby. Three Eyes, are you sure he's back? Feng Bao asked in a low voice. Three Eyes sneered, absolutely certain. Last night, when Brother Snake told me to assist you, I started investigating. I found out this guy is staying in rooms 305 and 307 of this inn. I specifically sent a few brothers to book the 2 rooms opposite 305 and 307, and they've been watching through the peepholes all day. Chen Xuewen and his 2 companions entered an hour ago and haven't come out. They're probably asleep. Feng Bao was startled. 3 people. Wasn't it 4? Three Eyes shrugged. I only saw 3. Maybe Chen Xuewen sent someone out on an errand. Feng Bao didn't dwell on it, asking grimly, is Chen Xuewen there? As long as that bastard is present, the others don't matter. Three Eyes nodded. Chen Xuewen is inside, staying in room 305. Feng Bao was overjoyed. He drew a long blade and gritted his teeth. That's all I need. Tonight, Chen Xuewen dies. He wrapped a white cloth tightly around the blade and his hand. The brothers behind him did the same, pulling out their weapons and gripping them firmly. Feng Bao tightened his grip and looked at Three Eyes. Three Eyes, keep an eye out for me. Don't let him escape. Three Eyes nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I've brought 5 brothers. We'll block the door. The inn windows have grills. They can't get out. Feng Bao nodded in satisfaction. Hefting his weapon, he led his men into the inn with a menacing air. San Yin followed behind Feng Bao. When they reached the ground floor of the hotel, he left 2 of his men there. Keep watch here, make sure no one escapes. San Yin casually gave the order only as a precaution. After all, the windows of the hotel had security bars, making it impossible to jump out. Little did he know that the hotel's security bars were old and dilapidated, having long been destroyed by Chen Xuewen. Now the bars seemed to be in place, but in reality they were only held together by Chen Xuewen, with tape easily pulled away with a single tug. It was past midnight and the front desk clerk was dozing off. Feng Bao burst in, directly covering the clerk's mouth, pressing her against the desk and holding a knife to her throat. Don't make a sound, give me the keys to rooms 305 and 307. Otherwise I'll kill you, Feng Bao threatened in a low voice. The clerk had never seen such a scene, nearly scared out of her wits, trembling as she handed the keys to Feng Bao. Taking the keys, Feng Bao immediately rushed upstairs with his men. San Yin assigned one of his men to watch the clerk to prevent her from causing any disturbance. While going up the stairs, Feng Bao specifically made a shushing gesture to his companions. He also moved carefully, stepping slowly to avoid making any noise that might alert Chen Xuewen. The group silently reached the 3rd floor and arrived in front of rooms 305 and 307. Feng Bao looked at San Yin and pointed to room 305. San Yin nodded, indicating that Chen Xuewen was staying in 305. Feng Bao did not dare to be careless. He directed 2 of his men to stand in front of rooms 305 and 307 with keys, while he and his subordinates kept a close watch on both doors. As soon as either door opened, he would lead his men to charge in. Regardless of whether Chen Xuewen was in 305 or 307, he would not escape. Of course, before taking action, everyone took precautions. They put on specially purchased large goggles and head coverings, so that even if Chen Xuewen had set up a lime trap or water attack, they would not be panicked. After everything was arranged, Feng Bao took a deep breath and signaled the 2 men to proceed. They carefully inserted the keys into the keyholes and turned them gently, making no sound at all. With a click, the doors opened, but they found that the chain locks were fastened from the inside. This situation only made Feng Bao more delighted. Without a doubt, Chen Xuewen and his companions were resting inside, for the chain could only be locked from within. Feng Bao immediately waved his hand, and 2 burly subordinates rushed forward, ramming into the doors with a thunderous crash. Both doors shook from the impact, and the chain locks snapped with a crack, clearly on the verge of breaking. The loud noise echoed through the corridor. Feng Bao cursed outright. Fuck your ancestors, you 2 useless bastards. You're built like giants, but can't even break down a door. Are you here to tip them off? The 2 men, extremely embarrassed, mustered all their strength and charged again. Inside room 303, Chen Xuewen was resting with Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong fully clothed, lying on the bed to conserve energy. Suddenly, hearing the commotion, the 3 became alert immediately. Go! Chen Xuewen uttered a single word, dashed to the window, tore open the security bars, and climbed down the drainpipe. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong followed closely. While climbing down, Chen Xuewen also pulled the rope that had been tied to the window of room 305. The rope was a slipknot and came off easily, but the window guard was also pulled loose, causing the window to swing. From the inside, it would appear that the occupants had climbed out of room 305, not realizing that Chen Xuewen and his group had actually escaped from room 303. Upstairs, Feng Bao's 2 men, after considerable effort, finally broke down the doors. However, when they rushed inside, they found the rooms empty. Damn it, where are they, eh? Feng Bao roared in anger. San Yin was also stunned. His men had been watching the place had Chen Xuewen and his 2 companions simply vanished. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the window swinging in the distance and quickly ran over. Looking out, San Yin cursed, holy shit, they escaped from here. Feng Bao also ran over and saw Chen Xuewen and his group, who had already climbed down the drain pipe to the ground floor. This security bar is broken. Fuck you, Chen Xuewen. If you have guts, don't run. Feng Bao roared furiously. San Yin meanwhile stuck his head out the window and shouted, you two useless idiots, what are you standing there for? Stop them. San Yin had left two men downstairs thinking they wouldn't be needed, but unexpectedly they were now put to use. These two men had been standing downstairs smoking. Hearing San Yin's voice, they immediately turned around and saw Chen Xuewen and the others jumping down to the ground floor. Startled, they quickly drew their weapons and rushed over to block Chen Xuewen's group. Chen Xuewen didn't waste words, he simply waved his hand and said run. He led Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong straight into an alley on the other side, not daring to linger. San Yin's two men chased after them with weapons in hand. Feng Bao frantic roared, damn it, chase them, chase them. If Chen Xuewen escapes tonight, you're all fucking finished. His men kicked open the security bars, climbed down the drain pipe, and chased into the opposite alley. Feng Bao wanted to climb too, but his leg was still injured, so he could only curse and follow San Yin down the stairs. By the time they reached the ground floor, Feng Bao and San Yin's men had already disappeared into the alley in pursuit. Chen Xuewen, you bastard, let's see where you can run. Feng Bao cursed as he ran toward the alley. As he was running, suddenly a roar came from the street corner, and a motorcycle charged forward with a howl. There were two people on the motorcycle. The rider was of medium build while the passenger was tall and imposing. Seeing the motorcycle's fierce approach, San Yin quickly shouted, Baozi, watch out. But it was already too late. The motorcycle rapidly reached the two men, and the man at the back wielding a steel pipe struck San Yin directly on the head. San Yin let out a scream, collapsed in a pool of blood, and immediately went still. Startled, Feng Bao turned to flee, but his speed was no match for the motorcycle. The motorcycle quickly caught up to Feng Bao, and the strong man punched him in the temple. The blow was heavy. Feng Bao was knocked unconscious. The strong man grabbed Feng Bao by the neck, hoisted him onto the motorcycle, and the bike quickly drove into a dark alley ahead, disappearing into the distance. On the ground, San Yin lay covered in blood, unconscious, his fate unknown. After more than 10 minutes, Feng Bao and San Yin's men came back cursing. These men had chased all the way only to watch helplessly as Chen Xuewen and his two companions mounted a motorcycle. That motorcycle was clearly prepositioned by Chen Xuewen and his group, with the key even inserted. They sat on it, turned the key, and sped away. Although the alley was narrow, the motorcycle's speed was far beyond what a person could run on foot, so these men could only return in frustration. But when they came back, they were even more shocked. San Yin lay in a pool of blood, and Feng Bao was missing. The Viper had suddenly lost two capable lieutenants. Chen Xuewen had won a decisive victory in this battle. At 2 in the morning, in a remote, dilapidated temple on the northern outskirts of Pingqing, Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, and Wang Zhendong sat resting inside. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle came from afar. The three instantly straightened up and looked warily. Chen Xuewen pulled out a flashlight and flashed it 3 times clockwise toward the direction of the motorcycle. Soon a light flashed back 5 times from the same direction. Chen Xuewen breathed a sigh of relief. Eryong and Zhuzi are here. The three walked to the open space in front of the temple. Before long, a motorcycle drove up. On it were 3 people, Li Eryong, Li Tiezhu, and an unconscious Feng Bao. Li Eryong's leg injury had mostly healed, though he couldn't run fast. Riding a motorcycle was no problem. This plan had been conceived by Chen Xuewen while he was still in the enforcement team. He knew that Viper would definitely try to kill him. So after leaving the enforcement team, he immediately contacted Li Eryong to set this plan in motion. That evening, he deliberately led Feng Bao and his men in circles, shaking them off, making Feng Bao believe that Chen Xuewen was scared and wanted to hide for a rest, thereby lowering Feng Bao's guard. Then Chen Xuewen took Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong back to rest, while having Li Eryong and Li Taizhu hide outside ready to strike at any moment. When Feng Bao and his men launched their attack, Chen Xuewen led Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong to draw most of them away. Since Feng Bao had a leg injury, he couldn't keep up, allowing Li Eryong and Li Taizhu to capture him. Seeing Feng Bao brought back, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were once again stunned. Earlier, when Chen Xuewen said he would capture Feng Bao, they thought he was boasting. After all, Feng Bao had a dozen or so fully armed subordinates, and Chen Xuewen's tricks wouldn't work on them. Yet who could have imagined that Chen Xuewen had actually done it? Brother, when your plan is brilliant, Lai Ho exclaimed sincerely. Wang Zhendong scratched his head and muttered, Brother, when why are we capturing Feng Bao? Chen Xuewen said softly, to kill Viper, of course. Wang Zhendong and Lai Ho's eyes widened in shock. Was Chen Xuewen really planning to kill Viper? Wasn't that ambition too grand? After all, their respective strengths were on completely different levels. On Chen Xuewen's side, there were only 5 of them. The other minions were useless. Viper, on the other hand, had 50 to 60 men capable of wielding weapons. How could Chen Xuewen possibly kill Viper? Even capturing Feng Bao was a trick, a method that couldn't be used to kill Viper. Chen Xuewen didn't explain further. He walked toward Li Eryong and asked, how did it go? Li Eryong recounted the situation, and Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. His main goal tonight was to capture Feng Bao, but he had also managed to deal with 3 eyes, an unexpected bonus. Chen Xuewen asked, where's the phone? Li Eryong laughed. As you instructed, I removed the battery long ago. But given Viper's background, he probably doesn't have the means to track us through positioning. Chen Xuewen waved his hand. Caution is the parent of safety. They had also removed the batteries from their own phones. The incident where Zhou Hao's father used a Xiling Tong to locate Wu Lihong had made Chen Xuewen particularly cautious. Those big shots still had ways to use communication for tracking. However, Chen Xuewen didn't know that in that era communication tracking was actually very difficult. Achieving precise positioning required a lot of money and time, and ordinary people couldn't manage it. Zhou Hao's father had only been able to do it by leveraging a powerful network of connections. As for Viper, he didn't have such a network. Li Taizhu threw Feng Bao to the ground. Chen Xuewen took a bottle of cold water and poured it directly over Feng Bao's head. The shock of the cold water jolted Feng Bao awake. When he saw his surroundings, Feng Bao was dumbfounded. Chen Xuewen, you're such a despicable bastard, he roared angrily. Chen Xuewen smiled coldly. This isn't despicable, oh, it's strategy. The real despicable act was you leading over 20 men to ambush the 5 of us. Feng Bao bellowed. Chen, stop your bullshit. If you've got guts, let me go and fight me one-on-one. Chen Xuewen sneered contemptuously and suddenly kicked Feng Bao in the face, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. One-on-one. Who do you think you are? Chen Xuewen stepped on Feng Bao's head and asked viciously. Feng Bao, pinned down, could only roar in rage. Chen Xuewen, my big brother won't let you get away with this. Brother Snake will definitely kill you and your entire family. You'll all die. Chen Xuewen stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless, watching Feng Bao. Only when Feng Bao's roar gradually subsided did Chen Xuewen speak calmly. Finished. Then let me say a few words. Feng Bao retorted. I've got nothing to say to you. Since I've fallen into your hands, do what you want. If I flinch even once, I'm not human. Trying to threaten me. Dream on. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Brother Bao is indeed a tough man, but your little brother might not be. At these words, Feng Bao's face turned cold. What? What do you mean? Chen Xuewen gave a cold smile and clapped his hands. Wang Zhendong immediately pushed a wheelchair out from behind the broken temple. In the wheelchair sat a person, none other than Feng Bao's younger brother Xiao Ke. Seeing his brother captured as well, Feng Bao's expression drastically changed. He struggled and roared, Chen Xuewen, if you dare touch my brother, I'll never forgive you. Chen Xuewen's expression remained unchanged as he stared coldly at him. After several furious roars, Feng Bao said in a choked voice, Chen Xuewen, this is between you and me. My brother has nothing to do with it. We have principles in this world. Harm not the family. If you do anything to my brother, even if you defeat my big brother, do you think the others in Pingxing will respect you? Chen Xuewen smiled coldly. Harm not the family. Feng Bao, if I recall correctly, your brother also works for Viper. He's one of us. What's wrong with dealing with him? And I remember on the first day I opened my shop, he was the one who brought people to cause trouble, wasn't he? Feng Bao was left speechless. Chen Xuewen continued coldly. Besides, when Viper first came to Chen's Grand Hotel, didn't he also kidnap Wu Lihong, who was with me, to threaten me into going? Feng Bao, and now you're talking about rules. Who do you think you are? Feng Bao was dumbfounded. At that moment he finally understood what it meant to reap what you sow. Viper had acted without principles before, and now they had to bear the bitter fruit. Feng Bao lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and pondered for a long time before angrily asking, Chen Xuewen, what? What exactly do you want from me? Chen Xuewen looked at him calmly and said, tomorrow night I'm going to kill Viper. I need your help. Feng Bao's eyes widened. He wondered if he had heard correctly. How could Chen Xuewen possibly kill Viper? Feng Bao took a deep breath and said urgently, you want me to help you deal with my elder brother? That's absolutely impossible. Chen Xuewen grinned coldly. Relax, I don't need you to do anything for me. I only need you to tell me what's really going on with Viper. And I need to know the layout of Viper's house. Feng Bao was stunned. You're going to kill him at his home. Chen Xuewen sneered. What I do is none of your business. Just tell me what you know. Feng Bao furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Chen Xuewen said nothing more, merely waving his hand. Liho Wang Zhendong immediately stepped forward and shoved Xiao Ke to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Bao's face changed drastically. What are you doing? Let him go. Let him go. No one paid him any heed. Liho Wang Zhendong used a rope to tie Xiao Ke up tightly. Then the two dragged Xiao Ke to a water cellar behind the broken temple. This temple was located halfway up the mountain, with no water source, relying on this water cellar for supply. However, the temple had been abandoned for a long time, and the water cellar still held half a pool of stagnant water. Liho Wang Zhendong suspended Xiao Ke inside the water cellar, tying the rope to the roots of a crooked tree outside. Then the two sealed the water cellar. Feng Bao struggled desperately, but could not change anything. With a sobbing voice he said, Chen Xuewen, let my brother go, I'll tell you everything. Chen Xuewen directly threw a pen and paper in front of Feng Bao. Write down the specifics. Remember, be detailed, and don't try to play tricks with me. You'll be locked in that water cellar too in a moment. If I'm lucky enough to kill Viper and come back, then both of you can walk out alive. Otherwise, well, this place might not see a passerby for months, or even a year. If we all die here, guess what will happen to the two of you? Feng Bao's expression froze instantly. He had indeed intended to write nonsense or tamper with key details to harm Chen Xuewen. But now, hearing Chen Xuewen's words, he completely abandoned that idea. If Chen Xuewen failed, he and his brother would surely die here too. Feng Bao hadn't expected Chen Xuewen to be so meticulous. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and write down the specific details of Viper's house. Viper's house was right inside his snake farm. Starting from outside the snake farm, Feng Bao began making annotations. Around Viper's house there were snakes everywhere. A few people had ever been inside. Thus only Feng Bao and his close subordinates knew the exact situation of Viper's house. Feng Bao had followed Viper for a long time and had been there many times, so he was very familiar with the layout. After describing the outside clearly, he sketched the layout of the house. Looking at the several fences around the house, Chen Xuewen frowned. What are these fences for? Feng Bao explained, 3 fences housing 3 different batches of snakes. The closer to the inside, the more venomous the snakes. Hearing this, Lai Ho couldn't help but shiver. This guy was especially afraid of snakes. Chen Xuewen glanced at him. What's there to be afraid of? It's winter, the snakes are hibernating. Lai Ho laughed awkwardly. I just feel a chill. Chen Xuewen curled his lips and carefully observed the situation of the snake farm. The snake farm was built beside a lake, and Viper's house happened to be right by the lake. Outside the snake farm, there were several walls with barbed wire on top used to block snakes, and also to keep people out. Chen Xuewen pondered for a while and roughly formed a plan in his mind. Holding the paper Feng Bao had written in his hand, he looked at Feng Bao. By the way, didn't Viper keep a python? Where is this python usually located? Feng Bao pointed to Viper's house, inside the house he lives in. The house has heating. When Viper comes home, he usually lets the python roam freely inside. Lai Ho Wang Zhendong immediately drew in a sharp breath. If there was a big python in the house, how could they possibly assassinate Viper? Chen Xuewen nodded calmly, and then asked, how many bodyguards does Viper usually have in the snake farm? Feng Bao shook his head. No bodyguards. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. No bodyguards. Feng Bao said, the snake farm is full of snakes. In spring, summer, and autumn, no one is willing to go in. It's suicide. Even though it's winter now, Viper still has a big python. That thing is more dangerous than Viper himself. Who would dare to walk in and seek death? Moreover, Viper himself has trained in freestyle fighting since childhood. An ordinary group of 3 or 5 people might not be a match for him. Why would he need bodyguards? At this point, Feng Bao scratched his head awkwardly. Besides, although we're his men, we're also afraid of snakes, so no one wants to go to the snake farm. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't even want to go, and let alone others. Lai Ho Wang Zhendong and the others exchanged glances. It seemed that killing Viper was indeed no easy task. A single big python was trouble enough. And Viper himself had explosive combat power. Even Chen Xuewen and his group together might not be his match. How could they fight this battle? Chen Xuewen, however, remained very calm. After pondering again, he said in a low voice, is that all? Anything else to be careful about? Feng Bao thought for a moment and whispered, there's one more thing. You have to be careful of Viper's wife, Lu Jinwan. That woman is very fierce. I've seen her kill 2 people with my own eyes. Don't underestimate her. Chen Xuewen's heart stirred. How is the relationship between Viper and Lu Jinwan? Feng Bao immediately said, very good. Don't let Viper's many women outside fool you. The only one he truly recognizes is this wife. If anyone dares to bully his wife, even if it's the king of heaven, he will fight to the death. Chen Xuewen smiled. Is that so? Interesting. Feng Bao was utterly bewildered. Why did Chen Xuewen seem to be getting calmer? Could it be that he really had a way to deal with Viper? Chen Xuewen asked a few more details and finally said in a low voice, Feng Bao, think carefully. Is there anything else you want to add? I'll say it again. If it's because of your mistake that we don't come back, then you and your brother will die here too. Feng Bao's face turned pale. He thought it over several times and shook his head. No. Nothing. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Lai Ho and the others immediately came forward, tied up Feng Bao, and placed him in the water cellar. Both men's mouths were also tightly gagged. Moreover, Chen Xuewen covered the outside of the water cellar with stones and fallen leaves. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't notice that there were people inside the water cellar. After everything was arranged, Chen Xuewen and his group rested in the broken temple for a night. The next morning before dawn, Chen Xuewen woke up Lai Ho and the others. Time to move. Monkey Eryong, you two come with me. Zhu Zidongzi, you two go to the place I told you yesterday and wait. After giving instructions, Chen Xuewen left directly with Li Eryong and Lai Ho. The sky was hazy as Chen Xuewen led them to a somewhat secluded alley. Chen Xuewen, where are the things hidden? Li Eryong immediately walked into a small alley and retrieved a handcart. On the handcart was a shabby coat. Chen Xuewen handed the coat to Lai Ho. Put it on and try. Lai Ho draped the coat over himself, slightly hunched his posture, and from a distance he looked like a little old man. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction, gave Lai Ho a few instructions, and then went separate ways with Li Eryong. As for Lai Ho, he stood in the small alley pulling the handcart and waiting. About 10 minutes later, Li Eryong returned on a motorcycle. Here they come, Li Eryong said in a low voice. Chen Xuewen, wearing a hooded hat, immediately hid behind a trash can not far away. Li Eryong parked the motorcycle and walked to the alley entrance to wait. Soon the sound of a car approached from the distance. Li Eryong immediately made a gesture to Lai Ho. Receiving the signal, Lai Ho pushed the handcart and accelerated forward. As he turned into the alley entrance, a car also turned into the alley, crashing into Lai Ho's handcart. Lai Ho fell to the ground, clutching his leg and groaning in pain. The driver inside the car saw this, quickly stopped, opened the door, and came out to check. At that moment, Chen Xuewen and Li Eryong, who had been hiding nearby, moved simultaneously. Chen Xuewen rushed directly to the driver, pressing a boning knife against the driver's back, and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Li Eryong dashed over, opened the rear door, and got inside. The driver was also a martial artist. He suddenly lunged forward, dodging Chen Xuewen's attack, and at the same time turned and kicked Chen Xuewen's arm. Chen Xuewen was kicked back a step, but instead of retreating, he seized the driver's leg and stabbed the knife forcefully into the driver's thigh. The driver screamed in pain. Before he could react, Lai Ho, who had been on the ground, got up and pressed a boning knife against his neck. At the same time, a scream came from the back seat. It turned out that there was a woman and a child in the car. Both of them were now under Li Eryong's control. The driver completely stopped resisting, raising his hands. "Brother, it's about money, right? Name any amount, just don't hurt the woman and child." Chen Xuewen said coldly, "Less talk. Get in the car." The driver didn't dare to resist and obediently got into the car. Chen Xuewen, holding a knife to his hostage, drove away from the scene. Lai Ho followed on the motorcycle. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, and the secluded location meant no one witnessed this scene. The driver drove the car, following Chen Xuewen's instructions, all the way to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Pingxing. Inside the factory, Wang Jindong and Li Taizhu were already waiting there. Chen Xuewen forced the driver out of the car with a knife, then had Lai Ho escort the woman and child out from the back. He told Lai Ho to take the woman and child to the next room, which had no windows, only a door to exit. Then Chen Xuewen ordered Li Taizhu and Wang Jindong to guard the door. After finishing all this, Chen Xuewen finally walked up to the driver. The driver's face turned ashen and he gritted his teeth. "Brother, I admit defeat this time. How much money do you want? I'll call my boss and have him give it to you. Don't hurt the woman and the child." Chen Xuewen sneered with disdain. "No need to call. I'll go talk to Zhou Jinghui myself." The driver was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at Chen Xuewen. Who are you exactly?" Chen Xuewen let out a cold laugh. "You've been driving for Zhou Jinghui for 2 years, and you still don't know who I am. My name is Chen Xuewen." The driver's face changed drastically, and he was completely dumbfounded. Of course he had heard of Chen Xuewen. After all, Chen Xuewen had been causing Zhou Jinghui endless trouble lately. But he had always been Zhou Jinghui's driver, ferrying his wife and kids to and from school daily, never involved in Zhou Jinghui's other affairs. So he had never seen Chen Xuewen before. Now, knowing that the man before him was Chen Xuewen, he realized that this matter was far more than just a demand for money. Chen Xuewen walked up to the driver and said coldly, "Fine, I won't hurt those two if you cooperate. Let them tie you up." The driver lowered his head, resigned to his fate, and let Lai Ho and the others tie him up. But Chen Xuewen still wasn't satisfied. He wrapped several layers of wide tape around the driver's wrists and ankles, then tied him to a stone pillar before he felt at ease. After all, this driver was a bodyguard hired by Zhou Jinghui at a high price, rumored to have graduated from a martial arts school, not to be underestimated. With the driver taken care of, Chen Xuewen called his men over and said in a low voice, "Next, I'm going to see Zhou Jinghui in person. You all follow my plan as before. Remember, there must be no mistakes. If something goes wrong and we can't kill the Viper, all of us will probably die." Li Eryong, Lai Ho, and Wang Jindong nodded simultaneously. Things had reached this point, there was no turning back. They could only risk everything. Chen Xuewen took Lai Ho with him, drove Zhou Jinghui's car, and headed straight for Zhou Jinghui's house. Meanwhile, Li Eryong and Wang Jindong began preparing for the next phase of the plan according to Chen Xuewen's instructions. At Zhou Jinghui's house, Zhou Jinghui was having breakfast while listening to Xiao Ma's report on last night's events. He knew the Viper would send assassins to kill Chen Xuewen, so he had been keeping tabs on the situation. He had been waiting for good news, expecting to hear whether Chen Xuewen had been killed or crippled. Instead, he was told that Chen Xuewen was unscathed while the Viper's side had suffered heavy losses. One of his top men was severely injured and another was captured. Damn it, that Viper talks big all the time, and I thought he was so tough. Turns out he can't even handle a few greenhorns and ends up losing so badly. Damn, Zhou Jinghui cursed a few times, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. If the Viper couldn't finish Chen Xuewen, would Chen Xuewen's counterattack implicate him? Thinking about this, Zhou Jinghui felt regret. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have allied with the Viper against Chen Xuewen. It was like shooting himself in the foot. It seemed he would have to arrange more bodyguards at home. As he was mulling over this, Zhou Jinghui suddenly saw his own car pull into the yard. He didn't think much of it. Every morning his wife took the kids to school and his driver would drive them. It had been like this for years. But when the car stopped, Zhou Jinghui saw something he never dreamed of. Chen Xuewen stepped out of his car. Zhou Jinghui rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. He looked again. Standing by the car was none other than Chen Xuewen. What the hell? Chen Xuewen? How is he here? Zhou Jinghui exclaimed, his face turning pale. How could Chen Xuewen come out of his car? What about his wife and kids? Chen Xuewen spotted Zhou Jinghui through the window and greeted him familiarly. "Brother Hui, good morning." Zhou Jinghui's face darkened. He rushed to the car and looked inside. Only Lai Ho was in the driver's seat, no one else. "Chen Xuewen, you son of a bitch." Zhou Jinghui, furious, was about to attack. Chen Xuewen smiled and grabbed his arm, whispering, "Brother Hui, don't be reckless. Think about your wife and kid." Zhou Jinghui's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not make a move. Chen Xuewen put his arm around Zhou Jinghui's shoulders and walked into the hall with a smile. Once inside, Zhou Jinghui shook off his arm and roared, Chen Xuewen, I'll fuck your ancestors. What the hell have you done to my wife and kid? I warn you, if they lose even a single hair, I'll never let you off. I'll bankrupt myself if I have to, but I'll kill you. Chen Xuewen remained calm, ignoring Zhou Jinghui's outburst. He walked boldly to the dining table. Brother Hui still having breakfast. Perfect timing. I haven't eaten yet. Let me have a bite. Chen Xuewen sat down, without ceremony, poured himself a glass of soy milk, grabbed a fried dough stick, and started eating with some dishes. Xiaoma stood nearby, his face flushed with anger. Chen Xuewen, you better let sister-in-law and the kid go right now. Otherwise I'll kill you. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Since I dared to come here, do you think I'm afraid of death? Want to kill me? Fine. Chen Xuewen pulled out a boning knife and slammed it onto the table. He patted his neck and said, come on, stab me right here. That'll definitely do the job. Go ahead, I won't resist. Xiaoma stared at the knife, his face ashen, but in the end he didn't dare. Chen Xuewen sneered and continued eating his breakfast. Zhou Jinghui's face was dark. He gritted his teeth. Chen Xuewen, there's a saying, don't involve the family. Can't you have any bottom line? What you're doing now, how is that different from a beast? My wife and kid are innocent. Chen Xuewen ignored him calmly, eating his breakfast. After downing 5 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk, Chen Xuewen finally put down his bowl. He patted his stomach contentedly. Ah, that feeling of being full is wonderful. Then he looked up at Zhou Jinghui and said softly, Brother Hui, there's a restaurant in Pingcheng called Li Bean Hotel. Ever heard of it? Zhou Jinghui was taken aback and shook his head. No. Why, oi? Chen Xuewen chuckled. That's normal. Li Bean Hotel is just a small eatery, 2 private rooms and 6 tables. A wealthy man like you wouldn't bother with such a place. Zhou Jinghui's face was cold. Chen Xuewen, what are you trying to say? Chen Xuewen made a shushing gesture and smiled. Brother Hui, let me finish. Li Bean Hotel mainly serves the factory workers in Xingfu Lane and the neighbors around there. They have banquet packages for weddings and funerals, very cheap. The cheapest is 130 yuan per table, with 8 hot dishes, 8 cold dishes, soup, and staples. Chen Xuewen seemed to recall something. He stood up, his gaze deep. Half a year ago, someone booked 5 tables there for a college entrance celebration. After haggling with the owner for a long time, they got it at 120 per table, but in the end no soup or staples were served. The guests who came could have filled 7 tables, but they squeezed into 5, so the food wasn't enough. The guests left hungry, and the host family lost all face. Chen Xuewen's eyes grew moist as he whispered, but the host didn't care at all. Because he saved nearly 300 yuan and used it to buy his son, who was about to start college, a new set of clothes and shoes, so his son could go to school with his head held high. Zhou Jinghui listened with a frown, finally unable to hold back. Why are you telling me this? Chen Xuewen looked at Zhou Jinghui and said softly, that celebration was for me. The humiliated host was my father and mother. Zhou Jinghui was stunned. Chen Xuewen said quietly, for my first birthday until I passed the college entrance exam, that was the first time they ever held a banquet, and it became a laughingstock for everyone. Yet they didn't regret it. Instead, they were happy because they could save money to buy me new clothes and shoes. Chen Xuewen's voice choked. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and let out a long sigh. But do you know what happened afterward? Zhou Jinghui asked instinctively. What happened? Chen Xuewen said, later Zhou Hao framed me for murdering his girlfriend, and I was thrown into prison. My parents tried to appeal everywhere to save me, but Zhou Hao had them killed. Even in death, their bodies were not intact. With every word, Chen Xuewen took a step closer to Zhou Jinghui. By the time he finished, he was standing right in front of him. His eyes red. Chen Xuewen stared at Zhou Jinghui and said through gritted teeth, don't involve the family. Then tell me, what about my parents' death? Zhou Jinghui was speechless, unable to answer. Chen Xuewen said coldly, Zhou Jinghui, don't preach to me about principles. Ever since my parents died, my life, my beliefs, everything has changed. Chen Xuewen glanced around the luxurious decor and said softly, this world, it's just like this. The rich and powerful get away with murder, while the good die wretchedly. Chen Xuewen looked at Zhou Jinghui, suddenly slammed the table and roared, if others can kill and burn, why can't I? Chen Xuewen. If others can treat life like dirt, why can't I it? If others can sit high above, why can't I it? Chen Xuewen pressed forward with each question, forcing Zhou Jinghui to step back. Each roar grew louder, echoing in Zhou Jinghui's ears, filling him with terror. Chen Xuewen stared at Zhou Jinghui, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with rage. He growled word by word, since I chose this path, I'll be worse than the villains, crueler than the wicked. If I want to live, I don't mind if others died. So don't try to test my limits. Zhou Jinghui, terrified by Chen Xuewen's ferocious expression, stumbled back several steps, finally collapsing onto the sofa. He sat there stunned, his face ashen. Chen Xuewen's words left Zhou Jinghui and Xiaoma utterly stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, neither daring to utter another superfluous word. For they had now grasped the sheer madness of Chen Xuewen and understood that he would indeed dare to kill Zhou Jinghui's wife and child. Zhou Jinghui, suppressing the terror in his heart, murmured, brother, when I didn't know you had been through so much. In truth, there is no grievance between us. I gave you the arcade hall, and I've given you plenty of money. Why are you making things so difficult for me? Chen Xuewen let out a long breath, his expression suddenly shifting into a smile. He draped an arm around Zhou Jinghui's shoulder and chuckled, Brother Hui, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. It's just that I can't think of anyone else who can help me right now. Brother Hui, you've helped me so many times before. Just help me one more time. Zhou Jinghui was dumbfounded. Help? Help you? You? What do you want me to do? That viper is too insane. He won't listen to my advice. I really can't help with your feud. Chen Xuewen smiled. Brother Hui, I'm not asking you to persuade him. I'm asking you to help me kill him. At these words, Zhou Jinghui leaped to his feet, and Xiao Ma stood agape, exclaiming, Chen Xuewen, have you lost your mind? Zhou Jinghui's eyes bulged. Chen Xuewen, do you know what you're saying? Kill the viper. Damn it, do you think I'm some kind of god? Did you come here to make a wish? Chen Xuewen laughed. Brother Hui, don't get worked up. Zhou Jinghui fumed. How the hell can I not get worked up? Is the viper so easy to kill? If he were would, how when Uncle Quan and I have meekly handed over the old square without a single complaint. Shit, kill him. Even if how when Uncle Quan and I all pitched in, we might not be able to take him down. On the contrary, if we provoke him, do you think we'd have an easy life? Chen Xuewen gazed at Zhou Jinghui with a smile, offering no rebuttal. Only after Zhou Jinghui had vented his fury did he calmly remark, Brother Hui, where there's a will, there's a way. Since I came to you, I definitely have a plan. As long as you help me, we can absolutely kill the viper tonight. Zhou Jinghui frowned deeply, knowing Chen Xuewen was full of cunning schemes. Could he really have a plan? Yet recalling the viper's madness, Zhou Jinghui shook his head. This won't do. I can help you with anything else, but not this. How about this? Name your price, I'll give you money, and you let my wife and child go. I'll stay out of your feud with the viper. How about that? Chen Xuewen released his grip, leaned back on the sofa, and his smile gradually turned cold. Brother Hui, are you toying with me? If I can't kill the viper tonight, my brothers and I will either die in Pingsheng or have to go on the run. Even if you give me money, I'd have to live to spend it. Brother Hui, let me give you some advice. If I lose my life, your wife and nephew will be buried with me. Zhou Jinghui's face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth and remained silent for a long time before finally muttering. Then what exactly do you want to do? Let me tell you, my men are outnumbered by the vipers. If we fight head on, we're no match for the viper. You'd better drop any idea of making us wear each other out. Chen Xuewen smiled. Don't worry. This is between the viper and me. My people will take the lead. Brother Hui, you just need to lend me a little help. Zhou Jinghui was somewhat surprised. Was Chen Xuewen that confident? He looked at Chen Xuewen. What's your plan? Chen Xuewen grinned. Last night I took down 2 of the viper's key men. Right now he must be scouring the world to kill me. As long as I show up somewhere, the viper will send his men after me. That way his defenses will be thin. I can seize that opportunity to assassinate the viper. Zhou Jinghui furrowed his brow. Chen Xuewen's plan was rather crude. Chen Xuewen, do you really take the viper for a fool? Do you think you can just show up somewhere and lure away his men? Besides, you only have 5 people. All of you together are no match for the viper. What do you have to fight him with? Zhou Jinghui said bluntly. Chen Xuewen smiled. That's exactly why I came to you, Brother Hui. Zhou Jinghui's expression changed. You want me to send my men to join you in a siege against the viper? Chen Xuewen, don't even think about it. You know the viper's strength. His men are all desperados. Even if I send men to help, we might not kill him. If he escapes, I'll be a dead man. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. Brother Hui, I told you don't need to exert much effort. I want you to lure away all the men around the viper. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. What? What do you mean? Chen Xuewen chuckled. The plan I told you just now was only the surface plan. If I show up elsewhere, the viper will send men after me, but he won't dispatch all his forces. He'll keep at least a dozen men by his side. In that case, my 5 people can't even get close to him. Zhou Jinghui nodded. He would have done the same. Chen Xuewen said softly. So that's where I need your help, Brother Hui. Go to the viper and tell him that I've sought your alliance to assassinate him tonight and reveal my plan to him. Zhou Jinghui's eyes widened in bewilderment. Huh, you. What exactly are you trying to do? Chen Xuewen said with a sly smile. You tell the viper my plan, pretend to ally with him, and then lure me out. Tell him that if he sends all his men away, he can definitely draw me in. Then you send your men to join the viper in killing me. The viper, wanting revenge, will surely go along with it. That way won't he have no men left by his side? Zhou Jinghui's eyes were wide with astonishment. Chen Xuewen's plan was completely beyond his expectations, leaving him dumbfounded. He had never imagined Chen Xuewen would employ such a chain of stratagems. And this truly showcased Chen Xuewen's cunning. After a moment of silence, Zhou Jinghui looked up at Chen Xuewen and asked, Do you think the viper will trust me? The viper and I are not close. In fact, we've had some conflicts in the past. Do you think he'd entrust his life to me? Chen Xuewen smiled. I have a way to make him trust you. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. Could Chen Xuewen actually change Du Shi's mind? What's your plan? Zhou Jinghui asked in surprise. Chen Xuewen smiled. If all goes as expected, Du Shi will soon find out that I've taken your wife and child. Zhou Jinghui's expression changed. If even he knows about this, he'll trust me even less. Chen Xuewen smiled. But what if Du Shi's men were lucky enough to rescue your wife and child? Zhou Jinghui was stunned. What? What do you mean? Chen Xuewen spoke leisurely. I'll arrange for Du Shi's men to coincidentally follow my people, and they'll find your wife and child. At that point, Du Shi will use this as leverage to demand your alliance against me. And you can pretend to be grateful, then feign cooperation with Du Shi, reveal my plan, and draw all his men away. This way Du Shi will believe that I kidnapped your wife and child, making you hate me deeply. Since he rescued them, you'll be grateful to him and never suspect him." Zhou Jinghui was dumbfounded. Chen Xuewen's plan was truly layered and unpredictable. After a moment of thought, Zhou Jinghui said, "This plan of yours doesn't quite fit, does it? If Du Shi rescued my wife and child, logically you'd run away immediately in fear. But you're still planning to ambush him. Even a fool would sense something wrong." Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "Brother Hui, Du Shi is a madman, but not a fool. Given your relationship with Du Shi, do you think he'd rescue your wife and child outright or negotiate terms with you first?" Zhou Jinghui was struck by the realization. As Chen Xuewen pointed out, Du Shi would never do anything without gaining something in return. Chen Xuewen patted his shoulder and smiled. "Brother Hui, Du Shi won't rescue them first. He'll come to you with terms. Then you can execute the plan as arranged. As long as you cooperate with me once we deal with Du Shi tonight, the old plaza will be yours. I only want my 2 arcade halls back, and the electronic dynasty will be yours as well. What do you say?" Zhou Jinghui's eyes lit up. He glanced at Chen Xuewen. "Are you certain you can take down Du Shi tonight?" Chen Xuewen smiled. 9 out of 10 it'll work." Zhou Jinghui nodded slowly. "Fine, let's do it your way. Tonight, once Du Shi is dealt with, we'll be even." Chen Xuewen gave a faint smile and nodded. "No problem." He then offered a slight smile, patted Zhou Jinghui on the shoulder, and spoke softly. "Brother Hui, I'm serious about this partnership. I hope you feel the same way. You know I, Chen Xuewen, am not someone who dies easily. If anything goes wrong with tonight's plan, or if you have other intentions, Brother Hui, I can't guarantee your wife and nephew's safety next time. So Brother Hui, do yourself a favor and play your cards right." Zhou Jinghui's face darkened, and he nodded slowly. "I understand." Chen Xuewen laughed loudly and continued discussing the finer details with Zhou Jinghui. For instance, Zhou Jinghui's men would position themselves around Du Shi's snake farm, ready to ambush at a moment's notice. They also needed to keep close watch on Du Shi's subordinates to ensure none slipped through the net. Once everything was set, Chen Xuewen rose to leave. At the doorway, he turned back with a grin. "Oh, Brother Hui, when I head out, make sure someone follows me at least. If Du Shi finds out I came to threaten you at your place, and you didn't even bother sending someone after me, what do you think he'll conclude?" Zhou Jinghui's expression shifted. Chen Xuewen's meticulousness was unsettling. He nodded and said to Xiaoma, "Xiaoma, go follow him for a bit." Xiaoma nodded, and following Zhou Jinghui's instructions, rode his motorcycle to trail Chen Xuewen after he drove off. Watching them depart, Zhou Jinghui's face twisted into a vicious sneer. He slammed his fist onto the table, teeth clenched. "Chen Xuewen, I'll kill you." Zhou Jinghui took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He pulled out his phone and called several of his men, instructing them to prepare for the night's operation. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Jinghui leaned back on the sofa, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Xiaoma followed Zhou Jinghui's orders, pretending to tail Chen Xuewen's car. Chen Xuewen drove through the city for a while before heading straight for the suburbs. Xiaoma hesitated briefly, then followed anyway. He calculated the time in his head, planning to trail for half an hour before turning back, just enough to report success. Then rounding a corner, he spotted the car parked right there. Xiaoma froze, unsure what to do, when Chen Xuewen's voice came from behind. "Xiaoma, come here. Let's talk for a moment." Xiaoma turned and saw Chen Xuewen standing just behind him along with Li Eryong. His expression darkened. Chen Xuewen was clearly waiting for him. "What's there to discuss?" Xiaoma demanded coldly. "You keep running, I'll keep following. Once this act is over, I'll report back and be done with it." Chen Xuewen smiled and gestured. Li Eryong immediately stepped forward and snatched the motorcycle keys from Xiaoma's hand. Xiaoma hesitated but didn't dare resist. For one, he wasn't sure he could win, and for another, Zhou Jinghui's wife and child were still in Chen Xuewen's hands. Li Eryong mounted the motorcycle, while Li Ho drove ahead, with Li Eryong trailing behind. Xiaoma looked completely bewildered. "Chen Xuewen, what? What are you doing?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "Let them keep up the act. It's just you and me talking now. Come, I'll show you something first." Xiaoma frowned deeply, but said nothing, following Chen Xuewen around the corner to an abandoned old house nearby. 2 men stood at the entrance, Wang Jindong and Li Taizhu. Xiaoma eyed them warily. "Chen Xuewen, what exactly are you up to?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you." "Xiaoma, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but given your position, do you really think I'd go to such lengths to target you?" Xiaoma's face flushed red, but he couldn't deny the truth in Chen Xuewen's words. Such elaborate preparations might make sense against Zhou Jinghui, but targeting him was absurd. "Let's go inside and take a look," Chen Xuewen said with a smile. Xiaoma took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he entered the dilapidated house. The moment he stepped inside, he saw 2 figures, Zhou Jinghui's wife and child. Zhou Jinghui's wife sat inside, clutching the child, her face etched with panic. The child seemed unharmed, fast asleep. Seeing them, Xiaoma's expression shifted. He rushed over. "You Xia, no sister-in-law, are you? Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Zhou Jinghui's wife looked panicked. How did you get here? Did Chen Xuewen bring you here too?" Xiaoma quickly shook his head. "He lured me here." "How are you doing?" Zhou Jinghui's wife shook her head. "We're fine. They've been quite polite, just wouldn't let us leave." "What exactly happened?" Xiaoma opened to respond, but Chen Xuewen walked in. "Xiaoma, can we talk now?" Chen Xuewen smiled. Xiaoma's face turned ashen. He took a deep breath, patted Zhou Jinghui's wife, and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'll rescue you both." He stood up and followed Chen Xuewen outside the house. Chen Xuewen, what are you doing? Xiao Ma asked through gritted teeth. This wasn't part of Chen Xuewen's plan. Being brought here alone made Xiao Ma's heart race with anxiety. Chen Xuewen looked at Xiao Ma and smiled calmly. Xiao Ma, when I received your sister-in-law and nephew this morning, I had them checked by a doctor. Guess what I discovered? Xiao Ma froze. What? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Your sister-in-law is type A, Zhou Jingwei is also type A, but their son is type B. Those words sent Xiao Ma's face pale with shock.